Perhaps due to her virtuous deeds in a previous life, in this incarnation, she finds herself as the legitimate daughter of a noble family, yearning to be a serene and beautiful slacker girl. However, the Bureau of Astronomical Calculations has predicted her to be an omen of good fortune, and the Emperor has personally bestowed upon her the title of Divine Oracle Messenger. She is informed that she has become the first female official in history permitted to attend court sessions, leaving Qingyi in tears. She has no desire to work or rise early. Her father reassures her, exclaiming that this is not a job. The Emperor has stated that all she needs to do is sit there as a lovely, auspicious figure. The entire court is aware only that she can hear celestial sounds, which they believe to be divine, when in fact it is merely her food-gathering system she is bound to. Each day at court, she engages in leisurely activities and snacks, unaware that everyone can hear her innermost thoughts. Consequently, the entire court has become privy to many shocking revelations, leading to an unexpected fondness for gossip, and even an increase in attendance. What? The illegitimate son of the Armory Bureau is corresponding with several young ladies simultaneously, truly a master of time management. Armory Bureau. Which ungrateful wretch has committed such scandalous acts? I shall personally strip the skin from his back. Upon returning home that very day, he ordered a thorough investigation of all the illegitimate sons, and to his astonishment, he discovered far more than he anticipated. An extraordinary scoop. The young master of the Qi State Duke's residence is the husband of Princess Pingyang and the secret lover of General Yunhui. Wow. General Yunhui. Heavens! The 9th prince has a penchant for cross-dressing. He is undoubtedly a cross-dressing master. The Emperor. After the court session, several princes gifted a large box of women's clothing to their younger brother, delighting in the prospect of one less rival. Chapter 1. An Imperial Edict. The heavens have shifted. What? I have become an official? This is utter nonsense. Upon hearing the news brought home by her father, Qingyi was rendered completely speechless. Had this occurred during her civil service examination days, she would have undoubtedly leaped for joy. After all, who does not desire promotion, wealth, and a husband? Yet now, after finally becoming a second-generation official, she is informed that she must attend court. This truly feels like the sky is falling. Could it be that in a past life she committed numerous misdeeds, and in this life is destined to rise early for work? A job seems unattainable, and rising early is even less likely. Ah, father, are you not dooming your daughter? Do you truly believe I possess the qualities to be an official? Qingyi had witnessed parents causing their children trouble, but this was the first time she saw a father ensnaring his daughter. Originally, Qingyi was a recent graduate, having just begun an internship at a company after a month of searching. After finally managing to take a break and stroll through a gym to unwind, a white sedan suddenly barreled into the crowd, recklessly striking several pedestrians. The speed was so swift that she had no time to react before darkness enveloped her, and she breathed her last. It felt utterly unjust. Her life had only just begun, and the most infuriating part was that she had only been an intern for a month without receiving any salary. She seethed with anger. That accursed driver deserves the death penalty. Just when she thought she would meet her end, she opened her eyes. Aha, she was still alive. Then she heard the voice of a middle-aged woman saying, "Congratulations, madam. Your daughter is fair and looks quite spirited." Following that, a melodious voice of a woman rang out, "Frost Moon, reward the midwife." Oh, it turned out she was not dead. No, she was alive. To be precise, she had been reborn. Once more, she had to start over. What a cruel twist of fate. Thus, Qingyi began her journey anew as an infant. For the first few months, she experienced life as a baby, unable to speak or walk, constantly cradled by various individuals. She welcomed those who were handsome or beautiful, while she outright rejected those who were unattractive. Whenever she felt displeased, she simply cried. It was indeed a legitimate opportunity to be a baby, no longer needing to claim she was over 200 months old. When it came time for schooling, she was once again compelled to study. She dabbled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, feeling utterly exhausted in her role as an ancient individual. Although devoid of mobile phones and computers, life remains delightful. In moments of ennui, one indulges in culinary delights and merriment, or perhaps listens to gossip from a secluded corner, reclining in a rocking chair while perusing tales, marveling at how indeed drama springs from life. Thus, she blissfully traversed her coming-of-age ceremony within this home, her parents harmoniously attuned to one another. Her father, devoted solely to his beloved wife, vowed never to take a concubine when he sought her hand in marriage, promising that should he do so, all his wealth would rightfully belong to her. After marriage, blessed with 2 sons, they longed for a daughter, who, at last, graced their lives. The family lavished affection upon their only daughter, elevating her to celestial heights. Her aspirations in life were to lead a tranquil existence as a second-generation official, embodying a laid-back spirit. Presently reliant on her parents, in the future on her 2 elder brothers, and eventually on her nieces and nephews, she envisioned an idyllic life of bliss. However, she was abruptly informed that such a beautiful dream had shattered. No, please don't. Qingyi nearly burst into tears. The ethereal days were slipping away, and she could not bear the burden alone. Yun Xiangshu cast a glance at her, instantly discerning her emotional turmoil. She was feigning tears, looking pitiful. He inhaled deeply, mentally reiterating what he had sought. He must endure. He could not allow her to weep, for the one who would suffer would be him at the hands of his wife. He resolved not to spend the night in the study. Thus, he would have to console her. Ah, my dear, I do not wish for this either. You are my cherished daughter. How could I ever wrong you? I understand that you are not suited for an official's life, thus I have taken it upon myself to dissuade the emperor from this notion, even at the cost of my own reputation, Yun Xiangshu professed earnestly. Yun Qingyi, feeling perplexed, asked, Then? Can I not go? Yun Xiangshu shook his head expressionlessly. What could this mean? Yun Qingyi found herself baffled. So, am I to go? She tentatively inquired. Yun Xiangshu continued to shake his head, remaining silent. Oh, father, just tell me, what is the situation now? Yun Qingyi's curiosity was piqued. What had transpired? She, who had always been an observer of gossip. Leaning close to her ear, Yun Xiangshu lowered his voice. Soon, you will go to the treasury to withdraw 100,000 taels of silver notes. Upon hearing the sum, Yun Qingyi's eyes sparkled. Such a fortune. Yun Xiangshu continued. Once you have the silver notes, you must flee towards the southern regions. The farther from the capital, the better. With each word, Yun Qingyi felt increasingly uneasy. Wait, father. Why must I flee? She could not help but interrupt him. Why would she leave her comfortable life in the Yun residence to venture south? Even if she wished to travel, now was not the time. With a proud expression, Yun Xiangshu declared, Because I know you do not desire to be an official, hence I have refused on your behalf. Yun Qingyi patted her chest, relieved. Thank goodness. She murmured. Father, I love you. Yun Xiangshu immediately responded, then launched into a bombshell. My dear, I love you too. Therefore, I have defied the emperor's decree. Today, the Yun residence will surely receive an imperial edict, either bestowing you an official title or condemning our entire family. After speaking, he glanced at the sky, urging her, There is no time to lose. You must depart quickly. He even squeezed out a couple of tears. This declaration struck Yun Qingyi like a bolt from the blue, leaving her mind in a state of bewilderment, as though she were ensnared in a dream. Defying the decree? A total family execution? Her beloved parents would perish, and her two doting brothers would meet the same fate. Not to mention the countless others in the Yun household who would be left unscathed apart from her. No, this cannot be. It was merely a matter of holding an official position. She could take on that role. No, father, I will not leave. Go tell the emperor that I will serve. Therefore, there must not be a family execution. I demand the imperial decree for an official title, Yun Qingyi asserted with newfound determination. This time it was her own volition. Yun Xiangshu, hearing this, raised his head sharply, seeking confirmation. Really? My dear, please do not compromise yourself for our sake. That would break my heart. Indeed, I am serious. Yun Qingyi nodded earnestly. Yun Xiangshu's face broke into a smile, cheerfully proclaiming, Good daughter, I knew you would respond thus. Therefore, as I prepared to defy the decree, I envisioned the scenario and ultimately concluded that it would indeed be an imperial appointment. Considering the time, we should be nearing home. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp voice rang out from outside. The imperial edict has arrived. With their mother still out shopping and both brothers absent, only Yun Xiangshu and Yun Qingyi knelt in the hall. Above them stood an elderly eunuch adorned with a black official hat, clad in court robes, his waist cinched with a jade belt, the passage of time etched upon his face. Following the eunuch were two youthful attendants holding precious gifts of gold hairpins, jade bracelets, and various jewels. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Yun Qingyi, daughter of Yun Xuyan, the Minister of Revenue, having been observed by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to possess auspicious signs from the heavens. It is further noted that the Yun family's legitimate daughter is well-versed, gracious, gentle, and kind-hearted, possessing elegance and wisdom, and blessed with sharp intelligence. Thus, she is hereby appointed as a divine envoy. So it is decreed. Chapter 2. The cunning old fox and the golden lifesaver, heavenly auspices descended, exuding grace and poise, embodying warmth and integrity, and radiating charm and elegance. Yet, within the heart of Lord Yun, a cold scoff escaped. Truly, it was a remarkable feat to fabricate such extravagant praises for a young girl. Did he not know his own daughter? Heavenly auspices? The household was often in disarray, her tantrums turning the home into a cacophony. Denying her the chance to play would lead to her rolling on the floor, wailing and throwing a fit. What kind of auspices could possibly resemble this? Graceful and poised? What skills or talents did she possess? Her proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting could hardly be called adept, merely adequate at best. Generous? Attempting to coax a morsel from her would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws. Warm and honest? When playfully tussling with her second brother. Her voice calling his name echoed throughout the Yun residence, and when her tears fell, it was her brother who ended up kneeling in penance. Gentle and yielding? When asking for pocket money from her parents and brother, she was relentless, nay, tenacious. Charming and graceful? She spent her days either lounging in a rocking chair with novels or rushing out to play. Dignified and wise. In the sweltering summer, her sleeves were never down, and during family feasts, she would fidget restlessly. Clever and quick-witted? Indeed, she was swift, darting out of school faster than anyone else, and when tasked with chores, she was often a flash. Lord Yun recalled his summons to the palace, attending a council meeting in the imperial study. Upon his arrival, Emperor Qingyi approached him with an unusually genial demeanor. Overcome with trepidation, Lord Yun found himself kneeling at the entrance, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor, with a hearty smile, assisted him to his feet, saying, "My dear minister, rise. I have summoned you to share a momentous piece of news." As they walked deeper into the study, the emperor gestured towards a chair. "Come, sit, Lord Yun." With apprehension, Lord Yun followed the emperor into the study. Upon noticing another individual seated within, he slowly closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before reopening them. It became clear. The esteemed director of the Astronomical Bureau, Lord Yu, was present. Lord Yun greeted him, and Lord Yu reciprocated with a radiant smile. "Congratulations, Lord Yun. A celebration is in order." Having surpassed his 60th year, Lord Yu's snowy hair and wrinkled visage spoke of wisdom. Lord Yun feigned ignorance. What cause for celebration could there be? Emperor Qingyi, seated upon his dragon throne, observed with piercing eyes, "My dear minister, you have been blessed with a remarkable daughter." Startled, Lord Yun stumbled and fell to his knees once more, pleading, "Please forgive me. Your Majesty, my daughter lacks virtue. I shall ensure she is strictly supervised and diligently studies." "Ah, rise, my dear minister." The emperor chuckled. "You misunderstand. I am praising your daughter." "Why such anxiety?" The emperor waved his hand, encouraging him to stand, his lips curling into a slight smile, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Lord Yun stammered, "I feared that my daughter's disinterest in learning had reached your majesty's ears." If only Yun Qingyi were present, she would surely cry out in protest, for she had mastered her studies. Disinterested in learning? The emperor exchanged glances with Lord Yu, sensing a hint of evasion in Lord Yun's words. "You are being overly modest." "My dear minister, Lord Yu, please enlighten Lord Yun about the celestial observations." The emperor, reluctant to burden a young girl with the affairs of the court, turned to Lord Yu. With a nod, Lord Yu began, "My colleagues and I observed the heavens at night and discovered a celestial phenomenon, which we interpreted to signify the Yun residence. The omens suggest a female auspice, and given that Lord Yun has a daughter, it indicates that she is a harbinger of good fortune for our great dynasty." The emperor beamed. "Indeed, Lord Yun, you have given birth to a daughter of great promise. I have decided to appoint her as a divine envoy to serve in court starting tomorrow." The emperor's delight at the prospect of prosperity for the nation was palpable. Before Lord Yun could settle into his chair, he found himself sliding to the floor once again, fervently exclaiming, "This cannot be. Historically, no woman has held office. My daughter is unqualified for such responsibilities. I implore your majesty to reconsider." The emperor, waving his hand dismissively, sighed, "Alas, my dear minister, you are too antiquated in your views. The signs from the heavens indicate her exceptional qualities. Do not be so humble." The emperor signaled for him to rise. And as Lord Yun settled back into his chair, his mind raced. The emperor's serious demeanor suggested he was resolute in his decision. Exceptional qualities? She frequently debated trivial matters with that celestial voice, and even his own punishments had not deterred her. If she were to grace the court, chaos would surely ensue, transforming the stagnant waters into a tempest. Attempting to conceal the truth had proven futile. The Astronomical Bureau had already unveiled her fate. To reject the appointment was certain death. Yet sending her to court was equally perilous. Lord Yun, overwhelmed, slid from his chair and knelt once more, pleading, "Your Majesty, can my daughter refuse?" The emperor coughed lightly. "Naturally she cannot. I have already prepared the decree. However, if you wish for your unworthy daughter to attend court, I beseech you to request a golden lifesaver for your entire family." Bowing low, Lord Yun's forehead touched the ground. The emperor, intrigued, inquired, "Oh? A golden lifesaver for the whole family?" Lord Yun is not one to fear for his life. What crime could possibly involve the entire household? Was he truly intimidated by the prospect of the first female official in history? Had he known the emperor's thoughts, he would surely assert, "How could I not fear? My daughter would undoubtedly turn the court upside down, a calamity from which no life could be spared." Initially, Lord Yun contemplated relocating his daughter to distant relatives, far from the turmoil of the capital. However, with her fate revealed by the Astronomical Bureau, escape was no longer an option. Thus he sought the golden lifesaver. As the saying goes, calamity does not befall family. Let her bear the consequences of her own actions, for she was now grown, and the sky was vast enough for her to soar. The emperor, intending to act unilaterally, hesitated upon recalling Lord Yu's words and swallowed his authoritative decree. With a smile, he responded, "Ah, my dear minister, your fears are understandable. I shall grant your family a golden lifesaver for your peace of mind. Rest assured, your beloved daughter need only attend court. There is no need to compel her into official robes. Let her simply adorn herself beautifully and serve as a good omen." Turning to the side, he instructed, "Su Zongyo, please fetch it." Su Gonggong complied and exited. A golden lifesaver? Such a thing had never been granted in the Great Qing. It seemed the daughter of the Yun family was indeed extraordinary. As Lord Yun knelt in gratitude, he expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious bestowal. I shall serve you loyally and faithfully for the glory of our Great Qing." Such words could be uttered by anyone. Finally, the emperor voiced his curiosity. "Since you have received your request, might I inquire why you appeared so unsurprised by the celestial signs?" Chapter 3. The System Binding. Tianyin Lord Yun proceeded to recount the events of a few days prior during the hairpin ceremony, where Yun Qingyi, seemingly inspired by some divine revelation, began to articulate her thoughts, and her conversations with a celestial voice became audible to all, although she did not speak aloud. Her dialogues with this youthful yet melodious voice were unmistakable. After much contemplation, it seemed only Tianyin could offer an explanation. Lord Yun conveyed the entire account to Emperor Qingyuan, who internally marveled. Indeed, it is a heavenly omen. However, he was quite curious about this Tianyin. Was it truly possible for someone to converse with the divine? He instructed Lord Yun to return home and inform his daughter that the imperial decree and rewards would soon be delivered to the Yun residence. Upon exiting the palace and stepping into the carriage, Minister Yun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, accompanying a sovereign is akin to being with a tiger. Even a wise ruler is merely a cunning old fox. Those entrenched in the bureaucratic realm are all meticulous thinkers, seasoned in their craft. To ensure that he willingly attends court, it is time to employ all of his theatrical skills to let her experience the treacherous nature of the political arena. After all, none have traversed this path without far more experience than she is salt in her diet. The words of Eunuch Su snapped Minister Yun back to reality. "Miss Yun, receive the edict," he reminded Yun Qingyi. Minister Yun nudged her with his elbow, urging her to shake off her daze. Only then did Yun Qingyi come to her senses. She had a tendency to zone out when faced with lengthy speeches. She quickly bowed her head in gratitude, declaring, "I accept the edict and shall not disappoint." Fortunately, her mother had instilled many rules in her upbringing. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to respond to such an edict. Is this how she had become an official? A subordinate to the emperor? Eunuch Su handed the imperial decree to Yun Qingyi with both hands, congratulating her. "Congratulations, envoy of the divine edict." Rising alongside her father, Minister Yun discreetly slipped a black pouch into Eunuch Su's hand. "My daughter is new to the bureaucratic world and knows little. I would be grateful if you could lend her your guidance." Eunuch Su, a favored aide to Emperor Qingyuan and the head eunuch, would undoubtedly ease her burden somewhat. At the very least, it might ensure she does not meet an untimely demise too swiftly. Though Eunuch Su found it difficult to refuse Minister Yun's insistence, he graciously accepted the pouch with thanks. The Yun family indeed brings forth auspicious tidings. If the heavens speak true, we may well ascend to great heights. Minister Yun, you worry too much. This is only natural. I must return to report back, so I shall take my leave, Eunuch Su replied, casting a glance at the sky. After bidding farewell to Eunuch Su and his entourage, Minister Yun prepared to slip away. If he lingered any longer, he would surely regain her bearings. "Yi, your father has matters to attend to. Later, I will send your brother to instruct you on affairs of the court. Be sure to listen attentively. Tomorrow, we shall attend court together. Absorb as much as you can and remember it well." With that, Minister Yun hastily made his way toward his study. Yun Qingyi began to speak, but her father's retreating figure hastened away. She had reason to suspect she had been duped. Why did it feel as though she was striking a blow against a wall of cotton, utterly powerless? What could she do but resign herself to the situation? It's all right. It's all right, she reassured herself. At least there would be a salary. She had no idea what rank this envoy of the divine edict held. During lunch, it was unprecedented that her father did not join her. Instead, he sent word that he was too occupied and would be dining in his study. Qingyi narrowed her eyes. Why did she feel as though her father was avoiding her? Was it merely her imagination? After lunch, just as Qingyi was about to take a brief rest, her second brother, Yunhee, burst into her courtyard, exclaiming, I'm back. Upon realizing her brother's arrival, Qingyi's brow furrowed. Why is he here? The commotion of the Yun household was inevitably shared between her and her second brother. In the summer, when Qingyi rolled up her sleeves, he would insist on pulling them down, chastising her for her lack of decorum. During meals, whenever Qingyi found something delicious, Yunhee would eagerly claim it as well, devouring it even faster than she could. With only a 2-year age difference, their shared interests and jovial spirits often led to laughter and noise. Ignoring him, Yunhee entered the room carrying a black box, several books, and a stack of drawing paper. Why are you just sitting there? Come here. Father and mother have asked me to tutor you. I heard you've become an official. That's quite impressive. But the political arena is like a battlefield, so come and catch up. He plopped down onto a chair at the round table and tossed a jujube into his mouth. Qingyi silently observed her brother before slowly making her way down from the bed. Yunhee grabbed a peach from the table, biting into it with a satisfying crunch, and urged her, hurry up, we must finish before it gets dark. Father said if we don't finish, we can't eat. Don't think you can delay my meal. By the time she reached the table, he had already consumed a peach and 7 or 8 jujubes. Where's your elder brother?
Yunhee presset her temples.
Yunhee sighed dramatically. Alas, do you think I wanted this? It's just that brother is busy, so he sent me instead. With all these books and drawing papers, I feel like we might not even get to dinner. If you don't finish your work, I'll be the one who gets punished. This burdensome task was not one he had volunteered for. However, their father insisted that in case of emergencies, he too should learn about the bureaucratic world alongside his sister. Yet, with his carefree demeanor, he was clearly not fit for official duties. He had little interest in the court. If one were to ask what piqued his interest, it would undoubtedly be wealth. Qingyi thought, great. He has said it all. What more can I add? Thus, the entire afternoon was spent with Yunhee instructing Qingyi on the officials depicted on the drawing paper and the nuances of the bureaucratic realm. With so many volumes of material, how could one possibly remember it all? Sigh, both Yunhee and Qingyi sighed in unison. Last-minute cramming was not as simple as it seemed. Observing his sister's struggle, Yunhee realized this approach would not suffice. She could not retain the information. He needed to devise another plan. After all, no one could jeopardize his mealtime. With a spark of inspiration, Yunhee suggested, how about this, Just remember that civil officials wear robes embroidered with flying creatures, while military officials wear robes adorned with terrestrial beasts. Qingyi checked the drawing paper and found his assertion to be accurate. The designs for civil official robes included first rank, phoenix, second rank, egret, third rank, peacock, fourth rank, cloud goose, fifth rank, white heron, sixth rank, heron, seventh rank, waterbird, eighth rank, quail, and ninth rank, blue jay. The military official robes featured first rank, qilin, second rank, lion, third rank, leopard, fourth rank, tiger, fifth rank, bear, sixth rank, flying horse, seventh rank, xiezi, eighth rank, fish, and ninth rank, seahorse. As for the names and positions of individuals, remember as many as you can. If you can't recall them, do not worry. Our father will surely find someone to guide you. Just as Yunhee concluded, he suddenly had a revelation. Drawing in a sharp breath, he exclaimed, oh wait. You seem to hold the same rank as a princess. Goodness gracious, this must be a sign from our ancestors. Their father, as a minister of revenue, had only just attained first rank, while his sister had been granted a title on par with a princess. Surely, this was a sign from the heavens, not merely from one ancestral grave. If Minister Yun were to learn of his son's thoughts, he would undoubtedly wield his ruler in reprimand. Chapter 4. Rising early. A different day. Qingyi was utterly bewildered. What? Is my rank so high? I thought I was merely a mascot? How much will my annual salary be? She asked excitedly. Naturally, the foremost concern for any official is their salary and time off. Yunhee flipped through the books and quickly found the page detailing salaries. Grinning from ear to ear, he pointed at the text, exclaiming, "We've struck gold. The annual salary for a second-rank official is 1,300 taels of silver and 1,300 measures of rice. This is indeed a windfall. Yun Qingyi beamed with joy as well. This truly felt like a pie falling from the sky. Seizing the moment while Yun He was distracted, she engaged in a conversation with the system. Guabao, you've only just bound with me for 2 days. How could the Astronomical Bureau predict such auspicious tidings? Is this fortune somehow linked to you? The system immediately retorted. Impossible. I am not human.
Besides,
The bestowed title is yours. You are overthinking it. And please, do not call me Guabao. It sounds so awkward. Despite the system's assertions, Yun Qingyi could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Nonetheless, her attention was diverted by the system's final remark. Not calling you Guabao. Should I call you Guagua? Guazi? Guawa?
little Gua, system, Tongzi,
Upon hearing these various nicknames, the system was left somewhat speechless. The system replied, Fine. Let it be Guabao then. It sounds more normal compared to the others. After all, I do not wish to be referred to as Guawa. From the very first exchange between Yun Qingyi and the system, Yun Heyu was aware of this. He fixed his gaze on Yun Qingyi for a few seconds before hastily averting his eyes, for their father had warned the entire family. They were to avoid provoking Tianyin lest they incur the wrath of the celestial deity. Yun Qingyi glanced at her brother, who was pretending to be busy with a plethora of feigned actions, before continuing her conversation with the system. Are you certain that this system has no bugs? Sometimes. She sensed that her family regarded her with peculiar expressions. Even her second brother, who usually sparred with her, could at times become unsettlingly silent. The system, flustered, exclaimed, Impossible. I am the most perfect Guabao system. How could I possibly have flaws? After declaring this, as if eager to prove its worth, it hastily guided Yun Qingyi to indulge in some gossip. The system chuckled. The black food box your second brother is covering with his hand contains your favorite red bean cake from Qianshansu, but he has pilfered 2 pieces. Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Heyu's fingers, which rested on the food box, twitched slightly. No way. He knew this too? If not now, when would he make a move? Yun Heyu quickly rose, placing the food box from the stool onto the table, and said swiftly, This is the red bean cake that mother specifically queued for you at Qianshansu. You've worked hard today. Please take a good rest. I shan't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave. With that, he slipped out the door. Aha! Yun Heyu, you've stolen my food again. Yun Qingyi cried out in exasperation as she opened the food box. Qianshansu is the finest pastry shop in the capital, where one must endure a lengthy queue. Moreover, each person is limited to purchasing 8 pieces of one type of cake, and can only choose 3 types, as supplies are limited. The following morning, before dawn, while the roosters had yet to crow, Yun Shangshu summoned Yun Qingyi's personal maid to rouse her. Yun Shangshu had decreed that, by any means necessary, she must rise today. She could not afford to miss the morning court assembly. Thus, Yun Qingyi, still drowsy, was attended to by her 2 maids, Qingdai and Mujin, who helped her prepare. All while her eyes remained shut. Miss, may I serve breakfast now? Mujin prepared the meal, glancing at the dozing Yun Qingyi. Still half asleep. Yun Qingyi's mind was clouded with fatigue, and she did not respond. Qingdai, feeling a pang of sympathy, looked at Yun Qingyi and said to Mujin, Alas, our miss is truly suffering. When has she ever risen this early? Let us pack the food in a box and take it with us for her to eat on the way. Thus, with her eyes closed, Yun Qingyi was escorted by Qingdai and Mujin to the entrance of the Yun residence. There, waiting to depart for court was Yun Shangshu, accompanied by Lady Yun. This child is indeed not surprising at all. Can she manage in this state? Lady Yun gazed at Yun Qingyi, whose eyes remained shut, her expression filled with concern. Her daughter was exceptional in every regard, yet she tended to be rather willful. Yun Shangshu closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Whether she can or cannot, she must, he declared, whether awake or not. She has to be up. After stating this, he instructed Qingdai and Mujin to assist Yun Qingyi into the carriage behind them. Only then did Lady Yun notice that 2 carriages were indeed waiting at the entrance of the Yun residence. Husband, what is the meaning of this? Why not share the same carriage with ye? Lady Yun inquired, her curiosity piqued as she clasped her handkerchief. Yun Shangshu shook his head, explaining that there were distinctions between the genders, especially since their daughter had grown up. It was time to let go. The sky is high, and the birds must fly. Primarily, sitting next to his daughter was too perilous. He wished to live a few more years to accompany his wife and children. Lady Yun nodded in agreement, murmuring, Indeed. That makes sense. Yun Shangshu then called out, Qingfeng, from now on, you shall always accompany the young lady. safeguarding her safety at all times, understood? A youth of around 20 emerged from behind Yun Xiangshu. He possessed fair skin and delicate features, exuding an air of elegance, mixed with a hint of aloofness. Qingfeng accepts the order and will vow to protect the young lady with my life. Qingfeng knelt, casting a solemn glance at the sword at his side. Yun Xiangshu waved his hand, signaling Qingfeng to proceed and protect Yun Qingyi. Qingfeng nodded and took his place in front of Yun Qingyi's carriage. Upon hearing that her father had dispatched Qingfeng, Yun Qingyi's mind suddenly became considerably clearer. Father, I have requested Qingfeng for quite some time, yet you never granted him. Fearing I might act recklessly due to his looks. Why have you sent him to me today? Yun Qingyi, half asleep, lifted the curtain of the carriage to address Yun Xiangshu at the entrance. She had asked her father for Qingfeng every year, but he had always declined, claiming he feared she might be swayed by his beauty. What a joke! Would she really be that superficial? Although, perhaps she might tease him a bit, but physically. Oh, but Qingfeng was said to be highly skilled. Perhaps he wouldn't be so easily approached. Yun Xiangshu replied gravely, times have changed. With that, he proceeded towards his own carriage. Yun Qingyi was left bewildered, pondering what he meant. With Qingfeng now in attendance, Yun Qingyi opted to leave Mujin at home, taking only Qingdai with her as they set out. Unable to fathom the situation, she promptly fell back asleep. The morning court assembly commenced at the hour of Mao, between 5 and 7 o'clock. Rising time was at the hour of Yin, requiring her to wake at 3 o'clock to prepare, departing by 4. Yun Qingyi felt a wave of despair. Oh, what a wretched fate. This was even earlier than a morning shift, and she had no desire to attend. Whoever wanted to go could do so. What kind of good person rises at 3 to prepare, eats breakfast by 3:40, and sets out by 4, only to commence work by 5? Yun Qingyi slept soundly, while Qingdai dared not close her eyes, vigilantly overseeing Yun Qingyi's grooming, ensuring everything was in order. Upon reaching the east flower gate of the palace, Yun Qingyi was roused from her slumber, as the carriages and attendants could not enter the palace grounds. The remainder of the journey was led by Yun Xiangshu, guiding Yun Qingyi towards the Taiya Hall. Drowsily, Yun Qingyi traversed for 20 minutes until they finally arrived at the Taiya Hall for the morning assembly. Chapter 5. The Morning Assembly, the Emperor's Great Gossip. Along the way, officials greeted them with courtesies, and each time Yun Xiangshu tugged at Yun Qingyi's sleeve, she would smile and return the gesture. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yun Xiangshu explained, "My daughter has not yet awakened. I beg your indulgence." As the imperial decree was issued, the entire palace, indeed the entire capital, was left astonished. This young woman was granted an official position at court, ranking alongside a princess. Such a precedent had never occurred before. Many officials who had planned to take leave decided against it, driven by an insatiable curiosity about this oracle envoy's unique qualities. As the hour of Mao approached, the basic assembly of officials had gathered, and Yun Qingyi, unsure of where to stand, was directed to position herself behind her father. Soon, Emperor Xingyuan arrived, and as the officials knelt in reverence, Yun Qingyi stole a glance at him, out of the corner of her eye. Emperor Xingyuan appeared to be in his 40s. Adorned in an opulent dragon robe, crowned with a jewel-encrusted diadem, and he entered the grand hall with a composed demeanor, taking his seat upon the dragon throne. His elegantly arched eyebrows and the onyx-like glimmer of his eyes radiated a warm brilliance, his handsome visage exuding an innate nobility and an aura of regality that commanded the respect of all. With a slight smile, he addressed the assembly, "All rise." After the officials expressed their gratitude and stood, Yun Qingyi mimicked their actions, blending in seamlessly. "Guabao, do you think they can stand still for 2 hours without moving? Aren't they tired? I'm already fatigued before I've even begun standing. Oh, dear. If only someone could provide me with a chair to sit." This sentiment resonated with the contemporary youth who would prefer to sit rather than stand, lie down instead of sitting, avoid movement whenever possible, and stay indoors if they could. Yun Qingyi embodied this mindset. The system reassured her. "Fear not, host. Endure just a little longer. It will only be for an hour. Later, I shall regale you with tales of their gossip, and you shall find it less tedious." The ministers in the court and the Emperor Xingyuan, Su Gonggong, were momentarily taken aback by the melodious and clear voice of Yun Qingyi. Soon after, the emperor regained his composure and chuckled. "Ah, I almost forgot. Su Gonggong, please grant a seat to the divine envoy." In a short while, Su Gonggong dispatched someone to bring a royal chair to place before the emperor's left side. This royal chair, a piece of furniture exclusively crafted for the emperor, symbolized imperial dignity and status. The ministers exchanged glances, acknowledging the exceptional nature of this daughter of the Yun family. Minister Yun closed his eyes briefly, feeling increasingly certain that assigning her the best martial guard was indeed the right decision. After Yun Qingyi expressed her gratitude, she took her place amidst the officials and princes. Wasn't it a bit peculiar? In the entire court, only she and the emperor were seated. Nevertheless, there was a fleeting joy in this morning assembly, for it was filled with handsome, young men. The princes were each more striking than the last, and some officials were quite handsome as well. Guabao, do you also have the function of granting wishes? Yun Qingyi was momentarily stunned, thinking of what she desired. The system replied flatly, Host, do I resemble a tortoise? Confused, Yun Qingyi responded, Not at all. The system retorted with a hint of amusement. Exactly, I am not a wish-granting tortoise. It lacked that function. Emperor Xingyuan perked up his ears upon hearing the words of the heavenly voice and couldn't help but smile. Yun Qingyi sighed. Sigh, this morning assembly starts too early. I can hardly rise, feeling both hungry and drowsy. Observing her fatigue, the system suggested, How about I share 2 juicy tidbits to perk you up? The crowd eagerly leaned in, ready to hear the gossip. Yun Qingyi patted her stomach. But I'm hungry. I feel starved as soon as I start work. Let us gossip later. I'm too tired and hungry to focus. The ministers exclaimed. Speak up? Emperor Xingyuan interjected. Not sharing? That one tea do. Divine envoy, it is likely you haven't had breakfast yet on your first assembly. Su Gonggong, take the divine envoy to the neighboring hall for a meal. From now on, a quarter of an hour will be allocated for breakfast at the start of the assembly, with the Anhao Hall providing morning meals for all esteemed ministers. The ministers were overjoyed to hear this. They had either eaten before or after the assembly previously. Su Gonggong led Yun Qingyi to the Anhao Hall, leaving the other officials waiting. They understood that this was a signal to discuss matters privately. As expected, Emperor Xingyuan warned them not to disclose anything they overheard from the heavenly voice or Yun Qingyi's conversation, lest they invoke divine wrath. After finishing her breakfast, everything proceeded as usual. The officials began to present their matters, and Yun Qingyi listened for a while, finding everything satisfactory and unremarkable, thus allowing herself to daydream. Guabao, work is so dull. Do you have any explosive gossip to share? Let us indulge in some fun. The system cheerfully responded. Indeed. Moreover, it concerns a major scoop about the emperor. Would you like to hear it? The ministers gasped. Yes. Emperor Xingyuan pondered. What gossip could he possibly have that warrants such a title? Unbeknownst to them, the voices in the court grew quieter as everyone discreetly glanced towards Yun Qingyi. Upon hearing the mention of the emperor, Minister Yun felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the precariousness of discussing the sovereign in such a manner. Just as he contemplated clearing his throat, Emperor Xingyuan shot him a warning glare, discouraging any outburst. Surrendering, he thought, so be it. At least he had a life-preserving token. Yun Qingyi, engrossed in her daydreaming, perked up at the mention of the emperor's gossip. What is the gossip? What is it? The system slowly divulged. Despite his imposing demeanor, last night he was punished to copy names 199 times. Yun Qingyi paused momentarily before bursting into silent laughter. Ha ha ha, 199 times, how romantic. It must have taken quite a while. But who would dare to penalize the emperor? The others were equally curious, questioning who could possibly reprimand the emperor. The system teased. Of course, it was the empress. Due to the depleted national treasury, the riches and jewels bestowed upon you were sourced from the empress's collection in the harem. The empress, both furious and helpless, ultimately ordered him to copy her name 199 times, and afterward, he had to sleep on the floor. Yun Qingyi couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. Uft, hurrah, the mighty emperor is henpecked. No wonder the treasures he gifted me were such a hodgepodge. If he had simply increased my salary, I wouldn't have minded. Who would have thought the treasury was so depleted? What on earth is bronchitis? However, no one could have anticipated that the emperor would sleep on the floor. At this moment, Emperor Xingyuan felt his ears growing warm, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. Did he not care for his dignity? Moreover, his actions were merely a form of resourcefulness. The jewels and accessories from the harem were all pristine. Surely,
It was acceptable to borrow from them.
it was merely a matter of expectations. The heavenly voice truly was remarkable, knowing such intimate details even his closest eunuch, Su Gonggong, was unaware of. Perhaps it was indeed true that man acts, while heaven observes. Chapter 6. The Imperial Hospital. Selling fake medicine. The crown prince glanced at his father, surprised by how capable his mother was. The other princes sighed, realizing their own mothers lacked the cunning of the empress. The courtiers looked at the emperor with newfound camaraderie, astonished to discover that he, too, was subject to punishments such as sleeping in the study on the floor. However, the depleted treasury was not merely an excuse. It was genuinely empty. Emperor Qingyi felt uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the ministers, yet he maintained a dignified posture. He, too, was unwilling. It was not merely the treasury's emptiness, but rather the necessity for him to supplement it himself. Lacking his own funds, he had given all his money to the harem, forcing him to drain the harem's resources. Since the harem was under the empress's control, managing one person was far easier than dealing with a multitude. He had to make a choice. The system concurred. Though the treasury is indeed lacking, your emperor is still a commendable ruler, willing to sacrifice from the harem to provide rewards for you. Compared to the foolish and incompetent emperors I've encountered previously, he is light years ahead. Qingyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, upon my arrival this morning, he allowed me to sit during the assembly and even kindly inquired if I had breakfast. The rewards were generously bestowed, affirming him as a diligent and benevolent emperor. The emperor's expression began to brighten. He deemed himself a devoted ruler. If he were to receive praise from heaven, it might indicate his competence as an emperor, ensuring his name would be inscribed in the annals of history. The system took interest in this topic, elaborating on examples of other foolish and incompetent emperors. As Qingyi listened, she momentarily forgot they were still in assembly. And the others grew increasingly animated as well. Although they were daydreaming, the assembly continued to function normally, albeit with hushed voices, as attention drifted towards Qingyi. After discussing several other emperors, the system suddenly remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. Your emperor has been feeling a bit irritable lately. Can you guess why? Upon hearing the heavenly voice, everyone nodded in agreement. The emperor's recent mood had affected them all, and they were eager to discover the reason. Minister Yun felt a wave of dread wash over him. Here we go again. Why must they discuss the Son of Heaven? Who knows how many times his life-preserving token can save him? If all else fails, perhaps he should find a place to bury himself. Qingyi, ever the dutiful listener, asked, why? The system continued. This is due to the Empress Dowager's prolonged illness, which has been fluctuating without improvement, causing great distress to the emperor. Filial piety is paramount, especially for the emperor. The officials present suddenly understood much better. No wonder the emperor was in such a foul mood. Qingyi quickly responded. Ah. The Empress Dowager is ill? While the emperor is indeed dutiful, this is rather mundane news. The system, fully aware of her implication that it lacked excitement, promptly revealed a more scandalous twist. Not so fast. The plot thickens. The Empress Dowager's condition has not improved because the Imperial Hospital has been peddling counterfeit medicine. Counterfeit medicine? Qingyi, along with the officials and Emperor Qingyi, were perplexed. How can traditional medicine be counterfeit? Qingyi voiced the collective bewilderment. The system elaborated. What if similar-looking substances are substituted in the prescriptions? For instance, mulberry twigs instead of astragalus, balloon flower in place of ginseng, and angelica masquerading as ligusticum, blurring the line between genuine and fake. Who could discern the difference? Or they might use herbs cultivated for just a few months, passing them off as wild varieties, significantly reducing their efficacy while increasing the frequency of consultations. This revelation left Qingyi astounded. Emperor Qingyi and the officials expressed their shock as well. But how could such forgery go unnoticed? Would the Imperial Hospital dare to administer counterfeit drugs to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager? Indeed. This was a matter of life and death. The officials silently acknowledged. The system continued. Do not underestimate those in the Imperial Hospital. They would never use counterfeit drugs on the Emperor, so what he consumes is indeed authentic. As for the Empress Dowager, if only 1 or 2 medicines are switched, no one would notice. Given her advanced age, no one suspects her recovery to be slow. Likewise, the harem is filled with frail ladies, and no one raises an eyebrow. After all, who would suspect that the ancestral remedies could be exploited for profit? This is truly criminal. Is there no one to intervene? How could such a large institution remain unaware? Emperor Qingyi perked up, eager to learn the reasoning. The system chuckled. Naturally, the entire Imperial Hospital is complicit in cahoots. The only physician who suspected wrongdoing was relegated to fetching water in the back courtyard, warned that if he spilled any secrets, his elderly mother would not live to see another day. An individual without connections or support could hardly stir any trouble. He must endure humiliation and bide his time. Emperor Qingyi's expression darkened. Such events unfolding beneath his very nose were unforgivable. The officials lowered their heads in unison. A storm was brewing. If what Tianyin and Qingyi said were true, many lives would be lost today. Blood would stain the Imperial Hospital. Emperor Qingyi signaled to Eunuch Su. who promptly gathered a team to investigate the matter thoroughly. Meanwhile, the court session continued. And Emperor Qingyi regarded Yun Qingyi with the eyes of one who had discovered a treasure. She was indeed a harbinger of good fortune for his great nation. He firmly believed that with Yun Qingyi by his side, the treasury of Dexing would eventually flourish. It was merely a matter of time. This inquiry had already unveiled the corruption within the imperial hospital. Without her, he might have remained oblivious to the machinations of those aged officials until his dying day. Those aged officials of the imperial hospital were truly despicable, feasting on the salaries granted by him while scheming against his mother, his consorts, and his children. Your Majesty, I bring forth charges against young Master Ning, who, relying on his status as a scion, has forcefully abducted common women and plundered thousands of taels of silver, all while committing heinous acts against the innocent. This matter cannot be overlooked any longer. An elderly man clad in an old dark blue dragon robe spoke with fervor. Despite being over 60, he remained vigorous and full of vitality. The passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with intensity as he presented his accusations without mercy. He was none other than Prince Huiping, the Emperor's uncle. Soon, officials aligned with Prince Huiping voiced their agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, a prince is not above the law. Young Master Ning has long been a notorious troublemaker, and such conduct is utterly unacceptable. Yes, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Yun Qingyi's attention was captivated, and even the system perked up, listening intently. The court was now divided into two factions, with officials arguing passionately, akin to a fierce debate. Yun Qingyi felt an urge to applaud. It was truly riveting. Your Majesty, young Master Ning is notorious for his arrogance in the capital as a troublemaker, and his behavior now is utterly intolerable. Here is the evidence we have uncovered. I implore Your Majesty to review it. A minister in deep green robes embroidered with tigers presented a memorial, while a young eunuch delivered it to Emperor Qingyi. Before the emperor could peruse the document, the faction aligned with the Ning family rushed to defend him. Your Majesty, you must not heed slanderous words. Although young Master Ning may be somewhat headstrong, his character is well known to all. He would never commit such atrocious acts, nor would he abduct common women. Indeed, Your Majesty, we cannot take their accusations at face value. If such acts truly occurred, why have the common people not raised their voices in protest against young Master Ning? The Ning faction asserted, defending young Master Ning's integrity. The Huiping faction was not to be outdone, swiftly presenting counter-evidence. His character is impeccable? Does the Chancellor not fear ridicule? Was it not young Master Ning who overturned a vendor's stall just days ago? Many witnesses in the capital can attest to this. It has spread far and wide. Was it not young Master Ning who broke a man's south hand on the street just 7 days ago? Surely, it could not have been a ghost. Emperor Qingyi examined the memorial, his head throbbing painfully, his expression growing increasingly grim. Just as he was about to utter an expletive, he thought better of it. He could not afford to insult the Ning faction while they were present. He tossed the memorial before the Ning faction. What say you? The Ning faction remained silent, clad in their purple robes as before. They moved gracefully through the court, retrieved the memorial, and read it with an air of calm that seemed to permeate the atmosphere. As for these so-called crimes, I have inquired of my mischievous son, and he denies all allegations. If he denies it, then he is innocent. Though my son may be unruly and accomplish little, I can vouch for his character. He would never commit any egregious acts, Prince Ning stated with tranquility. After listening for some time, Yun Qingyi began to piece together the truth. So, dear gossip, is it true that young Master Ning is indeed a villain who abducts women and robs possessions? Emperor Qingyi was about to respond when he heard Yun Qingyi asking Tianyin. He leaned in closer to listen. The system quickly answered, certainly not. His so-called abductions are merely reclaiming women taken by bandits. The plundered silver was also taken from the bandits, and he did not pocket any of it. Instead, he used it to aid the needy. As for overturning the vendor's stall, that occurred because the vendor falsely accused the buyer of breaking already damaged porcelain. Breaking the man's wrist was a consequence of that man groping a woman in the street. In a fit of anger, young Master Ning retaliated. The expression on Prince Huiping's face could no longer be described as merely dark. It was akin to a frigid gale that froze the surrounding atmosphere. You wretched girl. How dare you speak such nonsense? He began, but before he could finish, the quick-witted crown prince and the second and third princes swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him to a corner. Yun Qingyi sighed in admiration. What a misjudgment. This so-called villain is, in fact, a paragon of virtue. He robs from the rich to aid the impoverished, fiercely defends against lecherous scoundrels, and combats deceitful frauds. truly a good man. He seeks no fame or recognition. Such a noble heir is rare indeed. In modern times, he would undoubtedly be awarded for his gallant deeds. Qingyi felt a twinge of curiosity. The system elucidated. The young lord refrains from vindicating his actions out of respect for the reputations of the women he protects. He would rather endure suffering than speak a word. He has been beaten numerous times by the Ningguang, punished to kneel in the ancestral hall and copy family rules. Yet he remains steadfast, a true man of resilience. Qingyi felt a wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears. The young Lord Ning fiercely guards the honor of women. How tragic for this Lord Ning. No wonder people say it is hard to be a good person. Ning Wang's hands trembled slightly. Each strike he had delivered to Lord Ning now manifested as pangs of regret. He had been gravely mistaken, having believed the boy to be arrogant and unruly. In truth, the lad had borne far too much. He had indeed grown up. The officials and Emperor Qingyi were equally astonished by the revelations. How could the rumors have been so misguided? Emperor Qingyi silently took note. Perhaps he should offer some form of recompense, although the royal treasury was nearly empty. Perhaps he could inscribe a few words? That was all he had at his disposal now. Qingyi suddenly pondered. If the money was taken from the bandits, how does the Wang Huaiping know? Isn't that akin to a thief crying "Stop thief"? The system responded eagerly. Naturally, Wang Huaiping is the leader of those bandits. How could he not know if his own treasure was stolen? Qingyi inhaled sharply. Good heavens! Wang Huaiping is the bandit leader? The prince and the brigands are in cahoots? Despite his tattered official robes, which seem so humble and unadorned, it is clear that appearances can be deceiving. The ministers were left in a state of shock. It took a moment for the gravity of the situation to sink in. No wonder these bandits were so resilient. They had an insider. Emperor Qingyi was infuriated, a wave of anger surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The flames of unbridled rage impossible to suppress. The system chuckled coldly. Humble and unadorned? Merely a facade. Despite his worn attire, Wang Huaiping is the wealthiest man in the court, possessing millions of taels of gold. The ministers wore expressions of disbelief. Wang Huaiping, after all, was the emperor's uncle, a member of the royal family. Typically frugal, even if he were wealthy, how could he possibly amass a fortune of 1,000,000 taels? What staggering sum could that be? Wang Huaiping was genuinely panicking now, struggling fiercely, even managing to mark the third prince's hand that covered his mouth with 3 distinct lines. The third prince pressed down harder, contemplating whether to strike Wang Huaiping unconscious, but decided instead to let him hear how he would meet his demise. Qingyi imagined the scenario of 1,000,000 taels of gold, realizing she could not fathom such a vast quantity, having never seen so much gold before. The wealthiest in the court is Wang Huaiping?
Impossible.
He is richer than the emperor? 1,000,000 taels? My goodness! With such wealth, does he not fear discovery? And where on earth does he hide such a fortune? Emperor Qingyi was drenched in sweat. He too longed for wealth, though his monthly salary was 1,200 taels. Maintaining a harem of 3,000 beauties and various rewards consumed a fortune. The rewards, in silver, were funded by his own meager treasury. It was simply untenable to sustain a harem of such magnitude. Emperor Qingyi listened intently, eager to discover where Wang Huaiping concealed this 1,000,000 taels of gold. Evading the scrutiny of the Qingyi, the system, brimming with pride, exclaimed, I know, host. You would never guess. This old thief Wang Huaiping has buried the gold beneath all the plants and flowers, about 2 zhang deep. Even his chicken coop and doghouse are made of gold. Even the most astute Qingyi would never suspect 5 meters beneath the flowers lies gold. Nor would anyone imagine the chicken coop and doghouse are constructed of gold. Chapter 8. The carriage encountered assassination. The next carriage sips tea calmly. Qingyi fell silent. After a while, she finally spoke in her heart. You reap what you sow. Plant flowers and you will harvest flowers. Plant melons and you will reap melons. Plant gold and you will harvest gold. No wonder people say a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The gathered officials could not suppress their laughter. No. The saying of a golden nest or a silver nest being inferior to one's own doghouse applied solely to Wang Huaiping. They could not even compare to Wang Huaiping's doghouse. In that moment, Emperor Qingyi was at a loss, uncertain if his own circumstances could even measure up to Wang Huaiping's dog and chicken houses. 1,000,000 taels. What immense wealth! Emperor Qingyi exchanged glances with the crown prince and the second prince. They understood immediately, rushing off to raid Wang Huaiping's estate. The third prince, still holding Wang Huaiping's mouth shut, dragged him out of the hall and into the prison. Engrossed in the unfolding drama, Qingyi was oblivious to the absence of several individuals from the court. An hour passed swiftly. As the morning court session drew to a close, Qingyi prepared to return for a nap. Just as the ministers were about to depart, eunuch Su appeared seemingly from nowhere. By order of His Majesty, from tomorrow onwards, the morning court will commence at the hour of the dragon, as many of you appeared sluggish today. Eunuch Su announced with a hint of mirth in his tone. The morning court time had been postponed by an hour. As Qingyi walked towards the exit, she conversed with the system. This emperor is quite the benevolent employer. On my first day, not only did he arrange a seat for me, but he also delayed our working hours by 2 hours. Originally from 5 to 7. Now it is 7 to 9, with an additional 15 minutes for meals. I suddenly understand why everyone is willing to serve their lord. Given the chance, I would too. The system, nearly bursting with joy, replied, "Luck has favored you on your first day in court, just as I knew it would for my chosen host." The other ministers internally objected. No, that was because of you. They had not been granted such privileges. Qingyi exited the Taiha Hall, where her father, Minister Yun, awaited her. "Let us go home, father. Did I perform well in court today?" "I sat obediently, doing nothing," Qingyi expressed, her face alight with a desire for praise. Minister Yun slowly closed his eyes. He had said all that needed to be said, though she appeared to have done nothing. She had, in fact, done much. "Let us go." Minister Yun opened his eyes, offering no further commentary. He had no words left. Qingyi responded with an "oh" and obediently followed her father. Just as they were about to exit the palace gates, a male voice called out from behind. "Divine Oracle." "Wait a moment." Qingyi, momentarily taken aback, felt her father pull her back. Only then did she realize that the Divine Oracle was addressing her. They turned to see a minister clad in plain robes, adorned with floral embroidery, hurriedly approaching them. Upon reaching Qingyi, he knelt before her with a thud, bowing 3 times. The first bow, for himself. The second bow, for the nobility. The third bow, for the common people. Because of her, the Imperial Medical Bureau thoroughly investigated, and he was promoted to oversee it. Because of her, the concubines and princes in the harem were no longer harmed by counterfeit medicines. Because of her, no physician would dare to use fake medicines again, thus benefiting the common folk. The director of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Zhang Lingzhou, paid his respects to the Divine Oracle. His gaze was firm and composed, filled with reverence as he looked upon Qingyi. This grand gesture startled Qingyi, prompting her to glance at her father. It had nothing to do with her. She knew nothing. Minister Yun merely cast a glance at the minister's attire and discerned his affiliation with the Imperial Medical Bureau, understanding the reason for his actions. "Let him rise." Minister Yun instructed Qingyi. Thus, she complied with his wishes. "Your Excellency, please rise. I cannot bear such a grand gesture," said Dr. Jiang, slowly rising to his feet. "You have toiled greatly today, esteemed oracle. I shall not disturb you further. I bid you farewell." With a gaze filled with reverence, Dr. Jiang watched Qingyi depart alongside Minister Yun. How this person gazed at her as if she were a deity, exuding an air of admiration. Surely, she was overthinking it. Hastening back to rest, Qingyi cast the matter aside. Outside the palace gates, numerous carriages waited, and soon she spotted her azure carriage alongside Minister Yun's black one. Climbing into her carriage, she began to catch up on her sleep. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a bustling street adorned with vibrant blossoms. The throngs of people flowed seamlessly, shops lined the avenues, and various colorful banners fluttered, painting a picture of antiquated prosperity. Suddenly, a dart was hurled from the second floor of a nearby tea house, hurtling towards Qingyi's carriage like a striking arrow of vibrant hues. The sound of the dart clattering to the ground echoed. Qingfeng swiftly unsheathed his sword, intercepting the dart mid-flight. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the tea house's second floor and did not pursue. Meanwhile, atop the roof, 2 youths, one clad in black, the other in azure, exchanged words. "Brother, why did the oracle's guard not give chase?" the young man in blue inquired. The black-clad youth, exuding an air of aloofness, replied curtly, "You stay." He then soared towards the tea house in pursuit of the assailant. On the other side, one of Minister Yun's guards, named Zhuing, reported, "Sir, the young lady's carriage has been attacked. Shall we go assist?" Minister Yun calmly sipped his tea, replying, "No need. We shall take a detour." He had anticipated such a day, though he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. For every individual wishing to harm her, there would be those desiring to protect her, such as that individual. Qingyi overheard the commotion and inquired, "Qingfeng, what transpired?" Miss, it is nothing, merely someone dropped an item. Qingfeng replied swiftly. Disregarding it, she suggested, then let's stop by Guoyizhai to purchase some fruits on our way back. Obeying her command, Qingfeng guided the carriage towards Guoyizhai. On the rooftop, the young man in black soon returned. A dead man, he stated, having just witnessed the assassin take their own life. The carriage halted before Guoyizhai. The black-clad youth glanced over and said to the young man in blue, "Let us go." "Where to?" The youth in blue queried, perplexed. "Wherever the oracle is, we shall be," he exclaimed. The black-clad youth gave a silent look towards Qingfeng before responding. "He has noticed us." "Who has noticed us?" "Besides that individual, brother. You are the foremost expert in the palace." The youth in blue exclaimed incredulously. The black-clad youth offered no further explanation, leaping down. The blue-clad youth had no choice but to follow suit. In a narrow alley beside Guoyizhai, the black-clad youth looked towards Qingfeng's position, only to find the carriage empty. "Are you searching for me?" came a melodious voice from behind them. Turning around, they were met by Qingfeng, who, upon noticing their insignias, recognized them as royal agents. The black-clad youth addressed Qingfeng. The blue-clad youth quickly understood and added, "I am Zishan, tasked with ensuring the safety of the oracle. Qingfeng, the personal guard of Miss Yun." Qingfeng introduced himself. Chapter 9. A new official takes office. 3 flames. The three exchanged pleasantries and then parted ways. Unbeknownst to Yun Qingyi, who was busy selecting her favorite fruits, a system struggled with a decision before finally informing her. Earlier, while you were in the carriage, Guagua sensed a system fluctuation, likely triggering a protective mechanism. Yun Qingyi's hand trembled slightly as she held an orange, her thoughts growing complex. Goodness, on my first day at work. Someone wants to kill me? Is being an oracle truly such a perilous profession? The system shook its head, stating, Guagua is unsure. It seems as the first female official. Some may disapprove of you, but fret not, for Guagua is a mature system, guaranteeing that any assailants will face dire consequences. In the protective realm of the system, should anyone harbor intentions to harm Yun Qingyi and act upon it, they would encounter their deepest fears or desires, leading them to either self-destruct or fall victim to their own traps, for every individual possesses a weakness. Even if the dart hadn't been intercepted by Qingfeng, it would not have pierced the carriage. On the rooftop, Zishan and the black-clad youth, Zimu, exchanged glances. Brother, it appears the oracle is under divine protection. What shall we do? Double protection, Zimu replied coolly. Their task was to safeguard the oracle and also document every detail of her actions. Zishan produced a notebook, recording the dialogue that had just transpired between her and the divine presence. The emperor had dispatched the two brothers to protect Yun Qingyi, while also chronicling her every word and deed, with the notebook being delivered to him daily. As Zishan wrote, he mused, this is clearly triple protection. How could anyone harm the oracle, even a hair on her head? Pausing, he bit the end of his pen and continued, but truly, this oracle is remarkable. She can converse with the divine and possesses beauty. Our mission is both easy and liberating. Who wouldn't want less work, more reward, and freedom? Zimu cast a glance at the chattering Zishan, who eventually fell silent, prompting him to remind him right. Zishan resumed scribbling, thinking his brother was admirable in every respect, except for being taciturn. Upon arriving home, Minister Yun was greeted by Madame Yun and Yun Hiyu. My lord, how is court today? Did the official portraits you drew prove useful? Why is it that only your carriage returned, and where is Yi? Surely nothing untoward occurred? Madame Yun asked anxiously, gazing down the empty road. Minister Yun flicked his sleeve, a cold smile gracing his lips. What could happen to her? It is others who are in peril. Madame Yun and Yun Hiyu exchanged bewildered glances. What do you mean? What transpired? They both inquired in unison. With gritted teeth, Minister Yun replied. On the first day of court, I exposed the emperor's secrets, the entire Imperial Medical Bureau, and even the estate of Prince Huiping. Yun Hiyu gasped in astonishment. Goodness. Sister has truly stirred the pot. No wonder the Crown Prince and Second Prince took numerous officials towards the Huiping estate this morning. I heard they sealed it off. Is this a compliment? And has father not mentioned that the term stirring the pot should not be used lightly? Minister Yun retorted, somewhat exasperated, even raising a hand as if to strike Yun Hiyu. Madame Yun restrained him gently, assuring, now, this is not Yi's fault. As the saying goes, heaven is watching as man acts. It is merely a case of self-inflicted consequences. By the way, where is Yi? Minister Yun sighed. Just keep an eye on her. She has likely gone to some shop to buy food. With that, he made his way into the estate. By the time Yun Qingyi returned home with her fruits, Madame Yun and Yun He were still standing at the entrance. eager to welcome her back after her first day at court. Has returned. You must be exhausted, Madame Yun said, taking her hand and leading her inside. Even Yun Hiyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, You must be starving, sister. I will have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes right away. Yun Qingyi quickly stopped him, saying, No need to fuss, second brother. I have already dined in the palace. I'm rather tired, and shall head to rest. With that, she bid farewell to her mother and brother, making her way to her courtyard. Yun Hiyu scratched his head, muttering, Since when did the palace start providing breakfast? Seeing his sister did not require him, he slipped out to enjoy the spectacle. Upon her return, Yun Qingyi promptly instructed Mu Jin to remove the adornments from her head, diving into her bed and succumbing to a deep slumber. While she enjoyed a sweet repose at home, the outside world was engulfed in chaos and lamentation. Within a single day, the entire capital buzzed with tales of her as the Oracle's envoy, heralding her fiery commencement in office. The first blaze scorched the imperial harem, where the concubines, princes, and princesses were acutely aware of their father's frugal circumstances. The empress even decreed austerity, forbidding extravagance in the inner palace. The second inferno ignited the Imperial Medical Bureau, resulting in a complete overhaul. The third conflagration engulfed the Huaiping prefecture, leading to the confiscation of the Huaiping prince's estate, with a fortune of 1,000,000 gold pieces seized for the national treasury. Emperor Xingyuan, witnessing the treasury's revival, could hardly contain his joy, smiling throughout the day. This auspicious omen indeed seemed to bring fortune. However, for the Huaiping prince languishing in the dungeon, this was no blessing but a dire omen. After living for over half a century, on the brink of his demise, he faced the prospect of his entire family being executed, their remains likely to vanish entirely. His relatives would surely not escape the fate of exile, military conscription, or enslavement. The magnitude of the offense mandated that the emperor set an example. As night descended, all other courtyards had succumbed to slumber. Yet the candles in Yun Qingyi's abode still flickered. Having overslept during the day, she lay wide awake in bed, engrossed in a novel. Miss, it is late. You should rest. Prolonged exposure to dim light is detrimental to your eyesight. Qingdai gently urged her to sleep. Without lifting her head, Yun Qingyi retorted, Qingdai, what time is it? It is the hour of the pig, Qingdai reported dutifully. Flipping a page of her book, Yun Qingyi replied, Oh, you may retire first. I shall finish this section before I sleep. But Qingdai hesitated to interject. There are no buts. Who is the mistress here, you or I? You must wake me in the morning for my preparations. Obey and go to sleep, Yun Qingyi commanded. Reluctantly, Qingdai complied and retreated to a nearby room to rest. Sighing, Yun Qingyi mused, Alas, I must rise early for work again. How I wish there were a delay. The system, perplexed, inquired, If you must rise early, why not retire early? Unfazed, Yun Qingyi maintained her position, rolling over. If the moon does not sleep, neither shall I. Early slumber is impossible. Only now is a time that wholly belongs to me. The system remained baffled, but host, you are not alone. Guagua is here with you. The two brothers in the house silently concurred, No, there is also us. Zishan discreetly extracted a notebook, jotting down. The oracle seems to revel in the delights of sleepless nights. Chapter 10. As onlookers gathered, the Armory Bureau was in a flurry. Yun Qingyi shook her head, responding, No. You do not understand the joy of staying up late. The system had no retort. The two occupants of the room exchanged glances, each equally bewildered. Brother, don't look at me, I don't understand either. The oracle truly shows no signs of fatigue. I must prepare for sleep. If she utters anything, remember to document it, Zishan declared, seeking a comfortable spot to rest. With an expressionless glance, Zimu regarded his younger brother but received no further response. Abandoning the notebook, Zishan vanished, off to sleep. Thus, Yun Qingyi continued reading until slumber overtook her. The following day, she was once again roused from sleep. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was time for court. After a slight delay, Yun Qingyi reluctantly managed to awaken. Once in the carriage, she promptly fell asleep again, seizing every moment of rest. Upon entering the palace gates, Minister Yun contemplated gently advising her to temper her curiosity today, encouraging her to refrain from gossip and simply sit quietly. A young lady should not be preoccupied with the affairs of others' households. In a daze, Yun Qingyi muttered, Not listening, the melon rind recites scriptures, not watching, the melon rind scrambles eggs. Minister Yun noted, Do not assume he cannot discern that this is not complimentary. You are the melon rind, and your entire family is as well.
Oh.
One must not curse the entire family, for that includes him. The system interjected. Why peel the skin off such an admirable melon? Juninji clarify. No, no. It is not directed at you. It is merely an endearing term for my father. Minister Yun momentarily experienced a pang in his heart, contemplating whether to accept such a term. The officials trailing behind nearly collapsed with laughter, finding Miss Yun to be quite the character, and the day's atmosphere amusing. Yun Qingyi, too, found it delightful, for she was currently enjoying breakfast in a side hall, reveling in the joy of dining during working hours. Some officials had already partaken of breakfast, while others had not. Minister Yun belonged to the former group, and as he stood, numerous officials gathered around him to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Minister Yun. When the oracle ascends to great heights, we hope you will look after us. Minister Yun, your fortune is unparalleled. They praised, remarking on his two remarkable sons, particularly the eldest, who had achieved significant status at a tender age. Recently appointed as the Chief Justice of the Court of Justice, with a limitless future ahead. Observing that the eldest son was nearing the age of coming-of-age ceremonies, one audaciously inquired, such an exceptional young man, has he secured a betrothal? Minister Yun replied, if the eldest son is still unwed, perhaps he could consider my daughter. I have 3 daughters at home. Another chimed in, I too have a daughter in truth. They were not primarily interested in Minister Yun as eldest son but rather in the Yun family as daughter. However, they all understood that the marriage prospects of Miss Yun were not a family affair, thus turning their attention to the other 2 young men of the Yun family who had yet to undergo their coming-of-age ceremonies. Minister Yun remarked, your enthusiasm is intimidating. We have all been colleagues for many years. You are all old foxes, pretending to be innocent rabbits. Who you seek is common knowledge. The glint of ambition was almost palpable. As for why the Yun family, as eldest son, did not attend court, it was simply due to the excessive number of officials. Only those of the 5th rank and above were required to attend morning court, and the eldest son was just at that rank. Upon emerging, Yun Qingyi noted a throng of officials surrounding her father, and sensing the atmosphere, she approached. Seeing his daughter nearing, Minister Yun waved his hand. I am unaware of my daughter's thoughts. This matter shall be discussed later. The other officials, recognizing the time for court had arrived, reluctantly dispersed, lamenting the missed opportunity. Upon her arrival, the officials scattered. Oh no, the melon was not consumed. Emperor Xingyuan's first order of business at court was to smile warmly at Yun Qingyi, whose heart raced at the emperor's unusually warm demeanor today. Why does the emperor's gaze unsettle me so? I have not done anything to warrant this. Other ministers chimed in. Indeed, she has done nothing, yet the 3 fires she ignited blazed with fervor. Emperor Xingyuan responded, this is undoubtedly a meritorious achievement. Oh, the god of wealth. On the very first day, she has significantly replenished the treasury, long in need. Subsequently, Emperor Xingyuan shifted his gaze, signaling to Eunuch Su, who raised his voice to announce the commencement of court. Soon, discussions of state affairs unfolded among the ministers. With the morning court proceeding normally, Yun Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced around the assembly. It appeared that the Huaiping prince was absent today. Perhaps there were other matters at play. But whether one official was present or absent held no significance for her, and she swiftly began to drift into her thoughts. As the crown prince knelt, he began to report, Your Majesty, recently the Imperial Secret Police discovered a cache of gold amounting to millions hidden within the Huaiping prince's residence. I went to investigate and uncovered numerous items for your perusal. Eunuch Su took the memorial from the crown prince's hands and presented it to Emperor Xingyuan. Although the matter had been known the previous day, the findings revealed far more than anticipated. The hoarding of millions in gold and collusion with bandits were grave offenses, alongside numerous other minor details. Yun Qingyi was taken aback, having only gossiped about the Huaiping prince with the system yesterday, and today he had been apprehended. It is truly perplexing whether one should deem him fortunate or unfortunate. The officials knelt in unison, beseeching the emperor, Your Majesty. The Prince of Huaiping has embezzled funds and colluded with thieves, endangering the populace. We implore Your Majesty to punish him. We implore Your Majesty to punish him. Yun Qingyi found herself in a rather awkward position. Neither kneeling nor standing seemed appropriate. The faction supporting the Prince of Huaiping had crumbled, and with the tree fallen, the monkeys scattered. There was no saving him now. It would be wiser to seek a more advantageous position. Humph. Such outrageous behavior could indeed be expected from the emperor's uncle. Given the circumstances, all his assets should be confiscated, and the prince's estate should be purged. The Emperor Xingyuan was incensed. As all present knelt, Yun Qingyi followed suit, relieved not to have to deliberate any longer. The emperor then commanded them to rise and inquired, "Is there any other matter to be reported? Your Majesty, we, the Ministry of War, are in dire need of funds for the production of weapons as our finances are strained. We humbly beseech your Majesty to consider the military situation and allocate funding to alleviate our urgent predicament." The Minister of War, Qingyi, stepped forward. The emperor, somewhat speechless, pondered the request. Had the treasury only just begun to recover, and now they sought to deplete it again? He discreetly glanced at Qingyi, wondering if today might also yield some revenue for the treasury. Qingyi, however, remained oblivious, engrossed in her conversation with the system. "Is there any gossip today to lighten my spirits?" The system promptly replied, "Indeed, there is. The Minister of War's illegitimate son is quite the topic. Would you like to hear more?" Before she could respond, the other ministers and the emperor had already perked up their ears. Absolutely. Since Qingyi and Tianyin had arrived, their court sessions had transformed into events of anticipation. Little did Qingyi realize that her mere presence had significantly elevated the attendance of the court officials. "Of course, I would like to hear it." Always at the forefront of gossip, the officials around her wore faint smiles. Even the emperor's expression softened into a slight grin. Only Qingyi, standing there, was drenched in sweat. He should not have spoken out. How had he drawn the attention of this living nightmare? Chapter 11. Gossip and the Master of Time Management. Had he known to conserve his words, or let a subordinate speak on behalf of the ministry, perhaps this little ancestor would not have set her sights on him. The emperor feigned calculations for the funding amount, while the other ministers remained indifferent to his arithmetic, focusing instead on the Minister of War's scandal. The system chimed in cheerfully. The Minister of War's illegitimate son corresponds daily with 7 or 8 young ladies. And what is more astonishing is that these young ladies are all daughters of officials. Qingyi's eyes widened, his lips parted in shock. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire being frozen in disbelief. The sky had fallen. Qingyi was equally astonished. What? The Minister of War's illegitimate son is corresponding with 7 or 8 young ladies simultaneously. Truly a master of time management. The Minister of War exclaimed. Which unfilial son has committed such a scandalous act? I shall flay him alive. The other officials, lacking daughters, watched the spectacle with amusement, while those with daughters gritted their teeth, ready to punish the scoundrel if any of their daughters were involved. Qingyi continued her inquiry. Are these noble young ladies truly so easily deceived? 7 or 8 letters daily. If this were online dating, he would be juggling a dozen or more. Perhaps he should consider a career in customer service? The ministers exchanged confused glances at the unfamiliar terms. Online? Online dating? Customer service? Surely, a spider's web could not ensnare people. Meanwhile, Qingyi's face darkened. The family disgrace he was unaware of would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital after court. Indeed, good news rarely travels far, while scandal spreads like wildfire. The system eagerly elaborated. Naturally, he exploits his status to entice those noble young ladies, even assigning them numbers to avoid confusion. Occasionally, he writes them love letters to keep them amused. Oh, love letters? Dear gossip, do you know what the content of those letters entails? The other ministers leaned in, eager to discover what kind of talent could simultaneously woo so many ladies. The system excitedly divulged. He writes, You are the wind, and I am the sand. You are the lotus, and I am the root. You are the butterfly, and I am the flower. You are the flowing water, and I am the boat. You are the stars, and I am the night. Is that all? Qingyi was at a loss for words, expecting something more poetic, only to be met with trite verses. The assembled officials shared her sentiment. They had anticipated a literary genius, yet found him lacking even the qualifications of a scholar. The emperor was equally perplexed. It was fortunate such a person had not come to disrupt the court. Qingyi wearily rubbed her temples. Does this man simply write letters at the blink of an eye? Even an octopus could not keep up with him. He is, without a doubt, the top of his field in letter writing, or rather, in online romance. The system chuckled. Engaging in conversation earns him a profit, just as he receives gifts from those noble young ladies each month. How is that not a form of profit? The other ministers scoffed internally. Bah! What a shameless individual. A scoundrel! Qingyi exclaimed. Goodness! Don't tell me this scoundrel takes without giving anything in return, yet accepts gifts from the noble young ladies? The system nodded. Indeed, 3 noble young ladies have recently inquired about when he will marry them. Upon hearing this, the ministers were even more intrigued. The gossip was getting juicier. They too wished to know what the Minister of War's illegitimate son planned to do next. Qingyi gasped. What? Such noble young ladies would even consider such a scoundrel? To think of marrying him is akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Utterly delusional. The officials' faces turned crimson, caught between the urge to laugh and the necessity of restraint. One could only imagine their struggle. Well said. A splendid observation. The system concurred. Naturally, the Minister of War's illegitimate son will not agree, dragging his feet with the preparation of the marriage arrangements. He has no intention of marrying. He merely wishes to continue his flirtation. Qingyi's lips twitched. Today, his son had brought him nothing but disgrace. The officials, now captivated by the sensational news, turned their gaze upon Qingyi, their eyes filled with unspoken words. Minister, you truly have a remarkable son. Qingyi was genuinely curious. I would like to know how he manages his time so effectively. I truly wish to learn from him. I feel I scarcely have enough time to read the stories I enjoy or to sleep. How does he muster the energy to engage with 7 or 8 young ladies simultaneously? I am in awe. The other ministers echoed her sentiments, expressing their own desire to learn from this master of time management, who seemed to waste not a moment. All eyes turned toward Qingyi, silently urging him to inquire how his son achieved such meticulous time control so that his ministry would not remain perpetually overwhelmed. Qingyi's face reddened with anger. He would certainly track down his wayward son and make him pay for this humiliation. After court, he would undoubtedly turn the courtyard upside down to uncover which of his illegitimate sons had brought him such shame. The system nodded. He can indeed manage every second meticulously. And these noble young ladies would never consider becoming concubines. They all believe themselves to be exceptions. But how can there be so many exceptions? The ministers grew more incensed. Their daughters, after years of nurturing, could never be given to an illegitimate son as a concubine. The mere thought was preposterous. Upon returning, one must ascertain whether it is indeed one's own daughter. Such a scoundrel must never be contacted again. Qingyi, upon sensing that the discussions among the officials in the court had almost faded into silence, raised her gaze. The Emperor Qingyi hastily turned his head, having initially been engrossed in observing her direction, and closed the memorial. I am already aware of the matters concerning my beloved minister. The specific allocation will be discussed and confirmed before disbursement. However, while state affairs are undoubtedly of paramount importance, familial matters must not be neglected. The Emperor addressed Qingyi, the Minister of Military Supplies, implying the need to properly educate one's offspring. Having indulged in a morsel of gossip, he felt obliged to approve the funding, especially since the wear and tear of military supplies warranted it. Qingyi, eager to return to his duties, quickly acquiesced. Qingyi lowered her head once more, indulging in her idle musings. It turned out that she had overthought the situation. The ministers stood rigidly, their solemn and dignified expressions conveying a sense of gravity. Their visages were austere, eyes laden with the weight of worldly insight. Is it any wonder that they have ascended step by step? While the emperor spoke, they not only listened attentively, but also maintained their posture impeccably. A look of immense pride illuminated the emperor's face. Naturally, he was a sagacious ruler, one who would elevate officials of genuine merit and diligence in governance. The system interjected immediately. Not necessarily. Chapter 12. The discussion regarding the purchase of official positions by the Minister of the Supreme Court is a capital offense. What does that imply? Qingyi was taken aback. The emperor was equally bewildered, his smile frozen on his face, unable to retract it. Qingyi incredulously remarked, "Surely, it cannot mean what I think it does?" The system nodded. Indeed, it means precisely what you suspect. There exists an official in the court whose position was not attained through examination but rather purchased. The ministers collectively inhaled sharply. The buying and selling of official positions is a grave crime, one that could cost a man's head. Who would dare to be so audacious? The emperor clenched his fists, and the atmosphere in the court descended into an eerie tension. He had never considered the possibility of purchasing an official position. For what purpose? The sale of titles and rampant bribery only served to burden the common folk, leaving impoverished scholars without hope for advancement. Those who purchase official positions would exploit their power to oppress the populace, amassing wealth for their selfish desires at the expense of the local citizenry. Minister Yun closed his eyes in resignation. Today, another head would surely roll.
Qingyi exclaimed, "Ah!"
But aren't only officials of the 5th rank and above allowed in court? If there is indeed an official here who has bought their position, that is exceedingly bold. Moreover, with so many departments, how could it possibly escape the emperor's notice? That would suggest the emperor is utterly inept. The ministers gasped in shock. To imply the emperor's incompetence before his very eyes was a tremendous audacity. Minister Yun clenched his fist, preparing to cough as a subtle reminder to her to exercise caution. However, a single glance from Emperor Qingyi silenced him. The The system shook its head. It is not that the emperor is incompetent, but rather that individuals are exceedingly cunning. If one begins by purchasing a low-ranking position, who would pay them any heed? Gradually climbing the ranks, who would suspect that their position was bought? The process is inconsequential. What matters is the outcome.
No wonder.
The emperor's expression darkened. How audacious to have the buying and selling of official positions occurring right beneath his nose. In an inconspicuous corner of the last row, a man clad in light crimson official robes was sweating profusely, barely able to maintain his composure. The only two words echoing in his mind were, "It's over." A nearby colleague, noticing his unease, kindly inquired, "Minister Zhu, are you unwell?" The man in light crimson did not respond, merely shaking his head frantically. No, it was impossible. With so many people in the court, they could not possibly know it was he. Soon, however, his naive thoughts were shattered. Qingyi queried the system, "Guabao, do you tell me secretly, who among this court has the audacity to purchase their official position?" Indeed, who could it be? The ministers leaned slightly forward. Their curiosity piqued to discover who had infiltrated the ranks through purchase. Even Emperor Qingyi shifted, leaning slightly closer to Qingyi. The system chuckled. "Host, they cannot hear you. So, why the secrecy? As for the individual who purchased their position, it is naturally Zhu Xiangming, the minister of the Supreme Court, primarily tasked with assisting the court in reviewing internal and external memorials, as well as sealed petitions from the subjects."
Ah?
The ministers collectively gasped in disdain. It was him. Those officials who had earned their ranks through hard work or meritorious service despised such opportunistic individuals who gained positions through bribery. How could a man who purchased his office ever serve the populace well? From whence did his wealth originate? The answer was clear to all. The official who had just inquired about Minister Zhu's health wished he could slap himself, hastily stepping away to distance himself from Zhu. Why concern oneself with him when there were better subjects to attend to? Emperor Qingyuan's face reddened with anger as he glared around, akin to a cornered beast poised to retaliate. How splendid! Zhu Xiangming, the minister of the Supreme Court, barely moved before being seized by the third prince, who covered his mouth, while the second prince dragged him away. They did not even require a signal from their father. They instinctively understood that Zhu Xiangming would surely attempt to protest. No one was to draw the attention of the celestial envoy or the divine music. Their tranquility must be preserved. Unbeknownst to Qingyi, in that inconspicuous corner, the protagonist of her conversation with the system had already been taken away. She continued her gossip with the system. So, he originally purchased a low-ranking position and, after a few years, advanced to the 5th rank as a minister of the Supreme Court? The system nodded. Correct. He had previously purchased an 8th rank position and, under normal circumstances, it would take 9 years to ascend from the 8th to the 5th rank. However, through his monetary influence, he achieved this elevation in merely 5 years. The ministers exclaimed in astonishment, wondering how much silver that must have cost. Qingyi too pondered the exorbitant expenses involved. Power truly blinds one with its allure. The system concurred. Indeed, throughout history, the impoverished yearn for wealth, the wealthy crave power, and those in power desire wealth. Having indulged in this gossip for a considerable time, both Qingyi and the system grew weary, and she resolved to take a brief respite. The other ministers, however, were far from fatigued.
Continue.
It has barely begun. And you are already tired? The celestial envoy lacks endurance. Their gazes turned towards Minister Yun, clearly indicating that he should encourage Qingyi to engage in more physical exercise. Minister Yun shut his eyes, feigning ignorance. He would rather Qingyi refrain from further gossip. As Qingyi began to drift into a daydream, Emperor Qingyuan resumed his governance, and the ministers redirected their focus.
Meanwhile,
Zhu Xiangming had been confined in a dungeon for interrogation, while the second and third princes hastily sought evidence of his illicit acquisition of office. The second prince headed to Zhu Xiangming's residence and the Supreme Court, while the third prince delved into the examination papers from Zhu's examination years. With direction and purpose, the results soon emerged. Half an hour later, the second and third princes returned with incriminating evidence, dragging the imprisoned Zhu Xiangming back with them. They warned him that should he dare to speak out of turn before the celestial envoy, his family would not be spared. By the time Qingyi regained her focus, the second prince had already presented the evidence, entirely unaware that the second and third princes had returned after their brief absence. The ministers exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware of the depths of their entanglements, as if nothing could remain hidden. Your Majesty, I have fortuitously discovered that the esteemed counselor of the Tongtianjingxi, Zhu Xiangming, was involved in bribery and collusion a decade ago, whereby he procured the positions of examination candidates through nefarious means. He has engaged in bribery and corruption, willfully flouting the laws of our dynasty. These evidences of his transgressions I humbly present for your perusal. The second prince presented the written accusation, which was received by eunuch Su and passed on to Emperor Qingyuan. Qingyi was taken aback. Was this not the very individual they had been discussing merely half an hour prior? How could he have been apprehended so swiftly? What a twist! How could the protagonist of our gossip just be captured like that? The system pondered. Perhaps it is merely bad luck, as the saying goes. Mention Chow Chow and Chow Chow appears. The act of gossiping often invites such developments. Chapter 13. The Hamlin Scholar's sale of official positions deserves execution. Other ministers concurred. Indeed, it is unfortunate that you have exposed him so thoroughly. How could he not be discovered? After perusing the evidence, Emperor Qingyuan felt a surge of anger. His temples throbbed as though writhing worms beneath his skin. Zhu Xiangming, do you acknowledge your crimes? Zhu Xiangming knelt before the emperor, his heart heavy with despair. I confess my sins, your majesty. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I beseech your mercy for my wife and children. He understood that his fate was sealed and could only hope for clemency towards his family. Qingyi felt no sympathy for such a man. He deserves it. Usurping the positions of diligent scholars should warrant a death sentence. Only through severe punishment will others be deterred, if one has the wealth to purchase an office. Their family must be quite affluent, no? Was it not said that the treasury was empty? Yet here comes someone offering money. The other officials voiced their agreement, particularly with the last remark. This was no gift of money, it was an offering of life. Emperor Qingyuan nodded slightly, finding merit in the suggestion. The system chimed in. Indeed, and there are several individuals of the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks who have purchased their offices. This could alleviate the pressing issue of the empty treasury. The anxious Emperor Qingyuan urged, do provide him with the list. While aware of the existence of such corruption, Qingyi was surprised by the scale of it. So many? Who could possibly be behind such a vast network of positions without drawing the emperor's attention? The ministers shared her curiosity, wondering who possessed such audacity and had evaded detection for so long. A man over 50 widened his eyes, his face suddenly drained of color, as if a chill had coursed from his feet to his head, rendering him rigid and breathless, overcome with terror. Very well. If you reveal the identity of the seller of positions, I may spare your family, Emperor Qingyuan continued, knowing full well the answer would soon emerge. Zhu Xiangming, without a moment's hesitation, knew that even if he remained silent, Tianyin would reveal it. Since his demise was inevitable, he might as well take the opportunity to make amends. It is the Hamlin Scholar, Director Chen. The system gleefully confirmed. It is indeed the Hamlin Scholar, Chen. Two voices resonated simultaneously, and the atmosphere in the court grew deafeningly silent. Upon hearing the name, the man over 50 could no longer stand, collapsing to his knees. The surrounding ministers parted, and Qingyi turned to see the figure, his face a mask of fear. She noticed his official robes were damp. Is this the Hamlin Scholar? Why are his robes so wet? Could it be? The system quickly clarified. Indeed, he is the Hamlin Scholar, Chen, and has soiled himself in fright. The nearby ministers hastily covered their noses and recoiled. So that was the source of the odor. It was indeed his frightful accident. The Hamlin Scholar, in that moment, was at a loss as to where to cover himself, his shame or his face. The ministers could hardly fathom that the head of the Hamlin Academy would engage in such transactions. The Hamlin Scholar, who held the power to issue the emperor's most confidential edicts, such as the appointment of chancellors and declarations of warfare, had abused his authority. Preposterous. Chen, as a Hamlin Scholar, do you not understand that the sale of official positions warrants execution? Emperor Qingyuan's voice rose, filled with fury. How could his trusted officials be involved in such corruption under the guise of selling positions? Chen repeatedly struck his head against the ground, weeping, Your Majesty, I was momentarily foolish. I am guilty. I should not have coveted wealth and engaged in the trade of lowly positions. I am guilty. Qingyi turned to the system, asking, why are these two confessing so readily today, without any resistance? The system replied, perhaps the evidence is irrefutable. After all, both witness and material evidence are present. What defense could they mount? The ministers murmured, resistance is futile, for they have been thoroughly exposed. What more could they hope to achieve? Emperor Qingyuan sternly stated, surely, this is not merely about the sale of positions? Do you truly believe I am a fool? Chen trembled, stammering, I. At a loss for a plausible justification for his crimes, he found himself without recourse. His hands fell limply to the ground. The Book of Rights states that only the virtuous should hold office. My court shall not harbor vile creatures. He inhaled deeply, continuing, yet. Chun Yuza has selfishly pursued personal gain, selling positions, and exploiting his authority to extort wealth from others, causing great harm to the populace and the state. For corruption, bribery, and abuse of power, let his assets be confiscated, his title as Hanlon Scholar revoked, and let him be sentenced to death by execution. As soon as Emperor Qingyuan issued his decree, Chun Yuza's face turned ashen, collapsing to the floor. It is over. It is all over. Soon, the imperial guards entered to drag the Hanlon Scholar away. Emperor Qingyuan's piercing gaze fell upon Zhu Xiangming, his tone sharp and incisive. Each word laden with an oppressive weight that sent shivers down spines. Zhu Xiangming, having engaged in the sale of positions, bribery, and theft of others' wealth, would be stripped of his title as counselor of the Tongtianjingxi, his powers revoked, and he would be barred from holding office for life. His assets would be confiscated. The case handed over to the Duke Yuan for strict legal prosecution, restoring integrity to the court for the sake of the people. Zhu Xiangming, still kneeling, fervently knocked his head to the ground in gratitude. I am deeply grateful for your grace, your majesty, in sparing my life. The guards escorted Zhu Xiangming away. Yun Qingyi was left speechless. Is this truly the formidable emperor? He is remarkably handsome. Yet when enraged, he is truly terrifying. May the luck of the European emperor protect me from such encounters in this lifetime. Though Emperor Qingyuan did not comprehend the meaning of Yun Qingyi's reference to the European emperor, he was nonetheless amused by her tone. He was a wise ruler. Did he truly appear tyrannical? Or was it the execution in the court today that had frightened her? Almost forgetting, Yun Qingyi was still a young girl. Perhaps it would be best to postpone any executions until after court. The other ministers exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. Come now, even without invoking your prayers. How could you possibly encounter such situations in your lifetime? They were being favored by divine fortune, and it was all they could do to keep her safe. How could they ever harm her? As court adjourned, Eunuch Su announced that the next 2 days would be a holiday, and Yun Qingyi could hardly contain her joy. For the first time, the other ministers were uninterested in the holiday, finding court to be far more entertaining. Minister Yun's lips quirked slightly. Did they truly enjoy attending court? It was evident they merely relished the gossip. In terms of the holiday, only the Yun father-daughter duo rejoiced. One was thrilled to escape work and explore, while the other was relieved to be free from the anxieties of court. Chapter 14. The legendary sale of one's body to bury a father after the morning court session. Minister Yun departed in his customary black carriage, hastening away. Yun Qingyi found herself perplexed, questioning why she always sensed her father preferred to keep his distance. Was it merely her imagination? Surely, her father still cared for her. As usual, she settled into the carriage, leisurely making her way back to the Yun residence. The streets were broad and even, bustling with carriages and pedestrians alike, vendors calling out to sell their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. With the new schedule, she felt quite awake after the morning court. From within the carriage, Yun Qingyi overheard the murmurs of the townsfolk. Oh dear, that unfortunate young girl, still so young, has already lost her father. Does she not have a mother? If she did, why would she resort to selling herself? But 20 taels of silver seems rather excessive, doesn't it? If that young master were to come. A tall man with a robust build, a face as broad as a cart lid, and large, drooping ears, adorned in a green satin robe embellished with exquisite silver thread, caught the attention of the crowd. He wore a red tasseled golden crown and a jade belt, his black embroidered boots accentuating his wealth. Make way for me, he barked at the throng surrounding him. Yun Qingyi lifted the carriage curtain, inquiring of the attendant, Qingdai, what is happening ahead? Why is there such a crowd? Qingdai turned to her. Miss, there is a young lady selling herself to bury her father. Should we avoid this path and head home? Oh, the fabled sale of oneself to bury a father? Intrigued, Yun Qingyi quickly interjected, no. Let us stop here and take a look. Qingfeng, the carriage driver, halted the carriage promptly. Yun Qingyi alighted, turning to Qingfeng. You find a suitable place to park the carriage while Qingdai and I investigate. Qingfeng cast a glance at Zimu and Zishan on the second floor nearby and replied, understood. With them present, he felt assured in parking the carriage. Following his gaze, Yun Qingyi looked up and briefly locked eyes with Zishan, who hastily shielded his face with a folding fan and whispered to his brother, Brother, why do I feel as though the divine oracle has spotted us? They remained oblivious to the fact that it was Yun Qingyi's fondness for handsome men that had betrayed their presence. As the young master, the one with the robust build, caught sight of the kneeling woman holding the sign for selling herself to bury her father, tears welled in his eyes. Seeing her beauty, he was struck by an urge to toy with her. Such a lovely girl. How can she be in such dire straits? Why not let me purchase her for 10 taels to serve as my concubine? His coarse voice rang out, prompting the surrounding citizens to murmur amongst themselves. If memory serves, this young master already has 17 concubines, does he not? He wreaking havoc on this poor girl? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you not fear the consequences? Someone cautioned. The Jia family has been in commerce for generations, their tea houses spread throughout the capital. They could afford hundreds of concubines, let alone 18. The kneeling woman remained unmoved, responding calmly. 20 taels.
What?
20 taels? Why not just rob someone? Surely 10 taels is sufficient for a burial,
He boasted.
his tone dripping with arrogance. 10 taels is generous enough for you. He believed that 10 taels would suffice for all arrangements, and she should be grateful for his offer. I'll offer 20 taels, Qingyi chimed in, taking the woman's hand and placing a pouch of money into her palm. As a second-rank official and a provider for the people, she thought it better to alleviate the humiliation the woman faced rather than allow her to endure further indignities. The kneeling woman, feeling the weight of the pouch, bowed deeply 3 times, her voice choked with gratitude. May I ask your name, miss, and where you reside? I shall return after taking care of my father. Qingyi shook her head, nonchalantly replying, no need for such formalities. This money is merely a loan for your immediate needs, not charity or a gift. I admire your courage to humble yourself in such a public setting and am moved by your filial piety. She was merely curious about the act of selling oneself to bury a father, not genuinely intending to purchase her contract. This act infuriated the young master, who erupted with rage, shouting at Qingyi, who do you think you are, you little vixen? I saw her first. Do you not understand the concept of priority? Qingyi regarded him with a look of bemusement. What a raucous dog. There are no leashes on the street, and should it bite, the consequences are yours to bear. Pausing, she continued, and you speak of priorities? You have neither offered payment nor signed a contract. What is wrong with me giving her money? If I am in the wrong, let the law punish me, not a rabid dog barking at me. The young master's face flushed crimson, his breathing heavy, hands trembling in anger. Gazing at Qingyi's beauty, he concocted other intentions, muttering, since you've let my 18th concubine slip away, why not come home with me and be my 18th concubine? Before Qingyi could respond, Qingdai could no longer hold her tongue, exclaiming, Pa,
Dream on.
my lady is not someone you can covet. You should take a good look at yourself and see if you are worthy. Upon hearing the mention of the 18th concubine, Qingyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she sensed a juicy story unfolding. Guabao, do you know who this rotund man is? What morsels of gossip do you have about him? The young master, bewildered by the voice that seemed to belong to the woman before him, wondered if he was imagining things. Did she just call him rotund? Uncertain, he strained to listen. The townsfolk, unable to hear the system's words, could only see the commotion surrounding the woman. The system cheerfully chimed in, of course. No one can evade Guabao's keen eye. This corpulent gentleman was originally named Jia Baixing, later renamed Jia Laikai. At 24, he stands over 6 feet tall, hailing from a family of merchants with tea houses spread throughout the capital. At 18, he married Meng Nanshi, the daughter of the silk shop owner, and within 3 years, he began taking concubines, amassing a total of 17 in just 3 years. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jia Laikai felt a surge of confusion. Who was speaking? He had thought only his parents knew his original name. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became, wiping the sweat from his brow as he felt a chill run down his spine despite the late spring warmth. Chapter 15. Jia Laikai and his 17 concubines, Qingyi, upon hearing he was over 6 feet tall, could not help but glance at him again. Oh, so he is merely a little over 1.60 meters. While it's generally frowned upon to discuss someone as height, how could someone so short possess such an enormous face? Did he not realize he was shorter than his own dog? The system chuckled. Guabao is puzzled. He is indeed wealthy, yet so miserly. Jia Lightsai's face turned a deep shade of anger, his brows furrowed as he hovered on the brink of an eruption. Qingyi, however, was far too engrossed in the unfolding drama to pay him any mind. With so many wives, how does he manage? And his legitimate wife is the daughter of the silk shop owner? How could she have been blind enough to choose him? The system continued, of course. It is the intention of the 2 family heads. A powerful alliance is akin to a commercial marriage. But who would have guessed that after the wedding night, Meng Nanshi would refuse to let Jia Laikai touch her? Qingyi was somewhat perplexed.
Why?
Is it because he is too heavy-handed? The system shook its head. No. Quite the opposite.
Qingyi gasped, ah?
He is incapable? The notion of his inadequacy spun in Jia Lightsai's mind like a top, a heavy stone pressing against his chest. making it hard to breathe. What nonsense are you spouting? Jia Laikai roared, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Qingyi raised his head, looking bewildered.
I didn't say anything.
The surrounding townsfolk nodded in agreement. Indeed, who spoke? Their lips did not even part. Could it be that he is imagining things? The crowd, being candid, speculated that this young Master Jia might not be mentally sound. Otherwise, how could he claim Qingyi had spoken? Jia Laikai began to doubt whether he was truly experiencing auditory hallucinations. Did he genuinely mishear? The system chuckled. He is not merely incapable. Who would have thought that Meng Nanshi would remain untouched even after 3 years of marriage? Every time he attempted to engage, Meng Nanshi would kick him away, refusing him on the grounds of her frail constitution. Thus, she has maintained her virtue for 3 years under the pretext of being delicate. Qingyi quickly pressed on. And then, what happened next? Speak quickly. Do not cease. The system paused mid-narration, tantalizingly withholding information. The two brothers in the shadows were engrossed in the unfolding drama. And Zishan was anxious. Hurry up and tell us. The system took a brief pause before continuing. Subsequently, Meng Nanshi became increasingly frustrated and began sending Jia Laikai concubines. For the first 2 years, these concubines were all arranged by Meng Nanshi, each with a different pretext to be brought into Jia Lightsai's household. Remarkably, the legitimate wife sending her husband concubines, and over a dozen at that, was unprecedented. The two brothers in the shadows were stunned by this revelation, and Zishan diligently took notes. Qingyi nodded slightly. I see. But why did she send so many? The system rolled its eyes. Isn't it because he is incapable? The concubines she sent could not endure it. They felt no joy and wished to leave the household. Qingyi continued to inquire if they all wanted to leave. Why did they not? Why did they stay instead? The system sighed. It is simply because Meng Nanshi provided them with too much. She even taught them to play cards, passing the time with a few rounds. At this point, they should be organizing games. The later concubines of Jia Laikai were actually purchased. Since his concubines did not wish to engage with him, he bought several to showcase his prowess. The system elaborated further. During their encounters, he particularly enjoyed asking them if they were comfortable. Jia Laikai, in his quest to experience the pleasures of an emperor, would flip a card to decide whose chamber to visit. Unbeknownst to him, the cards were rigged by those in the back courtyard. It was not who he thought it was. Rather, it was whoever lost at cards that was sent to him, which is why sometimes he would have the same partner for consecutive days. Qingyi found this amusing. Ha ha ha. Having the same person for several days in a row. What terrible luck. How tragic. Jia Laikai occasionally glanced at the crowd around him, only to find many eyes fixed upon him. Gritting his teeth in fury, he bellowed, You little wretch, just wait until I tear your mouth apart. With that, he prepared to roll up his sleeves, but as he did, a shadow swiftly approached, delivering a kick that sent Jia Laikai flying. He landed 5 meters away, crashing onto a stool.
Ouch.
My backside. Who dares to kick me? Do they not wish to survive in the capital? Jia Laikai sat on the ground, groaning, rubbing his rear. Qingyi was utterly bewildered, wondering how she had offended Jia Laikai, prompting him to want to strike her. However, Jia Laikai was merely posturing, having no true intention to act, thus evading the system's protective mechanisms. It was then that Qingyi clearly saw the person before her, a youthful figure with striking, proud features. Eyes dark as ink and bright as stars, delicate skin, and long, silky hair that shone like obsidian. The young man was tall and slender, exuding an air of noble defiance, clad in a brocade robe with a jade belt, embodying an aristocratic grace. Upon closer inspection, Jia Laikai recognized the one who had kicked him as none other than the young Master Ning of the Ningguangfu, a notorious figure known throughout the capital. I pay my respects to young Master Ning, Jia Laikai stammered, filled with trepidation as he hurriedly rose to kneel before him. The surrounding townsfolk also fell to their knees, except for Qingyi, who remained standing. We pay our respects to young Master Ning. Young Master Ning waved his hand dismissively. Everyone please rise. Only then did the townsfolk stand, preparing to disperse, when young Master Ning's hearty voice rang out, Jia Laikai. Are you aware that insulting a court official warrants 80 strokes of the cane? Jia Laikai looked utterly bewildered. What insult to a court official? Young Master Ning chuckled. How could I dare to insult you? To insult the royal family would surely lead to losing one's head. Jia Laikai responded with a servile tone. He, who spent his days indulging in revelry, was completely out of touch with recent events in the capital. Young Master Ning lowered his gaze to Jia Laikai, his tone icy. Oh, is that so? You do not dare insult me, but you dare insult the divine envoy of the emperor, the esteemed Lord Yin? Jia Laikai shot up with a start, confusion etched on his face. Divine envoy?
Who is that?
Where are they? Who is the esteemed Lord Yun? Young Master Ning turned to Yun Qingyi. Greeting her, young Master Ning sends his regards to the esteemed Lord Yun. Yun Qingyi raised her gaze, realizing he was the young Master Ning she had previously gossiped about. The earlier gatherings had been segregated by gender, and palace banquets were few and far between, so they had never formally met. It was surprising to see that there were indeed many handsome young men in the capital. She wondered why she had seen so few during her outings. Were all the handsome men and beautiful women preferring to stay at home? Greetings, young Master Ning, Yun Qingyi said with a slight smile. She smiled. Young Master Ning felt an overwhelming joy within. Jia Laikai was utterly stunned and hastily interjected, "Wait. The divine envoy is a woman?" Chapter 16. Boss, I pay my respects to you. Upon hearing this, young Master Ning immediately countered. What of it if she is a woman? Has she eaten the rice from your family? Oh, indeed. She is a lady, Yun Qingyi replied with calm composure. Jia Laikai observed the interaction between young Master Ning and Yun Qingyi, increasingly convinced they were in cahoots, attempting to fool him with such an implausible excuse. Young Master Ning continued to tease him. Who doesn't know that in the great Qing kingdom, no woman has ever held an official position? How could a woman serve as an official? Is this not mockery? Jia Laikai scoffed, his nostrils flaring. While young Master Ning was indeed a noble heir, everyone knew he wielded no real power. He was merely a pampered young master. The Jia family st leaves were supplied to the palace, and their annual taxes were substantial, so he was not overly concerned about this so-called young Master Ning. Young Master Ning narrowed his eyes, kindly warning him. That only indicates your ignorance. Jia Laikai, let me remind you, the divine envoy granted by the emperor holds the same rank as a county princess. At this moment, Yun Qingyi was engaged in casual conversation with the system. Hua Bao, I forgot to ask earlier, why is that kneeling woman in such dire straits? Despite the low wages in ancient times, modern ones were not much better. Even as a maid, one could earn 10 taels a year. The system sighed. Alas. This is a tragic tale of a medical malpractice incident. The young lady's name is Wen Yuheng, merely 14 years of age. She lost her mother at a young age, and her father, a well-known doctor in Tianshui City, unfortunately fell victim to a knife attack by a man not long ago, resulting in excessive blood loss and ultimately his death despite attempts to save him. Her younger brother was also struck down by that villain, falling into a state of unconsciousness, while she, having ascended the mountain to gather herbs, narrowly escaped calamity. Young Master Ning felt a pang of unease. It was disheartening to realize that a physician capable of saving numerous lives could not save his own. When Yuheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a solitary droplet fell as she bowed her head in silence. Yun Qingyi's eyes too glimmered with moisture, her voice thick with emotion. Alas, it is indeed a case of medical malpractice. Why would that man resort to violence, given that her family runs a medical practice? How could they have fallen into such dire straits? The system swiftly elucidated, because his wife suffered from a terminal illness and lacked the funds for treatment. Dr. Wen waived her consultation fee and offered to attempt a cure for her affliction, but terminal illness is not easily vanquished. Ultimately, she succumbed, and the man, in his despair, blamed Dr. Wen's incompetence and attacked him. Dr. Wen often allowed patients to defer payment or cover their fees, resulting in the practice's precarious financial state. What era is this? That such an exemplary person still exists? Oh, I almost forgot. This is in the Great Prosperity Nation. Yun Qingyi felt a tumult of emotions. At a time of mourning, did those owing medical fees never consider settling their debts? The system sighed in resignation. They are but chronic patients, helpless in their plight. Hence, when Yuheng had to leave her brother at her aunt's home and journey to the capital to sell herself for her father's burial. By the way, host, as a healer, have you truly no desire to acquire her? In ancient times, healers were a rare treasure. Yun Qingyi shook her head. No, she may take any form, but she must remain free. After a brief pause for reflection, her voice softened with sorrow. My dear, this situation is bitter indeed. I sincerely wish for every soul in this world to find happiness, or at least a respite from suffering, so they may savor a hint of sweetness, even if but a morsel, rather than endure unending hardship. Upon hearing that Wen Yuheng was indeed a healer, Jia Laikai was taken aback. How could this be possible? Surely, he had lost his sanity. Today, he had failed to consult the almanac and encountered a woman who, without uttering a word, could be heard as if she were a lady-in-waiting of noble rank. How ludicrous! And this girl who is selling herself for her father's burial, could she truly be a healer? How absurd! Yun Qingyi, upon hearing Jia Lightsai's voice, was jolted back to reality. Indeed, she was the official envoy of the second rank. A faint smile graced her lips as she regarded him. Jia Lightsai shook his head vigorously, fleeing the scene while exclaiming, "I refuse to believe it. Wait for me. I must ascertain the truth." He dashed toward the Jia residence, calling for his mother. Yun Qingyi felt as if countless dark lines were crossing her forehead, her expression one of incredulity as her lips twitched slightly.
How old is he?
Is he still not weaned? After Jia Lightsai departed, she intended to converse with Wen Yuheng for a moment. Young Master Ning knelt on one leg, clasping his fists, and cheerfully declared, "Elder brother, I pay my respects." Yun Qingyi was startled, about to assist him to his feet when she suddenly recalled an ancient adage: men and women should maintain a respectful distance. "Young Master Ning, please rise. What are you doing?" she urged, flustered. He gazed up at her, beaming with delight, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Elder brother, do you acknowledge me? You have an elder brother now. You accept me." "What elder brother? Isn't young Master Ning merely making a fool of her?" Yun Qingyi was utterly baffled. Young Master Ning's smile vanished, and he knelt once more, clasping his fists. She observed his stubbornness, with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "If you do not accept me, I shall not rise. My fate is forever entwined with you, elder brother," he declared earnestly. Yun Qingyi felt a headache coming on. This young Master Ning was bound to incur his father's wrath for kneeling in public. Moreover, it was inappropriate for a young nobleman to kneel before her. "Please rise," she insisted. "We have no grievances between us. Why would you wish me harm?" she said through gritted teeth. Seeing her frustration, young Master Ning hastily stood, eager to appease her. No, elder brother. I would never harm you. I am here to protect you." Yun Qingyi chose to ignore him temporarily. Turning to approach Wen Yuheng, young Master Ning followed closely, pulling a golden pouch from his attire and placing it before her. "I have 20 taels here. Rest assured. I am not purchasing your contract. Since elder brother has given, I must do the same." Wen Yuheng shook her head gently, her tone soft. "Young master,
Please take it back.
this esteemed gentleman has already provided ample support. I require only 20 taels, and encountering you is already a stroke of fortune. I cannot be overly greedy." With a grateful heart, she expressed, "I sincerely thank the esteemed gentleman for your kindness. I shall forever remember this favor. Once I have settled my father's affairs, I will certainly return to repay you." She bowed respectfully to Yun Qingyi. Yun Qingyi quickly shook her head. "There is no need for repayment. Simply living a happy and joyful life is sufficient. The past has been bitter. May the future be sweet, sweetness that warms the heart. I wish you well." Turning to young Master Ning, she remarked, "Young Master Ning, may I borrow 2 guards?" Upon hearing his name, young Master Ning beamed. But his joy was short-lived as he realized the latter part of her request. "I have no authority," he lamented. "Elder brother, I have been quite reckless and lack any power. Just wait, I shall return to my father to request some assistance." With that, he sprinted off toward the Ning residence. Chapter 17. The Rich Girl's Best Friend, Shopping. "No need," Yun Qingyi interrupted him.
What use are you?
After a moment's consideration, young Master Ning finally found a redeeming quality. "Elder brother, I have wealth," he exclaimed, shaking the pouch in his hand. "Oh, how unfortunate. Even with money, it cannot be spent. What I just offered has already been returned." As Yun Qingyi spotted Qingfeng nearby, she was about to call out to him when the images of the black-clad and azure-clad men crossed her mind. Glancing up at the second floor, she called out, "Come forth, gentlemen. I have a matter to discuss." The concealed Zimu and Zishan emerged from the upper floor.
Zishan,
clad in a verdant brocade robe with an ornate horn belt at his waist, appeared as if he were a celestial being, his long, dark hair cascading over his shoulders, swaying like the strings of a zither. Zimu, in a black long robe with an ancient sword at his side, exuded an air of grandeur, embodying the elegance of millennia. "Brother, I told you the esteemed gentleman had discovered us," Zishan stated confidently to Zimu. Zimu paid him no mind, gracefully landing before Yun Qingyi. "Brother, you are quite the cheat." Zishan followed closely behind. "How vexing. You stole the spotlight, and I too wished to impress the esteemed envoy." Yun Qingyi blinked in awe as they landed before her.
Wow.
Is this what lightness skill looks like? Impressive. Subordinate Zimu has met the esteemed envoy. Subordinate Zishan has also met the esteemed envoy. The two brothers saluted Yun Qingyi in unison. The praise from the esteemed envoy made their lips curve upwards involuntarily. Yun Qingyi, captivated by the handsome pair before her, was so engrossed in their appearance that she failed to register the term subordinate. Why has my father suddenly become so generous, sending 3 handsome men my way? I am utterly astonished. The system chuckled. Host, while he may scold you from time to time, has he ever truly treated you poorly? Qingyi nodded in agreement. That is true. Zimu and Zishan exchanged glances. It seemed the esteemed envoy had mistaken them for her father's emissaries, sparing them the need to explain why the emperor had sent them. Young Master Ning also smiled, realizing that the elder brother had not yet regarded the two as subordinates. Thus he remained the first little brother. He was resolute in this. Zimu and Zishan are but secret guards of the Qingyuan emperor, a fact known to only a select few, and he stumbled upon this revelation by chance. Indeed, he has firmly allied himself with a powerful figure. He knew he had chosen wisely. Your name is Zimu? Qingyi inquired, addressing the man clad in black.
Zimu nodded affirmatively.
Qingyi then turned her gaze to the man in green. And you are Zishan? Zishan, beaming with delight, nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Yes, esteemed divine oracle.
I am Zishan.
How may I assist you? His expression seemed to implore, Choose him. Choose him. Qingyi discerned the distinctions between the two and spoke gently. Might one of you possess superior martial skills? I would appreciate it if you could escort this young lady home and assist her with her familial matters.
With that,
she called out to Qingfeng in the distance. Qingfeng, please fetch my carriage. Qingfeng acknowledged her command and proceeded to retrieve the carriage.
Zimu bowed respectfully to Qingyi, replying, I shall comply.
The system remarked with a hint of admiration, the host is truly benevolent. Dispatching a skilled martial artist to ensure the safety of a lady returning home with silver is indeed wise, especially with potential troublemakers still at large. When Yuheng, upon hearing the celestial voice, felt her fingers stir, tears glistened in her eyes, yet her lips curled into a serene smile, radiating a touch of happiness. In that moment, she felt as though a gentle spring breeze had caressed her, warm and delicate, stirring her heartstrings and leaving her in a state of tranquil agitation. Qingyi responded softly. In this world, while many places may lack warmth, one can still find solace in unexpected corners. If my small efforts can bring even a modicum of warmth to her, then that would suffice. At times, in moments of despair, one requires a hand to grasp. Even a flicker of light can embolden her to fight for survival. Conversely, if surrounded by those who would push her down, she would surely lose the will to live. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Guabao, is her brother gravely injured? When will he awaken? Should I summon a physician for her? The system shook its head. Host, her brother regained consciousness yesterday. She will see him upon her return. Qingfeng brought the carriage over. Zimu, please escort the young lady home in the carriage, Qingyi instructed the nearby Zimu. When Yuheng, clad in a simple white gown with morning attire, expressed her surprise, No, my lady, that is ill-fated. Many shy away from such garments, avoiding them entirely. Qingyi chuckled reassuringly, Fear not. I have divine protection. You should board the carriage quickly. Perhaps your family is waiting for you. A carriage ride back to Tianshui City would take merely half a day, while on foot it would require 2 full days. After much internal conflict, she ultimately acquiesced. This esteemed figure surely had celestial guardianship, and knowing from the divine that her brother had awakened, she longed to return and see her younger sibling. Meanwhile, Jia Laikai, who had just been lamenting for his mother, dashed back to the Jia residence. Mother! Mother! A maid nearby replied, Young master, Madam is in the tea garden at the back. Jia Laikai then hurriedly made his way to the tea garden, where Madame Jia was pruning the Juko Hongmei tea trees. Upon hearing her son's tearful cries, she flinched, accidentally cutting too much. The branches fell to the ground, and Jia Laikai rushed over, complaining, Mother, they all bully me. The concubines want to play with me. His tone was a mix of grievance and childish petulance. Madame Jia, without lifting her gaze, responded coolly. Do you not know the reason? When he received no comfort, Jia Laikai stomped his foot in frustration, declaring, Mother, I dislike you. With that, he stormed off, his cries echoing in the distance. Madame Jia glanced at the fallen tea branches. If they are damaged, I shall simply plant anew. Not long after, a new star began to rise within the Jia residence. Just as when Yuheng was sent off, a refined voice called out from behind, Qingqing. Without needing to turn, Qingyi recognized her dear friend, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jingwa, Jiang Wanning. Wan. Qingyi turned to walk towards Jiang Wanning. The two friends converged after just a few steps. What brings you out today? Did you come to seek me out? Qingyi grasped her hand. her tone unconsciously laced with a hint of playfulness. Jiang Wanning held her hand in return. Of course, I came to find you. Who else would I seek? She continued. Why did you not send Xu Xia ahead to inform me of your departure today? In the presence of her close friend, Yun Qingyi felt at ease. Jiang Wanning shook her head. I specifically came to escort you home. Your path would inevitably lead through this street. I thought you might need more rest on your first day, but who knew that the morning court session would be delayed? Now that the hour has passed, you are unlikely to have slept in. Chapter 18. That is your superior. With a smile, she resembled the gentle morning sun casting its warmth upon verdant leaves. Tender, yet vibrant. Let us go, take my Qingqing for a stroll, and indulge in some shopping. We shall celebrate. Yun Qingyi promptly nodded, allowing Jiang Wanning to lead her towards the marketplace. Having a wealthy and caring friend is indeed a blessing. May everyone encounter a sincere and generous companion. Ning Qiao Xixi. Witnessing the scene, hastily followed suit, calling out, Boss, wait for me. Jiang Wanning grasped Yun Qingyi's hand as they entered the finest fabric shop in the capital, the Jingxiafeng. The sign above glimmered with elegance, mirroring the shop's regal charm. Nestled amidst a bustling market, its facade was quaint and refined, with intricately carved wooden doors wide open, exuding a faint fragrance of ink and the smoothness of silk. Inside, the decor was minimalist yet exquisite, with shelves adorned with vibrant silks and embroideries, each piece sparkling with brilliance. The first floor showcased fabrics for men, while the second floor was dedicated to women's materials. The shop attendants, clad in neat long gowns, displayed courteous demeanor and refined manners as they measured and tailored garments, carefully selecting fabrics and styles for customers, each stitch reflecting the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship and pursuit of beauty. In a corner, an ancient guqin rested, occasionally filling the air with melodious notes that contrasted sharply with the bustling world outside, transporting one to a realm steeped in antiquity and charm. Jiang Wanning and Yun Qingyi ascended to the second floor to choose materials, leaving Ning Xiaxizi quietly waiting below. After half an hour, they descended the stairs. Ning Xiaxizi promptly rose to settle the payment but heard Jiang Wanning instruct the shopkeeper behind her, as usual.
Charge it to my account.
Very well, Miss Jiang, the shopkeeper replied with an eager nod. Ning Xiaxizi's hand, poised to open his coin pouch, froze, his smile turning rigid. Jiang Wanning then led Yun Qingyi to the finest rue shop, Hongzhuang, and the most exquisite jewelry store, Linglong, all charged to her account. As noon approached Jiang Wanning, Yun Qingyi and Ning Xiaxizi made their way to the capital's most esteemed restaurant, Wanzhenlu. Ning Xiaxizi felt utterly useless throughout the morning, despite usually feeling affluent. He had not spent a single coin today. What good is wealth if it cannot be utilized? Upon seeing the familiar sign, Ning Xiaxizi beamed, turning to Yun Qingyi, Boss. We've walked quite a distance. You must be hungry by now. How about we dine here? It's on me. Before Yun Qingyi could decline, he turned to Jiang Wanning, flashing a toothy grin. Miss Jiang, you need not charge this to your account this time. With that, he led Yun Qingyi and Jiang Wanning into the establishment. Ning Xiaxizi requested a private room, with Jiang Wanning and Yun Qingyi following closely behind, exchanging knowing smiles. Qingqing, you really have this mischievous little lord following you around. At this rate, news of your exploits will surely spread throughout the capital by day's end. Jiang Wanning whispered conspiratorially into Yun Qingyi's ear. Yun Qingyi returned her a resigned glance. Do you think his earlier kneeling will go unnoticed? I am uncertain what the young Master Ning is thinking, suddenly emerging to declare his intention to follow me as his leader. Wan, do you believe he has lost his mind? Jiang Wanning, having heard whispers of court affairs and being thoroughly acquainted with the matters concerning Yun Qingyi, naturally understands the young master's subtle intentions, yet she has no intention of exposing them. As for Tianyin's choice of Yun Qingyi, she harbors no jealousy. Instead, she finds it entirely reasonable. From a young age, Yun Qingyi has had a whimsical mind, her thoughts diverging from those of the majority. She asserts that a woman need not be adept in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Wielding swords and spears can be equally impressive. She expresses her affection for a flower without the need to pluck it, preferring to let it flourish amidst a garden of blossoms, which is far more delightful. Jiang Wanning chuckled softly. Although she jested that he might be out of his wits, she too did not deter him from following her. Did she?
Indeed.
My Wanwan understands me well. It matters little. If he wishes to accompany us, let him do so. He is not a bad person, Yun Qingyi replied nonchalantly. She is unsure why the young Master Ning chooses to follow her, yet having indulged in some of his antics before, she knows he is not ill-natured. Upon entering the private room, the young master casually inquired, Boss, what were you discussing just now? Yun Qingyi and Jiang Wanning exchanged glances before replying, nothing much. Let us order. The young master picked up the menu and began to place an order. Phoenix tail shrimp balls, jade chicken in dual flavors, vegetarian 4 treasures. Osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, and lotus seed soup. He remembered his boss's admonition against wastefulness, so he limited himself to 4 dishes and 1 soup. Since the boss claimed it was nothing of consequence, he did not dwell on it. After lunch, as they prepared to depart, the young master said, "Wait a moment." Yun Qingyi and Jiang Wanning stood by, awaiting his return. He approached the counter where the shopkeeper stood and stated, "From now on, whenever they dine here, charge it to my account. Also, if Miss Yun from the Yun residence comes here, put it on my tab as well." The shopkeeper, being perceptive, immediately understood which young lady he referred to. After all, Miss Jiang's account had quite a sum, and Miss Yun was a regular at one's lieu. Her charges were typically deducted from Miss Jiang's account. "Just put it on my tab without further ado," the young master insisted, somewhat irked. The shopkeeper, eager to please, replied, "Of course, young Master Ning, I will ensure Miss Yun's meals are recorded under your account." Unable to resist a bit of gossip, he teased, "So, young Master Ning has taken a liking to Miss Yun? It seems she may be the future young mistress." Upon hearing this, the young master hastily interjected, "What nonsense. She is my boss. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare to entertain such thoughts. She is my boss." After relaying his instructions to the shopkeeper, the young master returned to them. "Let us go, boss." "Where to now?" he asked Yun Qingyi. As the 3 exited the tavern, Jiang Wanning glanced at the sky and suggested, "Let us call it a day. Qing has exhausted herself. We should return home to rest." Yun Qingyi felt fatigued from their outing as well, and thought it would be pleasant to spend the afternoon at home reading and basking in the sun. She nodded in agreement. "Very well, let it be so." The young master was bewildered, but we've only just begun to play. "Are we returning home already? Can we not linger a while longer?" he pleaded. Suddenly, Jiang Wanning recalled that Yun Qingyi had a day off in the coming days, coinciding with the upcoming cold food festival when many would flock to the temples. She proposed, "Qing, since you have a day off, shall we visit Changguang Temple tomorrow to pray?" Yun Qingyi agreed. "All right." The young master perked up, his excitement palpable. "Boss, I want to go too." Yun Qingyi glanced at him, then closed her eyes, reopening them a moment later. "If you wish to go, then go," she replied, feeling indifferent to any objections. Chapter 19. Visiting the temple to pray. The young Master Ning resolved to follow Yun Qingyi closely from now on. Given that she enjoyed sleeping in, Jiang Wanning set their departure time for the SI hour to visit Changguang Temple. The 3 reached a consensus, after which Jiang Wanning escorted Yun Qingyi back to the Yun residence before returning to the Duke's residence. In the afternoon, Yun Qingyi reclined in her little courtyard's rocking chair, engrossed in a story while snacking on fruits and soaking in the sun. It was simply delightful. As March drew to a close, rain was inevitable during the upcoming Qingming festival. Each year, it seemed to rain during this period, truly embodying the saying, "Rain falls during the Qingming season." Seizing the last sunny days, Yun Qingyi took the opportunity to bask in the sunlight. At dinner, her elder brother, Yun Jingqiu, returned home early for the holiday. Yun Xiangshu cast a glance at Yun Qingyi and slowly spoke. "Qingyi, what is the nature of your relationship with that young Master Ning? The town is abuzz with rumors that he followed you around all day." Just as Yun Qingyi was about to respond amidst a playful tussle for chicken legs with her second brother, Yun Hiyu, he abruptly released the chicken leg, slammed his chopsticks onto the table, and exclaimed, "Is that little rascal bullying you? I shall confront him immediately. He may tease you, but no one else shall." "Sit down." Both Yun Xiangshu and Yun Qingyi said in unison. Yun Xiangshu cleared his throat, his tone turning serious. "Hiyu, look at what you have become. Your elder brother is just 2.5 years older than you, having presided over countless cases. He is now the chief of the Dali court." He gazed at Yun Jingqiu, his eyes filled with admiration. Turning back to Yun Qingyi, he shook his head in exasperation. "Your sister is 2 years younger than you. Although she seemingly does nothing all day, she has managed to become a divine envoy. Meanwhile, you squander your time, neither enlisting in the army nor pursuing scholarly achievements. In 3 years, when you reach the age of manhood, which young lady would wish to betroth herself to you?" Yun He looked perplexed. "Weren't we discussing the young Master Ning? Why has the conversation suddenly shifted to me?" Yun Qingyi found the situation amusing, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Poor second brother, caught between the elder and the younger. He bears the brunt of all the disputes like a true man." The system rubbed its eyes. "Host, your laughter is too loud. It has disturbed my vision." Yun Qingyi chuckled internally, while her elder brother, Yun Jing-chu suddenly choked on his soup.
Cough, cough.
Yun-hee was about to remark on his sister's lack of gratitude, questioning why he should care so much when he was only trying to help her. However, he was interrupted by his elder brother's coughing, which reminded him to keep their ability to hear Tian in a secret. Yun Shang-shu then turned his attention to Yun Qingyi, locking his gaze on her.
And you?
Don't think you can escape. Tell me, what is the deal with you and that young Master Ning?
Yun Wing fine innocence, shuruk her shoulders.
Father, you are mistaken. I truly have no idea. That young Master Ning suddenly appeared today, knelt in the street, and proclaimed he wished to become my little brother. I thought, how can this be? Yet, to my surprise, he insisted on following me, adamantly wishing to recognize me as his leader. Yun Shang-shu's eyes shifted slightly, and he quickly grasped the situation. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor. Is that so? Do you harbor no feelings for him? Yun Qingyi immediately understood that her father was probing to see if she had affections for the young Master Ning. She quickly responded, Father, in this lifetime, I only love money. Yun Shang-shu sighed in relief. His daughter remained consistent in her love for wealth. Are you certain you want to develop feelings over time? After all, he'll be accompanying you on outings. Yun Qingyi shook her head vigorously, nearly resembling a rattling drum.
No, no, no.
This world encompasses not only familial love and romantic love, but also friendship. I shall never possess the kind of love that one speaks of. Men will only hinder my ability to make money. There is an old saying, unsuccessful in love, yet successful in career. I am wealthy, beautiful, and a second-generation official. Oh no. I am now considered half an official myself. My life is splendid enough without the need for love. As for why she is considered a mere half-official, it is because she serves as a decorative mascot, blissfully unaware of her true responsibilities. What nonsense is this? I see you have begun to ramble again. The Minister Yun, with his beard bristling and eyes glaring, was interrupted by Lady Yun, who quickly stepped in to pacify him. All right, my dear. It is a rare occasion for everyone to gather like this. Let us enjoy our meal. With that, Minister Yun relented. After partaking in dinner, Yun Qingyi retreated to her chamber to rest. The following day, at the hour of the dragon, Yun Qingyi awoke. Curse this wretched biological clock. Having finally been granted a holiday, she had hoped to sleep until 10, but after several days of work, her body had stubbornly adapted to the routine of rising between 7 and 9. Now, on her day off, she found herself awake at 8:30. It was disconcerting to be without a mobile phone. Despite having lived without one for 15 years, she still longed for it. Remembering that she was to accompany Jiang Wanning to the temple to offer incense and pray for blessings today, Yun Qingyi summoned Mu Jin to assist her with her attire and grooming. Miss, you are awake so early today. Won't you sleep a little longer? Mu Jin inquired as she pulled up the bed curtains. Yun Qingyi sat up leisurely. No need for that. I shall not sleep any longer. We are to visit Changguang Temple shortly. Please style me in a simple and elegant manner today. An hour later, Yun Qingyi donned a soft blue gauzy dress adorned with intricate patterns of flowing clouds, the hems swaying gracefully like flowing water. Her black tresses cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with a water blue, floral silver hairpin artfully placed, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Satisfied with her beauty reflected in the mirror, she felt content. Shortly after breakfast, a servant came to announce that Jiang Wanning's carriage had arrived to take her. Upon exiting the estate, Yun Qingyi spotted Jiang Wanning and the carriage of the young Lord Ning waiting at the entrance. Qing, eldest sister, they exclaimed in unison. Yun Qingyi nodded amicably at the young Lord Ning before ascending into Jiang Wanning's carriage. The young Lord Ning's carriage followed closely behind, having been loitering at the tea house near the Duke's residence since early morning, ready to accompany Jiang Wanning as soon as she emerged. After approximately half an hour's journey, they arrived at the entrance of Changguang Temple. Yun Qingyi and Jiang Wanning disembarked in succession, and the young Lord Ning approached them. Above the mountain gate, a plaque hung prominently, the ancient and elegant sign of Changguang Temple gleaming with golden light, symbolizing the sacredness of the site, as if it emitted resonant sounds of Zen that captivated all who beheld it. As Yun Qingyi and Jiang Wanning prepared to enter the temple, the young Lord Ning drew nearer to them. Just as Yun Qingyi was about to ascend the steps, a small girl hurriedly dashed past her. Hey child, are you blind? The young Lord Ning scolded the girl as she sprinted up the stairs. The girl, dressed in tattered clothing adorned with patches, resembled a chaotic yet colorful painting. Her hair fell messily over her shoulders, exuding a unique innocence that belied her apparent age of around 10.
Sorry,
She called back, hurriedly bowing her head in apology before racing into the temple. The faint sound of her voice trailed behind, soft and melodic, stirring the hearts of those who heard.
Infine, yung Qingyi replied nonchalantly.
Chapter 20. The little girl who stole from the Buddha, Yun Qingyi, Jiangwan Ning. And the young Lord Ning went to worship the god of wealth, where she meticulously lit a pair of incense candles and offered her prayers. Kneeling before the god of wealth, she closed her eyes, hands clasped in earnest supplication. Great god of wealth, bless this devotee with wealth beyond measure, fortune from all directions, and abundant riches. May riches flow, like water each day and each year. In this earthly journey, may prosperity reign supreme. Thank you, god of wealth. The system joyfully chimed in. Host, you're being a tad greedy. Yun Qingyi immediately retorted, no, no, no. This is not greed. This is the desire of all sentient beings. Upon hearing the heavenly voice, the young Lord Ning's heart soared. Is this the heavenly voice? The deity speaking on my behalf in the court? My eldest sister truly lives up to her reputation. He tightly shut his eyes, pretending to pray earnestly. His attention focused on Yun Qingyi. However, it seemed the heavenly voice had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, the system had perfectly concealed itself, unable to outmatch Yun Qingyi's will, and had since retreated into her mind. Jiangwan Ning, not fixating on the heavenly voice, recalled having heard it during Yun Qingyi's coming-of-age ceremony. Upon hearing Yun Qingyi's prayers, her first reaction was, as expected of Qingqing. In her words, this is what one would call striking it rich. After visiting the Hall of Wealth, Jiangwan Ning intended to proceed to the Hall of Souls, to which the young Lord Ning expressed his desire to accompany her. Thus, the two ventured towards the Hall of Souls, a sanctuary for honoring the departed. Yun Qingyi, having no one to honor, opted to wait for them outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, a revered monk was performing a ritual, and beside the prayer tree was a fenced-off flower bed devoid of blossoms. Worshippers who had completed their prayers hung their wishes on the tree, casting handfuls of seeds and offering coins into the flower bed, representing the seeds of hope and prayers for health. Having visited this place numerous times, Yun Qingyi did not wish to join the throng. Instead, she quietly observed the monk complete his ritual and depart. She then took up a stick of incense, igniting it before placing it in the large incense burner at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Hey, where did this little child come from? Daring to steal money. Stop, child. If you take that money, your heart will be tainted. Where did this little beggar come from? Sneaking in to steal money at a temple? Isn't this a bit excessive? Quickly, put it down. This is the Buddha's money. It cannot be taken. Despite the shouts and scorn directed at her, the little girl, though displaying a timid expression, did not cease her actions. The onlookers did not spare her. This little beggar is so brazen, stealing money so openly. Has she lost her mind? Daring to steal from the Buddha. She should beware of losing her life in the process. Is no one going to stop her? This is a sacred place. Who dares to cause a disturbance? Let alone enter the holy altar. The Buddha himself is right before you. Do you truly not fear? Do not defy the divine. You shall face retribution. An elderly man, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, do not take that. It is forbidden. You will incur misfortune. Of course, there were those who mocked her as well. A little beggar is still a little beggar, stealing money even from the Buddha's head. Look, look. She is taking silver, not even bothering with copper coins. Such an unloved child, born without a mother to raise her, is no wonder she is a little beggar. Yet there were also many kind-hearted souls. Little girl, please come out. If you need silver, I have 2 taels for you to use. Do not steal from others. I have 5 taels to spare. I will give you 10 taels. Hearing the commotion, Yun Qingyi turned around. From the cacophony of voices, she gathered the situation. This little girl had waited for the monk to finish his ritual before sneaking in to collect the silver. At that moment, many cruel individuals began to jeer. Still not listening to reason? Once the little beggar leaves the temple, the Buddha cannot protect you. Little beggar, have you truly gone mad? Do you not fear enraging the nobility? They may sever your hand. Even if they spare your life, you might find yourself worse off. Yun Qingyi observed the faces of these people, who, while worshipping the divine, uttered vile words. Perhaps they had committed wicked deeds or harbored darkness within that needed to be purged. But can the Buddha save humanity from its own malice? A single thought can be divine, while another can be demonic. Yun Qingyi narrowed her eyes, perplexed. The Buddha grants salvation to all beings, even if it is just one among many. Did they not set up donation boxes for blessings to aid those in need? Why the outrage? If the girl had not encountered hardship, would she have resorted to taking the Buddha's money? The system chuckled. Dear host, you should not say that. This little girl indeed faces difficulties. Yun Qingyi inquired. Oh, how so? The system perceived her confusion and began to elucidate. This little girl is named Tsuehua. During a chaotic battle, she lost her parents and became an orphan. She was discovered by old Master Chen, who sells buns in Luohua Alley. And he raised her on his meager earnings from selling buns for a mere penny each. Now, old Master Chen has fallen ill and is bedridden, requiring a substantial amount of silver for medicine. Upon learning this, Tsuehua took on numerous odd jobs to gather the necessary funds for his treatment. It paused momentarily before continuing. However, a grave illness cannot simply be cured through mere effort. Old Master Chen has been unwell for nearly a year and is now in a dire state, beyond recovery, left with no alternatives. Tsuehua recalled the many esteemed officials in the capital who spoke highly of Changguang Temple and its miraculous powers. Thus, she came seeking the blessings of the high monk, believing that the money she offered could save her grandfather's life. Yun Qingyi sighed deeply. Alas, when medicine fails to provide salvation, faith becomes their final bastion. If suffering were to last only a few years, why would one need to beseech the divine? May it be that the world knows no suffering, and all those we cherish find happiness. The system replied affirmatively. Indeed, every individual strives to live better lives for themselves and their loved ones. Yun Qingyi nodded slightly. If one only perceives the suffering and ugliness of this world, then it must indeed be a dark place. Yet, if one endeavors to uncover the beauty and kindness that exists, perhaps this world is dark. But in the darkest of nights, the stars shine ever more brightly. The little girl sifted through the offerings at the altar, gathering 10 taels of silver. Turning towards the direction of the Buddha, she proclaimed, "This silver shall be considered a loan from the Buddha. Tsuehua does not intend to steal. Rather, my grandfather is gravely ill, and I beseech the Buddha for his recovery and longevity. Once I earn money, I shall surely repay double. I implore the Buddha to show mercy." With no other recourse, Tsuehua felt compelled to try. Upon hearing her explanation, the crowd ceased their harsh words, realizing that this child was solely motivated by her concern for her ailing elder. Their prejudices had run too deep. Indeed, if one's own kin were gravely ill and beyond medical help, one might also return to beseech the Buddha. In unison, they addressed the little girl, expressing their apologies for the misunderstanding, assuring her that everything would turn out well. The little girl smiled, glancing towards Yun Qingyi, who stood before the large incense burner, with smoke wafting above her head. At that moment, the girl believed in the existence of divine beings. May her grandfather regain his health and rise again. This 10 taels of silver shall be considered a loan from the Buddha. One day, I shall repay it in double. Chapter 21. The wonton seller. Yun Qingyi glanced back at the Buddha and thought, "Ah, this little girl is indeed praying to the Buddha." The girl knelt, her forehead touching the ground, entreating, "O divine presence, bless my grandfather with a swift recovery and good health." The surrounding crowd fell silent. If one were not truly at their wits' end, who would earnestly beseech the heavens? The little girl lifted her head and said to Yun Qingyi, "Thank you, divine maiden." She then rose and dashed towards the temple exit, unimpeded. Yun Qingyi was taken aback. Was she referring to her as the divine maiden? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, young Master Ning had already reached the entrance of the main hall. He quietly listened to the conversation between the elder brother and Tianyin, filled with emotion. Truly, the elder brother was wise. He could grasp these truths while he himself could not. He only knew it was wrong to threaten the little girl with harsh words. The girl had merely picked up the offering money in front of everyone. How could she be subjected to such scorn? Fortunately, the little girl had explained herself, and the crowd understood her plight. Once the matter concluded, young Master Ning stepped out of the main hall and flashed a bright smile at Yun Qingyi, exclaiming, "Elder brother." Yun Qingyi turned at the sound. At that moment, in the western corner of the main hall, a man clad in a pristine white robe stood, his long hair adorned with a jade crown, exuding an aura of untainted purity. His handsome visage bore a cool, somewhat haggard expression. He stood there quietly, akin to a snow lotus, elegant, yet unmatched in nobility. "Let us go," he spoke softly, his voice like a whisper in a secluded valley. The guards behind him followed his lead. Yun Qingyi turned, her gaze sweeping over the snowy figure, but she paid it little heed. Young Master Ning approached, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Wanqing emerged. The three made their way back to the city. Upon returning to the bustling streets, Yun Qingyi lifted the curtain to glance outside, just in time to spot a young woman selling wontons at the corner. Inside her shop, a few patrons were scattered about. Yun Qingyi, feeling a craving for wontons, suggested, "Wan, shall we have some wontons? We can stop here." Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement.
All right.
The carriage halted, and young Master Ning also brought his to a stop. Yun Qingyi linked arms with Jiang Wanqing and approached the wonton stall, with young Master Ning trailing behind. He inquired of Yun Qingyi, elder brother. Shall we not dine at Wanzuan Tower? Jiang Wanqing turned to young Master Ning, her voice gentle and cool as water. Qingqing wishes to eat wontons. If young Master Ning finds it unsuitable, you may choose another place. There is no need to demean yourself to dine with us. Young Master Ning quickly shook his head.
No, no, no.
Wherever elder brother is, I shall be. If both of you find this acceptable, how could I not? Yun Qingyi deftly approached the wonton stall, preparing to find a place to sit. The stall owner, a young woman wearing a headscarf and simple attire, glanced at them incredulously and asked, Do you esteemed guests wish to dine here? 5 bowls of wontons, each 2 liang, Yun Qingyi replied, nodding. After placing the order, she made her way to the pavilion, which had a lovely view. Yun Qingyi, Jiang Wanqing, and young Master Ning occupied one table, while Mu Jin and Jiang Wanqing's maid, Dong Mei, sat at another. The stall owner, smiling brightly, went to prepare the wontons. As she passed by a woman buying vegetables, the woman teased, Madam Wang, business is good today. The stall owner nodded, responding with a smile. It's manageable. Your son must have earned a great fortune in a past life to have wed such a virtuous wife, the vegetable seller continued. You rise early to prepare wonton skins and fill wontons to support your husband's studies. The vegetable seller praised her profusely. The stall owner felt a bit shy, replying, It's nothing. My husband works hard for his studies, striving to achieve success. Before long, the wontons were ready, and the stall owner brought them over, placing them on the table before the guests. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to let me know, she said warmly. As Yun Qingyi listened to the conversation between the vegetable seller and the stall owner, she began to gossip with the system while enjoying her wontons.
Guobao.
This wonton seller is truly a wonton shisher, beautiful and kind-hearted, but alas, she seems to be infatuated. Her husband expects her to finance his studies. I only hope he does not betray her. The system interjected with a bombshell revelation. He has already betrayed her. Her husband has rented a small courtyard across from his academy, keeping a mistress, and that mistress has even borne him a child. The stall owner heard a voice and was puzzled, for the young woman before her had not spoken, yet she heard the words. What were they discussing? Her husband had a mistress?
Impossible.
How could he afford that? And a child? Even more implausible. Her husband was utterly exhausted from studying and had no interest in such matters. Yun Qingyi exclaimed, What? How shameless! Even Yun Qingyi, who typically refrained from using profanity, couldn't help but utter a curse. The system chimed in, Bingo, you got it right. Her husband continually asks her for money under the pretense of needing to buy ink, paper, and writing tools, but in reality, he is using her funds to support the mistress and their child. Her mother-in-law, or rather her husband's mother, is caring for the mistress and the child. If you go now, you might catch them in the act. Young Master Ning privately cursed the man, thinking, What a scoundrel. But what does bingo mean? Jiang Wanqing felt a pang of bitterness, lamenting how good girls seldom encountered worthy suitors. Yun Qingyi was taken aback. What? Your implication is that her husband's entire family is aware of the situation, and they are all concealing it from her? The system nodded. Indeed. Moreover, you are correct. The protagonist is utterly infatuated with love, hailing from a wealthy family engaged in commerce. In order to be with her husband, she severed ties with her parents, solely to be with him. On their wedding day, they possessed nothing, only the ceremonial cup shared between her and her husband, alongside a promise that once he achieved academic success, he would grant her a grand wedding celebration. Yun Qing sighed, lamenting, love-struck and beyond redemption. She even finds joy in foraging for wild vegetables on the mountainside, forsaking a good life for the sake of that scoundrel. Surely, even a match with a suitor would not have led to such a predicament. The vendor girl initially harbored doubts, but when it was revealed that her family was also in commerce, she was left astounded. Her husband was unaware of this, having always assumed she was an orphan. Anger surged within her, causing her hands to tremble as she feigned nonchalance while consuming her food, her peripheral vision flickering towards the rolling pin. In the next moment, the rolling pin was discreetly stowed away in a basket. Dear patrons, please enjoy your meal at your leisure. A bowl of wontons costs 5 coins, and just place the basket on the ground when you're done to cover it. I have a matter to attend to, but I shall return shortly. The vendor girl smiled at them as she slung her food basket over her shoulder. Ning Qiao, the young nobleman, understood she was likely off to find her husband, promptly assuring her, You go ahead and handle your matters. Rest assured. This nobleman shall not abscond without paying. Without hesitation, the vendor girl departed, fully aware that the elegantly attired noble's present would not miss her small sum of money. At this moment, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Chapter 22. The Fury of Shishir. If this were true, she could not swallow this indignation, and thus, she resolved to investigate the matter. Recently, her mother-in-law had been returning home increasingly late, even later than when she finished her stall, and her husband too claimed to be discussing matters with fellow scholars. Yet, what discussions could last until the hour of the pig? Yunqing had nearly finished her meal. The system chimed in. Host, she is heading to deliver food to her husband. If you go now, you might witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing this, Yunqing became intrigued, noting that the academy was merely 2 streets away. Glancing around to see others were almost done with their meals, she feigned a reason. Oh dear. It seems the vendor girl left without collecting payment. Shall we go take a look? What urgent matter could arise at this hour? Ning Xiao recognized her intention to eavesdrop and eagerly complied, pretending as if he had just been settling the bill with the vendor girl. Jiang Wanning was well aware of her friend's character. With such a juicy gossip at hand, she was bound to be curious. Although everyone felt sympathy for the vendor girl, they were equally keen on the unfolding drama. Seeing no objections, Yunqing hastily led them towards the academy. Upon their arrival, the vendor girl stood at the academy's entrance, holding her lunchbox, awaiting quietly. Typically, she would arrive a bit later to deliver meals. After a considerable wait, a young man clad in scholar's attire emerged and addressed the vendor girl. Wang Huai, he said to wait a moment, The young man faltered, his gaze darting nervously towards the side entrance of the academy. He is in the outer chamber. The voice of the young man coincided with that of the system. The scholar was taken aback. Where did that voice come from? How did it know Wang Huai was in the outer chamber? This young man was none other than her husband's closest friend. The vendor girl let out a cold laugh. Well, even his best friend knows. Yet I am the only one in the dark. She slowly closed her eyes, then reopened them, her gaze now laced with a hint of fury. Lu Quanquan, is Wang Huai truly in the academy? The young man dared not meet her eyes. The vendor girl turned and strode towards the alley on her right, leaving the young man staring at her retreating figure. This was bad. A grave situation had arisen. He needed to think of a way to inform Wang Huai. Just as he retrieved a signal flare to place on the ground, preparing to ignite it, the system interjected. Stop him. He intends to send a warning. Ning Xiao swiftly crushed the flare underfoot, lowering his voice. The situation is already set. Do not act recklessly, lest this nobleman become displeased, and no one shall find joy. The young man, trembling in fear, leaned against the academy wall. The 3 individuals before him were all of noble birth, far beyond his station. When did Wang Huai's wife become acquainted with such a crowd? Yunqing followed closely behind the vendor girl, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters, neither too far nor too near.
Guobao.
Do you know where the outer chamber is? The system cheerfully replied, of course. There is nothing Guagua does not know. The outer chamber is just ahead around the corner, marked by a hanging bundle of mugwort leaves. Those leaves are fresh, every fortnight. Her husband goes to the mountain to gather a handful, symbolizing the warding off of evil and welcoming fortune. When gathering mugwort, he also picks a wildflower for the outer chamber. The vendor girl's face turned ashen, her heart was shattered. How poignant is the symbolism of warding off evil and welcoming fortune. She had never received even a single flower from her husband, let alone a bouquet. Not even a blade of grass. In the blink of an eye, the vendor girl stood before the outer chamber, needing no guidance. The laughter of her husband and mother-in-law echoed through the alley. She shut her eyes, gathering her composure. Upon reopening them, she glanced at the fresh mugwort hanging by the door on the right. With a forceful shove, she flung the door wide open. Although she had braced herself, the scene before her still pierced her heart deeply. Her husband was coaxing the outer chamber to eat, while her mother-in-law was cradling the child born from the outer chamber. Beaming with delight, her husband, hearing the noise, turned to the door, his expression shifting to panic. Wife, what brings you here? He had thought he had concealed everything so well. The vendor girl let out a cold laugh, retrieving the rolling pin from her food basket and carelessly tossing the basket aside. She wielded the rolling pin and began to smash everything in sight. Wang Huai looked at his wife, now engulfed in a frenzy, a stark contrast to her previously obedient demeanor, and exclaimed in rage, Luani, what madness is this? The outer chamber was utterly frightened, screaming, ah. Instantly, the scene descended into chaos, the cries of children mingling with the uproar. Luani smashed with wild abandon, tears streaming down her face, perhaps bidding farewell to the past. The commotion in the courtyard drew the attention of neighbors, and soon a crowd gathered. Her mother-in-law cried out, "Stop smashing! Oh dear, that's all silver bought with hard work." The moment those words were uttered, Lu Wani smashed even more fiercely. Indeed, she had toiled from dawn till dusk selling wontons, saving each coin, only for that ungrateful man to squander it on the outer chamber. The surrounding townsfolk began to murmur. What was the situation with the Wang family? Who was this madwoman? It was said that she was the one married to the Wang family's young master. Then who resides in that small courtyard? Naturally, it was the outer chamber. How could a concubine cause such a ruckus outside? Who would have thought the Wang family's young master was so heartless and ungrateful? Wang Huai listened to the whispers around him, his expression darkening like a stormy sky. "I apologize for the family scandal, esteemed guests," he said, seemingly resolved. He strode directly towards Lu Wan-yi, snatching the rolling pin from her grasp and forcefully pushing her aside. The disparity in strength between a man and a woman was glaringly evident. Lu Wani was shoved to the ground. She erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, how absurd. The one who promised to cherish me for a lifetime, less than 2 years into our marriage, can now push his lawfully wedded wife to the ground for another woman. Have you had enough of this ruckus?" His face darkened, clouded like the heaviest storm. Lu Wani's complexion bore a hint of pallor, exuding an air of weakness, perhaps a reflection of the profound despair that gripped her heart. "Disturbance?" she echoed, repeating the word. Tears, uncontrollable, cascaded to the ground as she summoned her strength to rise, picking herself up where she had fallen. Casting her gaze around, Lu Wani discerned the source of her distress to be his vanity, compelling her to methodically dismantle his facade. "You Wang Huai, since our marriage, which garment from head to toe have I not meticulously crafted with my own hands? The silver for your scholarly pursuits, ink, paper, and brushes. Where did it originate if not from the humble earnings of my wonton and noodles? The funds for your mother's medical care, and the money you so eagerly sought, were all painstakingly gathered by my hands. Even now, the funds your mistress spends come from me. Have your hands, which wield the brush, ever earned a single coin? What right do you have to accuse me of causing a disturbance?" Chapter 23. The courtyard lay in disarray, and Yun Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. For the scene before her was indeed spectacular. If this were a modern breakup, Wang Huai would likely emerge bare, considering even his undergarments were sewn by her own hands. The system responded, if he were stripped, he'd have nothing left, for he has lost his face as well. Listening to the vile words surrounding him, Wang Huai's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply, and his gaze turned severe. "But we are husband and wife. What harm is there in utilizing some of your silver? Once I achieve my scholarly title, I shall undoubtedly repay you," he said, his tone dismissive. Pausing, he added, "Moreover, Minhui will serve as your co-wife. What could be wrong with that?" "Pa." Lu Wani and Yun Qingyi's voices rang out in unison. Lu Wani would never acquiesce to such shameless demands. She was no fool. Yun Qingyi continued her tirade. "I've seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. The vendor's daughter ought to smash what needs smashing, strike what needs striking, sue where necessary, and demand compensation. You wish to be a co-wife? Dream on. Just hand me a divorce decree to rid myself of this scoundrel. Oh, he is worse than a dog. I shan't even insult him with that term. He is nothing but a deadweight." Upon hearing these words, Wang Huai intended to retaliate, but the cacophony of insults rendered him unable to identify the source of the voices. Yet, one woman's scathing remarks resonated with clarity, as if she were standing before him. A soft voice interjected, "Sister, do not worry. Once I enter the household, my husband will treat you well, and I will ensure he does not frequent my chambers too often." Wang Huai bristled at this, reprimanding, "That is unacceptable. She reeks of smoke and oil. I would rather not sleep beside her." Lu Wani cast a cold smirk at the pair of shameless lovers. "Sister? I have but one younger brother," she scoffed. "That title is indeed an affront to me." The absurdity of it all struck her. He refrained from touching her due to the heavy scent clinging to her. How laughable. She turned to the onlookers and asked, "Is there a kind soul who could lend me ink, paper, and brushes to compose a divorce decree?" A scholar, clad in a simple long robe, with a belt that fluttered like the wind, opened his bamboo box and produced the requested materials. "I have some," he said, his voice as clear as jade and as gentle as flowing water. Lu Wani approached him, accepting the supplies with a nod and a smile. "Thank you, sir." Calmly, she gathered her writing implements and propped up the small table that had been toppled during the chaos. Wang Huai, observing her poised demeanor, scoffed, "Stop pretending. What does a commoner know of nobility? You are but a lonely girl. Where do you claim to have family? A brother, you say? Such pretense. Have you ever wielded a brush? Do you know how to grind ink? Can you even write? The scholar who had just lent her the supplies interjected, My lady, may I offer my assistance? Lu Wani shook her head, smiling as she replied, No need. Some paths must be traversed alone. Even if I find myself in a dead end, I shall simply retrace my steps and seek a different route. She began to grind the ink, and Wang Huai, witnessing her adeptness, felt a flutter of panic. Surely she cannot truly know how to write. It is impossible. She must be mimicking my own actions from having observed me. As she inscribed the 2 characters for divorce, Wang Huai's eyes reddened with fury. He forcefully snatched the brush from her hand, snapping it in 2, sending the inkstone crashing to the ground, and tearing the paper upon which she had written. Enough. Cease this nonsense. How can a woman write a divorce decree? I will never sign such a thing. The very thought is ludicrous. Return home now, and I shall consider your tantrum as a mere whim. His face turned ashen. Fingers clenched tightly, his agitation palpable. Yun Qingyi paused, momentarily taken aback. Are women of the great Qing kingdom not permitted to compose divorce decrees? If that is the case, I must seek the emperor. This matter concerns both parties, and if the man is at fault, the woman should have the right to sever these ties. The system sighed. Marriage is easy, but divorce is fraught with difficulty. Lu Wani shot him a glare. You fail to see the truth. I am determined to end this union. Wang Huai, unable to contain his rage, raised his hand to deliver a stinging slap, but before it could land, the handsome young Master Ning suddenly appeared, seizing his arm. He glanced back at Yun Qingyi, his expression seemingly saying, Look, I am quite clever. Wang Huai's jealousy flared as he beheld the striking young man. Who are you? He demanded, then turned to Lu Wani. Lu Wani, you dare to accuse me? Surely you have long been entangled with your paramour. His suspicions grew as he mused. No wonder the silver I receive has dwindled of late. Young Master Ning could no longer tolerate the scene and delivered a kick that sent Wang Huai sprawling to the ground. You scoundrel! You are truly despicable. A nuisance to all. Young Master Ning, fearing Wang Huai might not comprehend his disdain, resorted to eloquent insults. As Lu Wani prepared to speak, a throng of individuals suddenly burst into the courtyard. Smash it! A commanding voice boomed, resonant and powerful, impossible to ignore. Wang Huai, taken aback by the tall figure that had intruded, inquired, And who are you? Trespassing is a serious offense. The young man appeared to be no more than 16 or 17, tall and handsome, with striking features, high cheekbones, rosy lips, and bright eyes. I am simply a relative of my sister. What of it? What do I care for your dilapidated abode? He declared with arrogance. A middle-aged man in a steward's attire shouted to those behind him, All of you, take vengeance upon this heartless scoundrel who has wronged Our Lady. With that, numerous servants began to wreak havoc in the courtyard. Even the flowers and plants were not spared. Lu Wani's brother rolled up his sleeves and engaged Wang Huai in combat. The mistress attempted to intervene but was seized by the steward before she could reach Lu Wani's brother. Stop this at once, cried old Madame Wang, her voice filled with anguish as she witnessed the chaos. Yet, the combatants were too caught up in their fervor to heed her plea. Old Madame Wang joined the fray, tugging at the hair of her grandson, the mistress, and Wang Huai, all amidst a tumultuous scene. The chaos escalated, and young Master Ning had already retreated by the time Lu Wani's brother arrived. Such moments of heroism were best left to her family, who had a great deal of pent-up anger to release. When the officials finally arrived, the courtyard was a scene of utter disarray. Wang Huai, old Madame Wang, and the mistress were left disheveled, their attire in tatters, faces and limbs marked with scratches. In contrast, Lu Wani and her companions were merely slightly disheveled, her brother and the steward possessing some skills, and Lu Wani herself proving to be quite formidable. They were led away by the officials, the spectacle having reached its conclusion, and the onlookers expressed their thrill at the unfolding drama. Having indulged in the excitement, the 3 departed to their respective homes, while young Master Ning arranged for Lu Wani to receive her silver, keen to await the outcome of the events. Chapter 24. Second brother visits the brothel not long after Yun Qingyi returned to the estate. A young servant came to report that a distinguished guest was seeking an audience outside. Someone wishes to see me? Yun Qingyi asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Visitors to the Yun residence typically sought her father, mother, or elder brother. It was rare for anyone to come specifically to see her. The young servant nodded, replying, Miss, they are indeed here to see you. They came once before at the hour of the snake, but you were not at home, so they left. Now they have returned. They? Yun Qingyi seized upon the key word and instructed the servant to invite the visitors into the hall. She would join them shortly. After the servant departed, she adjusted her attire and made her way to the hall. Upon her arrival, she recognized the visitor as the young master Jia Lai, accompanied by a middle-aged man who, if she guessed correctly, must be his father. As soon as his father spotted Yun Qingyi, he kicked Jia Lai, who was seated on a nearby stool, to the ground, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Quickly kneel and apologize to the esteemed messenger of the divine. Show your contrition." Before Jia Lai could even rub his sore behind, he hurriedly scrambled to his knees, adopting a proper posture. Yun Qingyi shook her head, teasingly saying, "Oh,
No.
I cannot bear such honor. Who was it that said to wait for them?" She had thought they meant to pay her a compliment. Yet it seemed this ruffian was not as formidable as he believed. His father, with a kind smile, gestured toward the gifts on the table, saying, "Esteemed messenger, you jest. My son, in his ignorance, has offended you. Jia specially brought him here to offer his apologies, and I hope you can be magnanimous." He was aware that Yun Qingyi had not taken offense, for otherwise, his son would surely face charges of insulting a court official. The lack of official intervention indicated that Yun Qingyi was indeed a person of great tolerance. Nevertheless, an apology needed to be rendered in person. The whole capital knew of his son's shortcomings, and he had discreetly sent many supplements and even recommended renowned physicians for him. Yun Qingyi took her seat at the host position and instructed someone to brew tea for the guests. Then, she turned her gaze toward the still-kneeling Jia Lai and calmly remarked, "Oh, an apology, you say? Has the party involved offered their contrition?" His father delivered another kick to Jia Lai's straight back, and in his distraction, Jia Lai toppled forward, landing at the hem of Yun Qingyi's skirt. "Oh, dear. Such grand gestures are unnecessary. I cannot accept such a tribute from young Master Jia," she said, emphasizing the term young lady with a hint of irony. Jia Lai quickly regained his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I was wrong. I beseech the esteemed messenger for your forgiveness. My actions were thoughtless, and I apologize, hoping for your magnanimity." Yun Qingyi gently raised her cup, the fragrance of the tea wafting softly, and in a serene tone, she inquired, "Oh, and what precisely did young Master Jia err in?" She posed a question that was indeed a conundrum. Jia Lai pondered for a considerable time before finally managing to murmur, "I was wrong to insult you." After speaking, he looked up at Yun Qingyi, as if seeking her approval. She nodded slightly, "Yes, and what else?" "Also, I was wrong." He scratched his head, unable to articulate further. Observing the spoiled Jia Lai, Yun Qingyi remarked coolly, "Moreover, one should not bully women indiscriminately. A man's hands are meant to protect the weak and vulnerable. To bully them does not showcase your prowess, but rather diminishes it. Furthermore, in this day and age, women can indeed hold their own." Jia Lai had no retort, lowering his head in a sullen response. "I understand, and I shall remember your teachings." He had indeed been foolish, yet it was not too late for him to mend his ways. This young woman was formidable, and there were surely others as capable as she. It dawned on him that he had previously been lacking in comparison, relying solely on his parents' efforts and the family's wealth, which meant little in the face of true merit. Yun Qingyi accepted his apology, saying, "Very well, you may rise. This matter is resolved." After expressing his gratitude, Jia Lai stood up, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they departed. Noticing that the day was still young, Yun Qingyi, having already adorned herself, thought it a pity to waste such fine attire. She decided to take a stroll through the streets, perhaps returning with some pastries. She called for Mu Jin to accompany her, with Qingfeng trailing closely behind. The capital was vast, with numerous streets. While some well-established shops remained steadfast, many smaller vendors often opened and closed. Recently, a new pastry shop, Qianshan, had emerged as the premier confectionery in the capital, with limited supplies. The queue stretched along the street. However, the flavors were exquisite, prompting Yun Qingyi to send Mu Jin to stand in line while she glanced toward a nearby tea house. Conveniently situated close to Qianshan, it offered a sunlit spot to sip tea while waiting. Yun Qingyi informed Mu Jin that she would head to the tea house to wait for her. The line would take at least an hour. So she entered the Yefeng building and chose a cozy spot on the second floor. Yefeng building was located at a bustling intersection. To the left lay Guoyun Street, home to Qianshan, while to the right was Hupan Street, with Weiyang Street ahead. Gazing at the distant river, the gentle sunlight of late March provided a soothing warmth, invigorating the spirit. The breeze was mild, and the tea's delicate fragrance added to her tranquility. She gently swirled her cup, watching the tea dance within, akin to a flowing painting. A refreshing aroma wafted over, instantly lifting her spirits. Sipping a small mouthful, she idly glanced into the distance, only to spot a familiar figure. Oh no, there were actually two figures. The one striding purposefully toward her was none other than the young Master Ning, whom she had encountered that very morning. He was rushing toward her second brother, Yunhyu. When had these two become such companions? Qingyi directed her gaze toward the plaque indicating her brother's location. And the words Baihua Building stood out prominently. If her memory served her correctly, Baihua Building was the finest brothel in the capital, frequented by the wealthy and elite. A top-tier establishment indeed. Her second brother was visiting a brothel? Qingyi felt her grip on the teacup tighten, her fingers turning pale.
Goodness.
Her brother had grown audacious indeed. If he truly dared to enter, she feared their father would break his legs. Young Master Ning, upon seeing Yunhyu, exchanged a few words before they both headed inside Baihua Building. They were stopped at the entrance, but Ning produced a token, allowing them both entry. They truly went inside? Seeing them vanish into the building, Qingyi stared for quite some time, unable to see them emerge. Guabao, keep an eye on when my brother comes out, she instructed. The system promptly replied, understood, host. You may take a rest. Guagua will monitor them. With the system's vigilance, Qingyi felt at ease and began to enjoy some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Even when Mu Jin returned with taohua su, red bean cake, and bazhen cake, the two still had not emerged. Surely they weren't engaged in some scandalous activity inside. As she perused a novel, engrossed in an exciting part, the system's voice suddenly interrupted. Host, they are coming out. Qingyi shifted her focus back to the entrance of Baihua Building. Yunhyu and young Master Ning, recognizing the source of the voice, immediately turned to look in that direction. The three exchanged glances, each startled by the unexpected encounter. Yunhyu and young Master Ning's minds echoed in unison. This is bad. Chapter 25. I was wrong. Young Master Ning and Yunhyu ascended to the second floor in a proper manner, standing before Qingyi. Their heads bowed low like quails. Big brother, I was wrong. Young Master Ning spoke with a heavy tone, his gaze still cast downward. Yunhyu regarded his pitiful demeanor and quipped nonchalantly, Look at you, such a sorry sight. What kind of man fears a mere girl? Qingyi calmly sipped her tea, remarking, Oh, Yunhyu, you've truly made a name for yourself by visiting a brothel. Upon hearing his full name called, Yunhyu realized the gravity of the situation and quickly grabbed at Qingyi's sleeve, pleading, I was wrong, little sister. Hearing the voices nearby, the young noble Ning teased, You have ambition, yet you still admit your mistake. How could a man of stature fear a mere woman? What is it that brother Hiyu is up to? This is not fear. It is love, Hiyu retorted stubbornly. Qingyi, observing her second brother Hiyu's swift admission of fault, chuckled softly. What is this all about? Second brother? Where did you err? Hiyu grasped Qingyi's arm, shaking it playfully as he pouted, I was wrong, but where? Dear sister, please do not tell father, mother, or elder brother. You wouldn't want to see your beloved second brother with a broken leg, would you? Qingyi raised 3 fingers. And Hiyu immediately understood her meaning. 30 taels of silver as a hush fee was indeed exorbitant. Internally lamenting, he attempted to bargain. Oh, dear sister. How about 20 taels? Without uttering a word, Qingyi simply raised 2 more fingers, turning 3 into 5. Hiyu quickly pressed down her fingers, conceding. 30 taels it is, then. With a chuckle, he unfastened his purse from his waist and placed it in Qingyi's palm, internally wailing as his money flew away. So much wealth. Seeing this, Ning swiftly removed his own purse and placed it on the table. Elder brother, this is my 50 taels. Hear me out, he began, only to realize his error and quickly corrected himself. No, let me explain. He felt a surge of anxiety. What if elder brother truly misinterpreted their outing as a visit to a brothel? It was utterly unjust. Had he known, he would not have accompanied brother he into that establishment. He should have remained outside. Qingyi, though not well acquainted with Ning, understood her second brother well enough to know he would never engage in such absurdity. She gently swirled her teacup and said softly, Oh, I am quite curious to hear your explanation. Ning pointed at Hiyu, hastily clarifying, It is all Hiyu's fault. He asked me to accompany him upstairs to the Baihua Building, but elder brother, you must believe us, we were truly there on legitimate business. Hiyu rubbed his forehead, smiling wryly at Ning's chaotic explanation, which only muddied the waters further. No, dear sister, allow me to clarify. It concerns my brother Yurong from Yangzhou. Recently, his sister went missing, and news has surfaced that she was seen at the Baihua Building in the capital. The distance from Yangzhou to the capital is far, and he cannot arrive in time, so he entrusted me with a letter to investigate. He Yu explained the situation systematically. Yun Qingyi listened, finding it unlikely to be a fabricated story. She inquired, why not report it to the authorities? What were the findings? Ning shook his head. Reporting it would only reach the local officials. Without evidence, one cannot search the establishment in the capital. Moreover, it is vast. Brother, he and I searched for quite some time without any leads. Perhaps we were looking in the wrong direction?
No.
I have a feeling this matter is not so simple. Since the clue originated from the Baihua building, it must harbor secrets. If Yi Rong's sister is not within the Baihua building, she may have been moved elsewhere, Hu asserted with conviction. After listening for a while, the system suddenly interjected. She is indeed in the Baihua building. Upon hearing the voice of Tianyin, He Yu and Ning instinctively clenched their fists. Yun Qingyi asked the question they both wished to know. Where is she? Do you know her exact location? The system nodded. Guagua certainly knows. I am all-knowing. She is confined in a secret chamber of the woodshed in the back courtyard, with the hidden door activated by the candle holder inside, but 2 guards are stationed there. Upon learning the specific location, Yun Qingyi decided not to discuss further with the system. Rescuing the girl took precedence. But how could she convince them that the young lady was indeed in the woodshed without arousing suspicion? She chuckled lightly. Perhaps you are not thorough enough in your search. Did you not say the Baihua building is vast? The back courtyard, woodshed, and kitchen areas must also be investigated. She could be hidden in an inconspicuous space. He Yu and Ning exchanged glances, both now aware of Yi Rong's sister's whereabouts, yet they chose to align with Yun Qingyi's assertion. Ning nodded. Elder brother is right. We must have overlooked something. Let us search thoroughly inside, and out once more. He Yu observed Ning's eagerness to support Yun Qingyi, feeling a bit embarrassed. But, elder brother, the Baihua building is fraught with danger. May I borrow your shadow guards? With them, we can surely expedite the rescue.
Ning fluttered.
Shadow guards? Yun Qingyi suddenly recalled that she had a pair of brothers secretly protecting her. Zimu had been dispatched to deliver the girl and had not returned. Thus, only Zishan remained. On the rooftop, Zishan overheard Ning's intentions and nearly slipped off the roof. Yun Qingyi called out, Zishan, are you there? A shadow flickered before her. And Zishan stood before her, bowing slightly. At your service. Yun Qingyi smiled at Zishan, who felt somewhat unnerved under her gaze. What had he done wrong?
He Yu,
observing his sister's expression, realized she was smitten by the handsome young man, preferring the company of dashing men and beautiful women. He discreetly tugged on Yun Qingyi's sleeve. Returning to her senses, Yun Qingyi said, Zishan, I need you to accompany my second brother Ning and the others on an errand. Zishan had already grasped the situation from the rooftop, but he hesitated, thinking that if he left, only Qingfeng would be left to protect the esteemed envoy.
Oh.
And Tianyin will also protect you. But what are the records? Zishan hesitated for only 3 seconds before bowing and accepting the order. Understood. Before departing, he needed to address one matter. He approached Qingfeng and pulled him aside. Yun Qingyi watched as they whispered to each other, unable to suppress a sigh. Father truly loves me. He has sent 3 handsome men to protect me. If Yun Shangshu knew her thoughts, he would surely say it was not him. He could not afford such affection, for it was far too costly. Chapter 26. The ancient Mulan, the majestic General Hanren, is a woman. Zishan pulled Qingfeng aside. Let go. Qingfeng glanced at the hand gripping him and coldly remarked. Zishan grinned. You're just like my brother, too cold-hearted. Be careful. No maiden will take a liking to you. Qingfeng glanced at Zishan but remained silent. Zishan produced a small booklet from his pocket and pressed it into Qingfeng's hand. I have been sent by the esteemed one to carry out an errand, and my brother has not returned. Please help me record the esteemed one's words and actions. Just the important ones will suffice. Qingfeng replied coolly, I won't help. Oh, come on, just this once, Zishan insisted, gripping his hand. As Qingfeng refused to take the booklet, Zishan persisted in placing it in his hand. Qingfeng attempted to pull away, but Zishan held on tightly. Let go. Men should not touch each other so intimately. Nonsense. It is clearly that men and women should not touch each other in such a manner. Do not put me in a box. If you refuse, I will not release you, and the blame for delaying the esteemed one's affairs will fall upon you, Zishan said with a grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Then he added, if I miss recording the esteemed one's conversation with Tianyin due to my errand, I will surely lose my head when they find out. With my striking looks, you surely would not want to see my head roll, would you? Unable to withstand Zishan's reasoning, Qingfeng accepted the booklet, albeit with the condition of only this once. Seeing Qingfeng take the booklet, Zishan's smile widened. Of course, my brother and I usually leave one person behind. This is just an unexpected assignment. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyi gazed at the Baihua building before her, unable to stifle a sigh. If only I had such a building. How wonderful it would be. Hearing this, Yu gently flicked her forehead. What nonsense are you speaking? You wish to run a brothel?
Do not even think about it.
Yun Qingyi rubbed the spot he had flicked and complained. Second brother, it is clearly your impure thoughts at play. Couldn't we be discussing a high-end restaurant instead? I never suggested a brothel. Yun Heo intended to retort, but upon seeing Zishan approaching, he ceased his words. The three of them bid farewell to Yun Qingyi and descended the stairs, making their way towards the Baihua building across the street. Yun Qingyi glanced at the sky and decided to return home with Mu Jin, as their business would not be concluded anytime soon. It was not until nightfall that Zishan returned to report that the individuals had been rescued. Upon inquiring about any injuries, Zishan proudly declared that his martial skills were commendable. And thus, everyone was safe, though the young lady had sustained some superficial wounds and was sent to see a doctor. Relieved to hear there were no serious injuries, Yun Qingyi advised him to rest well. Zishan vanished into the night, seeking Qing Feng to retrieve the documents and exchanged a few words with him. Meanwhile, in another part of the Yun residence, the candlelight in the study of Minister Yun extinguished quite late. In the blink of an eye, it was once again time for the morning court. The 2 days of respite felt fleeting to Yun Qingyi, yet for the emperor and his ministers, those days dragged on interminably, filled with tedium. Especially when the emperor observed the documents that had arrived. He noted that Yun Qingyi's life was undoubtedly far more thrilling than his own daily affairs. As Yun Qingyi painfully donned her clothes, she felt like any other labor burdened by work. Minister Yun, dressed in official robes, hoped fervently that his daughter would maintain her composure today, as his heart raced with anxiety. In contrast to the Yun household, the other ministers donned their official garments with delight, ready for an entertaining day of gossip. The other ladies remarked, "Do not presume we are unaware of your enthusiasm for attending court. When will Madame Yun bring her daughter out to mingle and allow us to witness such an intriguing person?" Clearly, they were the ones more suited to be the audience for gossip. Emperor Xingyuan was unusually jubilant that morning, his excitement tinged with anticipation. He addressed the eunuch beside him. "What surprises do you think our young Minister Yun will bring today? I hope she engages in discussion about corrupt officials with that Tianin." In just a few short days, the treasury had transformed from emptiness to overflowing abundance, bringing him immense relief and even a sense of longevity. As he gazed upon the treasury filling with gold and silver, tears of joy began to spill from the corners of his eyes. It was not due to his own incompetence. Rather, everyone else was a master at pretending to be loyal subjects. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to investigate his own relatives too overtly. After all, public sentiment must not be disturbed. Yet this young Minister Yun could rally the people's hearts, a true blessing for the great Qing. The eunuch meticulously arranged the emperor's attire, while the emperor proclaimed, "Long live! Long live! Long live! This young Minister Yun is indeed sent by heaven to assist you. Not only does she bring wealth, but she also benefits the great Qing." Emperor Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, as Yun Qingyi made her way to the court, the ministers were exceedingly warm towards her father and her. She felt their enthusiasm was perhaps a touch excessive. Minister Yun dutifully returned their greetings. At the beginning of the court session, Yun Qingyi was still lost in thought, not engaging in any gossip with the system. The officials occasionally glanced in her direction, and even Emperor Xingyuan, while perusing the documents, did not forget to cast a sidelong glance at her. As the morning court session progressed, its monotony became increasingly unbearable, and they longed for something exciting to occur. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Xingyuan cleared his throat gently and signaled Minister Yun with a glance. Naturally, Minister Yun understood the emperor wished him to prompt Yun Qingyi to regain her focus. He silently closed his eyes, averting his gaze from the emperor. He thought it quite delightful for his daughter to be lost in thought. If only she could maintain this state from morning until evening court. Unfortunately, the next moment, his wish fell flat. A messenger soon announced that the illustrious General Hanren had returned from battle. Upon hearing of the victory, Emperor Xingyuan was ecstatic, quickly summoned General Hanren. The eunuch's sharp voice rang out, announcing, "General Hanren presents himself." Yun Qingyi suddenly regained her senses as all the ministers and Emperor Xingyuan eagerly turned their gazes towards the entrance. She followed suit, her eyes drawn to the figure of the general entering the hall. Clad in silver-white armor that gleamed coldly, he possessed piercing eyes and a tall, commanding stature. His black hair tied back, and a stern visage accentuated by arched brows, exuding an air of authority. What a strikingly handsome and gallant young man! Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission, successfully intercepting the invasion of the northern Liang Kingdom at the outskirts of Xingtang Pass with my 10,000 Qijia soldiers, the general proclaimed, kneeling before the emperor with a melodious voice. Emperor Xingyuan's stern expression softened into a smile. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Rise, my dear minister. Yun Qingyi gazed at the handsome young general before her. Ah, this young general is incredibly handsome. The surrounding officials and Emperor Xingyuan could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. The officials murmured, your exclamation has reached our ears. Emperor Xingyuan asked, are you not thrilled by the victory, but rather by his striking appearance? The general, taken aback by the voice of a woman in the court, paused momentarily. How could there be a woman present, especially speaking while the emperor was addressing him? No, that couldn't be right. He glanced sideways and realized, to his astonishment, that a woman was indeed seated on the right side of the hall. The system remarked, isn't he handsome? Yun Qingyi nodded in agreement. Handsome.
Just my type.
The system shattered her daydream. Don't get your hopes up. She is a woman. The officials gasped at Tianin's words.
What?
The formidable General Hanren is a woman? They questioned whether their ears had deceived them. Chapter 27. A woman can both rest her husband and take to the battlefield. The general regarded the woman before her, speechless. Yet the audible voice was unmistakably female. Who was she conversing with? How did she know of her gender? If she could hear this woman's thoughts, could the others as well? The glances from the surrounding ministers revealed to her that they too could perceive the thoughts of this woman. Emperor Xingyuan's admiring gaze remained fixed upon the general. He blinked, wishing he could keep his eyes closed indefinitely. A woman leading troops into battle was unprecedented. Other women prefer to stay within their courtyards, embroidering flowers, learning music and arts, or strolling through the markets. Upon discovering that the striking young general was a woman, Yun Qingyi became even more exhilarated.
Wow.
She is the modern-day Hua Mulan. Ah, even more handsome as a woman. Sister, please take me with you. The system chuckled. The host is captivated by her sister. Is that excitement truly necessary? Remain calm. Yun Qingyi retorted. How could I not be? She's too handsome. The general, initially puzzled by the woman's exclamation regarding her sister, felt her face flush with embarrassment, her ears turning a shade of pink. This woman was truly amusing. The other ministers exchanged glances, confused about who Hua Mulan was, some knowing and others unaware. However, some officials believed it was inappropriate for a woman to take to the battlefield. Just as one of them stepped forward to voice his concerns, another man in purple robes interjected, Your Majesty, a historic event occurred in the capital 2 days ago. As he spoke, the officials began to recall the events, some aware and others not. Upon hearing historic, Emperor Xingyuan understood. Minister Yun tightened his grip on the memorial in his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. The purple-robed official continued. A gentleman from Jiangning, Wang Huai, met his wife, Lady Lu Wani of the Ning'an Lu family, while passing through Xiangyang City, and they fell in love and wed. Wang Huai, in pursuit of scholarly distinction, made a significant relocation to the capital to prepare for the imperial examination. Lu Wani, in turn, sought to establish a modest stall selling wontons and pancakes. Unfortunately, just a few days prior, while delivering her husband's lunch, she discovered that her spouse had taken a concubine in a distant courtyard of the academy, who had borne him a child. To her dismay, Lu Wani's mother-in-law lavished attention on this concubine, prompting Lu Wani to act in a fit of rage by demolishing the concubine's quarters and issuing a letter of divorce, declaring her intention to sever ties with her husband. Each utterance from the man in the purple official robes seemed to tug at the hearts of the assembled officials, until they were left in a state of anxious anticipation upon hearing the announcement of a divorce. The old minister, adhering to the principles of the great legal code, advised reconciliation, yet Lu maintained her stance, deeming her husband's actions culpable and insisting on the divorce. The matter was of great significance, and the elderly official hesitated to make a definitive judgment, seeking the emperor's decree instead. The official in purple extended the memorial to Eunuch Su, who in turn presented it to Emperor Xingyuan. After perusing the document, the emperor, bearing a solemn expression, inquired whether the officials had any opinions regarding the matter presented by Minister Chen. Soon, various officials began to voice their opposition. Your Majesty, one elder in a red robe with streaks of gray in his hair began, it is truly absurd for a woman to seek a divorce. Since time immemorial, it has been the prerogative of men to issue such letters. Men are the heads of households, responsible for both external affairs and the sanctity of the home. Even in the face of transgressions, separation should be the course of action, not divorce. As more officials chimed in, the atmosphere was charged with dissent. I concur. Another official added, a wife is bound by the 3 letters and 6 rights, traditionally wedded in grand ceremonies. To pursue divorce is utterly unconscionable. Yet another echoed, If women could freely seek divorce, chaos would reign. A mere disagreement could lead to a flurry of divorce letters, undermining the stability of families and the prosperity of the realm. Voices of agreement echoed throughout the court, with no one daring to support Lu Wani's cause. Yunqing, lowering her gaze, pondered her own position as a member of the court, questioning whether she too had a voice in this matter. Just as she prepared to act, she heard a familiar voice, her father, Minister Yun. Striding forward with an upright stature, he asserted, "Your Majesty, I believe the essence of this matter has been misconstrued. Wang Huai's actions are neither just nor lawful. Moreover, it is unconscionable that the elder matron of the Wang family would care for the concubine while benefiting from the toil of the Lu woman." An official stepped forward to counter, "Minister Yun, even if Wang Huai erred, such an extent is unwarranted." Yun, with a calm demeanor, retorted, "If I recall correctly,
You do not have a concubine, do you?
if your daughter were to face such a situation, would you wish for her to accept a divorce letter?
Oh.
But I forget, being a third-rank official, your beloved daughter would likely seek separation instead." The retort left the official speechless, and Yun continued, "In ordinary circumstances, a husband may issue a divorce letter should his wife transgress. Yet, if a husband uses his wife's hard-earned contributions to support a concubine and her child, how is it unjust for the wife to seek a divorce?" Yunqing felt a surge of pride for her father. Well said. Father is truly admirable. If it weren't for the solemnity of the occasion, I would applaud him. Women too should have the right to seek divorce and to stand bravely on the battlefield. Women should not be confined to societal roles, but rather embrace their true selves, thriving and flourishing. She could see her father's expression brighten at the first part of her thoughts, though he twitched at the latter. At this moment, General Hanren stepped forward. Kneeling before the emperor, "Your Majesty, I too support the notion that women may seek divorce. Furthermore, I must confess, I have concealed my identity as a woman to fight in place of my brother. I seek your mercy for this transgression." The court erupted in astonishment. Although there had been whispers of her identity, hearing it confirmed was a shock. Emperor Xingyuan, equally astonished yet maintaining his authority, admonished General Han. "Do you realize that concealing your gender to engage in battle is a grave offense against the crown? Such audacity is remarkable."
Han ren hastelig bove din repentans.
"I acknowledge my guilt. I bear this sin alone, and my family bears no responsibility." Yunqing felt panic rise within her. What has caused this general to reveal her true identity? What if the emperor truly punishes her? In that moment, she desperately wished for a solution to present itself. The voice of the system reassured her, "Do not fret, host." Perhaps she revealed her identity to advocate more effectively for the approval of women's right to divorce. Yunqing, still troubled, implored, "Is there any way to save her? I cannot bear to see such a valiant general meet her end." The system clarified, "She is unlikely to die." Her concealment was a means to honor her brother, who perished in a flood while attempting to save her when she was but 8 years old. He aspired to be a mighty general, vowing to defend our land. To fulfill his dream, she shed her identity as a woman and devoted herself to mastering military strategy. Her strength was forged through relentless training and countless arduous battles. Yunqing marveled at her story. "This is incredible. The blood and tears she shed have paved her path to greatness." And what happened next? The system continued. At the age of 15, when the southern barbarians invaded, her father led his troops into battle, but was gravely injured. She took up her brother's name, seeking to fulfill her father's unfinished mission. Upon regaining consciousness, her father admonished her for her recklessness, punishing her to kneel in the ancestral hall. He penned a memorial to report the situation, but before it could be dispatched, the emperor's decree arrived. Tears welled in Yunqing's eyes, her voice trembling. "In this world, the so-called tranquil days are merely the result of others bearing our burdens. She is a hero." And then what happened? The system responded slowly. She knelt for 3 days and nights in the ancestral hall, sustained by her mother's secret provisions. Upon her release, she rushed to the border. After 3 months of grueling warfare against the formidable southern barbarians, she knew she could not continue the fight. Thus, she arranged a duel with their leader. Following that battle, the southern barbarians retreated, and General Hanren gained fame, becoming the guardian of the eastern frontier. The ministers, filled with mixed emotions, reflected on the revelation of their esteemed general's identity, now knowing her to be a woman. The elderly man in a crimson robe, with hair as white as snow, rose once more and knelt down, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, the battlefield is fraught with peril. It is the rightful place of women to remain at home, managing domestic affairs, ensuring the continuation of lineage, and nurturing children. Warfare is indeed the domain of men. The current situation, where General Hanren, a woman, conceals her true gender and commits treason against the throne, is utterly unforgivable. Should we fail to impose severe punishment, military morale will falter. I implore your majesty to administer justice, without mercy. Upon his utterance, a steady stream of officials emerged to voice their dissent. I concur, proclaimed another. Women, being of the frilier sex, ought to be protected by men. How could they possibly take to the field and slay their enemies? Yet another echoed, since time immemorial. Men have farmed while women have woven. Each has their own sacred duty, and the propagation of the race is theirs. If women were to perish in battle, would we not face utter annihilation? I concur, echoed the chorus. Minister Yun, witnessing this assembly of kneeling officials, felt a headache brewing. These 2 points of contention had been raised by Yun Qing. She had taught women the art of writing divorce letters. And it was she who had revealed that General Hanren was, in fact, a woman. With a resigned sigh, Minister Yun concluded that someone must take responsibility for the troubles caused by his daughter. My life is but one. Should it come to pass, I shall return to my homeland. He stood, adjusted his robes, and knelt before the emperor, declaring, General Hanren has achieved remarkable military feats. Feats that even we men could scarcely accomplish. As for the notion of women being too weak to engage in battle, can one truly deem General Hanren weak? Who dares to assert such a thing? She has bested even the most formidable warriors of the southern barbarians. Seeing the silence among the assembled officials, he continued, though our dynasty has no precedent for women in combat, the fact remains that General Hanren's gender cannot be altered. While we relish the peace she has secured for us, we simultaneously denigrate her femininity. Does her gender diminish her worth compared to our robust men? He paused for effect before continuing. As for the dire predictions of total extinction, I believe such fears are unwarranted. Let us not forget, would any of you, men of stature, dare to face the hardships of the battlefield, eating rations, marching through treacherous terrain, facing the uncertainty of life and death? He addressed each kneeling official in turn. Minister Liu, would you go? Minister Zhou, would you go? Minister Wu, would you go? Minister Sun, would you go? Each individual bowed their heads lower, too intimidated to respond. Minister Yun chuckled lightly, addressing the court. If no man here is willing to endure such suffering, how can we expect any woman to follow in the footsteps of General Hanren to fight in battle? Yun Qing, listening to her father's fervent defense within the court, struggled to suppress a smile. When it comes to lethality, it is indeed the civil officials who reign supreme. Minister Yun, closing his eyes, thought, let it all come crashing down. The system interjected with a playful tone. Host, it seems you, as an oracle, are also a civil official. Yun Qing promptly became a turtle, retracting her head. No, I am nothing. The other officials exchanged furtive glances, aware that she possessed the power to upend the court. Minister Yun remained poised in his kneeling position, yet turned his face towards General Hanren, asking earnestly, I have one final question, General Hanren. I beseech you to answer truthfully. If the enemy were to invade, what would you do? Without flinching, General Hanren responded resolutely. I would swear to defend our great empire, to safeguard the homes of our people, willing to engage in battle and offer my life for the nation. Oh, even as a woman, you would not seek refuge behind the strength of men? Minister Yun regarded her with a glimmer of admiration. General Hanren nodded firmly, her voice rising in fervor. Though I am a woman, my resolve is unyielding. In battle, I am no less than any man. I shall confront the enemy head-on, ready to sacrifice myself. The officials, stirred by her words, felt their blood surge, and a portion of them knelt in unison, pleading, we beseech your majesty to show mercy. General Hanren's labors deserve commendation. The court divided into 2 factions, one opposed and one in support. Observing the scene, the crown prince and other royal siblings also knelt, imploring in unison, we humbly request your majesty's grace. Yun Qing, initially among the non-kneeling, finally found her opportunity to join the throng, exclaiming, I beseech your majesty to show mercy. Her voice rang out distinctly among the chorus of children. Chapter 29, Restoring Her Daughterhood, bestowing the title of Unparalleled General. Yun Qing knelt in contemplation, her head bowed. Guabao, do you think this tyrannical emperor would truly enact punishment and order beheading? At the mention of a tyrannical emperor, the other officials gasped collectively. Such audacity from the oracle was unprecedented. To speak thus of the current sovereign could lead to dire consequences. Minister Yun, accustomed to such boldness, closed his eyes, grateful for the amulet of immunity that might save them this time. Perched upon his throne, Emperor Qingyuan nearly laughed in exasperation. Am I truly such a ruthless and unreasonable ruler? The system chimed in with innocent enthusiasm. I doubt it. This emperor seems to be a wise sovereign. Emperor Qingyuan reopened his eyes to find the entire court kneeling before him, his expression grave, yet imbued with undeniable authority. He turned to General Hanren, inquiring, General Hanren, I recall you are of the Qi family, correct? General Qi has one son and one daughter. If you are indeed the daughter, what of your elder brother? Even having heard the tale from Tianyin, he felt it necessary to ascertain the truth from her. The matter of her rightful name must be articulated by her own lips. General Hanren lifted her gaze, her bright eyes meeting his. Your Majesty, I am indeed Qi Shuang, the youngest daughter of the Qi family. My elder brother, Qi Han, perished 8 years ago while saving me. His greatest aspiration was to become a renowned general, to protect the common people, and to safeguard our great empire. He wished to protect both the populace and one individual, me. Ever since I was 8 years old, I have lived my life as my brother would have. The audience was well aware of the ensuing tale, and she refrained from elaborating further. The pain of bloodshed and tears was a burden only she could truly comprehend. A smile graced Emperor Qingyuan's face, his tone lightening. Well spoken. A guardian of both the people and one. Yet, recalling his position as emperor, he straightened his demeanor, clearing his throat with a touch of gravity. I have always been one to distinguish between reward and punishment. Qi Shuang. Concealing your gender and fighting in place of your brother constitutes treason against the throne. Nevertheless, considering your intentions were for the welfare of the people and our great empire, the penalty shall be that all rewards and riches be directed into the national treasury. General Hanren, kneeling, hurriedly bowed in gratitude. After a moment, the emperor continued, the Northern Liang army has repeatedly tested the boundaries of our great empire. We are fortunate to have General Hanren who swore to defend us. Since you fought in place of your brother, the title of General Hanren shall rightfully belong to him. Qi Han. General Hanren bowed deeply. I thank your Majesty on behalf of my brother. Having fulfilled her brother's dream, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Even if the title were to be rescinded, it mattered little to her. A pang of sadness struck her heart at the thought of not being able to return to the battlefield. If only women could take up arms, even as a mere soldier, she would gladly do so. Emperor Qingyuan nodded in approval, then inquired, from this day forth, you may reclaim your identity as a woman. However, I wish to pose a question on behalf of the people. Do you still wish to protect this great empire and its vast lands, to safeguard the common folk? Qi Shuang raised her unwavering gaze to meet the emperor's, her tone resolute. I am willing, regardless of gender. The Qi family shall fulfill its mission to defend the mountains and rivers and protect the people of our great empire. I pledge my life to follow your Majesty. In that moment, adorned in white armor, her satin cloak billowing in the wind, she exuded grace and fiery determination, akin to a phoenix poised for flight. Emperor Qingyuan, exhilarated, struck the dragon throne, proclaiming with authority, excellent. In the Wuling region, the Qi family boasts the remarkable Qi Shuang, whose gallant demeanor is matched only by her valor and intellect, rendering her a paragon among women. For years, she has steadfastly defended the borders and, in this latest conflict, has successfully repelled the fierce northern Liang troops, thwarting the incursions of the enemy nation, thus earning the illustrious title of the Unmatched General. With a smile, the Unmatched General found herself shedding tears of gratitude, bowing deeply in thanks. I humbly express my gratitude for your imperial grace. She had triumphed, and upon the emergence of the woman from the court, she realized it was time to unveil the truth. This was her singular opportunity. To continue concealing it would be futile, as the flames of truth could never be contained. Fortunately, the outcome was splendid, so splendid that it felt almost dreamlike. Tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the floor. Brother, did you witness this? I'm sorry for having borne your name for so many years. Did I offend you? Schwanger can finally return your name now. Moreover, dear brother, I too have ascended to the rank of general, just like you. You are the Cold Blade General. And I am the Unmatched General. Together, we are the Cold Blade Unmatched, the finest in the realm. Yun Qing knelt, her knee numb. Ah! The system inquired anxiously, host. What troubles you? Unfazed, Yun Qing replied, nothing, just a numb leg. Hearing her thoughts, Emperor Qingyuan suddenly remembered that everyone was still kneeling. All right, rise. What were we discussing? The officials collectively stood. The title of Unmatched General conferred upon the woman silenced any dissent. It was clear that the Emperor's endorsement fortified her standing. For to be called unmatched was to commend her exceptional abilities, unrivaled by any other. As Yun Qing took her seat, she began to converse with the system. Guabao. It appears I have been reborn into a fortunate family. The great Qing nation is truly splendid, and the emperor is commendable, a wise sovereign. The system, recalling her earlier words, remarked, host, did you not just refer to him as a dog emperor? Yun Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, dear. That was out of ignorance. I retract my statement. No more dog emperor. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, nearly lost his balance with such proclamations. Was it fitting to bestow rewards while being insulted? After all, he was a sagacious ruler. Did he not deserve recognition? He was on the verge of exasperation. The other officials were drenched in sweat, having just emerged from battle. The oracle envoy remained undeterred, even seeking to understand the current emperor. Truly, she was remarkable. Suddenly, Yun Qing pondered. How is it that Qi Shuang could masquerade as her brother for so long without detection, given that typically, a man's Adam's apple is more pronounced than a woman's? The system elucidated, she concealed it. During the battle against the southern barbarians, she sustained a severe neck injury, leading her armor to be altered to hide her throat. Yun Qing felt a pang of sympathy. She had nearly sacrificed herself. Qi Shuang was astonished that the system possessed such knowledge. What could it be? Yet, if even the emperor could tolerate its existence, it likely posed no threat to the great Qing nation. Eunuch Su reminded the emperor that they had previously discussed whether the woman should divorce her husband. With the precedent of women in office and female generals on the battlefield, officials with daughters began to voice their opinions. I believe Lady Lu is blameless. Her husband is unworthy of being a spouse. Furthermore, the elder Lady Wang is no good mother-in-law, knowing her son keeps a concubine while caring for the concubine's child. It is both unreasonable and unlawful to tolerate this. Lady Lu's choice to divorce is, therefore, entirely justified. I concur. Lady Lu's divorce is warranted.
I second that. I second that.
We all support this. This time, Yun Qing was much more astute. As the officials rallied in agreement, she stepped forward as well. I support this. If a man is disloyal and unjust, a woman may also seek divorce. If a man employs violence to harm a woman, she, too, may seek divorce. If a woman violently harms a man, she may seek to divorce. Keeping a concubine?
Divorce.
Disloyalty?
Divorce.
Violence and harm? Certainly divorce. Chapter 30. Promoting Women's Literacy and Establishing Women's Academies. Once Yun Qing finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the court. The officials exchanged glances, bewildered. After all, who does not experience minor disputes at home? If domestic matters were to be legislated, would that not lead to chaos? The man in the red official robe stood once more, urging, Your Majesty, reconsider. Who does not have minor quarrels? If everyone could divorce at will, what would be the meaning of marriage? With one person leading, countless others would follow. Your Majesty, there is no such thing as violence. Every household has its rules. Without order, there can be no peace. Your Majesty, consider the harmony of the family. After all, it is for the sake of the children. If divorce were so easily attainable, what would become of the children? Would they not be left fatherless or motherless? What chaos would ensue? Your Majesty, even if Lady Lu can write a few characters or compose a divorce decree, she is still among the minority. Not many women can read or write. We must deliberate carefully on the matter of women's divorce. Indeed, Your Majesty, this cannot be left to chance. We implore you to reconsider. The room filled with dissent, exacerbating Emperor Xingyuan's headache. Today was not a day for such debates. It was overwhelming. Yun Xiangshu felt his position precarious, glancing at Yun Qing with an inscrutable expression. It appeared he had not grasped her leaps in reasoning, so he decided to let her take the lead. Yun Xiangshu stepped forward, bowing deeply to Emperor Xingyuan, suggesting, since it was the oracle envoy who proposed this insight, why not allow her to elucidate the doubts of the assembly? Emperor Xingyuan was in full agreement and immediately echoed Yun Xiangshu's sentiment. Indeed, since it was the oracle envoy's suggestion, let her clarify for all. Yun Qing, having contemplated the hardships faced by women, was taken aback by the magnitude of the challenge. Historically, women have been in a subordinate position. Only through continuous empowerment could they hope for a better life. This time, she possessed a voice. She would take the stage in this debate and emerge victorious. In that moment, she felt a kinship with Qi Shuang and the determination displayed in the battle against the southern barbarians. Was it not the same, fighting with a resolve to win, even at the cost of life? Yun Qing rose, bowing respectfully to the emperor in gratitude. She turned to face the assembled officials, her gaze resolute, imbued with an unyielding strength that commanded attention. The violence and harm I referred to pertain to acts of intentional injury or grievous harm inflicted upon spouses after marriage. Such behavior constitutes a heinous crime. Therefore, why should a woman not seek divorce? As for the children, if a father and mother separate, do they cease to be the child's parents? In matters of support, I believe that even if two individuals part ways, they would not abandon their offspring. Standing tall, Yunqing withstood their scrutiny. Whispers rippled through the assembly, as some officials began to find her arguments reasonable. The man in the red robe seized upon a perceived flaw, sneering, "What a fallacious argument! Even if women could seek divorce, how many could actually write such a decree? If you wish to resolve these matters, simply approach the authorities." Yunqing seized the opportunity. "Exactly. I implore your majesty to consider implementing women's literacy programs and establishing women's academies." At her proclamation, the court erupted in uproar. Yun Shongshu closed his eyes, wishing fervently that he were dreaming. Let it be as it may, there was no saving grace in this chaos. Nonsense. Do not think that being appointed as the oracle envoy grants you the authority to disrupt the very fabric of society. Historically, it has been said that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. The idea of establishing women's academies is utterly preposterous. The man in the red robe vigorously shook his official garb, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Yunqing shook her head calmly, responding, "You are mistaken. The original saying is that a man's virtue is his talent, while a woman's lack of talent is deemed virtuous. A man of virtue possesses the ability to substantiate his inherent talents and capabilities. Conversely, for a woman, possessing virtue alone suffices, even in the absence of extraordinary talent." She continued, articulating that society often misconstrues a woman's lack of talent as a sign of virtue, using it as a means to constrain her, which is, in truth, a fallacy. Her assertion does not belittle a woman's potential. Rather, it underscores the importance of her moral character. While it is indeed commendable for a woman to embody both talent and virtue, should her moral integrity falter, even the most gifted among her would find it challenging to stand firm. Thus, a woman's virtue is foundational. Possessing talent is an enhancement, but even without it, she must cultivate her character. This principle applies equally to both genders. One might ponder, do not those who embody both virtue and talent command greater respect in contemporary society? The system erupted in applause. First blood. Another official stepped forward, asserting that if everyone could acquire literacy, then who would undertake the tasks of fishermen, woodcutters, farmers, and till the fields? From whence would our sustenance and garments arise? Yunqing smiled gently, stating that the pursuit of knowledge is boundless. None can predict the extent of their learning. All present, having diligently studied and succeeded in the imperial examinations, understand the arduous nature of rising above the masses. Learning the most fundamental skills is a matter of personal choice, not compulsion. Establishing a women's academy is merely to provide an opportunity for those willing to learn, who otherwise lack access to books. As for your concerns about prosperity through labor, rest assured, there will still be individuals to fulfill those roles. The system chimed in. Double kill. An official protested, his face flushed, questioning the ease with which the envoy spoke, highlighting the substantial costs of establishing an academy. He argued that not only women but even men must bear their own living expenses. Impoverished students often juggle their studies with laborious tasks, and few can afford such burdens. Yunqing smiled, suggesting that if the initiative were truly approved, it would likely be implemented in the capital, where numerous wealthy patrons would undoubtedly contribute to the establishment of an academy. Regarding accommodation and meals, students could reside at home and bring their own provisions. The curriculum could focus on basic skills, allowing them to learn without disrupting their daily lives. The system remained silent, simply announcing, "Quadra kill." Even the envoy's eloquence could not justify the notion that one woman could represent all women. While you believe women should learn, do you think they would share that sentiment? A series of officials emerged to counter this argument. Yunqing's eyes curved like a crescent moon, her lips forming a subtle smile as she responded, naturally. That is not the case. I merely propose the idea, and it is essential to consult the women of the world regarding their willingness to learn. The system excitedly reported. Pentakill. Chapter 31, The Flower Pavilion, a Human Trafficker? Yunqing engaged in a spirited debate, prompting the system to announce its voice. Thank you. After so many years without touching the game, to hear a 5-kill voice is exhilarating. The system shyly scratched its head. Isn't this a bit too exciting? The host usually maintains a calm demeanor, yet today is quite the spectacle. The officials were left bewildered, still grappling with the recent debate. What did all those unfamiliar terms mean? Was Tianyin mocking them? Had they truly erred? Yunqing softly replied, "Without reading, the world lies before you. With reading, the world is at your fingertips. In the sea of books, friendships abound, and we seek the essence of life together. One must strive to seize opportunities, mustn't they? Emperor Qingyuan observed the officials, each holding steadfast to their beliefs, and cleared his throat, stating, well, both sides have their arguments. Since all the esteemed officials hold differing views, let us temporarily set aside the proposal for a women's writing academy and later post a notice to gauge the public's reaction. Afterward, addressing the middle-aged man in purple robes, the official who had proposed the matter of divorce for women, he declared, as for the case of Lu Wani seeking a divorce, it is approved. A man who is unfaithful and neglects his duties, betraying his vows, may be divorced by his wife. Furthermore, regarding the envoy's suggestion, any individual, regardless of gender, who intentionally inflicts harm after marriage shall face the same consequence, a divorce decree, with strict penalties enforced by local authorities. The decree of strict penalties sent a shiver through the ranks of officials, leading them to exclaim, the tides are changing. The official clad in a red robe, with flecks of gray in his hair, stepped forward once more, addressing the emperor. As he did, Yunqing narrowed her eyes at the man in red. The official felt an unsettling chill under her scrutiny, an ominous premonition washing over him. Indeed, the very next moment, Yunqing voiced her thoughts. Ah, it's this old fellow again. Why does he, like a venomous serpent, fixate on the perspectives of women? Does he harbor a grudge against us? Before the red-robed official could articulate his response, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How dare you call me a serpent? You and your entire family are serpents. Is there a fault in my speech? You, a viper. What ulterior motives do you have in allowing women to step into the light? The officials, upon hearing Yunqing's words, felt a surge of apprehension. Could it be that he harbored animosity toward women? Emperor Qingyuan, intrigued, leaned in closer to hear more clearly. The system exclaimed, wow, the host is remarkably astute. His grievance lies not with women in general, but specifically with you. Yunqing was momentarily bewildered. Did I steal his wife? Or did I seize his fortune? Why would he bear a grudge against me? The officials could not suppress their laughter, discreetly covering their mouths with their sleeves. The red-robed official, hearing this, nearly erupted in rage. Had it not been a court setting, he would have unleashed a torrent of insults. Yunqing, however, paid little heed to the expressions of those around her, fixated solely on uncovering the nature of her supposed animosity with this man. The system quickly elucidated. It's quite simple. The girl you rescued from the flower pavilion the other day was his prize selection, meant to be groomed into a courtesan for profit. Yunqing paused, then the realization dawned upon her. You mean the largest flower pavilion in the capital is owned by him? He is wealthier than the emperor? The emperor must be struggling. The officials were initially taken aback, then Yunqing's subsequent remarks had them shaking with suppressed laughter, their hands discreetly pinching their thighs to stifle their mirth. Emperor Qingyuan twitched his lips, wondering how the conversation veered toward the flower pavilion and implicated him. The system, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, Host, is that truly the crux of the matter? Your focus seems misplaced. Yunqing, realizing her error, quickly corrected herself. Oh, please continue. The system resumed. This man in the red robe is named Yin Xianwan, serving as a taibao, responsible for teaching and assisting the crown prince. Yunqing gasped. Ah? So he is the crown prince's tutor. Will he not lead the prince astray? Surely the prince's judgment is lacking if such a person can be his teacher? And a million? His name is quite greedy. Why is he running a brothel, if he is a taibao? The crown prince's face turned crimson, his ears and neck aflame, exuding an air of indignation. He protested, claiming innocence, asserting that he had multiple teachers, and insisted he was truly upright, very upright. Before Taibao Yin could retort, he was swiftly silenced by the second and third princes, who dragged him away to a corner. Taibao Yin, caught off guard by their sudden action, struggled to regain his breath, gasping for air as he widened his nostrils to their fullest. Qingyi turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, where a government official donned in a crimson robe stood, instilling a sense of perplexity within her. Guabao, did you just hear a sound? She inquired. The system shook its head in response. It is quite normal for sounds to arise in the court, is it not? Qingyi acknowledged with a soft "oh," realizing her ears had played tricks on her. I must have misheard. Please do answer my previous question. The crown prince, relieved that Qingyi had dismissed her doubts, felt a weight lift from his heart. At that moment, as Qingyi had looked up, he had discreetly pushed a crimson-robed official forward to take the place formerly held by the minister Yin. Fortunately, Qingyi was none the wiser. The system began to elucidate. Minister Yin, having been widowed for many years, clings too stubbornly to his beliefs, ultimately leading to his wife's demise from distress. Following her passing, he sought to validate his convictions by abducting young women, proclaiming that women should inherently love men more. He argued that if men possess wealth, women will also prosper. Thus, women must learn to please men to secure their affection. Men are the heavens and the earth, the esteemed guests at the banquet of life. And women ought to unconditionally obey men's desires. Qingyi was taken aback. Isn't this akin to human trafficking? In ancient Mianbei, such brainwashing organizations surely had their slogans? The system nodded, mimicking her tone. Beauty sings and dances, while men bestow riches. Please, ascend to the upper floor. We have a refined seating arrangement. If you desire wealth, smile and flourish within the halls. Upon entering, do not stand in line. Simply toss a hand towards the men. To earn money, first hone your skills. Cast aside all to bring them pleasure. Beyond the green hills, in the building beyond, the talents within are unparalleled. A girl embraces a man, ensnaring him to dwell within the halls. The Emperor Xingyuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably at such nonsense. The officials perked up their ears, intrigued by this absurdity. Yet it somehow delighted them. Realizing the oddity of the situation, they quickly shook their heads. Qingyi chuckled. Guabao, I must admit, this brainwashing slogan is indeed quite captivating. The officials nodded in agreement, acknowledging its hypnotic nature. Minister Yin, drenched in sweat, cursed himself for having stood up earlier, lamenting, why did I provoke her? Had I known to retreat while ahead, I would not be in this predicament. His secrets now laid bare. He feared for his life. Emperor Xingyuan, seeing that court time was drawing to a close, hastily declared that the matter was settled. The upcoming cold food festival, which prohibited fire, necessitated a banquet the day before, inviting all officials along with their wives and children for a lively gathering. As for Minister Yin, he would be investigated and executed, with his estate confiscated. The emperor's eyes sparkled with greed. Wealth awaits. Chapter 32. Punished to kneel in the ancestral hall upon hearing of the holiday, Qingyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Having barely commenced her duties for a day before being granted a break, who wouldn't be elated? She understood that the cold food festival preceded the Qingming festival. And due to the ancient transportation challenges, officials often delayed their work to return home for tomb sweeping, resulting in a total of 7 days off for both festivals. Among the morning court, only General Wushuang and Qingyi felt jubilant. As she departed, many gazed at her as if she were an otherworldly being, leaving Qingyi bewildered. Why do they regard me thus? Could it be that my ideas are too avant-garde for them to comprehend? She dismissed the thought, feeling content in her current state. After all, beauty is meant to be appreciated. The system reassured her, fear not, grant them time, and they shall eventually come to accept it. Minister Yun shifted his lips, hesitating to speak, ultimately letting out a huff and departing. Upon returning home, just as Qingyi prepared to slip back to her courtyard, a stern voice rang out from a distance, halt. Reflexively, she halted, unsure why, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she still feared her strict father. Father, did you call for me? She turned, smiling at Minister Yun. His expression was grave, almost terrifying, as if the very air around them had thickened. He spoke sternly. Do you understand the gravity of your actions in court today? Qingyi shook her head, bewildered. She had done nothing wrong. Minister Yun sighed softly, slowly closing his eyes. You shall kneel in the ancestral hall. If you cannot comprehend, you shall not be permitted to leave. Since the age of 6, Qingyi had never been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Now, as an adult, it was her first experience of such punishment. Though feeling aggrieved, she obediently accepted her fate and made her way to the ancestral hall. Miss. Qingdai and Mujin called out with concern. Qingyi shook her head, signaling that she was fine. The ancestral hall was a sacred space, inaccessible to others. She pushed open the courtyard gate and entered, kneeling on the yellow circular mat. The system expressed sympathy. Host, why do you not admit your fault after being punished? However, Guagua believes you have done nothing wrong. Perhaps you could rest for a while, or even take a nap. I will wake you if someone arrives. Qingyi replied nonchalantly, I am fine. Father is merely concerned for me. Upon entering the ancestral hall and catching sight of the ancestral tablets, she began to understand her father's intentions. During lunch, Yunhee returned late to find Minister Yun and Madame Yun already dining, noticing only 3 people at the table. He scooped some rice, his words muffled by food. If elder brother is busy with affairs and cannot join us, why is younger sister also absent? Dining elsewhere? Minister Yun remained stern, ignoring him. Seeing this, Madame Yun signaled to Yunhee, but he, being somewhat oblivious, failed to grasp her meaning. With a hint of excitement, Yunhee remarked, I heard sisters made quite a stir, not only proposing that women can divorce, but also promoting women's literacy and establishing academies. Truly, my sister displays a courage that rivals my own. Minister Yun's face darkened as he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Yun Hiyu. It has been stated that such matters should not be discussed recklessly. One must not speak while eating or while lying down. If you do not wish to eat, be gone. Or, do you wish to join Qingyi in kneeling at the ancestral hall? His tone was less than pleasant. Yun Hiyu jumped in surprise, his appetite waning at the latter part of his father's statement. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, "If I am not to eat, then I shall leave." With that, he stormed out. Madame Yun quickly sought to comfort Minister Yun, husband. Why let these children vex you? They are merely growing up, acting without forethought and lacking a sense of reverence, which may lead them into trouble. Minister Yun merely snorted, resuming his meal. Madame Yun, understanding the unspoken sentiments, radiated warmth, knowing that in time, their children would come to comprehend their father's intentions. However, she recognized that his approach was too subtle for them to grasp immediately. Minister Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. It would be a miracle if they understood it all. One was a carefree spirit, seemingly unhinged, and the other a laid-back individual, indulging in pleasures and beauty, yet their thoughts were unparalleled across time, a puzzling enigma indeed. After Yun, Hiyu exited. He rushed towards the kitchen with urgency.
Quick.
Prepare some food, and also make a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup to pack. He urgently instructed the cook. Though the cook was unaware of the situation, he complied, preparing 2 dishes while the white fungus and lotus seed soup remained from lunch. Yun Hiyu took the food box, intending to head to the ancestral hall, but suddenly recalled something and dashed back to his own courtyard before making his way to the ancestral hall. Yun Qingyi had been kneeling for quite a while, losing track of time. Shifting her numb legs, she noticed movement by the side window. The window opened from the outside, and a blanket was tossed in, followed by a black food box. Oh, and a leg extended in after them. Yun Qingyi smiled, recognizing who it was. Soon enough, Yun Hiyu tumbled in. Still kneeling? He asked, gazing at the kneeling Yun Qingyi. Yun Qing raised her head and asked, "Aren't you also flipping through it?" Yun Hiyu picked up the quilt, dusting it off as he spoke. "How come the usually clever you is so docile today? Here, I brought you a quilt. Don't you love lounging around and reading novels?" After saying this, he suddenly remembered he hadn't brought a book. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I'll fetch one for you shortly. Yun Qing felt a hint of exasperation, just a smidgen. Couldn't he see where they were? Lying on the floor and reading novels. Was that appropriate? She shook her head. No need, it's not suitable. I am here to kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment, not to indulge in comfort. Yun Hiyu pondered for a moment, realizing it indeed seemed inappropriate. He tossed the quilt out of the window and approached Yun Qing with a food box. He casually brought over a prayer mat and sat beside her, beginning to unpack the food while teasing, "You ungrateful little one. Who do you think your brother is doing this for? It's all for you." With someone guarding the courtyard, and it facing the main gate, I had no other choice. Yun Qing remained unmoved, ignoring him. Seeing that the tempting food couldn't sway her, he found it strange. "Why are you just sitting there? Come and eat." Yun Qing gazed at the ancestral tablets before her and shook her head. "My father has punished me to kneel here. It wouldn't be proper to eat in this setting, would it? What's the harm? Your father only said to kneel here. He didn't say you couldn't eat. Besides, the ancestors wouldn't want to see their descendants going hungry." Yun Hiyu tugged at her sleeve, urging her to join him. After careful consideration, Yun Qing acknowledged there was some truth in his words, yet in front of the ancestral tablets, she simply could not bring herself to partake in such an act. Chapter 33. The 3 siblings gather in the ancestral hall. Yun Hiyu, observing her inner conflict of wanting to eat yet reluctant, swiftly carried the food and box to a side hall. "All right, we can dine in the side hall. We don't need to eat in front of the ancestors." He beckoned to Yun Qing. Yun Qing bowed to the ancestral tablets, mumbling, "Dear ancestors of the Yun family, I, Yun Qingyi, do not mean to offend. I am merely famished, and will eat a little before returning." Seeing she was taking too long, Yun Hiyu urged, "Hurry up, my stomach is growling." At last, Yun Qing brought over a prayer mat to join him for the meal. After lunch, Yun Hiyu wished to stay and accompany Yun Qing.
She declined.
With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Why not? Isn't it nice for your second brother to keep you company? It must be so dull for you alone. Second brother, you should attend to your own matters. I'm fine here, just daydreaming is quite pleasant. You've already gone out of your way to bring me lunch. There is no need to stay and kneel here. If father finds out, you'll be punished too." Yun Qing replied, shaking her head. Yun Hiu grinned. It's no trouble. Punishment is punishment. We can kneel together. Besides, today you have no pressing matters. Isn't it better to accompany our little treasure? Usually. Yun Qing affectionately referred to herself as a treasure in front of her family, but hearing her second brother say it made her feel somewhat awkward. It was just that his voice was so melodious and he was so handsome, it felt almost unfair. Seeing that he was determined to stay, Yun Qing quickly thought of a way to distract him. By the way, second brother, since you know I'm being punished to kneel, you must also know the reason behind it. I can't go out, could you check outside on the street for any news? Yun Hiu had never refused her requests, so he agreed to investigate. I'll go find out some news and return shortly to keep you company. If you get bored, just sit in the side hall for a while. Don't foolishly kneel. The ancestors want to be angry if you don't, and father want to find out. He reminded her as he climbed out the window. Yun Qing nodded, cutting him off. I know. Hurry and go. She feared he would talk longer and attract attention. Seeing her eagerness to send him off, Yun Hiu closed the window and climbed over the wall. The guards and hidden protectors of the Yun residence, including the concealed Zishan, watched the comical sight of Yun Hiu climbing over the wall with a shared decision to feign ignorance. Yun Qing spent the afternoon chatting with the system, asking it to recount tales of the other countries it had encountered. The system spoke endlessly about them, filling the entire afternoon. Zishan, who had been recording in the corner, felt his hand nearing exhaustion, perplexed by how the oracular envoy could converse for so long without tiring. Brother, when will you return? I can't take it anymore, he exclaimed, almost in tears. Zishan thought, I should find an opportunity to speak with Lord Yun, so that the oracular envoy isn't punished to kneel in the ancestral hall anymore. This isn't punishment for her, it's punishment for me. He had written 5 small booklets, completely exhausting his previous supplies, thankful that it finally came to a halt. Any longer, and he would run out of booklets. At dinner, the table was set for 4, yet Yun Qing was still absent. Yun Hiu hastily shoveled down 2 mouthfuls of rice. I'm full, he declared, before dashing towards the kitchen. Lord Yun remained silent, while Yun Jingchu cast a fleeting glance before hastening his own meal. After finishing, he informed his parents and departed. Once he left, his personal attendant promptly brought the food box he had prepared earlier. Yun He was still climbing over walls and windows when, just as he was about to cross through the window, the main door was gently pushed open by a long, slender, and powerful hand. The two exchanged glances. And in that moment, Yun He flared up, Brother, why can you enter through the main door? Where else would I enter? Through the wall or window?
Yun Jingchu zip lít can ly.
Yun He comically tumbled inside as Yun Jingchu coolly closed the door. Brother, you really can accomplish great things. You're so bold to walk through the main door, not fearing father finding out. Yun He exclaimed while arranging the dishes in the side hall. Yun Jingchu remained composed, he knows.
What?
Yun He exclaimed. Yun Jingchu added, I have consulted him. He lowered his gaze. Every movement in the residence was under their father's watchful eye. Yun He nodded. Oh, so you're really stubborn, aren't you? Not planning to go out? You wouldn't seriously consider sleeping in the ancestral hall tonight, would you? But knowing your temperament, you wouldn't sleep here anyway. Suddenly recalling something, he paused. Wait, you're not actually going to keep kneeling all night, are you? Do you believe I would deal with you? That doesn't sound right. I can't bear to. Yun Jingchu interrupted. Let her eat first. Only then did Yun He fall silent. Yun Qing accepted the chopsticks handed to her by Yun Jingchu, smiling. Thank you, elder brother. Yun He, hearing this, felt displeased and quickly interjected. You ungrateful little one. Your second brother has been thinking of you all day. I brought you food at noon and again in the evening. And you don't have any words of gratitude? Thank you, second brother.
Love you.
Yun Qing hurriedly added. Upon hearing her words, Yun He felt his face flush. But he still managed to raise an eyebrow at Yun Jingchu. Did you see that? She said she loves me. Yun Jingchu silently averted his gaze, childish. After Yun Qing had eaten some food, Yun Jingchu finally opened the food box he brought, revealing a plate full of peach blossom pastries and a porcelain bottle of peach juice.
Wow.
Elder brother is so kind, Yun Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the treats and peach juice. The peach juice was freshly made from hand-picked peaches, requiring ample patience. Yun He also revealed the osmanthus cake from the bottom of his food box. No wonder I couldn't find any peach blossom pastries in line. It turns out they were all taken by elder brother. Yun Qing glanced at Yun He, sweetly saying, second brother is also wonderful.
Yun Qingyi.
And the happiest treasure in the world. Yun Hiyu gently extended his finger to tap Yun Qingyi's forehead, a look of fondness gracing his features. Ah, Yu. Normally, I am the one kneeling in the ancestral hall, but today, you too have had a taste of it. As he spoke, Yun Qingyi suddenly recalled something. Her face brightening with a smile as she fixed her gaze on Yun Hiyu. His heart raced momentarily, an ominous premonition bubbling to the surface. Sure enough. The next moment, Yun Qingyi turned to Yun Jingchu and said, "Elder brother, do you remember that time when second brother was 5? We went to pay our respects to great-grandfather, and while burning incense at his grave, second brother asked, 'We have come to see great-grandfather. Why doesn't he come out to prepare food for us?'" With a chuckle, Yun Jingchu, who rarely smiled unless unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. The smile on Yun Hiyu's face froze instantly. "I merely mentioned it in passing. Why must you bring up my embarrassing moments? I shouldn't have said that." In chapter 34, the narrative continued with second brother expressing a desire to dig a hole to burrow into, akin to paying homage to great-grandfather with offerings. After burning the offerings, Yun Hiyu questioned why great-grandfather did not come out to greet him or prepare a feast. He hastily defended himself. "Wasn't I just a child, lacking understanding?
Oh.
So now you don't wish for great-grandfather to welcome you, nor prepare a banquet for you?"
Said Yun Qingyi.
Yun Hiyu shook his head vigorously. No. My life is paramount. I would rather not meet great-grandfather." A hint of amusement flickered across the usually stoic visage of Yun Jingchu as he recounted another incident from their childhood. "It wasn't just that. When I saw the morning glories entwined around the courtyard fence, I found it amusing. I mimicked their swaying motion and insisted that I was a morning glory. I even cried and threw a tantrum at father and mother, demanding to be renamed as such, which infuriated father to the point of chasing me around with a ruler." Laughter erupted from Yun Qingyi. "Haha, how long ago was that? I had no idea." She continued to giggle uncontrollably.
Yun Jingchu that let.
"You were playing next door at young Master Xia's house at that time. By the time you returned, he had already learned his lesson." Tears of laughter streamed down Yun Qingyi's cheeks, and she couldn't help but add, "Yun Qianyo, how delightful."
Ha ha ha.
Yun Hiyu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "You are the morning glory. Your entire family is made up of morning glories." The thought was mortifying. If only I had been there. I would have told you that morning glories are also known as trumpet flowers. Yun Laba sounds far more melodious than Yun Qianyo. Perhaps you could have fulfilled your wish to change your name. Yun Qingyi patted his shoulder encouragingly. Yun Hiyu, flustered and gritting his teeth, retorted, "I thank you," he muttered. "Yun Laba isn't any better than Yun Qianyo." Suddenly, Yun Qingyi recollected another incident from their childhood. There was that time when second brother tripped over a rock and, in a fit of rage, wanted to toss it into the water. But it was such a large stone, half buried in the ground, that he spent 4 days digging it out, only to discover it was a huge lump of dried cow dung.
Ha ha ha.
Yun Hiyu's face turned beet red. His neck and hands flushed as if he were a boiled lobster. "I already said, that was when I was a child. Who hasn't done a few foolish things in their childhood?" At that moment, he wished nothing more than to dig a hole and hide. The system chimed in, "Host, your second brother once attempted to raise his body temperature to avoid going to school. He placed a gifted glass bottle into boiling water, intending to heat himself up. The water was scaldingly hot, and it exploded while he was pouring it, but he was too afraid to tell his family for fear of being punished. The hot water wasn't disposed of, and he ended up spilling large shards of glass everywhere. Your entire family drank that water, and look, you all survived." Yun Qingyi's smile faltered as she processed this. Second brother truly is a living calamity. Yun Hiyu wished he could vanish on the spot. If only he had something to dig a hole with. "Why must you all bring up my embarrassing stories? Elder brother is fine too. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. Why mention my time in the ancestral hall? Now deeply regretful." Yun Hiyu yearned to return to the moment before he had spoken out of turn. Yun Qingyi suddenly became intrigued by more of second brother's childhood antics, eager to uncover what other humorous misadventures he may have had. "Guabao, what other amusing things has second brother done?" The system, hearing Yun Qingyi's inquiry, began to catalog an array of Yun Hiyu's whimsical tales. Soon, it reported, recently, he visited a bun shop and told the vendor, "Vendor, give me a steamer." The vendor, perplexed, replied, "What filling do you want for the steamer?" Yun Qingyi instantly envisioned the scene. "Haha, that's too funny." Yun Jingchu struggled to contain his laughter, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook. The system continued, "And there's more. Previously, he called for a shadow guard to deliver a message and simply stated, 'I am a shadow guard.' The shadow guard was utterly bewildered, as it was their first meeting. After some back and forth, The guard finally realized he had no martial prowess, but could produce a secret order, confirming his status. Qingyi laughed so hard, she almost doubled over.
Ha ha ha.
I bet second brother meant to say, "You are a shadow guard," but his words got tangled. The shadow guard must have thought, "You are a shadow guard, and what am I?" Jingchu, his face hidden behind his hand, wiped away tears from his laughter. He had no idea that his seemingly astute younger brother had such a plethora of oddball experiences. Observing Jingchu's reaction only made Yunhe feel worse. They were all laughing at him. The system continued to regale them. And there was the time in a tavern's backyard when he saw a worker teaching someone how to slaughter chickens. After listening for a while, he chimed in Turkey. I don't understand this. Qingyi's dimples appeared as she chuckled. Ha ha ha, what was second brother thinking? Why would he want to learn to slaughter chickens? She then recalled something. Just a couple of days ago, during our day off, I asked him what he wanted to eat and he replied, buns and porridge. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted from Qingyi, her laughter resembling a honking goose, as she nearly lost control. Jingchu could no longer suppress his amusement, the effort to hold back laughter proving unbearable. Yunhe, in utter defeat, plopped down on the prayer mat. Go ahead, laugh. Just laugh. But no matter what, I must still make an effort. He rose to gather the meal boxes and, not forgetting to shift the topic, declared, it's getting late. We should go and apologize to father. The punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall will soon come to an end. Qingyi, snapping back to reality, noticed the lingering smile on Jingchu's face. Elder brother, what are you laughing at? Jingchu adjusted his attire, discreetly tucking away the damp corner of his garment, and cleared his throat. Oh, nothing much. Just pondering which is funnier. Yunla bar Yunqianyo. Yunhe shot Jingchu an exasperated glance. What are you laughing at that I don't already know? You're just pretending. Qingyi, delighted to see her elder brother so joyful, did not dwell on it further and followed them out of the ancestral hall. The servant guarding the side entrance made no effort to stop them or ask any questions. After taking a few steps, Yunhe suddenly thought of something and said triumphantly, how come no one asked about another person? It seems the household servants aren't as clever as I am. Clearly, I am the brightest among us. Jingchu regarded him with a look of bemusement, his lips poised to speak but ultimately falling silent. Upon reaching the entrance of their parents' courtyard, Qingyi declined her brother's offer to accompany her inside, stating that some matters were best resolved on her own. After announcing her arrival, she entered her parents' chamber and immediately knelt, saying, Father, Mother, Qingyi acknowledges her wrongdoing.
Oh.
It seems that kneeling in the ancestral hall for an entire day has borne some fruit. Pray tell, where do you believe you erred? Minister Yun sat calmly in his chair, taking a sip of tea. Chapter 35. The first encounter with Princess Jinan. Lady Yun beside him gave Minister Yun a firm pinch, urging him not to frighten the child too much. Minister Yun gently patted Lady Yun's hand, signaling his understanding. Qingyi realized that her reckless suggestion to meet with a woman for calligraphy lessons and to establish an academy nearly brought calamity upon the entire family. Although she thought that she could shoulder the blame alone, as the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, her actions were intrinsically tied to the fate of the entire clan. Henceforth, she resolved to temper her adventurous spirit, always considering the welfare of the Yun family first. Qingyi's demeanor was poised and graceful, her words sharp yet clear, making her arguments irrefutable. Minister Yun shook his head. No, when the family gathers as one, that is where home resides. This unity is paramount. Your thoughts have always been unique and unprecedented. It is not that I fault you for your suggestions, but rather that some outcomes are too weighty for you to bear alone. Shouldn't you consult with your father? He paused momentarily, then continued. While other families may have but one little troublemaker, our family is blessed with two, you and your second brother. Though he may be somewhat foolish and unruly, he is ultimately harmless. You, on the other hand, are clever and imaginative, brimming with peculiar ideas, yet I am more concerned for your safety. Your mother and I named you Qing, hoping you would remain focused, serene, and distant, like a gentle breeze, free yet tranquil, akin to clear water. Yori was chosen by your two brothers, who deemed you the family's sole treasure, placing you above all else. Minister Yun's words were always heavy yet resolute, imbued with the wisdom of years, offering a sense of comfort and assurance. Qingyi felt a swell of emotion. There were those who believed her inadequate, yet others who saw her as exceptional. If happiness were to take form, it would surely resemble a family united. How fortunate she was to encounter them in this life, finding solace in their presence and warmth in their companionship. Qingyi understood. She must prioritize her own safety henceforth, placing her well-being above all else. She deeply loved her father, mother, and 2 brothers. Bowing to her parents, she expressed her gratitude. Lady Yin quickly helped Qingyi to her feet, saying, "Enough now, my dear. All I wish is for your peace and joy. You've knelt all day. You should return and rest. A truly good family stands unconditionally by your side. Love is about doing one's utmost yet still feeling a sense of indebtedness." After bidding farewell to her parents, Qingyi returned to her small courtyard. Upon her arrival, Qingdai and Mujin gathered around her, inquiring after her well-being, warming her heart. The next day, free from early court duties, Qingyi indulged in a leisurely sleep, awakening to the hour of 9, well past the usual time for morning court. Outside, Yunhee was already calling out in the courtyard. Qingyi turned over. Catching the gist of his message, she needed to rise early, for they were to attend a banquet at the palace in the afternoon. Typically, banquets were held in the evening, but they were expected to arrive by 5, necessitating their departure by 3. The system, unable to contain itself, reminded her, "Dear host, it is time to rise and prepare, as you must leave for the palace shortly after lunch. Banquets are often ripe with intrigue, and I sense there will be some unexpected occurrences at the palace feast." Upon hearing this, Yunhee's interest was piqued, nearly bursting into cheers. Finally, it's my turn to feast on the gossip of others. However, he pondered, banquets typically featured incidents of drowning, poisoning, vying for favor, and clandestine affairs, nothing particularly novel. But today, with Tianyin and his younger sister present, he anticipated witnessing quite a spectacle. Qingyi felt her enthusiasm wane. Eating gossip daily can be exhausting, don't you think? A little break would be more beneficial. Yunhee inwardly protested no, he was not tired at all. He rarely encountered such opportunities. The system faded into silence. All right then, dear host, rest well. Guagua will be available for conversation whenever you call. With that, it fell silent. Outside, Yunhee scratched his head, pondering what accompanying chat entailed. Qingdai emerged to inform him, "Second young master, the miss has risen and is currently preparing." With his duties fulfilled, Yunhee returned to his own quarters. Not long after their midday meal, Minister Yun's family set out in 2 carriages towards the palace. As it was a royal banquet, maids and guards were not permitted inside the palace, leaving only 2 drivers. Thus, Qingyi, Yunhee, and Yunjing traveled in 1 carriage, while Minister Yun and Lady Yun occupied another. The carriage jostled along for about an hour until they reached the palace gates. After a 20-minute walk, nearing Changyin Pavilion, Qingyi suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself. Informing her parents, she headed towards the palace restroom beside Changyin Pavilion. In her haste, she collided with a splendidly dressed woman in the imperial garden. The woman's opulent attire, adorned with countless jewels, radiated nobility. Her gown was cinched with a silk ribbon, trailing elegantly to the ground. A crown of gold, embellished with jewels, rested upon her head. "My apologies." Qingyi quickly bowed her head in apology. A nearby maid sharply reprimanded her. "How dare you? Have you no eyes? Which palace do you belong to that you would dare to collide with Princess Jinan?" The resplendent princess promptly intervened. "Zhuer, cease this at once." Only then did the maid quiet down. Qingyi lifted her gaze to regard the princess, assessing her. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, clad in a brocade gown with a cloud-patterned overlay, translucent and ethereal, like a dream. Her long hair was tied with 2 satin ribbons, and she wore a floral crown, her dark eyes sparkling with intelligence and vivacity. "Oh, it is your highness. I beg your pardon. However, I am in urgent need. May I be excused to the restroom?" Qingyi saluted Princess Jinan. Princess Jinan laughed, waving her hand dismissively. "No matter. Go quickly." It was her first encounter with a girl so candidly disregarding decorum in speech and movement. Qingyi responded, "Thank you, your highness," and hurriedly lifted her skirt, dashing away. Beside her, Zhuer fumed. "Your highness, you allowed her to walk away just like that? It is far too kind of you." "It was unintentional. There is no need for such scrutiny. Besides, she is quite amusing, is she not?" Princess Jinan's voice was bright and melodious, reminiscent of a babbling brook. Watching Qingyi's almost vanishing figure, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. After some time, Princess Jinan resumed her path to the predetermined location. When Qingyi emerged feeling relieved, her breathing was much easier, though there was still a lingering odor, prompting her to distance herself. She made her way toward the imperial garden, knowing that beyond it lay the banquet at Changyin Pavilion. However, the garden was vast, and she soon found herself unavoidably lost. Considering the significance of the garden, she expected to encounter palace maids or eunuchs passing by, yet waited for over 20 minutes without seeing a soul, not even a mosquito. Chapter 36. The scene? Thrilling. It seemed she had wandered too far afield. Qingyi abandoned her weight and decided to find her own way. Hearing the sound of flowing water, she thought to follow the stream, believing it would lead her out. Not long after, she heard a rustling sound, a male and female voice engaged in conversation, with the trees around the rockery gently swaying. Drawing upon her years of reading novels and watching dramas, Qingyi sensed that there must be a clandestine secret unfolding here. Secret rendezvous? The very thought sent a thrill through her. Yet, the voices sounded strangely familiar. Where had she heard them before? Her curiosity piqued. She stealthily approached the source of the sounds, unable to contain her eagerness for the unfolding drama. The sound emanated from within a colossal artificial hill, accompanied by the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. Qingyi stood opposite the small bridge, her figure perfectly obscured by the lush greenery. Fortunately, with her vision at 52, she could discern the happenings even from 10 meters away. Wow, how thrilling! The system chimed in. Host, kindly collect your saliva. Inside the artificial hill, a man was positioned closely with a woman, their silhouettes faintly visible. The system provided a real-time commentary. That fellow's hands are rather unrestrained. And it seems the woman is quite enjoying it. Qingyi retorted, I can see. Although the details of their faces were shrouded in mystery, their forms were distinguishable, and their voices were audible. The man tantalized the woman, saying, Oh, little enchantress, do you long for me? The woman, with her arms wrapped around his neck, leaned in closer and sweetly confessed, I desire you. The man, impatient, brushed his lips against her hair, teasingly asking, How about here? And here? Do you long for me all over? What about down there? The woman felt a wave of heat wash over her, her voice growing softer. I desire everything. From head to toe, every part of me longs for you. Her breathy gasps were undeniably melodious. The man, with his hands busy and his mouth never idle, teased, Look how eager you are. Be patient, my dear. I shall ensure your pleasure shortly. The woman was lost in enjoyment, yet harbored a flicker of concern, murmuring, But she's still in the courtyard, waiting. The man's unconcerned response was, Let her wait. Why should you be distracted by her? The woman sighed. I feel so overwhelmed. With each of his advances, it was as if a gentle spring breeze swept through a field of wheat. He whispered in her ear, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger, mischievously asking, Do you not want this? Really? The woman trembled slightly and replied, I do. She felt a surge of longing coursing through her. The man, with a tone of pride, remarked, It hasn't been long since we last met, and yet you miss me so dearly. The woman, her hands resting on his neck, tenderly confessed, Zhonglang, is this not so? I long for you, and yearn for your embrace. In their world, they were akin to two butterflies, oblivious to their surroundings, consumed only by their desire for joy. Qingyi, observing from a distance, grew impatient. Seriously, after all this time, they still haven't gotten to the point? Perhaps he is not up to the task. It had been nearly half an hour. The atmosphere had built up, but where was the rhythm? With such prolonged delays, they still spoke of a live broadcast? The system chuckled lightly. Hee host, you are quite right. Statistics reveal that most women only experience the initial segment, with some not even experiencing that. Qingyi had intended to watch a while longer. The system reminded her, The banquet is about to commence. If you do not depart soon, you may be late. Qingyi clicked her tongue. Can I watch for a few more minutes? Then I'll make a run for it. With the speed of a 100-meter dash, she decided to sprint. The system continued. You have a maximum of 10 minutes. You must arrive 10 minutes early, especially considering your official status. Being late would likely be frowned upon. Only then did Qingyi recall. Oh right. I am still an employee. It would be unwise to keep my superiors waiting. After saying this, she prepared to leave, stretching her limbs. What a pity. After all this time, it feels like I've only seen an advertisement, missing the most exciting parts.
Sigh.
The system laughed. Host, do you truly wish to see more? The latter part is premium content. Qingyi shook her money pouch. Right now, I am not short on funds. The system countered her thoughts. However, if you spend money, the footage will last less than 5 minutes. Do you believe that is worth the expenditure? Qingyi gasped in surprise, unable to contain her sarcasm. What? Shorter than a short drama? The system scoffed. Indeed, Guagua is all-knowing and all-seeing. Qingyi tightened her grip on her money pouch. Then I shall pass. I would rather save my money for food, which will last longer. Unbeknownst to her, Qingyi meandered through the corridors, turning several corners until she spotted a beautiful woman seated in the courtyard ahead. As she approached, intending to inquire about the direction to Qingyi Pavilion, the woman grew increasingly familiar. Oh, Someone is here. I shall ask how to get to Changyin Pavilion, but why does this beauty seem so familiar? The system, exasperated, replied, could it be any less familiar? You collided with her just an hour ago. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Yun Qingyi's memory was jogged.
Goodness.
Is that the esteemed Princess Jinan? As Yun Qingyi formed this thought, Princess Jinan had already heard her voice and turned to look in her direction, puzzled. Despite seeing only Yun Qingyi, how could there be two voices? Where was the other voice coming from? Unable to see anyone else, she wondered if it were a ghost. The system retorted, you are the ghost, your entire family is a ghost. Princess Jinan shook her head, dismissing her fanciful thoughts.
No.
The palace was protected by treasures. Ordinary people could not enter, nor could mere spirits. Could it be a powerful spirit? Yet, powerful spirits would have been subdued by the celestial masters long ago. Moreover, the woman merely walked and did not speak. How could she hear the voice of the girl before her? As Princess Jinan pondered this conundrum, the system responded. Indeed, she is the younger sister of the crown prince. Born of the empress, alongside the 4th prince, the 11th prince, and Princess Jinan herself. Upon hearing the term court, Princess Jinan immediately understood. This was indeed the renowned oracle, her deeds having spread throughout the harem on the very first day. The harem, a realm rife with intrigue, could not overlook the oracle's exploits. Most of the princes, princesses, and consorts had heard of her to varying degrees. Chapter 37. The secret lover of Princess Jinan. Yun Qingyi noticed that only Princess Jinan was present, feeling a twinge of confusion. Why is only Princess Jinan here? Where are her maidservants? She seems to be waiting for someone. The system quickly clarified. The scene you just witnessed, the pixelated drama, feature her personal maid. As for whom she awaits, it is the man from the artificial hill, the son of the Prime Minister, Zhang Hanyu. Princess Jinan was taken aback. Could this speaker be the famed Tianin? What were they discussing? What about the artificial hill? What had happened to Zhu'er? How did they know she was waiting for the Prime Minister's son? Yun Qingyi was equally astonished. Could it be, as I suspect? The system nodded. Indeed. It is as you surmise. Zhang Hanyu, the Prime Minister's son, is Princess Jinan's secret lover. Yun Qingyi's mouth formed an O shape in disbelief. Shouldn't he, the princess, be selected by the emperor and empress? How has she fallen into a clandestine affair? Yet this Zhang Hanyu indeed seems unworthy of the light of day. The system chuckled. Princess Jinan was born late to the empress and has been cherished since her birth. She was meant to have a suitor selected for her early on, but the empress wished to keep her close for a while longer, hence the delay in her selection. Now it made sense. Princess Jinan was indeed a woman blessed with both favor and nobility. However, this only piqued Yun Qingyi's curiosity further. How could Princess Jinan possibly be interested in that scoundrel Zhang Hanyu? They are worlds apart, one within the palace, the other outside. How could they ever come together? On this topic, the system became animated. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. Their first encounter was under the bright sun, on a beautiful spring day. Yun Qingyi's face betrayed an indescribable sense of helplessness, her brows furrowed deeply, leaving her speechless. In that moment, she finally comprehended why literature teachers despise mere accounts of events. It seemed as if everything had been said, yet nothing had truly been conveyed. When one is left speechless, there is often an urge to laugh. Get to the point. I didn't ask for environmental descriptions. The system promptly adopted a more serious tone. Oh.
All right.
On a certain day, Princess Jinan disguised herself and ventured out of the palace for leisure. It was her first time sneaking out without any companions. Save for a personal maid, Zhu'er. She became enamored with a piece of jewelry displayed at a stall, only to realize she had forgotten to bring any money. She offered her hairpin as collateral to the stall owner, who, upon examining it and recognizing it as a royal gift, kindly refused to accept it. Naturally, he could not accept such a valuable item and return the pin to her, which Princess Jinan cherished dearly. Yun Qingyi ambled slowly towards the direction of Princess Jinan. And then, the system continued. As they reached an impasse, the son of the Prime Minister, Zhang Hanyu, appeared, presenting the stall owner with 5 taels of silver. Declaring, I shall cover this young lady's expenses. This promptly alleviated Princess Jinan's urgent predicament. She inquired about his name and committed it to memory. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyi remarked, so that counts as a first meeting, but how do they connect later? The system replied, at the subsequent palace banquet, they recognized each other. And Zhang Hanyu professed his instant infatuation, claiming he was pining for her to the point of illness. Yun Qingyi felt a twinge of disbelief. Such instant attraction seemed merely a superficial desire. Could it be the affliction of longing? The system nodded. Indeed, dear host. He declared he suffered from lovesickness, stating that a day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns, and that if he could not marry the princess, life would hold no meaning for him. Yunqing chuckled. He claims he would give his life for Princess Jinan, offering only things no one desires. Why doesn't he mention the depleted treasury and propose to the princess instead? Surely, he fears she might actually take him up on it. Hearing this, Princess Jinan lowered her head, pondering. It seemed there was truth in those words. The system concurred. Indeed, were she to accept, he would likely retract his offer. Furthermore, Zhang Hanyu is the type who speaks grandly but acts little. Yunqing scoffed. Ha, we've already seen this side of him. The system's mind seemed to stall for several seconds before responding. Not just that. Princess Jinan, perplexed, wondered which aspect was being referenced. Clarify, please. Yunqing exclaimed. Oh, what other revelations are there? Pray, elaborate. The system then elaborated. During the 6 months they had known each other, Zhang Hanyu had promised to buy Princess Jinan a necklace, yet he consistently delayed, claiming he had forgotten to bring it, when in truth, he had never purchased it. Yunqing immediately understood the situation. I recall that the finest jewelry shop, Linglong Pavilion, offers necklaces that aren't exorbitantly priced. One could procure a quality piece for merely 1 or 200 taels of silver. Surely, the son of a prime minister can part with such an amount? I refuse to believe their family is so impoverished. They are better off than my best friend. Princess Jinan felt a chill in her heart. She had anticipated receiving something unique, only to realize he had never intended to buy anything at all. What had she truly been hoping for? The system promptly replied. Naturally. He is wealthy. He frequently indulges in extravagant nights out with his frivolous companions, spending 50 to 100 taels at a time. Yunqing could not suppress a roll of her eyes. For her, it would be worth every penny. For him, even a single extra coin would be deemed excessive. He wishes to have the horse run without feeding it grass. In essence, Zhang Hanyu is a scoundrel attempting to swindle Princess Jinan. Oh, no, wait. He seeks to swindle her without offering anything in return. The system nodded. Indeed, and this rogue is quite adept at manipulating Princess Jinan's affections. Regularly penning letters to her, reminding her to take care of her health, to remember her meals, to rest well, and to dress warmly as the weather turns cold. Yunqing could not help but critique. All talk and no action. Words are the cheapest currency. He is a master at weaving illusions. He aims to suffocate Princess Jinan with empty promises. That naive princess should flee at once. She must run without pause. After a moment, she continued. With a mere letter, one can ensnare a woman's heart, trading the most worthless of tokens for the most esteemed of individuals. However, such base tactics have been effective throughout history. A few keystrokes, some hollow greetings, and insincere inquiries about well-being can easily ensnare a woman's affections. The system continued. On another occasion, Princess Jinan seized an opportunity to leave the palace, and Zhang Hanyu invited her to enjoy a musical performance. However, he arrived late, and by the time he did, Princess Jinan had already secured a private room. He explained his tardiness by claiming he had pressing matters, and before the performance concluded, he stated he must depart early due to obligations. Yunqing, intrigued, retorted, I suppose the meal they shared ended up being paid for by Princess Jinan, didn't it? The system confirmed. Indeed, Princess Jinan only forgot her money on that first occasion. Thereafter, she remembered to bring it. Moreover, the first meeting she believed to have had with him was not their true first encounter. Zhang Hanyu had recognized her identity when he first paid for her at the stall. Yunqing was taken aback. Well, what a clever scheme, directly calculating to ensnare the princess. Princess Jinan, cherished and protected in the tumultuous realm of the palace, had evidently received considerable care from the emperor, empress, and several princes to maintain her innocence. Chapter 38, The Prime Minister's Son, a Scoundrel to Avoid. Princess Jinan clutched the railing of the pavilion, her grip turning pale. The wood marred with several claw marks. Very well, Zhang Hanyu, do you take me for a fool spinning me around in circles? The system then dropped a bombshell. Host, the scene you were eager to witness is about to unfold. Yunqing contemplated for a moment. So that woman is Zhuer, meaning Princess Jinan's personal maid is entangled with her clandestine lover. How scandalous. The system nodded. Precisely, Princess Jinan's communications with him were facilitated through Zhuer, leading to their mutual admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Yunqing had already approached Princess Jinan. The princess appeared composed. Yunqing bowed respectfully. Princess Jinan smiled and nodded. Just as Yunqing was about to inquire about the way to Qingyi Pavilion, a voice called from behind, Your Highness, Divine Oracle, What brings you here? The voice unmistakably belonged to the Crown Prince. From the corridor ahead, the Crown Prince and a retinue of attendants strode forward with purpose. Yun Qing and Princess Jinan both bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Greetings, royal brother. The Crown Prince waved his hand dismissively, sister. When did you become acquainted with Sir Yun? Princess Jinan's expression turned anxious as she prepared to speak, but Yun Qing interjected, replying to the Crown Prince. I was merely lost and sought the princess for directions. Ah, I see. But why are only the two of you here? How is it that the princess is out without her attendants? Where is your personal maid, Zhuer? The Crown Prince inquired of Princess Jinan, at a loss for a moment. She struggled to explain Zhuer's absence. Yun Qing, quick-witted, chimed in cheerfully, when I first encountered her highness. Her maid had gone off to fetch something for her and hasn't returned yet. I wonder where she might have gone. Though the Crown Prince found it somewhat peculiar. Time was pressing, leaving little room for contemplation.
Is that so?
Princess Jinan nodded, appearing quite obedient. Yun Qing internally lamented. Just now, when I was lost. Not a soul was in sight, and now everyone is here? How could the Crown Prince traverse this path? Sometimes, it is indeed the case that when one seeks an object, it remains elusive no matter how diligently one searches. Yun Qingyi found herself in a similar predicament, wandering aimlessly for quite some time without encountering a single soul. Just as she believed she had found her way, a throng of people appeared before her. The system informed her, Guagua knows, for the imperial banquet is about to commence. As the Crown Prince, he is under the scrutiny of countless eyes. And he cannot afford to be tardy. Hence, he has chosen this shortcut. Upon hearing Tianyin mention the banquet, the Crown Prince recalled the pressing nature of time and urged his companions onward. Enough of this, the cold food festival banquet is nearly upon us. Imperial sister and Lord Xiaoyan shall accompany me. As for Jinan, your personal maid will seek you out. Do not let her delay your attendance at the banquet. He addressed both Yun Qingyi and Princess Jinan. With the Crown Prince having spoken, they had no choice but to acquiesce, responding with a simple yes. The Crown Prince led Yun Qingyi and Princess Jinan towards Changyin Pavilion. After traversing a mere 100 meters and preparing to take the right path, they were interrupted by an indecipherable sound at the fork in the road. A man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, louder, do not be afraid, there are no onlookers here. Soon after, a delicate voice chimed in, good, The atmosphere made it abundantly clear to all present what was transpiring. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, resembling a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, as he sternly instructed his attendants, go, drag this pair of clandestine lovers out. I wish to see who possesses such audacity to engage in such activities within the imperial garden. Princess Jinan slowly closed her eyes, relieved that her feelings for him were merely platonic. The voices belonged unmistakably to her personal maid, Zhuer and Zhang Hanyu, the son of the Chancellor. Noticing the expression on Princess Jinan's face, Yun Qingyi reached out, taking her hand to provide her with unwavering strength. Princess Jinan felt the warmth of Yun Qingyi's hand and, upon opening her eyes, was met with a radiant smile that showcased her dimples, prompting her to return a smile in kind. Moments later, the Crown Prince's attendants emerged, resembling hawks capturing their prey, dragging Zhuer and Zhang Hanyu by their collars and unceremoniously tossing them into the open courtyard, where they fell to the ground in disarray.
Oh, dear.
I am done for, Zhang Hanyu lamented, clutching his aching back, while Zhuer rubbed her sore bottom. The Crown Prince's attendants reprimanded them sharply, bold fools. Open your eyes and recognize whom you stand before. Only then did Zhang Hanyu and Zhuer widen their eyes in realization. The Crown Prince, clad in a flowing black satin robe adorned with gold embroidery depicting a dragon, exuded an aura of mystery. His moon-white waistcoat accentuated his tall and regal stature, while his ink-black hair, bound by a gold crown and hairpin, lent an air of dignity and elegance. Zhang Hanyu, upon recognizing the situation, hastily crawled forward on his knees, fervently bowing his head. I have acted inappropriately before your highness. I beseech you to forgive me. Suddenly remembering something, he pointed accusingly at Zhuer, exclaiming in exasperation. It was all her doing. This little maid seduced me. Zhuer, pale with fright, quickly bowed her head, pleading, Your Highness, I am wronged. Both were now utterly terrified. Bowing repeatedly, the Crown Prince furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Zhang Hanyu, the legitimate son of the Chancellor, engaging in such disgraceful conduct within the imperial garden tarnishes the royal reputation. The Chancellor has failed in his teachings. I shall take it upon myself to discipline him today. Drag him away and administer 20 strokes. Given his status as a minister's son, this leniency was a considerable favor. The crown prince's gaze shifted to Zhuer. As for you, bold maid, to overstep your bounds and consort with the son of a minister is a grave disrespect. Drag her away and execute her punishment. Upon hearing this, Zhuer quickly turned to Princess Jinan, exclaiming, Princess, save me. I was in the wrong. Yet Princess Jinan did not even glance her way, stepping back. Zhang Hanyu, fearing his impending punishment, scrambled towards Princess Jinan, producing a pouch from somewhere. Jinan, please intercede on my behalf. Before he could finish his plea, a foot swiftly ticked him over, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Qingyi retracted her leg, declaring with righteous indignation, How dare you? Is the title of Princess Jinan something you can utter? She patted her chest inwardly, relieved at her quick reflexes. Thank goodness, I reacted swiftly. That scoundrel should not dare approach me. The crown prince narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Does Jinan know him? Princess Jinan shook her head, maintaining her composure. I do not know him. With that single statement, she dismissed him entirely. Zhang Hanyu realized he was doomed to face punishment. To emphasize his connection to Princess Jinan would only invite scandal, one that could tarnish his family's name. As the crown prince observed the pouch in Zhang Hanyu's hand, he recognized it as belonging to his imperial sister. He remarked nonchalantly, Some things once lost are best left lost. Reclaiming them only sullies them further. Black Jean, take them away and burn the items. His attendant, Black Jean, acknowledged the command and led the two away. The crown prince's words carried a double meaning, left unspoken. Princess Jinan understood well what her brother implied. Enough, time is of the essence. The banquet is about to commence. And we must not incur Father Emperor's wrath by arriving late, the crown prince stated coolly. With that, he hastened towards Qingyi Pavilion. Upon their arrival, the majority of the court officials and their families were already seated. Qingyi spotted her parents and two brothers, with Yun Hanyu waving at her, signaling her to hurry. As she prepared to approach them, she heard Princess Jinan whisper, Thank you, divine sage. I shall forever remember your kindness today. Qingyi tilted her head, puzzled what favor. What do you thank me for? However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and made her way towards her family. Seated at her designated place, her father was at the head, her mother beside him, followed by her elder brother Yun Jingchu, her second brother Yun Hanyu, and finally, Qingyi herself. For the cold food festival banquet, officials of the 5th rank and above brought their legitimate wives and children, while those too young remained at home. The melodies of stringed instruments filled the air, with some harmonizing beautifully while others had long since lost their hearts, separated by a metaphorical river. Amidst the splendid court banquet, the sounds of silk and bamboo echoed melodiously. The banquet boasted a plethora of delicacies, featuring an array of mountain and sea treasures as the ministers savored the sumptuous dishes. Reveling in the opulence and splendor of the court, the table was laden with an assortment of fruits, including celestial peaches, plums, apples, grapes, and persimmons, alongside exquisite pastries like dragon whisker crisp, autumn fruit powder, and a variety of sweet wines and teas. It was evident that the emperor was in good spirits, and the banquet was considerably more lavish than it had been when she first arrived a decade prior. Qingyi picked up a peach and took a hearty bite. The emperor seems to have shown unexpected generosity today. The fruits and sweets are far more abundant than before. The ministers in the front row chuckled at her remark, prompting the ministers in the back to feel a twinge of envy. Indeed, the previous banquets were scarcely as grand as those hosted by the noble ladies outside. A front row minister laughed. Why am I stuck at the back? I can hardly hear a thing. What did the divine sage say? They were genuinely anxious to know. Emperor Qingyuan felt embarrassed, realizing it was indeed due to Qingyi's influence. Let us hope that today we can recoup the expenses of hosting this banquet. It would be a pleasant surprise. The system chimed in. What does this indicate? It signifies that the great Qing nation is growing increasingly prosperous. The lives of both the common folk and the royal family are improving. Emperor Qingyuan and the gathered officials nodded in agreement, expressing their contentment with the current state of peace and prosperity within the realm. However, Qingyi's subsequent remarks shattered their complacency. She cast a sidelong glance at Guabao. Guabao, your demeanor suggests you merely propagate the narratives of positive marketing. Have you ventured into the depths of society just because you live in affluence? Do you presume that the common folk share in such wealth? I dare assert that in the unseen corners of Daxing, numerous individuals still languish in hunger, lacking employment. Their incomes so meager that they scarcely earn a fraction of an official's monthly salary. The emperor and the officials, perplexed by her reference to marketing narratives, exchanged puzzled glances. Uncertain of her meaning, Yet, they could infer the connections between hunger, unemployment, and salaries. It appeared that the path to ensuring the prosperity of the populace remained long and arduous. Amidst this discourse, a naive child tugged at his parents' hands, exclaiming, "Father, mother." I heard what sounded like a ghost or some kind of spirit. Startled, his father swiftly covered the child's mouth with a firm hand, whispering urgently, "Be quiet. This is the palace. There are no ghosts or spirits here. It is merely the divine oracle conversing with Tianyin." The child tilted his head questioningly at his father, his mouth muffled, straining to create a small opening to ask, "Father, what is Tianyin?" His mother patiently explained, "As the saying goes, man's deeds are observed by heaven. Tianyin refers to the Almighty, so Jin'er must refrain from mischief, lest all your wrongdoings be laid bare for all to see." The child nodded, suddenly deep in thought, his brow furrowing as he innocently inquired, "Does Tianyin also know about Jin'er wetting the bed at 1 year old?" His mother chuckled, "Of course. But since Jin'er has reformed, if you commit no wrongs, Tianyin will remain silent." She smiled, playfully trying to frighten him. His father released his grip, and the boy promptly raised his hand, earnestly declaring, "Jin'er swears to never commit misdeeds in this life." After saying this, he turned back to his parents, asking, "And if I do good deeds, will Tianyin also be aware?" His mother beamed with delight, stroking his head as she replied, "Naturally, for heaven observes all actions, whether virtuous or otherwise." "Very well, then Jin'er shall strive to perform more good deeds," he resolved with sincerity. His parents exchanged a glance filled with pride and satisfaction. Unbeknownst to this family, Qingyi was entirely oblivious to their exchange. The system chimed in, "Dear host, Guabao is certainly not a negative marketing entity." Qingyi quickly soothed it, All right, I know Guabao is the best." After a brief pause, she continued, "When does the banquet commence? Or must we await the arrival of more guests? Given the crowd, it seems most have already gathered." The system responded, "Guabao knows that the Cold Food Festival, also known as the Forbidden Fire Festival, occurs 1 or 2 days before the Qingming Festival, during which the lighting of fires is prohibited and cold foods are consumed. In later times, customs such as tomb sweeping, spring outings, swinging, playing kuju, and poetry recitation are observed. The culture of the Cold Food Festival is rooted in loyalty and filial piety, and the emperor must cleanse his hands and offer incense before announcing the commencement of the inner banquet, at which point the palace maids and eunuchs will begin serving the dishes." Qingyi nodded. So it is merely a cold dish. There have been few banquets at the palace, and at home, we seldom abstained from foods. I wonder if my stomach can handle such an abundance of cold fare." The system chuckled, "No worries, dear host. Once you return, you may indulge in warm meals. Today, the palace forbids the use of fire, so you'll have to endure." Qingyi nodded again, respecting local customs and choosing not to comment further. Chapter 40. The failed poisoning and the subsequent suicide. The Emperor Qingyuan regarded her with admiration. Recognizing Tianyin's profound knowledge and insight, he discreetly signaled to the chief eunuch, Su Gonggong, who promptly complied and soon returned with a basin of water. After the emperor washed his hands, he took the yellow paper offered by Su Gonggong, burned it, and placed it in the incense burner. He then accepted the incense and, leading the officials in 3 bows, cast it into the burner. "Let the banquet commence," he instructed Su Gonggong. As Su Gonggong's sharp voice rang out, "The Cold Food Festival inner banquet officially begins." Qingyi was impressed by his ability to project his voice throughout Changyin Pavilion. Had it been her, she would have faltered mid-sentence. As Su Gonggong's announcement concluded, palace maids and eunuchs systematically began serving the dishes. Plates of cold dishes were placed upon the tables, featuring flame-cooked cabbage, hand-torn cabbage, honey, lemon juice, and red sugar as condiments. A vibrant assortment of cold platters, composed of cucumbers, carrots, white radishes, and cabbage roots, was presented. The Four Seasons platter, crafted from duck tongues, hawthorn, goose gizzards, and peanuts, was also served. The exquisite presentation of the dishes was a feast for the eyes. Carved melons and gourds served as lanterns, resplendent and delicate. A carved pumpkin shaped like a carp leaping over a river, served with crystal shrimp rice, and a crane sculpted from fruits, among others. The artistry was remarkable, though Qingyi found little interest beyond the cucumbers. One eunuch brought a platter of mixed shreds to her, placing it before her. The dish, comprised of small pieces of chicken leg, shredded purple cabbage, cucumber, bitter lettuce, carrot shreds, and seasonings, was presented with care. Noticing her cup was empty, a perceptive young eunuch promptly poured her a drink. Just as he filled her cup and prepared to retreat, he suddenly appeared disoriented. He staggered back, speaking to the air. "Great-grandfather, have you come to take little Liangzi home?" Without warning, He drew a dagger from his sleeve and slashed his throat, blood spraying forth. The swiftness of his action left the onlookers in shock. Some timid souls screamed, while others shielded their children's eyes. Most within the palace remained composed, accustomed to such occurrences. Qingyi stood frozen, and as those around her assumed she was paralyzed with fear, she quickly clarified, No, it wasn't me. I did nothing. She stood hastily, waving her hands in denial. The system alerted her. Host, a threat to your well-being has been detected. The protective mechanism has activated. The individual is deceased, thoroughly so. Qingyi replied with a blank expression, I see. It was not only she who witnessed the scene, everyone else did as well. Upon the eunuch's demise, Su Gonggong signaled, and 2 eunuchs immediately approached, kicking the lifeless body of the young eunuch as if he were a fish that had ceased to wriggle. They dragged him away. Soon after, 2 more eunuchs appeared, one carrying a bucket of water and the other a cloth, diligently cleaning the blood-stained area until it appeared as though no death had ever occurred there. Emperor Qingyi and the front-row ministers were left in stunned silence. Although the emperor was aware of Qingyi's protective mechanism, witnessing it so overtly for the first time was an eye-opener. The other ministers in the front row, unaware of the specifics, were envious upon hearing Tianin's words. They felt a pang of jealousy, acknowledging that those favored by heaven are indeed fortunate. Even the king of hell would dare not claim them. Ministers in the back row craned their necks, eager to learn what transpired. What just happened? I'm dying of curiosity. Why aren't those in front sharing any news with us? Su Gonggong, a seasoned and astute individual, quickly adapted to the situation. With a genial demeanor, he addressed Qingyi, Young Lady Yun, fear not. This servant suddenly went mad and took his own life, startling the divine oracle. As long as you are unharmed, all is well. Qingyi waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned as she replied, Oh, it's nothing at all. Only then did she sit back down, resuming her conversation with the system. Guabao. You claim this is an automatic protective mechanism, yet I fail to see him making any move to harm me? The system retorted with irritation. Host. Please use your brain. He has already poisoned you. Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in alarm. What? Oh no, I've been poisoned? Who would want to harm me? Upon hearing Qingyi mention her poisoning, Yun Shangshu, Lady Yun, Yun Jing, and Yun Hu all grew anxious. With Yun Hu preparing to take action, the system interjected. No. He poisoned the dish right in front of you, and fearing you might not eat. He poisoned the drink as well. It was someone from the Imperial Medical Bureau, but they've undergone a complete overhaul since then. Taking a deep breath, Qingyi responded. You scared me. Guabao, do refrain from such dramatic gasping. Please don't imitate Shen Gongbao's voice pack, he said. Did you see that car ahead?
Speeding.
I surely sped too. Oh dear, it's speeding ahead, and I too have exceeded the limit. He warned of dangers ahead, urging to exit at the next intersection, which terrified me. I might have already exited at the next turn, covering 20 kilometers in 200. The crowd and Emperor Qingyi pondered. What on earth is Shen Gongbao? A divine leopard? And what of this car? A horse-drawn carriage? Speeding? How fast could a carriage possibly go? Could there really still be remnants from the Imperial Medical Bureau? Further investigation is needed. While everyone was engrossed in gossip, Yun Hu and Yun Jing did not forget that the dishes and drink before their little sister were poisoned. Yun Jing signaled to Yun Hu. Immediately, Eunuch Su declared, bring forth new dishes and beverages for young Master Yun. Anything touched by that servant is tainted. We cannot dampen the mood of the divine envoy. Soon, a palace maid approached to remove the tainted food and cup from Yun Qing's table. As Yun Qing reached for the grapes from Yun Hu's table and took a bite, her gaze met that of the maid. And she inadvertently sprayed the seeds and juice everywhere. Coughing, she was momentarily choked. Yun Hu gently patted her back, muttering, You're grown. Chew slowly. With so much food today, I want to compete with you. The maid before her smiled radiantly, causing Yun Qing to twitch her lips. It was Zishan, dressed as a palace maid, disguising himself to infiltrate the palace. Seeing Zishan in female attire for the first time, Yun Qing had to admit he made a lovely woman. Zishan cleared the poisoned dishes and soon returned with a new assortment of food and drink. Just then, not far behind Yun Qing, a group of women clad in vibrant, exotic attire, adorned with gold and silver jewelry and gracefully holding floral trays, made their dazzling entrance. Accompanied by melodious music, they danced with elegance, petals of roses swirling around them. The stage was filled with a joyous atmosphere, making the audience feel as though they were amidst a sea of flowers. The lead dancer, slender and graceful, moved like a butterfly in flight. Chapter 41. The exotic concubine performing the dance is disguised as a man, assassination. Yunqing, with grapes in her mouth, lounged in her chair, observing the dancers with rapt attention. Wow, I must say, that little waist is exquisite, her skin fair and beautiful. No wonder men are drawn to lovely maidens. If it were me, I would relish having such a little enchantress in my arms. The experience would be simply delightful. Yunqing's unabashed declaration caused several drinkers to sputter. Yun Shangshu and Lady Yun exchanged glances, a resigned expression on their faces. Surely, we should have given birth to a daughter? Yun Shangshu pressed his temples, pondering how they ended up with such tastes. The system curiously inquired. Host, could it be that you prefer women? Yunqing clicked her tongue.
No.
My horizons are broad. I appreciate all things beautiful, whether handsome men or beautiful women. My love knows no bounds. The system, puzzled, replied. Host, is love knows no bounds truly applicable in this context? The ministers in the front row chuckled softly, discreetly covering their faces with their sleeves. Yun Shangshu also shielded his face slightly, embarrassed. Emperor Xingyuan's lips curved upward, amused by Yunqing's unexpected humor. The ministers in the back, unable to hear the banter from 10 meters away, felt their hearts racing, recognizing the struggle of their colleagues to suppress their laughter. Unable to contain themselves, they began to inch forward. Emperor Xingyuan, observing the majority of ministers shifting closer, remarked, It pleases me to see such enthusiasm among you, my esteemed officials. Yunqing noticed many approaching her. A man in a purple official robe said, This old minister's eyesight is failing. I can hardly see. Another, clad in dark blue, chuckled awkwardly. I must stand and stretch. My position is too far back to get a good view. Other officials chimed in agreement. Their reasoning was so coherent that it appeared they were all drawn in by the dance. Emperor Xingyuan, bemused, wondered how to respond. When did you all develop an interest in dance? At past banquets, you were the ones dozing off, weren't you? Gathering to chat instead? You're all seasoned foxes pretending to be innocent little bunnies. He sighed, conceding he had not considered this. Shall we move your tables and chairs closer? How about a row in the back? He suggested. The officials eagerly nodded, fearing a delayed response might lead to the emperor retracting his proposal. Your Majesty is wise. This is splendid, they exclaimed in unison. The ministers in the back thought. Finally, we've infiltrated their circle. Before long, Eunuch Su dispatched someone to rearrange the seating, transforming what was once a single row on each side of the emperor into 2 rows. Emperor Xingyuan sensed that future palace banquets would likely require 2 rows. The dancers became even more animated in their performance. Yunqing was mesmerized, her eyes fixed on the center dancer. The system reminded her. Host, isn't the central dancer breathtaking? Yunqing nodded. Absolutely unparalleled in beauty. The system shattered her fantasy. No matter how beautiful, she belongs to the emperor, for she is one of his concubines. And she is a man. Upon hearing that the dancer was both a concubine and a man, all present turned their attention toward the center dancer. The officials murmured, The emperor has such tastes. Yunqing struggled to reconcile the terms concubine and man, utterly baffled. Does the emperor have such interests? Could he be bisexual? What is the appeal of a man dressed as a woman? Emperor Xingyuan's face darkened. No, I have no such preferences. And what is this talk of bisexuality? The system swiftly clarified. Host, your thoughts are racing ahead of me. He is the discarded prince of Beishao, disguised as a woman, sent here for a political marriage to the emperor. Yunqing's mind slowly processed this information, a massive question mark forming. A political bride sent here so long ago, and no one realized he was a man? And the emperor has never touched him? The system chuckled. The imperial harem is not merely a saying of 3,000 beauties. While it may not be 3,000, there are certainly dozens. With so many concubines from various nations and families, the emperor can hardly attend to them all amidst his state affairs. Emperor Xingyuan wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging the impossibility of dividing his attention. Yunqing, however, became sidetracked again. But I must admit, this dancer, even if a man, is truly handsome. His fingers are long and graceful, and those nails are stunning. His waist is both delicate and fair. I adore him. The system retorted with a smirk. Oh? You adore him? Is he not beautiful? However, he is an assassin, and his appearance today to perform a dance is merely a pretext to attempt to assassinate the emperor. His fingers may appear exquisite, but beneath those nails lies deadly poison. A mere scratch upon another's skin would lead to their demise. A slender waist, you say? Yet upon it rests a fine thread, capable of killing without a trace. Do you still love him? Yunqing hastily waved his hands. No, no, I cannot afford to court such a beautiful assassin. My life is at stake. Suddenly, he recalled something and exclaimed, "Ah, should we not find a way to alert others? This assassin seeks to harm the emperor. Such a splendid ruler must not be allowed to perish." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qingyuan was overjoyed at the thought of not wanting him to die. The system calmly replied, "Host, do not overly emphasize beauty. As for this matter, do not fret unnecessarily. The imperial palace is a place of utmost security, and the emperor, being the son of heaven, is surrounded by countless skilled protectors. The number of assassins' corpses would far exceed your own life." Unbeknownst to Qingyi, several elite guards had already surrounded Emperor Qingyuan, unfamiliar faces standing watch. Qingyi pondered. Indeed, the emperor must be surrounded by danger, and it is only natural for him to have elite protectors. The lead dancer had now reached the most captivating part of her performance, gracefully leaping towards Emperor Qingyuan, scattering petals as she glided, her hand brushing against the thread at her waist. Within a mere yard of the emperor, she suddenly drew forth the thread, directing it towards his neck. Just as it was about to make contact, a nearby guard swiftly drew his sword to block the assault. Several other guards promptly positioned their swords against her neck, leaving her alone, pressed to the ground, astonished as she gazed up at the lofty emperor. How could he have known? Her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion. At that moment, she maintained a delicate, feminine voice. The stealth of her actions was meant to ensure a lethal strike. How could Emperor Qingyuan have anticipated this, and thwarted it completely? Even her fingernails had been severed by the guard's sword. Was this not a revelation? What could be more terrifying than the fact that this assassination plan was flawless? Known only to her? No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not comprehend it. Emperor Qingyuan chuckled, saying, "I never anticipated that the esteemed princess sent from the Northern Xia kingdom for a political marriage would actually be a prince in disguise. It seems the Northern Xia prince has been wronged." Her eyes widened in shock, breath suspended, as if petrified, filled with astonishment. She had anticipated her exposure would occur on the night of the marriage, when the assassination would be most opportune. Chapter 42. The Northern Xia prince has gone mad. Concubine Xiao, cast into the cold palace. However, she never expected that upon entering the Qingyi palace, the emperor would grant her a palace and then forget her entirely. 5 years passed without so much as a visit. Not only had he not touched her, but he had not even entered her door. Ha ha ha, the emperor is indeed formidable. He actually discovered her secret. The Northern Xia prince, now unmasked, cast aside all pretense and reverted to his original voice. Yet he was perplexed. He desperately sought answers, retracing his steps from the moment of the marriage, wondering if the emperor had not noticed he was a man at that time. Regrettably, on that day, you did not come to my palace. Otherwise, he would have had the chance to kill you. Oh, you dog of an emperor. Emperor Qingyuan frowned, pondering why he was so frequently insulted as a dog emperor. Where have I acted like a dog? The Northern Xia prince continued. If only you had come to me on the day of the marriage, I would have thought you were simply busy, and would have waited. On the second day, I thought you were unwilling to come, so I continued to wait. Thus, I waited for a full 5 years. 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one have in life? For 5 years, you never visited my palace, nor summoned me to your bedchamber. I must ask, have you truly forgotten me? His tone, laced with resentment, combined with his expression, could easily lead one to believe he was a concubine, wronged and overlooked by the emperor. Qingyi observed the unfolding spectacle with great amusement. Was this not far more entertaining than the system's written account? Emperor Qingyuan sat there, his eyes slightly narrowed, chin resting upon his hand, seemingly deep in thought. It appeared he had indeed forgotten such a figure existed. After contemplating for a while, he finally replied. The Northern Xia prince's eyes turned crimson, his voice laced with heart-wrenching sorrow. Am I so forgettable that you cannot remember my appearance? Renowned for his beauty in Northern Xia, who could gaze upon him without lingering a moment longer? Now to hear that Emperor Qingyuan had completely forgotten him was more painful than death itself. Emperor Qingyuan protested. Unjust. No one reminded me. My mind is filled with too many matters. I simply lacked the capacity to remember your visage. The Northern Xia prince, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Do you know how arduous it was for me to disguise as a woman? The breakfast in the Great Qingyi was so lavish. There were no steamed buns to be found. I had to pretend to be a lady, accompanied by 2 maidservants who came with me for the marriage. One was beaten to death for sneaking into the imperial kitchen to steal buns, and the other, who went out to buy buns, never returned. She is likely gone as well. The officials, hearing the Northern Xia prince's grievances, trembled as they stifled their laughter, their faces turning crimson. eyes sparkling with mirth. Qingyi silently chuckled, his dimples appearing fleetingly, akin to a gentle summer breeze. How delightful! Emperor Qingyuan cleared his throat, attempting to regain their attention. This was indeed my oversight. However, if the Northern Xia Prince desires steamed buns, he could simply call upon the imperial kitchen to prepare some for him. There would be no need to resort to thievery. His deep voice resonated. The Northern Xia Prince glanced down at his modest bosom and, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Isn't it because I require them daily? Even if I adore steamed buns, I cannot order them every single day." I had no choice but to claim I favored vegetarian cuisine. Since then, steamed buns have been plentiful, yet I have not seen a trace of meat. Emperor Qingyuan could not help but chuckle. "Isn't this what you, Northern Xia Prince, requested? Why do you now feel wronged? Every day I am served merely greens, cabbage, radishes, and winter melons. I feel as if I am turning into grass myself. With a long-term vegetarian diet, I've lost considerable weight, feeling as though a gust of wind could topple me. I have nearly forgotten the taste of meat," the Northern Xia Prince lamented. At his words, the officials looked upon him with sympathy, truly feeling his plight. The Northern Xia Prince, sensing their gazes, grew even more incensed, his expression cold as he scoffed. "Humph. Put away your pity. I require none of it. Those who achieve greatness do not sweat the small stuff. I only regret not having killed you today. Since victors are kings while the defeated are but bandits, end my life and grant me a swift release." He had reached a point of reckless abandon. Emperor Qingyuan waved his hand. "I shall not kill you." To slay him would provide the Northern Xia with a clear motive to attack the great Qingyi. Could he possibly appear so foolish? The Northern Xia Prince stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. "You want to kill me after my attempt to assassinate you, the Dog Emperor? What is the point of living if I cannot taste meat? Ha 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 ha, Dog Emperor, are you truly so cowardly? A dignified ruler of the great Qingyi, yet so timid. Come, kill me," the Northern Xia Prince howled frantically. As Emperor Qingyuan gestured, the guards sheathed their weapons, firmly restraining him. The Emperor's chilling voice rang out. "Concubine Xiao has lingered in the deep palace for too long and has lost her senses. Thus, I decree that she be cast into the cold palace, with provisions made for her care." Upon hearing this, the Northern Xia Prince felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss, his heart chilled to the bone. Colder than the cold palace itself. To have his male identity unveiled while still being labeled as Concubine Xiao was nothing short of an insult. The sustenance in the cold palace was even more meager. While he no longer had to worry about steamed buns, what use would they serve him now? Emperor Qingyuan addressed the guards coldly. "Take him away." Following the command, the guards began to drag the Northern Xia Prince out. He continued to wail in despair. "Where did I expose myself? My flawless assassination plan was known only to me. Dog Emperor, speak." Laughter echoed through the air, and I couldn't help but wonder what I had done to deserve such treatment from the heavens. My voice gradually faded away until it was entirely unheard. The crowd, upon hearing my words, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. If there were to be blame, it would rest solely on my shoulders for standing too far from the stage. Prince Beishao, even in death, remained oblivious to the fact that it was Qingyi and the system that had exposed the scandal. How could he have known that there was a system? A veritable sieve capable of uncovering every secret of his lineage? Qingyi savored the unfolding drama at the scene. "Isn't live broadcasting simply more thrilling, Guabao? Why on earth don't you support live footage?" The system couldn't help but roll its eyes. "My dear host, do you truly wish to hear what you're saying? Many scenes cannot be broadcasted. Do you desire to see everything obscured by mosaics?" The crowd was perplexed. What was live broadcasting? What was a mosaic? Was there a competition between the surnames Ma and Ke? Or perhaps a race between a horse and a shell? Qingyi pondered for a moment, realizing that in such a strict environment, nothing could possibly be witnessed. How would the emperor know that this princess of marriage is a prince? The system replied, "It is likely that the emperor uncovered this through investigation." Did he not himself declare that he had long forgotten about this character? Today, with Prince Beishao performing, he may have unwittingly stepped into a trap, leading to his exposure. Emperor Qingyuan gestured to the nearby eunuch Su, who smiled amiably and smoothed things over, allowing the banquet to continue. Another round of singing and dancing commenced, yet this time, no dancers or assassins emerged. And the festivities proceeded peacefully for quite some time, just as Qingyi believed that the ensuing moments would pass in tranquility. Chapter 43. There is more than one assassin. Have we uncovered their den? As the finale approached, a shadow play took the stage, accompanied by two performers. The actors of the play. The sound of rapid gongs and drums filled the air, and on stage, the performers danced gracefully, their sleeves fluttering, their movements light and enchanting. Each act unfolded with the rise and fall of their flowing sleeves, singing of joys and sorrows, of reunions and partings. The emotions portrayed were deep and poignant, expressing the full spectrum of human experience. With crimson lips and delicate expressions, they sang the myriad facets of life. Clad in theatrical garb and painted in vibrant makeup, they began their performance, immersing themselves in the roles of others' lives. With fingers poised and steps stealthy, a glance over the shoulder brought forth a smile, captivating even the audience seated below. From a young age, Qingyi had harbored a fascination for traditional operas, Beijing opera, and crosstalk, and she was thoroughly engrossed in the performance. Suddenly, the system chimed in. "Host, I detect that the performer in the azure robe on stage is an assassin, with a strong intent to kill." Hearing this, every gaze within a 10-meter radius converged upon the performer clad in azure, adorned in theatrical makeup. "An assassin? Again?" Qingyi gasped in astonishment. "Vocal. Another one? Have we truly stumbled upon an assassin's den? The emperor's position is indeed perilous. Everyone yearns to be emperor, naturally attracting those who wish to end his reign." The system, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Host, is it possible that the performer in the azure robe is here to kill you?" Qingyi was left utterly bewildered. "Kill me? No. I have no enmity with him. Did I steal his wife or raid his home? Why would he want to kill me? He should be aiming for the emperor instead." The officials murmured, "The oracle envoy is indeed audacious." The families of the officials gasped, "My goodness, this young Lord Yun has such dangerous thoughts, and yet has not been punished. Undoubtedly, a favored subject." Emperor Qingyuan gritted his teeth. "Thank you very much." Minister Yun snapped. Silence. The Yun brothers fixed their gaze upon the stage. "What? Someone intends to harm our little sister? I shall see how bold you truly are." Young Master Ning stared intently at the azure-clad performer. "I will watch you closely, not taking my eyes off you." The system chuckled. "Hee, it's quite possible." Qingyi maintained her composure, though a hint of anxiety crept into her thoughts. Is there a grudge? Guabao, why are you still laughing? What time is it? But the protective mechanism is still intact, right? The system quickly adopted a serious tone. "Rest assured, my dear host. The system has merely detected that the azure-robed performer harbors a strong intent to kill you. He is Xiao Qingyi, the legitimate son of the Huaiping prince. His family was persecuted, their assets confiscated, and to eliminate future threats, they were all executed." Upon hearing about the execution, Qingyi was puzzled. If the entire family was executed, then who is this legitimate son? It would be remiss to say she lacked compassion. She understood that in ancient times, the penalties for crimes were exceedingly severe. One person's heinous act could doom an entire family. While it may seem too harsh by modern standards, it served as a means to constrain the entire clan. The system elaborated. "It is because he is greatly favored by the Empress Dowager." Unable to bear the thought of her beloved nephew facing execution due to his father's crimes, she pleaded with the emperor to spare him, allowing him to keep her company. Qingyi nodded in understanding. "Oh, so the emperor let him go just like that?" The system continued. "Naturally, he promised to live solely to please the Empress Dowager, vowing never to marry or bear offspring." The officials collectively gasped. Indeed, for the sake of survival, he would forsake his lineage. How shameless. Qingyi found herself in a haze. What does that have to do with me? Why does he harbor such intense murderous intent towards me? The system explained slowly. "His primary intent to kill stems from you, dear host. His original thought was that this wretched oracle envoy, had it not been for her, he would not have lost his family so abruptly. Clearly, it is a curse." Upon hearing the muted beeping sound, Qingyi felt overwhelmed. "Guabao, what is that beeping noise?" The system shook its head. "That sound is emitted during the detection process. It's likely a curse word." In truth, it was a slip revealing the existence of Tianyin. Qingyi realized that due to the turmoil at home, rather than seeking out his father, he had turned his ire towards her. The so-called auspicious charm? Absurd. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. "It seems this Tianyin cannot detect its own leaks, yet I had long decreed that no one must reveal a word, otherwise I shall not spare anyone. Not even a dog shall dare to bark in its presence." Qingyi acknowledged her understanding. "Oh, so that's how it is. But if we detect his intent to kill, how can he still be up there singing and dancing?" The system shrugged. "What else would you expect? He is currently filled with murderous intent, but has yet to act. If all goes as planned, he will call on you to assist him. Should you comply?" He will meet his demise. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, became restless, her grip tightening on the armrest of her chair. Emperor Qingyuan exchanged glances with her, implying that they must not provoke Tianyin. The Empress Dowager weighed her options, but ultimately steadied her mind. At this moment, Qingyi kept her gaze fixed on the azure-robed performer while internally musing. What if I go up there, and he dies on stage? Will the Emperor consider me a ghost or a deity? What should I do? Find an excuse to refuse? But what if he forcibly calls me up? Qingyi felt dazed. She was now contemplating the life and death of someone who intended to kill her. If she didn't, 2 people would have committed suicide in front of her. How could others not think her a sorceress or a demon? It was absurd to consider the fate of someone who sought to take her life, especially when she had done no wrong. Before she could formulate a plan, the azure-clad performer on stage began to feign searching for an audience member to assist him. After scanning the crowd, he pointed to a patron seated at the 8th table from the front. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a teasing voice. Ah, as expected, this young master is dashing and suave, exuding charm that is simply irresistible. Choosing me is a testament to your discerning eye. Ning Xiaoxizi rose to his feet, adjusting his attire with a meticulous grace. He then strode purposefully towards the stage. Upon hearing Ning Xiaoxizi's words, Qingyi was overwhelmed with laughter, nearly doubling over in mirth as she shifted her posture. Ha ha ha. He remains as self-absorbed as ever. Guabao, weren't you supposed to invite me? How did Ning Xiaoxizi manage to intercept that? Yet it is for the best that he ascends. I need not ponder whether it is he who perishes, or I who survives. The gathered ministers pondered. Whether he dies or you live. The outcome is ultimately the same. He dies, you live. The performer clad in a flowing black robe noticed Ning Xiaoxizi standing up opposite Qingyi and rolled his eyes. Realizing his oversight, he had forgotten to mention the surroundings. His intricately planned assassination was likely doomed to fail. Ning Xiaoxizi leisurely approached the stage, while the performers were already drenched in sweat, having prepared entirely for the assassination of the divine envoy. Ning Xiaoxizi was no novice. He could not be easily deceived. Chapter 44. Still laughing. The 14th Prince. Why did you have to provoke this formidable demon? Ning Xiaoxizi met the apprehensive gaze of Xiao Qingyi, who had come to assist, and playfully whistled, casually remarking, Ah, Xiao Qingyi, it has been quite some time. Have you taken to the stage now? I must say, you appear far more agreeable than before. Xiao Qingyi was immensely relieved that the distance from the stage to the banquet was somewhat considerable, ensuring that Ning Xiaoxizi's voice would not carry to that side. This humble performer has encountered Ning Xiaoxizi. Xiao Qingyi offered a bow. Upon hearing Xiao Qingyi refer to himself as a humble performer, Ning Xiaoxizi recognized his pretense of deafness, refusing to acknowledge his true identity. Yet, he was determined to compel Xiao Qingyi to confront reality. Ning Xiaoxizi tuklet, tsk, tsk. A young lord such as yourself, having lost your family, now denies your own identity? You dare to show me respect on par with my rank? How novel. Had Ning Xiaoxizi indeed misidentified the person before him? Was he jesting with this performer? Xiao Qingyi was slightly taken aback. Ning Xiaoxizi, losing patience, directly confronted him. Xiao Qingyi, I have no intention of indulging your theatrics. You wish to harm my master? That would depend on whether you possess the means to do so. Furthermore, my master is under divine protection. What are you, but a mere trifle? Xiao Qingyi's eyes reddened. His fists clenched, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Ning Xiaoxizi continued, haven't you always relished competing with me? Do you know why you can never surpass me? It is simply because you are a flawed being. Instead of blaming your father for his crimes, you blame my master? What? Is my master your father? If I were in your position, even if my father had committed crimes, I would still have the courage to sever ties and protect those I cherish. Unfortunately, you are not me, nor can you ever become me. Your anger stems solely from your own impotence. You cannot safeguard your family, nor do you possess the courage to confront your father. Ask yourself honestly, can you truly claim ignorance of your father's misdeeds? Ning Xiaoxizi bombarded Xiao Qingyi with relentless questions, advancing step by step. Xiao Qingyi, overwhelmed by these inquiries, found himself retreating until he plopped down on the steps. Yes, his frustration was rooted in his own inaction. Indeed, he had long suspected that his father was not as upright as he portrayed himself to be. Yes, he had numerous opportunities to expose his father's wrongdoings. Yet he did not. He was afraid, or perhaps he held onto a glimmer of hope that his father could evade scrutiny. Ning Xiaoxizi was aware of your intentions against my master. Do you think the one seated above is unaware? With that, Ning Xiaoxizi tossed out a final remark and, with a huff, turned to leave. Xiao Qingyi remained seated on the wooden steps, lost in thought for an extended period, until he was eventually carried away by other performers. Meanwhile, the system relayed to Yun Qingyi. Host, Xiao Qingyi's murderous intent has dissipated. Even his hatred is nearly extinguished. Yun Qingyi murmured, The murderous intent has vanished? Could it be that he realizes he cannot harm me? Has he missed his opportunity? Unperturbed, she paid little heed to the implications, while others understood the potential reasons behind it. Ning Xiaoxizi returned, exclaiming, I am simply too handsome. That performer was utterly captivated by my charm, and feeling somewhat guilty, I decided to return. The ministers collectively stared in disbelief. Ning Xiaoxizi was indeed renowned for his audacity. Emperor Xingyuan waved his hand, signaling for the performance to continue. Ning Xiaoxizi resumed his seat, casting a particularly sweet smile at Yun Qingyi. Unfortunately, Yun Qingyi did not share his sentiments. She couldn't help but smile at his foolish grin. Just as everyone believed the banquet was nearing its conclusion and that no further chaos would ensue, Yun Qingyi's mind was suddenly invaded by the system's voice. The system announced, Still laughing? The 14th prince is coming for you. Yun Qingyi mentally typed out a question mark. Question mark. The system continued. Host. We have detected a surge of hatred rapidly approaching your direction. The 14th prince is armed with a bamboo tube filled with water, intent on dousing you. In the dimly lit corridor, the swift movements of the young 14th prince, clad in bright attire, rendered him a conspicuous target. He dashed towards Yun Qingyi with reckless abandon. The other princes present felt a wave of dread. Little 14th, what on earth are you doing? Emperor Xingyuan had just prepared to signal, but the crown prince acted first, seizing the 14th prince by the collar as he turned the corner. Akin to an eagle snatching a chick, the hem of the 14th prince's garment was lifted, leaving him suspended in midair, limbs flailing. Let me go, brother.
Put me down,
He protested, thrashing about. The crown prince's expression darkened, firmly admonishing, Stay still. Silence. Upon hearing the crown prince's stern voice, the 14th prince immediately fell silent. Among all the princes and princesses, none dared to defy the crown prince. He then brought the 14th prince closer, positioning him at an angle where he could be easily watched. The bamboo tube, a mere trinket in the 14th prince's possession, was placed on the crown prince's table. Yun Qingyi was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected incident. So, what is happening now? Why did the crown prince bring the 14th prince over? Why does the 14th prince harbor hatred towards me? I don't believe we've even crossed paths. Surely, he doesn't resent me for being a woman in a position of authority? He's just a child. What does he understand about auspiciousness? Her questions came in quick succession. The system provided answers. The crown prince likely deemed the 14th prince's reckless approach unbecoming of royal decorum, hence his reprimand. As for why the 14th prince holds animosity towards you, Guagua knows. The 14th prince has been tutored by the esteemed Yin Qianwan since childhood, and he greatly admires his teacher. You, esteemed host, recently proposed the establishment of a women's academy, which directly contradicts Yin Qianwan's teachings. If he does not harbor resentment towards you, whom should he resent? Yun Qingyi felt as though a massive pot had fallen upon her head. Wait, how can this be my fault? That old man was never a good influence. Sending him to teach the prince may only lead to further corruption. The 14th prince, hearing Yun Qingyi's voice, widened his eyes, staring intently at her. Noticing her silence, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, reddening them, yet he still failed to see her speak. But he had distinctly heard the sound emanating from Yun Qingyi. He had eavesdropped on her voice in the palace corridors and would not mistake it. You, nonsense. The young 14th prince opened his mouth, only to be met with the crown prince's slightly fearsome gaze, compelling him to shut his mouth immediately. He covered his lips with his hands, blinking at the crown prince, as if assuring him he would remain silent, pleading for mercy. Xiao Shursi understood that angering the crown prince would lead to punishment for both him and his mother, and that his mother would only suffer more. In Chapter 45, the mischievous Xiao Shursi needs to be disciplined. The system cheerfully remarked, The host is truly remarkable. This 14th prince has indeed been raised improperly. Yun Qing perked up with interest.
Oh, how so?
Pray tell. The system proceeded to elaborate. Under the upbringing of the grand tutor Yin Qianwan, he has wholly adopted the belief that men are superior. Every night, he insists on touching his mother's bosom to sleep, and if denied, he throws a tantrum and refuses to sleep. Yun Qing gasped.
Goodness.
At such an age, does his mother not know to avoid such impropriety? The Emperor Xingyuan's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. Who is the mother of the 14th prince? At that moment, the 14th prince's mother, consort Shi, was not present at the banquet, as she was already neglected and resided in a secluded area. The other officials shook their heads in disbelief. How could such behavior be tolerated? Young Master Ning and Yunhe listened with rapt attention, reveling in the gossip. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 14th prince is 6 years old and has committed numerous mischiefs. He resides in Wanshi Palace with his mother. For instance, he once bathed in flour, claiming it would make him whiter, causing the palace to run out of food for several days. He also scribbled all over the walls, leading the maids and eunuchs to clean incessantly, lamenting their plight. Moreover, the 14th prince has a peculiar habit of pulling down people's trousers, prompting many eunuchs and maids to flee to other palaces. The emperor, who had been sipping tea, suddenly choked. Now it made sense why no one wanted to serve in Wanshi Palace. Yun Qing found the antics of such a troublesome child utterly detestable. Is there truly no one to discipline him? Does the emperor not care? And what of his mother? The system chuckled. Rest assured, there are those who can make him obedient. His mother dotes on him excessively, which has fostered his unruly nature. Once, during a royal banquet, the 14th prince and the 11th prince fought over a chicken leg. Every table had chicken legs. Yet the 14th prince insisted that the 11th prince's chicken leg was tastier. The 11th prince, yielding, offered him his chicken leg and requested a serving from the maid. However, when the maid brought the chicken leg, the 14th prince snatched it away, leading the 11th prince to feel provoked. In retaliation, the 11th prince spat on the chicken leg as a test, yet the 14th prince continued to seize it, crying and throwing a fit. Yun Qing, eager for the continuation, interrupted, and then what happened? The other officials and their families leaned in, anticipating the outcome. The system paused before continuing. In the midst of the commotion, the crown prince happened to arrive at the banquet. He ordered the two fighting princes to be separated, ascertain the situation, and commanded that each receive 10 lashes with a whip. He also instructed that all the chicken legs from the tables, including the one spat upon, be served to the 14th prince, stating, "Since you love chicken legs so much, you shall eat your fill. You must finish every last one before you may leave," and had fresh chicken legs and wings brought forth. That day, the 14th prince gorged on chicken legs until he was sick, and from then on, he dreaded the sight of them, trembling at the very thought of the crown prince. The emperor fell into contemplation, recalling how the 14th prince had devoured chicken legs that evening. The crown prince had mentioned that the 14th loved chicken legs and had instructed the kitchen to send them regularly. It turned out he no longer enjoyed them. Yun Qing's face quivered with laughter. Ha ha ha, well done. The crown prince is indeed impressive. I bet the 14th prince never wants to see another chicken leg again. The officials below stifled their laughter, desperately pinching their thighs to maintain composure, while their wives stifled giggles behind handkerchiefs to preserve their decorum. The 14th prince turned crimson, resembling a boiled lobster, his mind consumed by thoughts of chicken legs, while his stomach churned, making him wish never to see or hear of them again, as the mere memory made him nauseous. Fortunately, the topic shifted once more. The system continued. Moreover, the 14th prince's penchant for pulling down trousers knows no bounds. Once, he saw General Han Ren, now known as General Wushuang. The 14th prince attempted to tug at General Wushuang's trousers but failed. Undeterred, he then slapped the general's backside, only to hit the hardened armor, which caused the general to howl in pain, crying as if he were a child. Yun Qing shifted in her seat. And then? Did General Wushuang let him off the hook? The system chuckled. Of course not. The 14th prince's mother, consort Shi, merely came forth without offering an apology, requesting that General Wushuang overlook the matter, claiming the 14th was still a child. Yun Qing scoffed in amusement. A child, you say? Who among us is not 100 months old? The system continued. General Wushuang remained silent for a moment before unsheathing his sword and playfully striking the 14th prince's backside with the scabbard, producing a resounding smack. Both the 14th prince and consort Shi were taken aback, yet the general remained unfazed, stating that orphans of similar age in the army were already marching alongside the troops and even assisting in the kitchens. If the 14th prince found palace life too dull, he was welcome to join the army. The system paused again. Upon hearing this, consort Shi hastily embraced the 14th prince and urged him to apologize, lest he be taken to war. The 14th prince was so frightened that he urinated himself, quickly bowing and declaring that he was wrong, that he did not wish to go to war or die. Yun Qing instantly envisioned the scene. Ha ha, he is still a child. He must not be let off the hook. At that moment, the officials could no longer contain their laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Yet they still had to maintain their facade of admiration for the performances, or engage in conversation with their wives. Truly, it was a challenge. Many of the ladies had already taken to covering their mouths with handkerchiefs to stifle their laughter. The 14th prince, Sai the system seized the opportunity to continue, and there s more. Previously, while passing by Linghua Palace, the 14th prince spotted a white dog and began tossing bamboo sticks at it. The clever dog, yelping as it ran, evaded the sticks. Frustrated, the 14th prince switched to throwing stones, which struck the dog, causing it to yelp even louder, and the more it yelped, the more delighted he became. Eventually, this commotion attracted the attention of the Long Princess, who came downstairs and promptly dragged him to a corner, delivering several sharp slaps while admonishing him for daring to throw things at her dog. The 14th prince wailed, demanding that his father, the emperor, deal with her. But the Long Princess merely laughed and declared that even if the emperor arrived, she would not hesitate to discipline him. Yun Qing was thoroughly entertained. Ha ha ha, splendid. Mischievous children deserve a good spanking. Is the Long Princess Jinan Princess? The system shook its head. No, the Jinan Princess is the legitimate princess, while the Long Princess is the emperor's sister. Like you, she is an advocate of singlehood. Some officials, hearing the term singlehood, exchanged puzzled glances, questioning its meaning. Yet they could surmise a hint of understanding, considering the Long Princess. In Chapter 46, as Yun Qing grew more curious about the Long Princess, she craned her neck to search. The system seemed to understand her intent. There's no need to search, dear host. The Long Princess is not at the banquet. She typically avoids trouble, which is why she did not attend. Yun Qing had no choice but to relent. What a pity. I wish to catch a glimpse of that extraordinary woman. The officials envisioned the Long Princess's whimsical and self-indulgent demeanor, shaking their shoulders in amusement. Still, they found the eccentricities of young Master Yun more accessible, while the Long Princess seemed aloof and distant. As Yun Qing spotted the Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager exuded an aura of benevolence, her demeanor dignified and her beauty enchanting, embodying both an imposing majesty and profound wisdom. In stark contrast to the treacherous and malevolent figures often depicted in tales of the imperial harem, the system could not help but interject. My esteemed host, it is merely your vivid imagination at play. Not all individuals are malevolent. The Empress Dowager is, in fact, a commendable person. Otherwise, how could she have raised such a sagacious emperor? Previously, she was often unwell, but now that the royal hospital has been purged of its troubles, her health is gradually recovering. The Empress Dowager had already heard rumors of Yun Qingyi from the emperor, and upon hearing her and Tianin's praises, she momentarily lost her composure, before breaking into a warm, benevolent smile. Upon hearing Tianin also commend him, Emperor Xingyuan lifted his chin, his not-so-long beard nearly soaring to the heavens. Yun Qingyi then turned her gaze towards the empress beside the emperor. This empress is as breathtaking as a celestial being, each appearance more stunning than the last. It's yet another day to envy the emperor. She shines like a brilliant jewel amidst the complexities of the harem, her extraordinary grace evident. No wonder she has nurtured such remarkable princes and princesses. Upon receiving the compliment, the empress was momentarily taken aback, then her face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a vibrant flower in a garden, cherished by the stars. The daughter of the Yun family continued to stand out. Yun Qingyi then appraised the other princes and princesses, as well as the other consorts. These princes and princesses appear quite composed, yet this 14th prince seems rather different. He almost doesn't resemble the emperor at all. The system nodded, its tone unchanging. Indeed, the 14th prince is not the emperor's biological son. Yun Qingyi felt a sharp, resounding shock within her mind. Ah! Such significant news. Why did you not mention it sooner? The system replied calmly. Oh, did I not mention it before? The other ministers, sweating profusely, were left bewildered. Wait, what do you mean he isn't the emperor's biological son? The other ladies discreetly bowed their heads to their meals or fruits, as if to say, let us remain invisible. Yun Qingyi continued to express her incredulity. When did you ever say that? You must clarify this at once. The system responded. Oh, it's all right, it's not too late now. The 14th prince is not the emperor's biological child. He is the offspring of consort Shi and the Grand Tutor Yin Qianwan. Yun Qingyi recalled the appearance of the Grand Tutor Yin Qianwan from her memory. If I'm not mistaken, that Grand Tutor must be in his 50s, right? And how old is consort Shi? Furthermore, does that Grand Tutor not have a wife? How could such a disparate pair come together, one in the court and one in the harem? The system couldn't help but laugh. Ah, indeed, my esteemed host. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. The Grand Tutor in Qianwan is 56, while consort Shi is merely 22. Previously, the Grand Tutor was responsible for educating the Crown Prince and several princes. Upon fortuitously encountering consort Shi engrossed in ancient texts, he initiated a conversation, offering his assistance with any questions she might have. Thus, through a series of exchanges, he seduced consort Shi, leading her to fall deeply in love with him. Consort Shi once believed herself to be guilty and contemplated ending her life, but upon discovering her pregnancy, she abandoned such thoughts for the sake of her child. To avoid suspicion, as the emperor had not yet been intimate with consort Shi at that time, the Grand Tutor arranged a drinking session with the emperor. And while intoxicated on the way back, he collided with consort Shi, leading to their union, which conveniently elevated consort Shi to the rank of Shi consort. The 14th prince was publicly regarded as a premature birth, thus granting him a measure of leniency. In reality, the Grand Tutor in Qianwan bribed the imperial physician to shorten the gestation period by a month. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qingyuan's expression darkened, and he exchanged a glance with eunuch Su, who nodded slightly before taking his leave to investigate. Qingyi was overwhelmed with emotion. This old tutor is truly a mastermind of deceit, having extended his manipulative reach into the harem. His audacity is remarkable. Does he not fear the emperor's discovery? What of consort Shi? What has become of her? The system continued. Indeed, this Grand Tutor is nothing short of a beast. No, calling him a beast would be an understatement. He exploited his position as a teacher, preying upon consort Shi's desire for knowledge, and leveraged the emperor's trust for his own gain. After the birth of the 14th prince, the Grand Tutor even volunteered to be his tutor, claiming to guide his education. In reality, he used his privileged position to engage in unscrupulous acts with consort Shi, driving her to the brink of madness, her mind oscillating between clarity and delirium. Yet this scoundrel would say to her that even if she lost her sanity, he would continue to engage with her brazenly before the 14th prince, who had been indoctrinated to regard him as the center of his world, blindly obeying his every command. Qingyi lowered her gaze. I truly do not understand how such individuals attain positions of authority and mentorship. Do they not consider character only talent? Indeed, throughout history, there have been teachers unworthy of the title. The system consoled her. At least, my esteemed host, in every world, things are beginning to improve, are they not? Qingyi's eyes flickered slightly. Is it truly getting better? As the banquet drew to a close, she took a moment to rest before resuming her enjoyment of the fruits. The Empress Dowager, adorned in a regal crimson palace robe embroidered with auspicious patterns of phoenixes, clouds, and peonies in gold thread, wore a crown of jewels that radiated magnificence. With a gentle smile gracing her features, she exuded an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being. I have heard that a female official has emerged in the court, known as the Divine Oracle Envoy. Who might this esteemed person be? Could she step forward for me to behold? The Empress Dowager inquired. All eyes turned in unison towards the Yun family, fixated upon Qingyi. She stepped forward, kneeling gracefully before the Empress Dowager. I am the Divine Oracle Envoy, Qingyi. I pay my respects to your majesty, wishing you longevity and prosperity. The Empress Dowager's gentle, water-like gaze, imbued with the trials and tribulations of time, appraised Qingyi from head to toe. Rise, she commanded with a smile. Qingyi complied, standing obediently. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction. This divine oracle envoy is quite to my liking. I have heard you propose the establishment of a women's academy. I find this most commendable. Educating women not only enables them to assist their husbands but also to nurture their children, to engage in embroidery, and to wield a brush. You are indeed a child chosen by heaven, a sign of great auspiciousness. I bestow upon you this exquisite emerald hairpin as a token of my favor. Qingyi blinked in astonishment, happiness overwhelming her as she quickly knelt to express her gratitude. Chapter 47. The consensus on the establishment of the Women's Academy was clear, and the Empress Dowager's gift of the emerald hairpin explicitly conveyed her hope for Qingyi's longevity. The Empress immediately echoed, "This divine oracle is indeed a heavenly envoy, delightful in every aspect. I too find the Women's Academy to be a wonderful idea and bestow upon you this golden hairpin as well." Just as Qingyi was about to rise, she turned to express her thanks to the Empress. "Your Majesty, please rise first. Since we have broached this topic, what does everyone think about the feasibility of the Women's Academy? The court is predominantly male, yet today we have many consorts and ladies present. Is there anyone willing to voice their opinion?" Emperor Qingyuan addressed the assembly. Qingyi rose, seizing the opportunity to return to her seat. Princess Jinan stepped forward. Each bow executed with a slow and graceful demeanor, her upper body inclining forward while her arms gently extended behind her. This gesture resembled a lotus flower floating serenely on water. Father, I believe it is indeed feasible to study the classics and cultivate virtuous character. Integrating the study of ancient texts into the fabric of everyday life, even in the mundane aspects of life, can be infused with the romance of poetry and the pursuit of dreams. If we use thresholds to define nobility, then surely there are talented women beyond those thresholds who, lacking the opportunity to study, are deserving of our compassion. Moreover, the esteemed oracle merely suggested commencing with the fundamentals of learning. I firmly believe that even the most basic education can illuminate our grand empire. Princess Jinan spoke with unwavering confidence. She had just witnessed the oracle's formidable prowess and was convinced that the oracle had the best interests of the great Qing kingdom at heart. Young Master Ning also stood up, while the Ningguang struggled to restrain him. What business do you have here? The emperor is addressing the consorts and ladies of the harem. What folly is this, you rascal? Ningguang admonished in a hushed tone. Young Master Ning shook his head, declaring, such words are misguided. The affairs of the elder brother are indeed my own, and moreover, this concerns all women of the realm. Naturally, I must lend my support. After speaking to his father, he turned to the emperor and bowed, his voice resounding, Your Majesty, I believe this to be feasible. Within the pages of books lie treasures untold, and knowledge breeds grace. Studying does not solely aim for a prosperous future or fame, but at the very least, it equips one with eloquence, decorum, virtue, and diligence. Education cultivates a person's refinement, character, and depth. It seems as though reading is the birthright of men, while only the daughters of affluent families are afforded the privilege of learning. If we could broaden access to education, even a modicum of knowledge would be a boon for them. The Ningguang Fei looked at her child, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This rascal has truly grown up. Jiang Wanning, the legitimate daughter of Duke Jinghua and a close friend of Yun Qingyi, rose gracefully, her movements radiant. Your Majesty, this daughter concurs. For women to learn to read and write will enhance their understanding and discernment. A bird's beauty lies in its feathers, while a person's lies in their knowledge. The fragrance of literature can take one far. Possessing a wealth of poetry and prose enriches the spirit and nurtures the character. Jiang Wanning's voice was clear and melodious. At that moment, a lady stood up, adorned in a pale purple, cross-collared dress embroidered with intricate floral patterns. Layered with a jade-colored light gauze shirt and complemented by a short-waist RU skirt in a subtle pink reminiscent of water lilies. Her eyebrows arched like a crescent moon, her sparkling eyes deep as a lake, seemingly holding the secrets of countless stars. Her lips were tinted like blooming cherry blossoms, akin to a celestial being fallen to earth. Your Majesty, this daughter also believes it to be feasible. Literacy does not necessarily imply an interest in poetry and ancient texts, yet it can certainly bring convenience to all. For instance, when purchasing fruits from the market, I wish to buy zhaichuan yuaningri. The sellers merely wrap them in differently colored threads for distinction, yet sometimes they get mixed up, necessitating a peek inside. If they could write a small note on the boxes, would that not be clearer? This would also alleviate the worry of confusion. Furthermore, among the maids we hire, those who can read are often more useful than those who cannot. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Yun Qingyi gazed at the radiant woman before her. Guabao, who is this? She is impressive. The system replied, Guagua knows. She is the daughter of the Chancellor, Shen Nanyan. Upon hearing Yun Qingyi's praise, Shen Nanyan felt a blush of shyness wash over her. The oracle had indeed commended her. Yun Qingyi then inquired, What are zhaichuan yuaningri? Have I eaten them? I have no recollection. The system, observing its host's gluttonous nature, replied blandly, Dear host, you have indeed eaten them. As they were brought back and placed directly on your desk after being washed, zhaichuan yue refers to green plums, while ingri is the figure. Subsequently, other princesses, princes, and dignitaries joined in agreement, affirming the merits of literacy and education. The expression of joy illuminated Emperor Xingyuan's face as he sat high in the palace, surveying the assembly below with a satisfied smile. Since everyone deemed it feasible, let it be so. Starting from the capital, the tuition fees for schools will be waived. And we shall first teach the women who wish to learn the fundamentals of literacy. Once the emperor spoke, all present knelt in reverence. Yun Qingyi, taken aback, was pulled down by her elder brother, Yun Hiyu. Your Majesty is wise. This is indeed a blessing for our great Qing, they all proclaimed in unison. Yun Qingyi, caught up in the moment, could not fathom how such a unanimous response had come to be, nor did anyone inform her of how she should reply. Emperor Xingyuan raised his hand slightly and jovially stated, Gentlemen, rise. Now that we have discussed this, do any of you have suggestions for the location of the academy? Is there any vacant land in the capital suitable for establishing a women's academy? The emperor allowed everyone to stand, and they resumed their seats. Your Majesty, there is a 20-acre plot of vacant land near the South City Gate, a middle-aged man responded. Another middle-aged man stood and said, Your Majesty, there are also 5 acres of wasteland to the north of West Street. The Crown Prince then spoke, Father, I have a recommendation for site. At the end of Finley Street in the East City, there is an abandoned schoolhouse that is quite decent. Previously, it was a private school of Qingyi, which is now scarcely utilized. It would be prudent to repurpose it for the academy, serving 2 purposes. Upon hearing the name of Duke Jing, the attendees could not help but tremble inwardly. He was not known for being accommodating. Emperor Qingyi furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and after a while, he spoke. Let us proceed as the Crown Prince suggests. The establishment of the Women's Academy will be entrusted to the Crown Prince and the Oracle. Do you both agree? The Crown Prince bent in obedience, declaring, I shall not disappoint the expectations of all. Suddenly mentioned, Yun Qingyi felt her elder brother, Yun Hiyu, pat her shoulder, prompting her to rise and respond, I obey the command. Just then, Eunuch Su hurriedly arrived. Your Majesty, this humble servant has come across an old matter and investigated it. The situation is grave, and I implore you to make a decision. His sharp voice reverberated throughout the palace. Chapter 48. Bloodline Recognition. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qingyuan's interest was piqued. Oh, what matter is this? Eunuch Su addressed the back of the hall. Bring her forth. Soon, 2 soldiers escorted a middle-aged woman forward, appearing to be in her 50s. Your Majesty, this woman is the midwife, Wang, who assisted in the birth of consort Shi 6 years ago. According to her, the child was born at full term and was not a premature infant as stated. She was bribed to falsely declare the child was born prematurely. Eunuch Su recounted meticulously. Emperor Qingyuan sat upon the dragon throne, his expression calm as water, his eyes deep as a well, exuding an unassailable authority. Oh, Wang, do you confess your crimes? Wang, the midwife, was acutely aware that deceiving the emperor was a grave offense. She prostrated herself repeatedly, having evaded for so many years. And now the hidden guards had brought her back, fearing she could hardly escape death. Since she was doomed regardless, she resolved to drag her enemies down with her. Your Majesty, this commoner acknowledges her guilt. I am greedy and was tempted by money. It was the Grand Protector who compelled me to speak thus. Threatening the lives of my family if I did not comply, Wang exclaimed passionately, seeking out consort Shi and Grand Protector Yin Qianwan among the crowd. You need not search. Grand Protector Yin Qianwan has set up the 100 Flowers Pavilion, luring women, employing cunning techniques to manipulate hearts, and amassing vast wealth. Such a person poses a grave threat to Great Qing. The ringleader shall be executed without mercy. Reveal all that you know, and I may spare your life. Emperor Qingyuan stated in a composed tone. Yun Qingyi was munching on a honeydew melon. What? The Grand Protector has been executed? The system chimed in, indeed. He cannot escape death. Young Master Ning and your elder brother have both implicated him, and the local magistrate has requested the emperor to thoroughly investigate the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The emperor issued a decree that night to execute Grand Protector Yin Qianwan in a fit of rage. Emperor Qingyuan twitched his lips. Was it necessary to elaborate so extensively on his anger? He had indeed ordered an investigation into the 100 Flowers Pavilion after court that day, as it had ensnared countless virtuous women, ruining their lives. How could he not be furious? Except for the old matron, who had consented, all the other women were either captured or deceived. That very night, he commanded the Imperial Guard to seal the 100 Flowers Pavilion and confiscated Grand Protector Yin Qianwan's estate and assets. The family members were unrelated to his actions. They were merely imprisoned for 3 days as a warning before being released. Upon hearing this, Wang Po was immediately filled with trepidation and said, I will recount everything truthfully. The Grand Protector verbally promised me that I could conceal the truth about the 14th prince's full term, yet he turned around to plot my demise. My family met the same fate at his hands, and I endured countless hardships to escape the palace, evading capture as I made my way westward, even fabricating an illusion that I had been torn apart by wolves. It was only recently that I learned my son was still alive, prompting me to return to the capital covertly for the chance to see him once more. Alas, having stolen a moment together, I found it difficult to part ways. And after lingering for a couple of days, I was captured once more. Emperor Qingyuan maintained a composed demeanor, though his expression darkened as he forcefully struck the armrest of his chair, exclaiming, Bring Shipin forth. So, the scheme has reached my ears. Yunqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of the emperor, who was wearing a rather conspicuous green hat. Love is a light so green it makes one uneasy, she hummed a little tune. The system responded, Dear host, Guagua senses your schadenfreude. Below, the civil and military officials were desperately pinching their thighs, wide-eyed, attempting to suppress any semblance of amusement. They must not laugh, especially not at the emperor's expense. The emperor's countenance grew even darker. In a short while, a disheveled woman was brought forth. Clad in tattered orange garments, her hair fell haphazardly over her shoulders. With stray stalks of straw stuck in her hair and roots of straw still in her mouth, Shipin has succumbed to madness again. Chief Eunuch Su reported to the emperor. Observing her condition, the emperor realized that nothing could be gleaned from her, instructing Chief Eunuch Su to prepare certain items. Su immediately understood and returned in less than 2 minutes with a basin of clear water, a dagger, and a handkerchief. Yunqing's eyes widened at the sight. Is this the legendary blood test for kinship? But there is no scientific basis for blood recognition. The system concurred indeed, yet in ancient times there were no DNA tests. They believed blood recognition to be the most reasonable explanation. The crowd was left bewildered, pondering the meaning of scientific basis and which dynasty was being referred to. Yunqing continued her conversation with the system. Any blood type will eventually merge in water. It's merely a matter of time. Additionally, one can accelerate or decelerate the merging process by adding certain substances, such as oil to slow it down or alum to speed it up. The temperature and salinity of the water also influence the outcome. If the water is still, the blood will naturally diffuse, appearing as if it has merged. If the water is flowing, the blood may disperse, giving the impression of separation. The purity of the water equally affects the result. Impurities can cause the blood to disperse more quickly or slowly, thus altering the perceived outcomes of the blood recognition experiment. Therefore, whether the blood merges or separates in water does not depend on kinship, but rather the physical properties of the water itself. To determine kinship through blood merging, it would seem everyone is related. The system laughed, haha, dear host, you're quite amusing. The crowd was left in a daze, puzzled by the divine words. Yet, they grasped the final statement. Any blood could merge. The emperor's initial desire for blood recognition waned after Yunqing's explanation. He realized that if the truth merged, it would lead to an embarrassing situation. Henceforth, Shipin and the Grand Protector shall be stripped of their titles and banished from the palace, and the 14th prince, not being a true prince, shall also be expelled, never to return. The emperor slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze was sharp, his tone severe. Upon hearing this, the 14th prince wailed, rushing towards his mother, crying, Father, there must be some mistake. You cannot possibly not be your child. He clung to his mother, sobbing and pleading, Mother, speak up. You is indeed father's child, right? Upon hearing the word child, Shipin seemed to lose her composure. As if struck by some unseen force, she seized the basin of water held by a nearby young eunuch and poured it over herself, incessantly scrubbing her hands, murmuring, Dirty. So dirty a child no cannot bear something so filthy. Wash, water wash, once washed it will be clean. Chapter 49. The invitation from the peerless General Yunqing, observed Shipin, who was incessantly washing herself with water. Alas, the Grand Protector is indeed a scoundrel. Poor Shipin has gone mad, and the 14th prince is akin to a neglected child. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Grand Protector is a wretch. Fortunately, the truth has been revealed. A royal consort and a highly esteemed Grand Protector, he exploited his position for personal gain. Shipin was cruelly victimized at the tender age of 16, and under the Grand Protector's meticulous mental manipulation and fear of exposure, she succumbed to a breakdown after giving birth to the 14th prince, oscillating between sanity and madness. Yunqing sighed. Now that the Grand Protector is no more, I hope she can recover. I truly wish such tragedies would no longer occur in this world, but alas, it is a difficult wish. The human heart is inscrutable. When faced with such matters, one must say no. And if one cannot refuse forcefully, they should seek help from trustworthy individuals, like family or friends. Chief Eunuch Su gestured for the attendants to take Shipin and the 14th prince away. The emperor had discreetly instructed him to find a suitable place for them outside the palace. Exhausted, the emperor declared the banquet concluded and departed. After such a significant revelation, everyone was restless, eager to return home. Yunqing, too, was weary after sitting for 4 to 5 hours. How I long for modern banquets, where one can finish a meal in an hour and leave. Sitting for so long has made me sore and utterly fatigued. She stood up, discreetly shifting her hips when no one was watching. Minister Yun feigned a cough, drawing the attention of those who were slow to leave. The system remarked, "Dear host, what you did is called sitting out a meal. Once finished, one leaves. Those dining with you likely don't even know each other. This is a banquet specially organized by the emperor to strengthen the relationship between ruler and subjects. Think of it as a team-building exercise. No one dares to leave unless the boss permits it." Yun Qing pondered this, realizing the truth. I suppose treating it as a team-building event would make it more bearable. No one would dare to leave without the emperor's command. As she chatted idly with the system, a tall figure suddenly blocked her view. Looking up, she recognized it as the peerless general. Today, the general had shed his armor, donning a greenish-blue official robe, his hair tied back in a high ponytail adorned with a silver crown. What a striking figure. "Hello, Oracle Messenger, I am Wuxuang. May I have the honor of knowing you?" he asked somewhat shyly. Yun Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly extended her hand. "Of course. You may call me Qingyi or Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Wuxuang." Though the general was unsure of the significance of her extended hand, he placed his rough, calloused hand in hers. His hands bore the marks of toil, devoid of any adornment, with nails perpetually short and exposed to the elements. In contrast, Yun Qing's fingers were long and elegant, her nails well-groomed and skin delicate, making her hand appear dainty within the general's grasp. "Qingyi, it's a pleasure to meet you too. You can call me Wuxuang or Qishuang. Feel free to choose whatever makes you happiest," he said with a charming smile. Yun Qingyi grasped her hand and shook it gently, sweetly proclaiming, "All right, Wuxuang."
Schwanger.
General Wuxuang, feeling a hint of embarrassment, rubbed the back of her head and inquired, "There's another matter. Will you be returning to the ancestral grave to pay respects during Qingming?" Unaware of the situation, Yun Qingyi turned to her father, Yun Shangshu, and asked, "Father, are we going back to honor our ancestors?" Yun Shangshu, maintaining his composure, with a glint in his eye, seemed to understand the general's intentions and replied slowly, "We visit the ancestral graves every year. This year, it's optional. Your second brother will likely be at home this year, so if you choose not to go,
It would be a good opportunity to rest.
Yun Heiyu was perplexed, his expression one of bewilderment. When did I say I wouldn't go? He had barely spoken when he was silenced by his father's stern gaze. "Very well, I shall remain silent. If I'm not going, then so be it." Having received the information, Yun Qingyi turned to General Wuxuang and exclaimed, "Oh, I can choose not to go." The internal struggle within General Wuxuang surged like a tide, sometimes tumultuous, at other times receding into uncertainty. "So, Qingyi, would you like to visit my ancestral home? It's not in the capital but in Wuling City." She hesitated, her voice tinged with conflict. While she could handle military affairs, this was her first time so actively inviting someone, especially to her ancestral home, and she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyi brightened. Isn't that essentially a trip? Perfect timing with the 7-day holiday during Qingming. It would be ideal to go out and have some fun. Splendid. When shall we depart? I'll pack my things, Yun Qingyi replied enthusiastically. General Wuxuang was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such an effortless agreement. In disbelief, she asked, "You're just going to agree like that?" Yun Qingyi chuckled at her naive expression. "Huh? What else would I do? Am I supposed to worry that you might sell me off?" "Of course not," General Wuxuang affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Just relax. It's settled then. It'll be like a delightful outing. I'm quite weary of the capital. And a little diversion would do wonders." General Wuxuang smiled radiantly, like a gentle spring breeze, warm yet steadfast. "I thought, since we just met, you might hesitate to accept. In truth, my grandparents and parents wish to meet you, but they cannot enter the capital without an edict. So, I was sent to ask if you would be willing to visit our ancestral home." Seeing Yun Qingyi's spirited acceptance, she willingly clarified her intentions. Yun Qingyi, not pondering too deeply, responded, "Oh, I'm flattered." As the sky darkened, General Wuxuang quickly added, "Then it's settled. The day is drawing to a close, so Qingyi, you should return home to rest. Tomorrow, I will invite you to meet my close friends, and the day after, we can set off for Wuling City. How does that sound?" "That sounds wonderful." Yun Qingyi nodded eagerly. The more friends, the more paths to tread. General Wuxuang is quite generous, indeed. After finalizing their plans, General Wuxuang took her leave, and Yun Qingyi walked out with her family. Yun Shangshu observed his daughter's blissful smile, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. It seems that foolish people are often blessed. The Qi family has been generals for generations, and this invitation surely signifies an acknowledgement of Yun Qingyi's worth. Following closely behind, the young noble Ning had intended to speak with the eldest, but had not managed to exchange a word during the entire evening. seated across from him in silence. Just as he prepared to approach, General Wu Shuang intercepted him. Their conversation was too quiet for him to overhear from a distance. The eldest speaks with Tianyin so engagingly, as if their dialogue were whispered directly into one's ear. Ning, trailing behind, was about to step forward when a figure emerged, Eunuch Su, who approached Yun Qingyi. Divine Oracle, the Emperor wishes to see you.
Now?
Yun Qingyi was taken aback.
Eunuch Su not dead apfi may see.
Yun Shangshu quickly understood, turning to Yun Jingchu and Yun Heiyu. You two remain here and wait for your mother, and I shall return to the residence. With that, he and his wife made their way toward the palace's exit. Yun Jingchu and Yun Heiyu accompanied Yun Qingyi. Following Eunuch Su, behind them, Ning flicked his sleeve in frustration. Once again, I didn't get a chance to speak with the eldest. Chapter 50. The Emperor's test. Yun Qingyi followed Eunuch Su to the entrance of the imperial study. Eunuch Su halted, blocking Yun Jingchu and Yun Heiyu from entering. The Emperor has summoned the Divine Oracle for a private audience. You two should wait here for a moment. Nodding in agreement, Yun Jingchu and Yun Heiyu paused outside the door. Eunuch Su led Yun Qingyi into the study. Your Majesty, the Divine Oracle has arrived, he announced to the slumbering Emperor Xingyuan. The Emperor finally lifted his head, gesturing for Eunuch Su to withdraw. The Divine Oracle is here? Do you know why I have summoned you for this discussion? Emperor Xingyuan asked sternly. Yun Qingyi shook her head, replying, I do not know, Your Majesty. Internally, she was in turmoil. Oh dear, a private audience with the Emperor is rather daunting. I want to escape. Guabao, why do you think the Emperor suddenly called me? It felt akin to being suddenly summoned to the boss's office, leaving her heart racing with anxiety. The system responded. It may concern matters related to the academy. Noticing her trepidation, Emperor Xingyuan was about to smile when he remembered he had more questions to pose, thus maintaining a serious demeanor. You boldly suggested the introduction of women to the study of calligraphy in the court and the establishment of a women's academy. Such audacious notions have never been seen before. Are you truly unafraid of incurring my wrath and facing consequences? I fear, yet I do not, Yun Qingyi replied brightly. Though internally, she feared for her life. Guaba, do you think the Emperor might punish me later? If this is set in stone, what will happen if he seeks to harm me? Can you really confront the Emperor? Curiosity lingered in her mind regarding whether the system's protective mechanism applied to all, including the Emperor himself. Upon hearing her thoughts, Emperor Xingyuan felt a chill run down his neck, equally intrigued by the question. The system reassured her. Rest assured, esteemed host. Guagua is a flawless system that guarantees your safety. However, throughout history, emperors have had the protection of the 9 dragons, which the populace regards as fortune. Particularly wise rulers are beyond the system's reach, though their memories can be erased. Should any harmful thoughts toward the host arise, the system will eliminate them. Hearing the system's response, Yun Qingyi smirked slightly, realizing her suspicions were confirmed. Emperor Xingyuan too felt relieved. It seemed this Tianyin truly was sent by the heavens. Haha, splendid. The Divine Oracle indeed possesses commendable courage. What does it mean to fear, yet not fear? Yun Qingyi pondered before explaining. Naturally, I fear losing my head. Yet I do not fear because even if I fall, there are countless others to take my place. If everyone remains indifferent, believing it does not concern them, I fear this world will not progress. Moreover, I have the system's protection. Utilizing its mechanisms, I believe we can propel this world forward significantly. Enough. I shall not tease you further. The reason I summoned you was regarding Baihua Tower. Emperor Xingyuan tested the waters before revealing the cause of his summons. Yun Qingyi, puzzled, asked, Isn't Baihua Tower closed? Indeed, it has been sealed off, and the building remains confiscated. Since the proposal for the Women's Academy originated from you, I shall reward you with Baihua Tower. May it flourish under your stewardship, Emperor Xingyuan declared, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Previously, he had heard from the shadow guards that Yun Qingyi had expressed a desire for such a place, even aspiring to become a taxpayer. Since she wished for it, he felt compelled to grant it to her. Yun Qingyi was taken aback by this sudden bestowal, entirely unprepared for such a surprise. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, she exclaimed joyfully. With no further matters to discuss, Emperor Xingyuan dismissed her. As she exited, she encountered a female Taoist. The graceful priestess, clad in a flowing robe, moved with the wind, her sleeves dancing in the breeze. Adorning her delicate wrists were strands of jade beads, glimmering softly. Her tranquil presence exuded mystery as she stepped lightly in her plain shoes, embodying serene elegance. Yun Qingyi's first thought was how strong the wind was. Dear friend, may I pose a question to you? The Taoist priest suddenly called out to Yun Qingyi. She glanced around, realizing she was alone, and thus it was she he addressed. Nodding, she encouraged him to proceed. Are you happy in these times, young friend? The priest inquired, his tone laden with meaning. Yun Qingyi, though puzzled, answered truthfully yes. I am very happy. The Taoist scrutinized her for a moment before smiling softly. That is wonderful. Be grateful for encounters, and now we must part. With that, he bowed slightly in farewell. Yun Qingyi reciprocated the gesture, bidding him goodbye. After parting from the Taoist, Yun Qingyi did not dwell on the encounter, and upon exiting, she spotted her two elder brothers waiting for her. Yun Heyu frequently glanced toward the grand hall's entrance, and, upon seeing Yun Qingyi emerge, rushed toward her. Sister, what did the emperor want to speak with you about? He asked eagerly. Yun Jingchu's calm voice interjected, let us discuss this outside. This place is not suitable for lengthy conversations. Yun Qingyi nodded in agreement. Once, at the carriage, she shared with Yun Heyu and Yun Jingchu that the emperor had bestowed the Baihua Tower upon her. Wow! Little sister, you've struck gold, Yun Heyu exclaimed. His spirits lifted at the prospect. He had little interest in the political arena, but harbored a passion for wealth. Yun Qingyi stroked her chin, pondering the truth in his words. So, sister, have you decided what type of establishment you wish to open? An inn, perhaps? Or a shop? Yun Heyu inquired eagerly. Yun Qingyi contemplated and suggested, how about a restaurant? One where patrons can enjoy music and dance performances. It would alleviate the tedium of dining out. Upon hearing this, Yun Heyu clapped his hands in approval. A restaurant sounds splendid. We can have our elder brother and young master Ning frequently bring guests, ensuring a steady stream of customers. Naturally, the ministers and officials will catch wind of it and come to patronize our establishment. Just imagining the possibilities. Yun Heyu fancied he could hear the sound of gold raining from the heavens. I shall manage the affairs there, sister. You can focus on your duties at court. And I will ensure the restaurant thrives, bringing us ample fortune. His excitement grew with each word. With you as the draw, everyone will flock to our restaurant. It will be a veritable paradise for those seeking leisure. Yun Jingchu interjected. What schemes are you concocting? You simply wish to reap the rewards while enjoying the fruits of your sister's labor. By the way, have you thought of a name for the restaurant yet? Yun Jingchu asked, his lips curling into a slight smile. Yun Qingyi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she declared, let us call it Rui Tower. May it embody my wishes and swiftly fulfill them. However, she soon realized that starting a restaurant required capital. Frowning slightly, she admitted, but I seem to lack sufficient funds for this venture. Noticing her worried expression, Yun Jingchu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Fear not, dear sister. I will assist you with any shortfall. Besides, your second brother can contribute as well. Suddenly called upon, Yun Heyu regained his composure. Indeed, I have several thousand taels saved, which is all I possess. Chapter 51. Zimu returns, the father's funeral, and the name Peony, with the support of her two brothers. The restaurant project was set in motion. Yun Qingyi entrusted all the arrangements to her second brother, Yun Heyu. She described the desired style of the restaurant's decor, and he assured her, leave it to me. Meanwhile, after parting with Yun Qingyi, Taoist Huiming went to meet the emperor. The emperor, Xian Yuan, beamed upon seeing Taoist Huiming, exclaiming, Ah, Taoist Huiming, you have returned from your mountain retreat. Surely you bear significant news for me. Taoist Huiming, a revered figure in the Taoist community, slowly replied, I have come to assist with the establishment of a women's academy. Before the formal appointment of a female educator, I am willing to step in to fulfill that role. Xian Yuan smiled. Your insights remain ever astute, Taoist Huiming. With you overseeing this initiative, it is indeed a blessing for the realm. Upon returning home, just as Yun Qingyi was preparing for a bath and bedtime, Qingdai approached with news. Miss, there is a lady outside, accompanied by a young child and a man, seeking an audience. Yun Qingyi pondered for a moment, unsure of their identities. Let us see who they are. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yun residence, she recognized the visitors. It was Zimu, the girl who had sold herself to bury her father, along with a young boy, presumably her brother. Esteemed one, I have resolved my family affairs and have come to seek refuge with you. I implore you to take us in. I possess some knowledge of medicine and can assist with chores and various tasks. When you completed, kneeling before Yun Qingyi as soon as she appeared. It was not an act of moral coercion but rather a desperate plea. A solitary woman with a brother was vulnerable, and it was wiser to seek the protection of a benevolent patron. Yun Qingyi helped her to her feet, saying, Please rise and speak. When Yuhun complied, then produced a pouch. This is the remaining 5 taels I have. Yun Qingyi was taken aback. not expecting her to return any silver. If it were her, she would have spent it all. It was only since arriving in this era that she had begun to save a little for her future. You should keep this. If you have nowhere else to go, then stay with us. We are currently in need of help for the restaurant, and this silver can serve as your wage. She offered gently. When Yuheng hesitated, then retrieved her contract. But this seems inappropriate. I have not yet. Do not concern yourself with such formalities. In my household, we do not adhere to the master-servant dynamic. As long as you remain loyal and do not betray my trust, I despise deceit and treachery. Qingyi insisted. When Yuheng appeared uncertain, Qingdai and Mujin exchanged glances and smiled. You should accept it. The miss is truly kind-hearted, and Mujin and I are both free as well. Qingdai chimed in. Qingyi then introduced her companions, pointing to Qingdai. This is Qingdai, and then to Mujin. And this is Mujin. Should you need anything, feel free to approach them, as I may sometimes be too busy. When Yuheng, Qingdai, Mujin, she repeated. Both names are associated with flowers and can also be used in medicine. Thank you, esteemed one, for taking us in. May I request a name? From now on, I shall be your servant. Feeling as though she had found a truly benevolent master, Qingyi contemplated the practicality of a nickname and softly suggested. Let us call you Peony. May your life bloom like the peony, flourishing in beauty and grace. Thank you for the name, esteemed one, Peony replied, bowing respectfully. She then pulled the young boy closer. This is my brother, Wen Yushin. You may call him Shen Shen. Turning to the boy, she instructed Shen Shen. Express your gratitude to our benefactor. We now have a place to stay. The boy bowed, his youthful voice echoing. Thank you, esteemed one, for your kindness. Qingyi affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. You are a good child. She then addressed Qingdai and Mujin. Please take them to freshen up. They have endured much on their journey. Afterward, arrange accommodations for them. Qingdai and Mujin nodded in agreement, leading the siblings inside. Once they had departed, Zimu approached Qingyi, kneeling gracefully on one leg, his handsome visage framed by a serene demeanor. Rest assured, I have fulfilled my duties as instructed. Qingyi patted his shoulder. You have worked hard, enduring a long journey. Make sure to rest well. Would you like me to arrange a room for you here, at the Yun residence? Zimu shook his head, declining the offer. They are shadow guards, better suited to lurking in the darkness. Qingyi, respecting his wishes, returned to his own courtyard. Upon his return, Zishan immediately launched into a lament. Brother. At long last, you are back. Why didn't you return sooner? You have no idea how perilous the palace banquet was tonight. There were attempts on the emperor's life. And even on Lord Xinyu's. I had no choice but to masquerade as a palace maid, standing guard beside Lord Xinyu. I couldn't even return to the palace openly. I had to sneakily position myself behind him. It was utterly unbearable. Zishan chattered on. Zimu paid little heed. Lost in thoughts of where to bathe and change his clothes. Perhaps a tavern? Noticing that Zimu was not engaging, Zishan waved his hand in front of him. Only then did Zimu return to the present and casually remark, Oh, is there a palace maid's outfit in the palace that fits you? The image of his brother, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, clad in a maid's attire, was too absurd to contemplate. Brother, is that really the crux of the matter? The focus should be on the assassination attempts on the emperor and Lord Xinyu. Zishan could not help but retort. Seeing his brother's urgency, Zimu ceased his teasing. The emperor has elite guards for protection, and as for Lord Xinyu, he is under the aegis of Tianyin. The assassins won't even come close to them. Now, you keep watch over Lord Xinyu while I go bathe and change. I know a splendid place for that, brother. Allow me to take you there, Zishan suggested enthusiastically. When they arrived, Qingfeng was already soaking in a bathtub. Hearing their voices, he quickly grabbed a nearby garment to cover himself. You're here again, Qingfeng said in annoyance. Before he could finish, Zishan cheerfully interjected. Oh, are you bathing? Perfect timing. We haven't washed either. May we borrow your space? Qingfeng, exasperated, gritted his teeth and replied, Next door. This was his way of suggesting they move to the adjacent room, where he would have someone bring water. Understanding his implication, Zimu clasped his hands together in gratitude. My apologies for the intrusion. Thank you. With that, he pulled Zishan along to the next room. Hey, brother, let go of me.
Zishan protested.
Zimu dragged him to the next room, and in a swift motion, Zishan darted into Qingfeng's chamber. Qingfeng hastily donned an undergarment, only to find Zishan had already settled into his bathtub. Chapter 52. The Scandal of the Western Region's Prince and His Shameless Curse. Qingfeng resigned. walked to the other side of the screen, while the sound of Zishan's shameless banter echoed in his ears. We're all men. What's wrong with sharing a wash?
Hee.
Meanwhile, Qingyi was lounging on his grand bed, legs crossed, idly swinging his feet. From beneath his pillow, he extracted a book with a rather scandalous title, The Unspoken Secrets of the Western Region's Prince and the Widow Raising a Child. The system, upon seeing the title, couldn't help but twitch its mouth. Master, from which bookshop did you procure this novel? Have you truly ventured into gossip from neighboring countries? Qingyi saw nothing amiss. What does it matter where the gossip comes from? Wherever there's news, I shall indulge. But tell me, do you really think someone would become a stepfather because of their first love? This widow lost her husband and struggles to raise her child. By a stroke of fate, she reunites with this prince, who is overjoyed and brings her and her child back, even casting a love curse upon her to become the child's stepfather. He carries his first love with him everywhere. What happens next? I am all set to read. And this is what I get? The system chuckled. Isn't this akin to your short dramas? For the complete series, click the link below to purchase the entire collection. Qingyi found himself at a cliffhanger. His curiosity piqued. Oh, dear. Guabao, do you know what happens next? Please tell me, or I shan't be able to sleep. The system replied, are you certain? Isn't General Wu Shuang scheduled to meet you tomorrow? If you don't sleep, you'll risk dark circles under your eyes. Qingyi assured, I remember. I won't forget. Please tell me quickly, and I promise I'll sleep right after. The system, realizing it had no choice, relented. Very well, master. I will narrate, and you must sleep once I finish.
Qingyi nodded.
I will. The system continued. The Western region is adept in the art of curses, wielding their abilities as their voice. Among them, the prince stands out as an elite. However, his first love is not skilled in the art of curses, leading to her unfortunate circumstances. After her husband's death, she left with her child. By chance, she crossed paths with the prince, who was displeased with her private marriage. Yet, upon seeing her hardships, he felt a deep pang of sympathy. Driven to madness, he eventually had her and her child brought back. That very night, he cast a love curse upon his first love, but the means by which he did so is quite unexpected. The system paused, and Qingyi urged, did he feed it to her? The system, sweating, replied, no. Master, is that truly your focus? I meant to ask who you think is the mother bug and who is the child bug? Qingyi slapped his forehead. Apologies, I tend to find this fascinating. Surely the prince is the mother bug, and the first love is the child bug. The child bug in her body would surely adore the prince to no end. Just like in the dramas. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, most would think so. However, this prince is quite ruthless. He places the child bug within himself, while the mother bug resides in his first love. He fears that if he places the child bug in her body and she does not love him back, she would perish from heartbreak. Thus, he keeps the child bug inside himself. If he does not love her, the child bug will gradually consume him, and if it is separated from the mother bug for a week, he will perish. Is that not exceedingly cruel? Qingyi could only marvel. Goodness. This is the quintessential short drama male-led. Deeply sentimental, yet restrained. Oh my, indeed, quite ruthless. Guabao, quickly tell me, is he handsome? The system, struggling to keep up with Qingyi's thoughts, replied, he is indeed quite handsome, with a high nose, thin lips, and eyebrows that arch like swords, blending seamlessly with the few strands of black hair that fall by his temples. His profile is striking, his facial features exceptionally well defined. His face, sculpted like a work of art, is angular and extraordinarily beautiful. Though he may appear carefree, the brilliance in his eyes warns not to underestimate him. With the system's description, Qingyi could vividly imagine the prince. Guabao, you pitiful system, why can't you upgrade to show me images like other systems do? Missing yet another opportunity to see a handsome man was indeed a pity. The system defended itself. Guagua can upgrade too. At least I can tell you about the gossip from other countries. Master, you don't appreciate Guagua, and yet you still wish to hear more gossip? Humph. It was equally perplexed as to why it could not display images. Yet it remained the most perfect system. Humph. Qingyi, ever adaptable, urged, I adore you. Guabao, please continue. What happens with the prince? The system resumed. Thus, the prince carries his first love with him wherever he goes and often flirts with her. Should she remain unmoved, the child bug within him remains unresolved. Only through deep affection and intimacy can the love curse be lifted. After a brief pause, the system added, there is one crucial detail. Qingyi, intrigued, inquired, what detail? The system elaborated. That child is actually the prince's. He remains unaware of this fact. His first love, in a twist of fate, became pregnant after a brief encounter, and coincidentally, the prince was in the same tavern. Their paths crossed, and they spent the night together. Upon waking, she thought she had made a grave mistake. Finding no one in bed, she stealthily returned home. It was only shortly after her departure that the prince awoke, having been unceremoniously kicked out of bed. However, he was inebriated, his memory fragmented, and he mistakenly believed it to be a mere dream, thus disregarding it, leading to their mutual oversight. The system ceased its communication, while Qingyi's curiosity flourished. Alas, this Wang Yi merely knows how to flirt. If he truly likes you, why not pursue you? If I keep it bottled up inside, who will ever know? I feel anxious for his first love. If you do not speak, how will she ever comprehend the depth of your affection? When will the misunderstandings between these two be resolved? I am tempted to send a letter, but I might be accused of collusion. Unbeknownst to her, the sky gradually darkened, and Qingyi fell asleep without realizing it. On the roof, Zishan rubbed his eyes, casting aside his pen, finally having completed his notes, utterly exhausted, and ready to sleep peacefully. Qingyi felt she had barely closed her eyes when she was roused by Qingyi's voice calling her to rise. Rolling over, she grasped her blanket, drowsily responding, "Do not disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer. Even on a rest day, I cannot enjoy a good slumber." Qingyi and Mujin exchanged glances, recalling Qingyi's instructions from the night before regarding today's appointment. "Miss, it is time to rise. You cannot indulge in sleep any longer. Do you not remember your engagement with General Wushuang today?" Qingyi shook Qingyi gently. If it were another maid, she would never dare to touch her mistress. Yet, Qingyi and Mujin had served Qingyi for years and were quite familiar with her. Chapter 53. What kind of good person would strip off their outer garment in the street? Upon hearing of her appointment with Wushuang, Qingyi immediately regained her senses, nearly forgetting their outing today. Quick, how late is it?" she inquired hastily. Without a phone or a watch, she was utterly unaware of the time. The system and Qingyi chimed in unison. "It is 9 o'clock. At the beginning of the fourth watch, Qingyi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was still time for lunch. Qingyi and Mujin began assisting Qingyi in dressing, grooming, and adorning herself. She preferred simple and elegant attire, shunning bright red and overly soft hues. Mujin selected a light blue ensemble adorned with large peonies and emerald green gauze, culminating in a flowing blue skirt embellished with dainty green leaves, draped in a sheer blue veil. Her hair fell gracefully, pinned with pearl and jade hairpins, resembling a radiant lotus blossom emerging from the water. "Ah, miss, you look truly beautiful." Once they stepped outside and boarded the carriage, Qingyi suddenly recalled that while she had arranged the time, she had neglected to specify the location. Previously, she would always coordinate the location with her friends before heading out, but in this ancient era devoid of mobile phones, it was exceedingly inconvenient. Now that she was already out, Qingyi had no choice but to send someone to inform General Wushuang that they would dine at Wanzuan Tower at noon. By the time Qingyi arrived at Wanzuan Tower, it was already nearly 11 o'clock. She requested a private room on the upper floor and settled down to enjoy sunflower seeds while awaiting General Wushuang. No sooner had she taken her seat than the ruckus from downstairs began to reverberate. Disturbed by the commotion, Qingyi could no longer remain seated. She moved her chair to the window. Downstairs, a young scholar appeared to be engaged in a heated discussion with a woman, covering her with his outer garment. Xiao, do not act foolishly. What a quorum is this in broad daylight? Whatever the matter, we shall discuss it upon our return. The man gripped the garment tightly around the woman. The woman, of average beauty, paled in comparison to the striking man. In Qingyi's words, a handsome man had taken on a rather mediocre companion. The woman's features were somewhat lacking. Her teeth protruded slightly as she tugged at the outer garment, pouting. "Qingyi, how could you? You have not even passed the imperial examination, yet you have changed your heart." Initially, Qingyi assumed it to be a tale of a poor scholar falling for a wealthy girl only to be spurned, but what transpired next left her utterly shocked. The man calmly replied, "I have not." Xiao, please remain calm." After observing for some time without grasping the situation, Qingyi could not resist gossiping with the system. "Guabao, what is happening? Is this male lead a good person or a scoundrel?" The system glanced over and quickly elucidated. This individual is named Qingyi, a scholar from Dongyang, preparing for the imperial examination. The woman beside him is the daughter of his teacher from Dongyang, who, due to her father's illness, has come to the capital for a visit, hence he is tasked with looking after her. Upon hearing his hometown mentioned, Shin Shiwen immediately looked up towards the source of the voice, only to find an exquisite beauty standing at the window, seemingly observing the scene. He typically immersed himself in his studies, thus was unaware of the outside world. Yet, he noted that the woman did not speak, yet a voice emanated from her. What was this? Could it be the thoughts of that lady? But whose voice was responding to her? A ghost? Shin Shiwen shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. After all, what supernatural occurrences could transpire in broad daylight? Qingyi continued her inquisitiveness. And what of this change of heart? The system responded cheerfully, Guagua knows. This Xiao, due to an accident, has impaired hearing and can only perceive nearby sounds. She has developed an infatuation with Shin Shiwen, treating him as her fiancé. Qingyi's lips twitched upon hearing this. It was somewhat understandable, after all, who would not be smitten by a handsome man. However, the system's subsequent revelation left her astounded. But this Xiao has a peculiar quirk. Whenever she becomes angry, she strips off her outer garment, irrespective of the occasion or location, to coerce Shin Shiwen into appeasing her, ceasing only once she is placated. Qingyi felt as though struck by lightning. Unbelievable. Who in their right mind would undress in public? The system elaborated, Shin Shiwen is an honest soul. He believes that his teacher's instruction to care for Xiao means to keep her happy, hence she considers herself his fiancé. Being older than Xiao, he tends to indulge her. He has rented a modest courtyard in the capital, with separate rooms for each, and he manages all the household chores. Xiao, on the other hand, is pampered and does not lift a finger, leaving her belongings strewn about, never washing her clothes or bathing. Every time she requires a bath, she makes Shin Shiwen heat the water repeatedly, sometimes 3 or 4 times, before she finally relents and washes. Shin Shiwen assumed her behavior was a result of her being spoiled by her family, thinking it quite normal, as his own mother would have his father do the laundry. He often becomes absorbed in his studies, allowing Xiao to take out the trash, believing she was improving. Yet, come evening, he would hear neighbors in the alleyway cursing, berating the scoundrel who had carelessly discarded refuse at their doorstep. The insults were so vile that Shin Shiwen dared not respond. When he inquired if Xiao had indeed left trash at someone's door, she nonchalantly admitted to doing so, reasoning that the other family would also dispose of waste. So, it was merely convenient. Shin Shiwen was rendered speechless and ultimately had to apologize, offering to clean up their refuse for a week. Fortunately, they accepted his apology without further dispute. Qingyi was at a loss for words, reflecting on the absurdity of the girl. My goodness! Shin Shiwen is remarkably forgiving. I could not tolerate such untidiness, the refusal to bathe, or public disrobing. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, Guagua could not endure it either. Moreover, Xiao once soiled a dress while trying it on at a tailor shop. When the shopkeeper confronted Shin Shiwen about the bloodstains on the dress, he was utterly distressed and ultimately purchased it. When he questioned Xiao about it, she dismissed it, claiming the shopkeeper would simply wash it. Shin Shiwen was beside himself, informing her that one must take responsibility for their actions. Xiao, however, accused him of siding with the shopkeeper and opposing her. Shin Shiwen had to remind himself to remain calm. After all, she was his teacher's daughter and could not be scolded. Later on, there came a day when the academy dismissed its students later than usual. He had stayed for dinner and was concerned that Xiao might be left hungry. Upon exiting the academy, he found Xiao already waiting at the entrance. Shin Shiwen offered her an apologetic word, only to be met with a torrent of invectives from Xiao, accusing him of being a bookworm who cared little for her well-being. Shin Shiwen explained that his studies were aimed at achieving the title of the top scholar in order to provide a better life for his parents. In response, Xiao retorted that he was now blaming her for being a burden and claimed that his promise to care for her was nothing but deceit. Suddenly, she began to act erratically, tearing at her outer garments right there at the academy gate. Shin Shiwen was taken aback. This was the entrance of the academy, and he hurriedly grasped her clothing, inquiring what she was doing. Xiao insisted that if he didn't show concern, he wouldn't take care of her. With onlookers gathered around, Shin Shiwen felt utterly humiliated. He urged Xiao to return home, but she stubbornly refused and continued to create a scene. Ultimately, he found himself apologizing softly, pleading for her to go back. Once they returned, he suggested escorting her home, but Xiao, in a fit of rage, began to smash anything she could find in his house, accusing him of wanting her dead and questioning if he truly intended to drive her to her demise. Fearing her actions might escalate, Shin Shiwen chose to relent. This marked the second time she had spiraled into madness that day. driven by her desire for a piece of jewelry worth nearly 10 taels of silver. Shen Qiwen, typically devoid of spare funds, was taken aback as he extracted what amounted to several months' worth of his allowance. Far too much. Xiao was relentless, threatening that if she didn't receive the jewelry that day, she would not leave, and she continued to protest while attempting to remove her outer garments. Upon hearing this tale, Qingyi was filled with a multitude of emotions. Are you a ninja turtle? Why not flee? On the street, Shen Qiwen found himself intrigued by a woman who seemed to know everything about him. Although she remained silent, another voice, a decidedly unnatural one, echoed around him. Yet, what was a ninja turtle? Was it a type of turtle? Nevertheless, one point warranted investigation. Not all women behaved this way. He had never interacted closely with women. Qingyi cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Qiwen. Not all women are like that. This one clearly has issues. How unfortunate. Brother. Encountering her is akin to suffering 8 lifetimes of misfortune. Goodness gracious, my mother, my grandmother, my socks, my coat, my brain exploding. I fear for the psychological trauma this will inflict on him. He might never dare to approach a woman again. Though Shen Qiwen was perplexed by some of the vocabulary, he grasped the essence of the conversation, that such behavior was abnormal and not representative of all women. The system chuckled softly. Even Guagua cannot endure this. It's too outrageous. Qingyi squinted, a somewhat sinister smile gracing his lips. Since it has disgusted me, I shall play the role of the villain. The system had never witnessed its host smile in such a manner before. Host, do you intend to intervene? Displaying a rare act of kindness. Qingyi decided to assist this brother. Whether or not the situation warranted villainy was irrelevant to him. However, it was intolerable for such a divine being to bully an honest person. His ancestors would not stand for it. Qingyi's eyes glimmered with a plan.
Hey Shan.
Are you there? He called out, and Zishan appeared almost instantaneously, barely noticed as he slipped in through the window. I am here. What are your orders? Qingyi beckoned him closer, whispering a few instructions. Zishan responded affirmatively, then vanished back through the window. Qingyi had intended to remind him that he could exit through the front door. Meanwhile, Xiao and Shen Qiwen were still embroiled in their confrontation downstairs. Qingyi, munching on sunflower seeds, observed Xiao's antics as a true bystander. Within 10 minutes, Qingfeng led a group of constables to the scene, and Zishan had again rendered himself invisible. The constables encircled Xiao and Shen Qiwen, and the leading officer glanced at Xiao and ordered her arrest. Panic struck Xiao as she began to struggle, shouting, "Let me go. On what grounds are you arresting me? Officer, what has transpired?" Shen Qiwen was equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The officer explained that they had received reports of a woman causing a public scandal, tarnishing the reputation of the capital, and thus they were apprehending her. Upon hearing that she was to be arrested, Xiao seized Shen Qiwen's sleeve, crying out, "Brother Shen, save me. I was wrong. I will never do it again." Understanding that a complaint had been lodged, Shen Qiwen raised his head sharply to look towards the Wanzun building. Qingyi smiled and called out, "Indeed, it was I who reported it. Will you come to her aid, young Master Shen?" Her voice was loud enough for the surrounding crowd to hear, and naturally, Xiao caught wind of it. "You wretched woman. I have no quarrel with you. Why do you wish to harm me? Do you fancy young Master Shen?" Xiao exclaimed, baring her teeth. Qingyi nonchalantly dug at her ear with her pinky nail and replied coolly, "Oh, you are mistaken. It is simply that you have offended my eyes with your incessant noise." Shen Qiwen firmly pushed Xiao's hand away and looked her in the eye. "Some of your actions are indeed inappropriate. It would be prudent for you to reflect on your behavior for a few days. The capital is no longer a suitable place for you. I shall write a letter to inform the master, requesting him to come and take you back. I will also vacate the courtyard, allowing you some time to settle your affairs. I had always thought of you as the master's beloved daughter, treating you as a sibling, only to have you harbor some unwelcome thoughts. Now that this notion is severed, think carefully about your future." Having said his piece, he turned to the officer and stated, "I apologize for the trouble." The officer gestured for his men to take her away. With Xiao being led off, the spectacle had drawn to a close. Qingyi returned to her table, resuming her wait for General Wushuang. Shen Qiwen glanced up at the window, only to find that Qingyi had vanished. He strode purposefully towards the Wanzun building. A series of knocks echoed as he rapped at the door. Mu Jin answered, and Qingfeng stepped inside. "Miss, that young Master Shen from downstairs seeks an audience." Qingyi pondered for a moment, unable to fathom why Shen Qiwen wished to see her. Allow him in, she decided. Resolving to meet him, Mu Jin led Shen Qiwen into the room. Upon entering, Shun Chiwen bowed slightly, his refined voice expressing, "Thank you, miss, for your assistance. I, Shun, am here to extend my gratitude. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." "It's nothing. You merely disturbed my peace." Yun Qingyi replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Shin Chiwen understood that while everyone else was merely a spectator, she was the only one who took the initiative to report him, which rendered him unable to act against her without compromising his own dignity and reputation. Having extricated himself from the situation, he felt compelled to remember the kindness of this young lady. Yet he was uncertain which family she belonged to, and it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. After expressing his thanks once more, he took his leave. Meanwhile, as the commotion unfolded, young Master Ning was nearby. Having overheard the commotion, spotting his leader by the window, he prepared to approach but remembered his brother, who he had planned to introduce to his leader that very day. He dashed towards the Duke of the Founding Kingdom's residence, entering unannounced, as if it were his own home. In the backyard of the Duke's residence, in a secluded courtyard, a man detached a kite from the wall. He glanced at the note attached to it. "I have business to attend to today, leaving behind a riddle for you to solve." The riddle read, "A child with long legs, playing the flute in the bridal chamber, loves to drink red flower wine, and claps hands to see the king of hell. Guess the animal." Pei Xian chuckled softly, preparing to pen down his answer, when a commotion outside broke his concentration.
Action, action.
It was the voice of young Master Ning. As soon as the young Master Ning entered the room, Pei Xian hastily concealed a note.
Action.
"Are you here? The weather is splendid today. Let us take a stroll. I wish to introduce you to my esteemed leader. She is truly delightful. What are you hiding?" The young Master Ning chattered incessantly upon entering. Pei Xian turned around and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." Ning Xiaoxizi craned his neck to glance at Pei Xian's desk, where a white sheet of paper lay, merely a piece of writing. "You, always cooped up in this room, scribbling and painting, it's no wonder your health has not improved. Such a rare beautiful day calls for an outing. Come, let me introduce you to some new friends." With that, the young Master Ning nudged him towards the door. He could not fathom why his once outgoing friend Pei Xian had become so melancholic since falling ill, a transformation that had persisted for 2 long years, turning him from garrulous to taciturn. Pei Xian acquiesced and followed Ning Xiaoxizi outside, suddenly recalling, "Qingyi, cough, wasn't your esteemed leader a young lady? Would it be inappropriate to visit her unannounced?" He remembered that this leader of Ning Xiaoxizi's had only recently emerged and was rumored to be an extraordinary woman. "Not at all. My leader often takes me out. By the way, she is accompanied by a divine being, though mere mortals cannot see it. This divine entity is all-knowing. Perhaps it could provide a breakthrough for your ailing health, which has stumped even the finest physicians." Ning Xiaoxizi tugged at Pei Xian's sleeve, heading straight for Wanzuan Tower. Pei Xian lowered his gaze in contemplation. A divine being? All-knowing? Did such beings truly exist? The journey from the Duke's residence to Wanzuan Tower took less than 10 minutes. Ning Xiaoxizi pulled Pei Xian directly to the 2nd floor, where Qing Feng was about to stop him. "Leader, I'm here." Ning Xiaoxizi called out into the room. Yun Qingyi, although unsure of how Ning Xiaoxizi had arrived, still welcomed him. "Come in," she replied. Upon entering, Ning Xiaoxizi found his leader and her 2 maidservants present. "Leader, this is my bosom friend, Xian, Pei Xian." Ning Xiaoxizi introduced Pei Xian to Yun Qingyi. "Xian, this is my leader, the Oracle Envoy Yun Qingyi." Pei Xian nodded in greeting, acknowledging Miss Yun. Yun Qingyi observed the young man before her, clad in a deep blue robe and adorned with a jade crown. His features were striking, yet his lips were pale, suggesting a certain frailty. A beautiful invalid. Is it true that handsome men only associate with other handsome men? Alas! It seems this one is not in good health. Pei Xian noticed that Yun Qingyi was silent yet capable of making sounds, and he was momentarily taken aback. What is a handsome man? A dashing older brother? It doesn't sound like a negative term. The system, noticing Yun Qingyi's captivation with Pei Xian's looks, interjected. "Host. He is actually greeting you." This finally snapped Yun Qingyi back to reality as she nodded at Pei Xian with a smile. "Young Master Pei, greetings." Upon hearing the mention of the divine being from Ning Xiaoxizi, Pei Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. Truly, it was as he had heard. Ning Xiaoxizi continued, "Leader, you cannot imagine how frail he has become. Just 2 years ago he was lively and well. I wonder, do you think his health can still be restored?" Pei Xian, alarmed by Ning Xiaoxizi's inquiry, began to cough. Cough. Ning Xiaoxizi rushed to support Pei Xian, patting his back anxiously. "Are you alright?"
Action.
"It's nothing, cough. Could Qingyi fetch me a pot of hot tea from downstairs?" Pei Xian waved his hand lightly, speaking softly. Ning Xiaoxizi readily agreed, sure, and dashed downstairs. Pei Xian, uncertain of when he would return, turned to Yun Qingyi. I apologize for the disturbance. Yun Qingyi shook her head, not at all. But young Master Pei, your health. At that moment, both Pei Xian and the system spoke in unison. I don't have much longer to live. He doesn't have much longer to live. The air grew suddenly still. Pei Xian froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Indeed, is it so? Yun Qingyi was left in stunned silence. Guabao, why can't he live much longer? Such a handsome young man, and he seems barely 20. He hasn't even married yet. The system explained, he has been poisoned. His condition is critical, and the chances of antidote are minuscule. Yun Qingyi sighed softly. Pei Xian's expression remained unchanged as he said, I have been close with Qingyi for many years. I hope Miss Yun can keep this from him. If he were to learn of this news, it would surely overwhelm him. But he will eventually find out. Will the sorrow then be any less than it is now? Yun Qingyi queried, confused. Pei Xian replied gently, not at all. Knowing too soon would only burden Qingyi with worry, effort, and expense. In the capital, one has either enemies or friends. How many eyes are watching him, eager to see him fall from grace? I do not wish to become bait. If my plight causes Qingyi harm, I would never find peace. Yun Qingyi understood. He did not want to burden Ning Xiaoxizi, fearing that others might use the promise of a renowned remedy to ensnare him into a trap, leading to his demise. She was moved by their friendship. Very well. I promise you. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. At that moment, Ning Xiaoxizi returned, carrying the teapot. Noticing Yun Qingyi's glistening eyes, he asked, Xian leader, what were you discussing? Nothing much. Miss Yun was saying my health is improving. I just mentioned the time you climbed that tall peach tree in my courtyard to pick peaches and fell, crying so loudly that the entire residence could hear. Pei Xian took the teapot from Ning Xiaoxizi, pouring a cup for him and one for himself. Ning Xiaoxizi asked, half convinced, is that so? Yun Qingyi, aware of Pei Xian's intent, quickly chimed in, indeed. I laughed so hard I cried, ha ha ha. Ning Xiaoxizi, aware of his leader's penchant for gossip, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. Those old tales are best left forgotten. He scratched his head sheepishly. Just then, Qingfeng knocked at the door. Miss, General Wushuang has arrived, she announced. Yun Qingyi responded, Wushuang is here. Please come in. Qingfeng opened the door, gesturing for the general to enter. General Wushuang, accompanied by her close friend, stepped inside. Upon seeing Ning Xiaoxizi, she inquired, what brings you here? Ning Xiaoxizi turned to look at her. Dressed in a striking red gown and adorned with a white jade crown, her phoenix-like eyes were slightly closed, radiating an air of authority. Today, General Wushuang was clad in feminine attire, a rare sight, although her hair remained tied in a high ponytail with a white jade crown. She had grown accustomed to it. Finding the style convenient, Yun Qingyi exclaimed, wow, Wushuang, you are both beautiful and captivating. Chapter 56, Sister Lin? Another delicate beauty? Ning Xiaoxizi was entranced, while Pei Xian nudged him back to reality. My dear heavens, you are truly a woman. Ning Xiaoxizi stammeret, flüsteret. What had he been thinking when she had bested him in the military? He had challenged her countless times, never winning, which is why his father forbade him from the battlefield. His father's exact words were that he could join the military only after defeating General Hanren. General Wushuang raised an eyebrow and seated the young woman beside her. Is there any doubt? She then turned to Yun Qingyi. Qingyi, this is my close friend Lin Yu, who is of similar age to you. She will be accompanying us back tomorrow. Upon hearing Lin Yu's name, Pei Xian glanced over, exchanged a brief look with Lin Yu, and then turned away. General Wushuang pointed at Yun Qingyi, introducing her to Lin Yu. Yeah, this is my new friend, the Oracle Envoy Yun Qingyi. When I'm away from the capital, feel free to visit Qingyi if you find yourself bored. I'm certain you will enjoy your time with her. It is quite delightful. Frequenting external engagements, Yun Qingyi often found herself in the capital. Lin Yu, on the other hand, could indulge in a bit of gossip, which would surely lighten her spirits and unravel the knots in her heart. Lin Yu smiled at Yun Qingyi, producing a food box from the side. Greetings, Sister Yun. Shuanga mentioned that you often look after her in court. I hope you'll continue to do so. She added, I hear you have a fondness for pastries. So, I made some for you. I wonder if they will suit your palate. In the context of palace literature, such words might seem somewhat trivial. However, Yun Qingyi felt otherwise, having read Dream of the Red Chamber numerous times. Wasn't this unmistakably reminiscent of Lin Dayu's tone? Moreover, presenting her homemade treats was akin to embodying the spirit of the gentle tortoise maiden. Yun Qingyi took a piece of white pastry, savoring its delightful flavor. Delicious. Sister Lin's culinary skills are truly remarkable. The system couldn't help but comment. Host, a mere pastry has won your favor. Yun Qingyi huffed. Humph, what do you know? This Sister Lin shares a genuine bond with Wushuang. She sincerely wishes to express her gratitude. It was not merely observation, but an innate feeling that guided her. Lin Yu was in proximity to General Wushuang, indicating a profound trust. Conversely, Lin Yu exuded a somewhat melancholic yet radiant aura, reminiscent of a beautiful but fragile flower. May I have a taste, Lin Mei Mei? Ning Xiao, the young heir, noticed his elder sibling relishing the delicacies and yearned for a bite. Lin Yu nodded in assent. Upon hearing this endearment, General Wushuang's brows furrowed. Ning Jingji, whom do you refer to as sister? What's wrong? Elder sister calls her Lin Mei Mei. So I may as well follow suit. Besides, in the capital, I can certainly look after Sister Lin as well. Ning Qiao retorted, taking a bite of an orange pastry and declaring, it's exquisite. General Wushuang's expression remained stern, yet Lin Yu gently restrained him, shaking her head. It's fine. If young Master Ning wishes to address me as such, I am indeed honored. She then glanced at Pei Xian across the table. This gentleman may partake as well. The food box has 2 compartments. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more in the future. Yun Qingyi shifted the food box to the center, chiming in indeed. Wushuang, Master Pei, do join us. We are all friends here. It would be delightful for us to enjoy a meal together, especially with a feast awaiting us for lunch. Oh right. Ah Xian, you must try these pastries made by Lin Mei Mei. They are truly delectable. Whoever marries her will be quite fortunate. Ning Qiao exclaimed, presenting a pink pastry to Pei Xian. Hearing the mention of marriage, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, and Pei Xian's ears turned a shade of red as well. Albeit unnoticed by others, Pei Xian accepted the treat, savoring it with a nod of approval. Indeed, it's quite delicious. Lin Yu's blush deepened, and she silently thanked the heavens for her makeup that day. All right, elder sister, take a break. I shall fetch something for you. What would you like? I wasn't aware you had company today. Seeing you alone by the window, I assumed you were merely dining out. Ning Qiao sait so embarrassed. Initially, he thought she was enjoying herself alone and had brought Ah Xian along for introductions, planning an afternoon outing. Yun Qingyi had grown accustomed to Ning Zhao's frequent companionship, as he often visited her home to inquire about her plans. No need to worry, we are all friends. The more, the merrier. Shall we enjoy some time together? Wushuang and Lin Mei Mei? She smiled at them. Typically, when traveling with men, rumors might swirl, yet with such a group, there was little cause for concern. Wushuang had intended to take Lin Yu out for a stroll, believing that she would surely be happier amidst a larger crowd. Wushuang glanced at Lin Yu, who returned her a reassuring look. Very well, then let us explore together, Wushuang affirmed. Ning Xiao descended to order dishes, followed closely by General Wushuang, who selected 2 of Lin Yu's favorites. Before long, an array of dishes graced the table. Yun Qingyi gazed upon the spread. Fragrant stuffed pigeon, golden silk swallow, a treasure soup, crab meatballs, crystal jelly, jade dumplings, 3 silk vegetables, auspicious spring rolls, and giant prawns. Her mouth watered at the sight. I feel I have gained weight once again. The system consoled her. No worries, you are at the age of growth. Lin Yu paused. Realizing the system's words echoed Qi Shuang's sentiments, this Miss Yun, though silent, could hear her dialogues with Tianyin. Tianyin seemed omniscient, aware of everything. Thanks to her, Shuanga had found the opportunity to express her identity as a woman and escape unscathed. The fears that once loomed had dissipated, granting her peace of mind. Yun Qingyi pondered, acknowledging that she was still growing, especially for the sake of her figure. She took another bite of pig trotters and devoured several prawns. Indeed, we'll be shopping later. Surely, there will be some exercise involved. After lunch, the group ventured onto the streets, meandering for the afternoon and purchasing numerous items, which they arranged for delivery to their residence. As they traversed the pathways, a crowd began to gather, all heading in a singular direction. Curious, Yun Qingyi inquired about their destination. Ning Xiao suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Oh yes, today is the Cold Food Festival, and there's a performance in the northern part of the city. Would you like to see it, elder sister? Upon hearing the mention of a show, Yun Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Why not? What is this defense battle? I've never seen it. She gazed toward the northern direction, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 57. The city performance ignites a fiery spectacle, and chaos ensues. Thus, the group set forth toward the northern part of the city. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at Shanghai Garden, which featured walls and flowing waters, along with troops and vessels. The soldiers aboard the ships donned attire reminiscent of foreign lands, their flags displaying unfamiliar symbols. Ning Xiao explained, this performance is titled Defense Battle, depicting the foreign invasion of Qingyi and its valiant efforts to protect the realm. It serves as a reminder not to forget the sacrifices of our ancestors and the brave souls who fell on the battlefield. Having found an excellent vantage point, the group prepared to witness the performance. After nearly half an hour of waiting, the spectacle commenced with the resounding call of horns. As the horns blared, the scene erupted into chaos with two armies clashing, the reenactment executed with remarkable realism.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The forces aboard the ships and atop the walls exchanged volleys. In this staged battle, no one was harmed, ensuring the safety of all present. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. An unexpected explosion struck the city walls, igniting them in flames. Across the river, the townsfolk erupted in applause, marveling at the impressive authenticity of the performance. Soldiers on the walls shouted desperately, "The river's breached! The river's breached! Quickly! Someone help!" As flames surged with the wind, consuming much of the wall, thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Observing the ominous smoke, Qingyi pondered. Does this drill truly appear as if it's ignited in real flames? Am I imagining things? The system replied, it is no illusion. The river has genuinely breached. The foreign troops, alarmed by the intensity of the blaze, hastened their vessels toward the flames to assist. The citizens across the river, witnessing the unexpected aid from the auxiliary troops in extinguishing the flames, quickly realized something was amiss, and soon a palpable panic spread through the crowd. It's over, run. Quickly, we must flee. The water has truly risen. The cries echoed, and many began to scatter in chaos, nearly dispersing Qingyi and her companions. Qingyi felt a sudden jolt as someone collided with her, and the young master Ning promptly steadied her. Are you alright, boss? He inquired, concern etched on his face. Qingyi shook her head, assuring him she was fine. General Wuxuang cast a glance at the raging inferno consuming the city wall and placed Lin Yu's hand in Qingyi's. Qingyi, please assist me in escorting Aya back. My residence is right beside the general's office. Qingyi agreed, of course, but what about you, Wuxuang? The general replied while moving against the tide of the crowd. I am needed here. I shall return shortly. Observing this, the young master Ning hastily patted Pei Xian's shoulder.
Action!
Please see the boss and Miss Lin back to the manor. I must attend to some matters. With that, he rushed off towards General Wuxuang. Qingyi watched as the two made their way upstream against the current of the panicked throng, waving to them in reassurance. General Wuxuang glanced back with a hint of worry, but exchanged a smile with Qingyi, a moment of beauty amidst the chaos. Miss, we should depart. This place is no longer safe, Qing Feng suggested, observing the disarray. Pei Xian nodded in agreement. Let us return first. Qing Feng and Pei Xian cleared a path for her, preventing the frantic crowd from colliding with them. Noticing the approaching young master Ning, General Wuxuang furrowed her brow. What brings you here? I have come to assist you in extinguishing the flames, Ning replied with a bright grin, revealing his white teeth. Without further discussion, General Wuxuang quickened her pace towards the wall. It was a first for her, having a nobleman express a desire to fight alongside her. Half an hour later, the flames were finally subdued, leaving a fifth of the city wall charred. General Wuxuang and the young master Ning stood at the northern office, their heads heavy with concern. The office was filled with kneeling citizens pleading for leniency for the governor. Emerging from the crowd were Qingyi, Pei Xian, and Lin Yu, looking relatively composed. Their garments unruffled. Let us go. I shall escort the two ladies home, Pei Xian offered. Qingyi estimated it would take around an hour to return. Feeling disinclined to make the journey on foot, Qing Feng, please fetch a carriage, she instructed. Qing Feng complied with the prompt, yes. As they walked ahead, waiting for Qing Feng's carriage, it wasn't long before he returned with one. Ladies, please take your seats. I shall remain outside, Pei Xian said while positioning the carriage as steps. Qingyi and Lin Yu climbed aboard, finding the carriage quite spacious. Pei Gongzi, do join us. There's ample space, Qingyi remarked, considering that his health might worsen in the wind. Pei Xian shook his head. No, it would be improper for a man and women to share a carriage, and could lead to unseemly rumors. After all, we are both unmarried. Fear not, it is not merely a man and a woman, and who would dare spread rumors? Qing Feng is right at the entrance, Qingyi reassured him, just as she began to speak further, mentioning his health. Pei Xian pondered for a moment before stepping into the carriage. Noticing that Qingyi and Lin Yu were seated apart, she understood his reservations and prepared to move closer to Lin Yu. only to find Pei Xian had seated himself not far from Lin Yu, leaving a gap between them. Yun Qingyi assumed he had become more open-minded and did not dwell on it. As they made their way back, they passed by the Yun residence, with Yun Qingyi contemplating sending Lin Yu home first. Miss Yun, please return first. I assure you I will safely escort Miss Lin back to her quarters. Your journey back would be out of the way, Pei Xian remarked, glancing at the plaque of the Yun residence with a soft chuckle. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Sister Yun, since we are here, you should return to rest. You've exerted yourself today. If you are concerned, your guards will be driving the carriage. After a moment of thought, Yun Qingyi inquired, Are you certain you do not need me to accompany you? No. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Yun. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Conceding, Yun Qingyi instructed Qingfeng to ensure their safe return. She chose not to accompany them and instead sought rest. As soon as Yun Qingyi settled down with a cup of water, news arrived, requesting her presence at the northern office of the Yinghe prefecture. What is it regarding? She asked the messenger. The official bowed slightly. I am unaware, but Lord Ning indicated that only you could resolve this matter. Yun Qingyi's curiosity piqued. What could be so pressing that neither Lord Ning nor General Wushuang could manage it? Qing Dai and Mu Jin desired to accompany her, but Yun Qingyi waved them off. Stay at home. You cannot enter the office anyway. I will return shortly, and let Qingfeng rest after he delivers you back. Chapter 58. The arsonist is amongst you. Qing Dai and Mu Jin acknowledged her words. Following the official, Yun Qingyi arrived at the Yinghe prefecture, where a throng of citizens had gathered outside. What is happening? Young Master Ning rushed out to greet her, exclaiming, You've finally arrived. Entering the court, Yun Qingyi pointed at the crowd outside. What is the situation? Ning gift bloinet. This was supposed to be a drill for the defense. A fire broke out unexpectedly, and General Wushuang and I are here to investigate thoroughly. Upon inspecting the city wall where the fire ignited, we discovered evidence of oil being poured, which explains why the stone wall caught flames. Yun Qingyi found no fault in his reasoning. But what does this have to do with the citizens outside? She questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ning continued, The issue lies in the fact that this drill was overseen by Governor Zhou Yuanzhua. Upon hearing that he might be blamed, the citizens have come in droves to plead for him, asserting that he could never commit such an act against Yinghe. With that, he gestured for Yun Qingyi to take a seat at the elevated position in the court. Seeing the chair, Yun Qingyi quickly waved her hands. No. You should sit there. A general of such esteemed valor, and a young master of noble birth, she felt unworthy of occupying that seat. Ning, believing her to be shy, did not press the issue, but had a small stool brought for her beside him, while General Wushuang stood to the side. Governor Zhou Yuanzhua. Regarding today's incident with the fire at the city wall, do you have anything to say? If you know the truth, please disclose it honestly, and I shall ensure impartial justice, Ning commanded, striking the gavel down firmly. The man kneeling before them appeared to be in his 40s, with a broad forehead and faint lines etched across his face. His gaze held both a sharpness and an unyielding spirit, tempered by a serene warmth that spoke of experience. His physique was neither corpulent nor gaunt, but rather the balanced result of years of labor and training. Clad in a clean and crisp official robe, he replied, I truly do not know why there was oil poured on the city wall. It is my failure, and I ask for your punishment. However, this matter has nothing to do with the citizens participating in the drill today. All blame rests solely on me. His voice was deep and resonant, articulating each word with clarity. The scribe beside him diligently recorded the testimony. Ning furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Leaning closer to Yun Qingyi, he whispered, The citizens outside are asserting that it was not Governor Zhou Yuanzhua who did this, that he bears no responsibility. Yet we cannot identify who poured the oil on the wall. What shall we do? To recklessly imprison Zhou Yuanzhua in the dungeon would likely incite public outrage. Yun Qing meticulously reviewed the entire case. After much deliberation, it appears we lack critical evidence, and there are no witnesses or physical proof. Without surveillance, certain events remain ambiguous. Indeed, the absence of surveillance has proven detrimental. Young Master Ning and General Wushuang pondered the meaning of surveillance, which, while seemingly benign, hinted at some form of oversight. As Zhou Yuanzhua, the kneeling magistrate, heard their voices, he trembled slightly, his official cap quivering atop his head. The fact that a woman did not speak yet her voice could be heard was truly a marvel. When summoned, they referred to her as an oracle's envoy. Since when did the Great Qing have a position for an oracle's envoy? The system chimed in. Indeed, it is true. At times, the absence of surveillance renders clarity elusive. Yun Qing continued to indulge in gossip. By the way, Guaba, you must surely know the details of today's incident? The system cheerfully responded, Naturally, Guagua is omniscient. The arsonist is among you. Yun Qing was taken aback. Not only she, but also young Master Ning, General Wu Shuang, and Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua were equally astonished. What did it mean that the arsonist was among them? Yun Qing surveyed the 4 individuals present, herself, Wu Shuang, young Master Ning, and Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua. With the 3 of them together at the time of the incident, the only possible arsonist left would be Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua. Wouldn't it? Guabao. Are you implying that the arsonist is this Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua? Upon hearing her voice, both young Master Ning and General Wu Shuang felt their hearts race. Zhou Yuanjua exclaimed, "It wasn't me." The system shook its head. It is not him. The arsonist is the scribe who is currently recording. He is a relative of the magistrate of Meijiang County, who, under the latter's directive, set the city ablaze during the Cold Food Festival rehearsal, aiming to have Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua demoted so he could seize the opportunity to become magistrate himself. Furthermore, the critical physical evidence lacking for young Master Ning and the others is a wooden bucket beneath the scribe's bed, which was used to pour oil onto the city walls. There is also an eyewitness, Soldier Chen Xiao, who emerged from the watchtower at midnight for a brief respite. He indeed witnessed the entire process, but was too drowsy to pay it much heed. Upon hearing this revelation, young Master Ning and General Wu Shuang exchanged glances, with Wu Shuang nodding slightly before discreetly slipping away. The scribe, engrossed in his writing, heard the commotion and inadvertently dripped ink onto the paper, creating a dark blot. Meanwhile, Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated that the scribe, who had been by his side since his tenure began, providing counsel, would be involved. Yun Qing sighed in relief. "You startled me. I genuinely thought it was Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua. I was about to assert that the common folk hold him in such esteem. He would have no reason to set the city ablaze. However, given his popularity among the populace, he must be a good official, right?" The system nodded. Indeed. Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua is a commendable official. He grew up in Yinghe, even before it became a county. He could have leveraged his talents for a more prestigious position. But the townsfolk have always looked after him, particularly since he lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother. The community supported the 2 of them greatly. He has truly lived off the kindness of others, and the private tutor did not charge him tuition fees. The books he used were either lent or gifted by other students. After passing the imperial examination, he could have served at the 6th rank. But he chose the position of county magistrate at the 7th rank, responsible for local administration. His first order of business was to report to the court, advocating for the expansion of the Yinghe River from a medium-sized waterway to a canal, facilitating the transport of goods by water. This significantly improved the lives of the common people and resulted in a substantial influx of silver from above. Chapter 59. The magistrate of Yinghe County has done such things for the people. Yun Qing was taken aback by this revelation. Wasn't this a remarkable feat of benefaction for his hometown right upon assuming office, tackling such a grand project? Yet, faced with such financial temptation, could he truly remain unscathed? Did he pocket any kickbacks from the project funds? Yun Qing voiced her curiosity. Young Master Ning raised an eyebrow. His leader certainly had a knack for uncovering matters of indulgence. He leaned in to listen more intently, his own curiosity piqued. He too wondered if the magistrate could resist the allure of such a considerable sum without succumbing to greed. The system elaborated. No, he took not a single coin. Every allocation was devoted to the construction of the waterways. He insisted that the riverbanks needed fortification against flooding. Thanks to the canal, Yinghe County was elevated to a prefecture. With his improvements, during floods, neither the citizens nor their homes were harmed in the slightest. He even established a care center in the courtyard of his yamen, where townsfolk could leave their children while they worked or farmed, ensuring someone was there to watch over them. After completing his official duties, he would teach the children and play with them, or send someone to provide them with food. After the townsfolk finished their work, they would return to the yamen to collect their children. Furthermore, he frequently outsourced tasks to the locals. For instance, the rehearsal you witnessed, those aboard the vessel were played by the townsfolk, earning them stipends akin to part-time work. Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua stared in disbelief at the woman before him, pondering her true identity, while the unseen presence that spoke was akin to a divine entity. How could she possess such comprehensive knowledge of his affairs? Although Yinghe County is situated near the capital, it remains a fair distance from the bustling metropolis. Clearly, it was time to gather intelligence, as significant shifts were occurring in the court. After digesting the magistrate's revelations, Yun Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "This magistrate of Yinghe County has indeed done commendable deeds for the people and deserves commendation." She took a deep breath. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua's heart raced, but as she continued, it plummeted once more. His heart was in turmoil, unable to withstand such emotional upheaval. Suddenly, Yun Qing recalled, "Oh, by the way, since the scribe is the arsonist, how should I alert them?" Just as she pondered this, General Wushuang entered, accompanied by a soldier. "Your Highness, we have just received word that a wooden bucket used for oil was discovered at the scribe's residence. Moreover, an eyewitness has come forward, recalling having seen the scribe pouring oil on the city walls during the night." Wushuang informed young Master Ning. Immediately, young Master Ning signaled, and a constable was summoned to bring the scribe forward, forcing him to kneel. "Bold thief, do you confess?" Young Master Ning struck the wooden block with force, producing a thunderous sound. The scribe, initially terrified and attempting to voice his awareness of Yun Qing's presence, found his throat constricted, rendering him mute, as if someone were choking him, nearly stealing his breath. Ultimately, he relinquished the thought and gasped for air. The scribe remained silent for a prolonged period. General Wushuang instructed the constables to place the wooden bucket from the scribe's chamber on the ground. Following closely was the soldier responsible for the watchtower, Qin Xiu. After paying his respects, he addressed young Master Ning, General Wushuang, and the Oracle Envoy, I am Qin Xiu, tasked with overseeing the southern watchtower. During the early hours of the night, when I arose for a brief respite, I indeed saw a figure on the city walls. It was too dark for me to discern any details, but upon reflection, the figure bore a resemblance to the scribe. With both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence at hand, the scribe realized he could not escape his fate. Thus, with resignation, he confessed it was I who did it. Although he had already learned of this information from the Oracle Envoy, Magistrate Zhou Yuanjua's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Scribe, why? In public, I have a clear conscience. In private, I have treated you well. Why would one engage in such malevolent deeds? Have you ever contemplated the consequences? Should the fire spiral out of control today? How many souls in the entire Qingyi prefecture would suffer? How many homes would be swept away by the flames? The gaze of Governor Zhou Yuanjua was filled with disappointment, his hands trembling slightly. The secretary knelt in the courtroom, hands covering his face, uncertain of how to confront His Excellency. The governor had placed such trust in him, only for it to be ultimately betrayed. A tear fell from the secretary's eye as he lamented, I was wrong. It was an unforgivable mistake to heed my cousin's slanderous words in an attempt to bring you down. You are a good official, one who genuinely cares for the people. One of the few righteous officials left. Governor Zhou Yuanjua sighed. Foolishness. If one truly desires the welfare of the populace and considers their needs, even a county magistrate could rise to the rank of governor. But if one is solely devoted to the people, what then distinguishes a magistrate from a governor?
To me,
a title is merely a title. The well-being of the people is paramount. Yun Qingyi could not help but applaud, exclaiming, well said. Her applause was fervent. Such dedicated officials who prioritize the populace are indeed rare. Ning Xiaoxizi glanced at Yun Qingyi, raising an eyebrow before turning to the secretary, who, in his selfishness, had nearly ignited a catastrophe by pouring oil on the city walls. Fortunately, Governor Zhou Yuanjua of Qingyi Prefecture had acted swiftly to contain the flames. According to the law, those guilty of arson would face 3 years of hard labor. Let this scoundrel be cast into the dungeon to await his fate. Soon, the constables took the secretary away. The surrounding citizens hurled refuse at him, vegetable scraps, remnants of steamed buns, food fit only for livestock. You wretched creature, a traitor to the very man who showed you kindness. You are unworthy of being called human,
they cried.
You betrayed the governor's trust, deserving of such contempt.
Disgusting.
Your heart is more foul than a sewage ditch. The audacity of your actions, setting the walls ablaze, is enough to incite the righteous fury of both heaven and earth. It is evident how much the people esteemed Governor Zhou Yuanjua, as even the students were roused to curse in anger. Ning Xiaoxizi urged Governor Zhou Yuanjua to rise. As matters were nearly concluded, it was best for the governor to wrap things up himself. I extend my gratitude to the 3 esteemed officials for today's events, Governor Zhou Yuanjua said with a bow. General Wushuang casually replied, it was but a trivial matter. No, indeed. Today has placed a burden upon the governor. I hope you do not hold this against me, Your Excellency, Ning Xiaoxizi remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Governor Zhou Yuanjua quickly replied, Your Highness, please do not diminish my standing. The day is waning. May I send someone to escort the 3 esteemed officials back? Yun Qingyi had arrived by carriage and immediately interjected, No need. I traveled by carriage, which awaits outside. After speaking, she did not forget to remind him, Governor, to maintain your original intentions is to achieve lasting success. Governor Zhou Yuanjua, a perceptive man, assured her, "I shall certainly do so." After bidding farewell to Governor Zhou Yuanjua, Yun Qingyi, Ning Xiacizi, and General Wushuang boarded her carriage to return home. Ning Xiacizi suddenly recalled General Wushuang mentioning that her elder brother wished to accompany her back. Elder brother? Won't he return for the ancestral rites during Qingming? Ning Xiacizi asked directly. Yun Qingyi nodded, explaining, "Yes, I usually go to burn paper and offer incense. But this year, General Wushuang invited me to visit her ancestral home." Ning Xiacizi silently counted in his mind. There were still several days left of the Qingming holiday. And without his elder brother around, how would he manage? Life without the excitement of the festival was exceedingly dull. "General Wushuang, I too wish to visit your ancestral home. I have never been to Wuling City. I have heard that everyone there is valiant and skilled in battle," he declared enthusiastically. General Wushuang was well aware of his intentions. "You wish to join me at my home? Clearly, you just want to tag along with Qingyi for the festivities,"
she teased.
Having an extra person would not be an issue, she added with a hint of mischief. "Oh, are you not going to pay your respects to your ancestors?" "My ancestors are frequently honored. Besides, I have heard that there is a mass grave in Wuling City where countless sacrificed souls rest. I wish to pay my respects. My ancestors would be pleased and would not fault me for it," Ning Xiacizi replied, his excitement palpable. Yun Qingyi felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing him mention the mass grave. Isn't that the martyr cemetery? So many lives were lost in Wuling City. The system chimed in. Indeed, Wuling City is home to the Qijia army, numbering in the tens of thousands. They are clad in formidable armor, their spirits unwavering. A formidable force that guards the great Qing kingdom. However, sacrifices are inevitable. Many of their loved ones have enlisted. Thus, each individual's aspiration is to serve in the army, taking pride in their duty. Yun Qingyi sighed, reflecting. All the tranquility we enjoy is built upon the sacrifices of others. Once we reach Wuling, I too shall pay my respects at the mass grave. Hearing Ning Xiacizi express his desire to visit the mass grave startled General Wushuang. It seemed they were not the only ones who remembered. Upon hearing Yun Qingyi mention the martyr cemetery, she too felt compelled to pay her respects, gazing out at the starry sky. The spirits of the fallen warriors would surely be pleased. General Wushuang cast a calm glance at Ning Xiacizi, her heart joyful, yet her expression composed. "If you wish to go, then so be it," she said. Ning Xiacizi was nearly overwhelmed with joy, bouncing in excitement until he bumped into the carriage. Only then realizing they were still aboard. "Hey, slow down," Yun Qingyi admonished him. Embarrassed, Ning Xiacizi rubbed the top of his head and eagerly inquired, "When shall we depart tomorrow?" "I shall prepare my belongings once we return to the manor." Having spent a few days with Yun Qingyi, General Wushuang understood her fondness for sleep, food, and leisure. "There's no need to leave too early. We can set out around the early Sai hour," she replied. Afterward, she reminded Yun Qingyi, "The journey is long. You may wish to bring along 1 or 2 maidservants or guards. However, Wuling City is overseen by the Qijia army, so it should be relatively safe." Yun Qingyi nodded in agreement. "All right." General Wushuang and Ning Xiacizi first escorted Yun Qingyi back to her manor before returning to their own residence. Yun Qingyi inquired with Qingdai and Mujin about who would accompany her to Wuling City, as the journey was long and only one person would be convenient. Both Qingdai and Mujin recommended Xiaoyao. As a skilled healer, her presence would provide greater peace of mind, even though Qingfeng was always by Yun Qingyi's side for protection. He lacked medical knowledge. Qingdai helped Yun Qingyi undo her hair. After considering their suggestions, Yun Qingyi deemed it reasonable and decided to send Qingdai and Mujin to prepare matters regarding Ruyi Tower alongside her second brother, Yun Hiyu, while asking if Xiaora would be willing to accompany her. "Miss, you mentioned your intention to visit Wuling yesterday, and the 3 of us have discussed it. We unanimously believe that Xiaora would be the most suitable choice," Mujin said, putting away the hairpin Qingdai had removed. Seeing everything arranged, Yun Qingyi felt reassured and simply lay down to sleep. On the following morning, 2 carriages awaited at the entrance of the Yun residence. General Wushuang and Ning Xiacizi pulled back the curtains to greet Yun Qingyi, inquiring which carriage she would prefer. Ning Xiacizi's carriage was far more extravagant and spacious, and Yun Qingyi, unwilling to compromise her comfort, headed directly for his carriage. While others might worry about the implications for Yun Qingyi's reputation, General Wushuang, accustomed to mingling in military circles, saw no issue. It was merely for convenience. Upon entering Ning Xiacizi's lavish carriage, Yun Qingyi was taken aback. The interior was adorned with exquisite silk, and the windows were framed with gold and jewels, draped with a light blue gauze curtain. A plush carpet covered the floor. interspersed with golden floral carvings, and there were small tables and tea sets, all exuding opulence. Qingfeng and Xiaoyao sat outside the carriage. Elder brother, you truly care for me. Not wishing for me to face the long journey alone, Ning Xiaoxizi exclaimed upon seeing Yun Qingyi, his face alight with joy. Upon concluding his words, he gently patted the plush blanket, saying, "My esteemed leader, feel free to sit or recline as you please. I assure you that you will enjoy a most comfortable journey to Wuling City." His concern for the leader's discomfort during the long journey prompted him to adorn the carriage with utmost care for comfort. Yun Qingyi suddenly found this young subordinate quite commendable and offered him a compliment, stating, "Well done." Hearing the praise from the leader, Ning Xiaoxizi's face gradually flushed with delight. Indeed, he was always lauded in the presence of the leader, while at home, he often faced reprimand from his father. How wonderful it was to be with the leader! Thus, the two carriages set forth, halting at a tavern for lunch at noon before continuing their journey. By the time they arrived in Wuling City, it was already the early hours of the hour. After entering the city, they traveled for a short while longer. Yun Qingyi gazed through the curtains at the bustling street outside. The sun cast its warm glow over the pathway, where the green-tiled roofs and red walls, with their upturned eaves, storefronts, carriages, and pedestrians, all combined to reflect the splendor of a flourishing era. The streets were lined with an abundance of shops, with the setting sun's rays illuminating the red bricks and vibrant eaves, adding an ethereal and poetic quality to the evening scene of Wuling City. The carriages rolled along the cobblestone streets, and the throngs of people flowed like a tapestry. The distant calls of vendors resonated, occasionally accompanied by the neighing of horses. It felt somewhat akin to the capital, yet distinctly different, as the locals exchanged friendly greetings with one another. The cacophony of business transactions, calls, and haggling echoed throughout the street. Inside a nearby tavern, waitstaff swiftly navigated through the bustling crowd, with the sounds of playful banter, laughter, and clinking cups punctuating the air. The atmosphere brimmed with a sense of vitality, a cherished tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle of daily life. The essence of humanity, so comforting to the ordinary heart. After a while, the two carriages came to a stop in front of General Qi's residence. "The general has returned," exclaimed the guard at the door upon spotting the illustrious Wushuang general disembarking from the carriage. Another guard had already rushed inside to report the news. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his 20s, clad in armor, emerged to offer his greetings. "This humble soldier pays his respects to General Wushuang," he declared, kneeling on one knee in reverence. General Wushuang, upon seeing him, immediately sensed something was amiss. "Hanyang, what are you doing here? Where is grandfather?" Although she returned infrequently, her grandfather always greeted her first upon her arrival. His absence could only indicate that something was wrong. Chapter 61. General Qi has surrendered. Hanyang was responsible for the city's military defense, managing the troops and safeguarding against banditry, rebellion, or foreign invasion. He was also a key subordinate to her father. Hanyang hesitated, contemplating whether to convey the troubling news to General Wushuang. Her expression was stern, and her demeanor grave, as if she could read his thoughts. "Have you chosen not to heed my words?" Hanyang, kneeling, quickly lowered his head. "This humble soldier dares not." "Then rise and speak," General Wushuang commanded. Hanyang complied and recounted the troubling events concerning General Qi. General Qi mentioned he was taking a stroll, but we have just received news that he accidentally killed someone and has surrendered himself at the government office. Yun Qingyi, standing nearby, grasped the situation. It implied that General Qi, while idly wandering, had inadvertently taken a life and subsequently turned himself in. "Hanyang, please escort Ning Xiaoxizi, Lord Xinyu, and Lin Yu inside to rest," General Wushuang instructed. "At once, General," Hanyang replied. Turning to Yun Qingyi, General Wushuang spoke softly, "Qingyi Yuya, and Ning Xiaoxizi should rest well. I will visit the government office." Yun Qingyi grasped Wushuang's arm, insisting, "I will accompany you." She could not believe that General Qi would kill someone without reason, nor that it was merely an accident. Furthermore, she feared Wushuang's unstable emotions might lead her to act impulsively. "And I must come. After all, I am a lord. I might be of assistance." Ning Xiaoxizi quickly stepped forward in agreement. Lin Yu patted General Wushuang's hand, saying, "I will await your return at the residence." As an ordinary woman without an official position, she felt it would be futile to accompany them, preferring to stay and await news at the general's residence. Sensing their goodwill, General Wushuang glanced at them and chose not to decline their offer. Yun Qingyi and Ning Xiaoxizi boarded the carriage, while General Wushuang climbed aboard Ning Xiaoxizi's vehicle. Just as they were about to depart, a middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from the general's residence, his movements somewhat unsteady. He shouted, "Shuang'er, do not act recklessly." It was none other than General Qi, General Wushuang's father. As General Wushuang entered the carriage, she cast a glance at her father. "Father, rest assured. I will certainly bring grandfather back." With that, she entered the carriage, and Qingfeng urged the horses onward, leaving General Qi and Hanyang standing at the entrance, gazing after the departing carriage. "Do not worry, General. General Wushuang knows how to handle herself," Hanyang reassured General Qi. The imperial decree bestowing the name Wushuang upon General Qi had already spread throughout Wuling, and now everyone recognized Qi Shuang as the first female general of the founding dynasty. Upon arriving at the government office, they found a crowd of citizens gathered outside. Upon seeing them approach, the people erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "General Wushuang has returned. Splendid! General Qi is saved." The crowd parted to allow General Wushuang and her companions entry. General Wushuang smiled at them in gratitude. However, upon entering, the anticipated scene was not as expected. General Qi was leisurely sipping tea within the office, surrounded by several officials who were perusing documents on the table, seemingly searching for something. "Grandfather, are you well?" General Wushuang rushed to embrace General Qi. Noticing her, he quickly returned the embrace, smiling, "Little Shuang'er has returned. Let grandfather have a look." He examined her closely, noting, "You've lost weight. This time, I shall have the staff prepare your favorite dishes to nurse you back to health." At that moment, tears of joy mingled with laughter on General Wushuang's face. It was clear that her grandfather cared deeply for her. In truth, her concealed identity during her time on the battlefield owed much to her grandfather's influence. He had always maintained that in their family, whether sons or daughters, all were worthy warriors. On the battlefield, rank and gender mattered not. Only the ability to vanquish enemies counted. General Qi patted General Wushuang's back and, noticing the others behind her, inquired, "Little Shuang'er, who are these guests?" General Wushuang then stood and introduced them. "Grandfather, this is the Xinyu messenger Yun Qingyi I mentioned in my previous letter, and beside her is Ning Xiaxizi Ning Jingji. The one over there is Qingfeng, my personal guard." General Qi promptly rose and approached Yun Qingyi, bending slightly in a gesture of respect. This old man pays his respects to the Xinyu messenger. Yun Qingyi was taken aback and quickly reached out to assist him. "General Qi, there is no need for such formalities. I am unworthy of such honor. Just call me Qingyi, as I am a friend of Wushuang." Her tone was gentle and warm. Though General Qi had retired, he was still a celebrated veteran with numerous accolades. If word spread that an esteemed general had bowed to her, it might tarnish her reputation. General Qi chuckled heartily, wishing only to express his gratitude for her role in safeguarding Shuang'er and securing her name. He had initially feared that Shuang'er would have to bear her brother's name for the rest of her life. "Very well, very well. This old man shall shamelessly call you Qingyi. Come, dear child, sit with me and share a cup of tea." General Qi gestured to a nearby chair. Yun Qingyi took a seat, and General Qi poured her a cup of tea, which she received with a sense of trepidation. The warmth of General Wushuang's family was truly striking. Once the officials saw that the personal reunion had concluded, they stepped forward to pay their respects. This humble official greets General Wushuang, Ning Xiaxizi, and the Xinyu messenger. The three bowed their heads, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation.
Rise.
"What is the current situation?" General Wushuang inquired, casting a discerning glance at them. One of the officials, clad in an official robe, addressed General Wushuang, stating, "I am currently verifying the identity of the deceased, as it seems no one in the city recognizes them." He instructed the painter to create a likeness of the deceased, which the constables then took around the city to inquire, yet no one could identify the individual. Yunqing took a sip of tea, pondering, "Guaba, what is the current situation? General Qi should be unharmed, correct?" The others present were momentarily taken aback by her voice. General Wushuang, young Master Ning, and Qingfeng had grown accustomed to such interjections. Young Master Ning rubbed his hands together, seemingly anticipating a juicy revelation. The system quickly responded, "Guagua knows. The deceased is not a resident of Wuling City but rather a death warrior, or, as you might say, an unregistered individual." General Qi's face bore the marks of time, yet it did not detract from his resolute and composed demeanor. His eyes seemed to glimpse into the future, revealing a unique insight and foresight beneath his calm exterior. Upon hearing the voice of Tianyin, he paused for a moment before recalling that it was the same Tianyin mentioned in the letter from Shuang'er.
Indeed.
Nothing escapes the eyes of heaven. The three officials, upon hearing the system's voice, opened their mouths in disbelief, but found themselves silenced, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. They quickly abandoned their thoughts and ceased speaking, managing to regain their composure. Chapter 62, Encountering Qi Lao amidst the drama. The love-struck young Master Ning and General Wushuang understood that they wished to divulge Tianin's existence, but were hindered by an unseen force that rendered them mute. They had previously noticed this phenomenon. Initially, they could share insights about Tianin, but for reasons unknown, any mention of the matter now felt as if an invisible hand choked their throats until they relinquished the thought. They were baffled, and the other three were even more perplexed. In truth, it was merely the system rectifying a bug, yet the system remained unaware of its own oversight. Yunqing was engrossed in conversation with the system and did not notice the changing expressions of the three officials. Still a death warrior. How could this death warrior have been killed by General Qi? The system replied with a chuckle. It is because this death warrior was actually a human trafficker, specifically targeting strong young boys to train as the next generation of death warriors. He had been observing Wuling City for several days before he set his sights on a seemingly robust young boy. The boy was out with his mother to buy vinegar when the death warrior seized the opportunity to cover the child's mouth and abduct him while his mother was distracted. However, just moments later, he was spotted by an old woman selling vegetables. Without hesitation, she grabbed a white radish from her basket and hurled it at the death warrior's head, shouting that someone was kidnapping a child, which summoned the attention of all the nearby citizens. In Wuling City, children were trained from a young age to prepare for military service, especially since many were the offspring of soldiers who had perished in battle. This struck directly at the hearts of the populace, who could not bear to see the children of fallen soldiers harmed. Consequently, they began to rain blows upon the death warrior. Some wielded their fists and feet. Others swung carrying poles, while some picked up stones to hurl, inadvertently kicking him in the legs, or pelting him with fruit and potatoes, even splashing him with water. By the time the constables arrived, the scene was a chaotic throng, and the death warrior lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. When questioned about the assailants, everyone claimed ignorance. They did not know where the stones had come from, nor who had swung the carrying pole. The fruits and vegetables scattered on the ground were equally unaccounted for, likely the remnants of purchases lost amidst the crowd. Yet, despite the loss of life, the constables could not identify the attackers, and the injured man was clearly near death from excessive blood loss. With no other recourse, they prepared to take the onlookers back to the magistrate's office for further inquiry. At that moment, General Qi stepped forward, claiming responsibility for the assault. Holding an orange in his hand, he deliberately smashed it down on the death warrior's heart, effectively extinguishing what little breath remained in him. Calmly, General Qi remarked, "Oh, I lost my grip. I intended to return it to the fruit stall." Upon hearing this, Yunqing could not contain her laughter. "Ha ha, General Qi is truly remarkable. Fierce and dashing. Human traffickers deserve no mercy. Even on their last breath, they should be eradicated." The others, although unfamiliar with the term human trafficker, grasped that the deceased was indeed a death warrior, and a vile one at that, involved in the abominable trade of human lives. They all silently applauded in agreement. "Indeed, human traffickers should perish," young Master Ning declared. "General Qi, you remain formidable. A splendid deed." General Wushuang added, "I knew my grandfather possessed unparalleled valor. His actions must have been justified." The system praised, "Indeed, General Qi is a paragon of strength and valor, a true hero among men. Such a villain as a human trafficker cannot be allowed to live." Flattered by the accolades, General Qi's spirits soared as he confidently raised his chin, a glimmer of shrewdness dancing in his eyes. "Experience is a powerful teacher. I am still quite formidable. Ha ha ha." The magistrate, now enlightened about the events, chuckled. "General Qi, you have been in the office for quite some time. Now that General Wushuang has returned, why not take this opportunity to catch up? The office is rather chilly. Do take care of your health." He spoke politely, aware that inviting these formidable individuals into his domain was a delicate matter. General Qi stroked his white beard, feigning concern. "Oh, but this deceased remains unidentified. Is it proper for the magistrate to allow me to leave so easily?" The magistrate replied, "Not at all. We have already investigated, and this individual is not a citizen of Wuling City. For now, we are uncertain of their origins. Should anyone come forth to claim them, they may. Otherwise, we shall incinerate the body." The magistrate hastily added, since this was a death warrior, it was certain that no one would ever come to claim them. With that, General Qi relinquished his pretense and bid farewell. As he adjusted his attire and prepared to depart, a constable appeared, escorting a woman toward the dungeons. Upon seeing the woman, the magistrate exclaimed, "How did she get in here again?" He promptly instructed an official to investigate further. Yunqing, hearing this, felt a sense of anticipation. Who is she? Why does the magistrate say again? It seems this is not her first visit. The system chimed in, You are correct, esteemed host. This woman hails from the neighboring Fongbei County. Named Zhao Yinlian, aged 19. At 15, she wed 6 times in 3 years, solely to swindle bridal gifts and dowries. She has lived a transient life, yearning for a place to call home, and is now considering purchasing a house in Muan County. Yun Qing was astonished, and she was not alone. General Wu Shuang and young Master Ning were equally taken aback. A sudden thought struck Yun Qing. How could she manage 6 marriages in 3 years? Aren't there legal requirements such as marriage certificates and proof of origin? Wouldn't that be a clear case of bigamy? Under current laws, men could marry multiple wives without facing charges of bigamy, while women could not. Young Master Ning strained to listen intently. Curiosity piqued, as such a woman was a rarity in any era. General Wu Shuang, though not overly curious, found the unfolding drama intriguing and wished to hear more. The system continued. It is because her family maintains connections. Her origins have helped her secure advantageous circumstances. She presents herself as a homeless woman in her dealings. When she was betrothed to her first husband, her father vehemently opposed the union with the impoverished scholar, prompting her to elope with him. After their escape, the scholar, feeling remorseful for the hardships he had imposed upon his wife, offered her the meager sum of 50 silver taels, urging her to await his return once he had completed his studies and attained scholarly success, promising to come back for her in grand fashion. The amount was sufficient to purchase a modest dwelling, yet she had no intentions of acquiring a home at that time. Instead, she later developed feelings for a vendor of steamed buns, who noticed her solitary figure frequently coming to buy his wares. In Chapter 63, One Woman, 7 Husbands, what a scandal! Yun Qingyi couldn't help but exclaim. Such skilled manipulation. Indeed, the pitiful and delicate are far more likely to evoke a protective instinct. The system chuckled. When the host encounters a fragile woman who is unable to afford a meal, merely desiring a bun, will you offer assistance? Without hesitation, Yun Qingyi replied, of course. A bun costs so little. In contrast to those who feign helplessness for monetary gain, someone merely seeking a meal naturally deserves aid. The system continued. Thus, the bun vendor thought likewise, continuously allowing her to eat for free, which led to the development of their affections. On a particularly rainy day, when few customers visited his stall, he was surprised to see her braving the rain with an umbrella to enjoy his buns, which he interpreted as true love. Hence, the bun vendor proposed to her, offering 70 silver taels as a betrothal gift and promising her a daily supply of steamed buns as long as he was present. Yun Qingyi couldn't resist gossiping. This bun vendor is truly in love. I suspect that the woman is merely putting on an act, likely to be a fan of buns from the north. What happened next? The system responded. After their marriage, they led a reasonably comfortable life. Not opulent, but satisfactory. 2 months passed when Liena received news that her biological parents were searching for her. The bun vendor was overjoyed and insisted on closing his stall to accompany her in her search for her family. Liena, however, cautioned him against revealing their marriage, fearing it would provoke her relatives, suggesting instead that she investigate the matter first. Understanding her reasoning, the bun vendor requested she send him news of her well-being and lent her 30 silver taels for her journey. Liena chose to travel by water, passing through lake areas adorned with war trophies. She pretended to be amnesiac, lying by the shoreline until a fisherman discovered her. The fisherman took her to his home and, upon learning of her condition, kindly offered her shelter. As they spent time together, they developed a bond. The fisherman believed their life would continue in this manner until one day, upon returning from fishing, he found her missing. Liena had left him a letter, stating that she had regained her memory and was already married. Unable to face the fisherman again, she took 100 silver taels from him, promising to return the money later. Yun Qingyi listened intently. Did Liena have a change of heart? How did she know to inform the fisherman of her marriage? When did she decide to buy a house? Did none of her subsequent husbands notice anything amiss? Did she return the money she borrowed? Ning Xiaoshi silently scorned the weak men, finding it laughable that grown men could be so easily manipulated by a woman. What sort of affection could be so intoxicating? Yun Qingyi, unaware of Ning Xiaoshi's thoughts, might have retorted, "You are still young and have not yet suffered the pangs of love." The system chimed in again. Eventually, the money was returned to her after officials located her. While drifting on the river, Liena felt akin to a solitary boat adrift. In that moment, she longed for her own little courtyard, and her fervent desire spurred her on. Remembering her travels, she decided that the place she wished to reside was Fongbei. She found a courtyard listed at 500 silver taels and deposited her previous savings in a local bank before feigning amnesia. After leaving the fisherman, Liena boarded a merchant's ship and, over time, developed a mutual affection with the merchant. He promised to marry her once they reached land. and they spent their days together intimately. After half a month on the water, upon disembarking, the merchant took her to his villa. After a month, Liena realized she had been deceived. The merchant was already married with children. Yet, she was pregnant, and the merchant claimed he felt no love for his wife, asserting it was a business marriage and he would take her as a secondary wife, encouraging her to bear the child for a legitimate reason to marry her. Thus, Liena gave birth to a daughter, but the merchant merely glanced at them before abandoning them, realizing she had been forsaken. Liena left her daughter at the merchant's doorstep and wandered toward desolate lands. Exhausted, she eventually collapsed at a small, unremarkable temple, regaining consciousness to find a handsome monk watching over her. Upon awakening, the monk explained that she had collapsed due to a high fever and weakness, advising her to recuperate before departing. Aware that her body had suffered after childbirth, Liena chose to stay and regain her strength. The temple was modest, with only the monk and a small novice present. During her recovery, she found herself drawn to the monk, captivated by his beauty. Having experienced intimacy before, she struggled to resist the temptation to entice him, but the monk's self-discipline made it impossible to approach him. Qingyi exclaimed, "Goodness, this story is truly thrilling." Ning Xiaosher scoffed, "This woman is clearly a gold digger and a seductress. How handsome can a bald monk truly be?" The system continued. On a bright and sunny morning, Liena left a letter stating that her health had improved sufficiently and there was no reason for her to remain. Thus, she bid farewell. The monk felt a sense of emptiness at her sudden departure, having grown accustomed to her laughter within the temple. After she had gone, he gathered himself to fetch water, but only a third of the way down the path, he encountered Liena, disheveled and frantically running back toward the temple. Seeing the monk, she burst into tears and embraced him. When he inquired what had happened, she explained that she had encountered ruffians on her way down the mountain and had managed to escape by taking advantage of the terrain. The monk, upon hearing this, prepared to confront the assailants, but Liena clutched him, claiming she was not feeling well. Noticing her flushed appearance, the monk realized she had been poisoned and hurriedly carried her back to her previous quarters. Liena, lying in bed, lamented her distress and questioned whether she was dying. The monk admonished her not to speak such nonsense and set out to find herbs for an antidote. Liena, however, insisted that she wished for him to stay by her side until the end. With no choice, he attempted to fetch cool water for her to soak in, but they had already exhausted their supply. In a moment of desperation, Liena feigned discomfort, pulling at her clothing. The monk quickly turned away, aware of the potency of the poison. Behind him, Liena succumbed to her desires, her cries of pleasure echoing in the air. The monk began to recite calming mantras. Yet at some point, Liena drew near, pleading for his assistance as she felt herself slipping away, imploring him to end her suffering. For the monk, both saving and killing her would constitute a breach of his vows, and ultimately, he faced a harrowing decision. In Chapter 64, General Qi's military achievements surpassed the salt you've consumed. General Qi's astonishment rivaled that of an enemy attack. He is but an old relic, and after so many years, he has never encountered such a brazen individual. The methods employed are truly underhanded. One feels pity for that monk. Qingyi's curiosity was piqued. Surely, that monk wouldn't simply acquiesce? However, young Master Ning held a different view. He believed that a monk of such discipline would never commit an act of impropriety and would undoubtedly turn a blind eye. The system responded. That monk was no match for Liena. In the end, he broke his vows to save her from the poison. While in the meditation room, Liena had harbored the intention of compelling that monk to declare his desires in broad daylight, leading him to realize that he could no longer remain a monk. He withdrew 100 taels of silver that he had saved from his earlier descent down the mountain to perform rituals, and handed it to Liena, promising to take responsibility for her and to renounce his monastic life to live as an ordinary husband with her. Initially, Liena was tempted by his beauty and found the arrangement acceptable, but as time passed, his constant oversight became intolerable to her. Taking the 100 taels he provided, she left a letter behind stating that he need not concern himself with her, as he had only broken his vows to save her, and advised him to forget her and return to his spiritual pursuits. Thus, the monk remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that she had orchestrated the entire scheme to ensnare him. After descending the mountain, Liena traveled westward, evading the group of individuals from the east, and eventually fell in with a cloth merchant. Although the merchant was not particularly handsome, he treated her with great kindness, often providing her silver to support her and gifting her clothing. Qingyi glanced at the governor and General Qi, who were still engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to her momentary daze. And then, did she end up with her sixth husband? What did the governor say about her when she returned? The system chuckled softly before replying. When Liena received the betrothal gifts from the merchant, she had enough to purchase a small courtyard. Using the silver gifted by her various former suitors, she acquired the property. However, not long after her purchase, her first husband, who had placed third in the imperial examination, returned to find her missing and subsequently reported her disappearance. When they located her, she was living blissfully with the merchant in Wuling City. The successful scholar accused Liena of bigamy, resulting in her being sentenced to a year in prison. Initially, the governor believed Liena had only married 2 men, but upon investigation, it was revealed that she had 6 husbands in 2 years. The governor, unable to bear the thought of her other husbands being kept in the dark, dispatched a messenger to inform Liena of her imprisonment. Her former suitors came forth, demanding explanations, and some even came to blows, arguing over who Liena truly loved. Liena watched them with barely concealed amusement, and when the monk asked if she could still find humor in the situation, she dared not laugh. Even while imprisoned, the merchant continued to send her silver, food, and clothing each month, claiming that her acceptance of his gifts proved her love for him. And he anticipated continuing their married life once she was released. Qingyi was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Vocal. This sister is truly remarkable. Perhaps she should teach a class. Some women hang themselves multiple times for a single man, while she manages to juggle 6 at once. This sister is extraordinary. One cannot help but admire her. Perhaps she should write a book. I believe it would be a bestseller, and I would certainly buy a copy to read. With a singular focus on wealth and an insatiable desire for her courtyard, she exhibited a complete lack of romantic sentiment. Truly a genius. Though her approach may have been somewhat misguided, it highlighted the vast disparities among individuals. A woman with a purpose can achieve anything. Young Master Ning was taken aback by the former suitor's comments, having never encountered such a shocking perspective. How could one so shamelessly pursue a woman, even at the cost of their own dignity? So many men were being led in circles by a single woman, deceived both in heart and purse. Such transactions were nothing short of sensational. General Wushuang could scarcely believe her ears. This matter was utterly astonishing. What had she just heard? The system chuckled. Dear host, it seems you are eager to hear about the untold stories of a woman and her 7 husbands. 7 husbands? Qingyi's curiosity deepened. 7 husbands? Upon her release, did she not return to the merchant? Whom did she end up with? The system replied. After Liena was released, she intended to return to her small courtyard. But finding it empty and lacking furnishings, she sought out a tavern keeper outside the city and married him. Qingyi was left in awe. Impressive indeed. Whether she loves men or not is uncertain, but it is evident that her affection for her little courtyard is genuine. After a moment, she recalled something and continued. How did she end up in trouble again? The system could not suppress a laugh. Liena herself never anticipated this. She married a tavern keeper Aden and along the borders, only to be encountered by her former husband, the scholar, on a mission. He happened to be in a nearby city and filed another complaint against her. It was still close to Wuling City, where her past offenses made it all the more convenient for him. The remainder of the tale involved her being apprehended and passing by Qingyi and the others. Upon hearing this, Qingyi could only exclaim, 6. Young Master Ning glanced at General Wushuang, puzzled by the mention of 6. General Wushuang shrugged her shoulders. Don't ask me. I do not know either. Although the governor had already investigated the woman thoroughly, the case remained confidential. Hearing Tianyin recount the entire story so clearly astonished him even further. What a remarkable oracle. No wonder they were called oracles. As the hour grew late, the governor escorted General Qi, Wushuang, young Master Ning, and Qingyi to the door. Upon seeing General Qi emerge, the townsfolk erupted in cheers. General Qi reassured them of his well-being, urging them to return home or attend to their own affairs. Only then did the crowd disperse in an orderly fashion. Once they had departed, the constable, clutching the household registration documents, observed General Qi's exit and questioned, Sir, are we simply letting him go? He appeared perplexed. The governor smirked slightly. What else would you have us do? Invite him to stay for dinner? However, just as he began to speak, the governor interrupted. General Qi's military achievements surpass the salt you have consumed. Let alone the entire Wuling City, even the entirety of the great Qing kingdom would revere him. He glanced at the household registration in his arms. Sir, shall we still investigate the identity of the deceased? The governor calmly poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Oh, if you wish to investigate, go ahead. This individual is a dead soldier. A mere pawn. Upon hearing this, the constable hurried back, clutching the documents. Where are you going? the governor inquired. Without turning back, he replied, I shall return it. What is there to investigate about a dead pawn? He deserves it. Upon their return, General Qi welcomed them with relief upon seeing they were unharmed. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
No travels heroes.
Chapter 65. An elderly woman selling flowers on the bridge awaited someone. General Qi and Qingyi became quite familiar with one another. During dinner, he even kicked the left side of General Qi's leg, prompting him to relinquish his seat for Qingyi. General Qi, holding his bowl and chopsticks, settled next to young Master Ning, resigning himself to the fact that once Shuang returned, he would lose favor. With the oracle's arrival, his position beside his father was further diminished. Perhaps it was the fatigue from a long day of travel, or perhaps the explosive revelations they had encountered. But Qingyi found herself consuming an extra bowl of food that evening. After dinner, General Qi instructed that their rooms be prepared for rest. The following morning, light rain fell from the sky, a reminder that the Qingming festival often brings showers, no matter where one may be. Qingyi stood by the window, observing the gentle drizzle that fell from the heavens like a delicate white veil, adorning the courtyard with an enchanting charm. During the Qingming season, the rain falls incessantly. Travelers on the road feel as though their souls are severed. As the illustrious General Wushuang and the young Master Ning Xiaoxizi approached, they heard Qingyi reciting a poem. Both silently praised her, exclaiming, "What a splendid poem! Has Qingyi awakened? I was about to pay my respects to my brother. Would you prefer to wait for me to honor him alone, or shall we go together?" Just as General Wushuang reached the door of Qingyi's chamber, she contemplated visiting the grave first, but it would be improper to neglect their guest, especially since her brother had requested to see her in a dream. Qingyi held her brother in high regard, and since she was there, it would be remiss not to offer incense in his memory. "Let us go together," she suggested to Wushuang. Leading them to the rear mountain, General Wushuang noted that their family wished for her brother to rest close to home. Thus he was laid to rest in the hills nearby. The gravestone stood solemnly amidst the valley, each stone bearing witness to the passage of time. Yet the inscription was flawed. Qi Huairan's son, Qi Han, was carved upon it. "Brother, I have brought honored guests to see you," General Wushuang announced, placing her offerings down and wiping the dust from the gravestone. Fortunately, the rain had subsided at that moment. Qingyi and Ning Xiaoxizi ignited incense and placed it before the gravestone. "Though we have not met, I have heard of your deeds. Rest assured, Master Han. Wushuang is now my sister, and I shall protect her," Qingyi vowed solemnly before the gravestone of Qi Han. Ning Xiaoxizi added, "And I too. I will ensure your sister is well cared for. She truly excels. A valiant general, embodying the spirit of a great warrior." With that, he poured a jug of wine before the gravestone. General Wushuang, initially moved, clenched her teeth upon witnessing this act. "I thank you, my brother, but he does not drink." She instinctively raised her sword sheath, preparing to strike Ning Xiaoxizi. Realizing he was outmatched, he hastily stepped back, exclaiming, "Calm down. Just because he did not drink in his youth does not mean he abstains now. Is it too much to ask not to strike me in front of your brother?" Only then did General Wushuang lower her sword sheath, acknowledging that this was not the appropriate place for such a scuffle. She would settle the matter when they returned. After Qingyi and Ning Xiaoxizi finished their tribute, they stood a short distance away, allowing the siblings some privacy. Half an hour later, they began their return journey. Along the way, General Wushuang took out a portrait of her brother to examine. Qingyi scrutinized it as well. The image depicted a youthful Wushuang, resembling her but more robust, while Wushuang herself appeared more delicate. Nonetheless, he was indeed a handsome youth. After lunch, fine rain began to fall again. General Wushuang led Ning Xiaoxizi and Qingyi into a carriage, heading toward the Wanan tomb. Approaching the outskirts of Wuling City, the carriage halted by a bridge at the foot of the mountain, for the carriage could ascend no further. As Qingyi alighted, she surveyed the surroundings, spotting an elderly woman standing on the distant bridge. The old woman's hair was as white as winter snow, sparse and pallid. Her deeply etched wrinkles resembled the cracks of parched earth, profound and weathered. Clad in coarse cloth, with a tattered straw hat atop her head and straw sandals on her feet, she carried a bamboo basket, sheltered by an oiled paper umbrella. As General Wushuang drew closer, she realized the old woman possessed only one eye. Her murky gaze resembled a dulled pearl, lacking brilliance, yet imbued with a steady wisdom born of life's tribulations. The bamboo basket held numerous white paper flowers. Qingyi initially thought the old woman was selling flowers by the bridge, and in this cold weather, dressed so lightly. She was about to reach for her purse when General Wushuang strode forward, taking the old woman's hand with a sigh, her voice tender. "Granny, take care of yourself. The old woman, unable to see clearly, recognized the touch of her hand and spoke slowly. "Little general, you have come?" Trembling, she extended the bamboo basket, the umbrella successfully shielding it from the rain. General Wushuang accepted the basket and handed it to Ning Xiaoxizi, holding the umbrella over the old woman's head. With her other hand, she warmed the old woman's hand with her breath, rubbing it gently. "I apologize for the delay today. I would not want you to suffer from the cold. Even if you were at home, I would send someone for you," she said while exhaling warmth. The old woman, slightly choked with emotion, replied, "I am not cold." She pointed to her heart. "It is warm here. Little general, you are always so kind. I do not know how to thank you. You shall live to a ripe old age. Then I shall take your good wishes to heart," General Wushuang responded. The rain began to fall once more. "Granny, I will send someone to escort you home. You must not venture out dressed so lightly again, or I shall be quite displeased," she joked in a mock-serious tone. Subsequently, she borrowed Yun Qingyi's personal guard, Qingfeng, instructing him to take the old woman back in the carriage. With the bamboo basket in hand, General Wushuang led Yun Qingyi and Ning Xiaoxizi up the mountain. Yun Qingyi glanced back, seeing the old woman still standing on the bridge, watching their retreating figures. "Is that old woman waiting for you?" she inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. General Wushuang shook her head, in a way, yes and no. Yun Qingyi's curiosity piqued further, prompting General Wushuang to share the old woman's story. Every day, the old woman would sit at the city gate, staring vacantly as if waiting for someone to return. She had kept this vigil for 55 years, losing sight in one eye and suffering damage to the other, leaving her vision blurred. Her hair had turned from black to white, and the suffering she endured was known only to her. Her name was Zhang Pingwan, a native of Yongjia. When Yongjia fell, the enemy forces invaded, leaving the populace in despair. Just when she thought all was lost, a troop of armored Qi soldiers stormed into the city, led by Song Mingling, who rescued her. Fearing further enemy incursions, Song Mingling decided to remain stationed in Yongjia. Grateful, Zhang Pingwan frequently brought him supplies, and their bond deepened into affection. A month later, they wed in the military camp. With no family or friends, Zhang Pingwan's parents having perished in the war, their wedding was a modest affair, attended by many soldiers. After their marriage, Song Mingling surrendered his monthly salary and took the time to teach her to read, supporting her interests. His attentive nature made Zhang Pingwan feel like the happiest woman in the world. Yet happiness is often fleeting. Within 6 months, the enemy attacked once more. Song Mingling became engrossed in military affairs, leaving home early and returning late. His mother urged him to resign his post and lead a tranquil life with his wife, to bear children. However, Song Mingling staunchly refused, asserting that it was his duty to defend the capital. When the order to mobilize arrived, he had to depart with his commander. On the day of his departure, Zhang Pingwan came to the city wall to bid him farewell. Although reluctant, she understood that her husband was a great hero. Before leaving, Song Mingling grasped her hand, promising to return. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he would send her letters, though brief, assuring her of his well-being and inquiring about her. The last letter was one of parting, in which he urged her, should anything happen to him, to seek happiness again, for she was still young. News soon arrived that none from his battalion had survived, and his mother, heartbroken, passed away. Yet, Zhang Pingwan held steadfastly to the belief that her husband would return, for he had promised he would. The mass grave harbors many loyal subordinates of Song Mingling, as well as friends who had visited during their nuptials. Each year, Zhang Pingwan pays her respects during the Qingming festival by placing a small white flower, crafted by her own hands, as an offering. As the years progress, the arduous path up the mountain becomes increasingly challenging. General Wushuang, after enlisting, also makes an annual pilgrimage to the mass grave, and it is here that she befriends the elderly woman, who dutifully delivers the white flowers for her each year. Upon concluding her tale, they arrive at the mass grave, where the stone tablets stand like giants amidst the desolate mountains, a seemingly endless array of them. Their demeanor shifts to one of solemnity, for the silence here is so profound that even a single leaf dropping to the ground can be heard. After paying their respects, they descend the mountain, the twilight approaching rapidly. Without a carriage, they venture toward the nearby village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encounter a gnarled tree beneath, which sits an elderly woman clad in coarse fabric, wielding a cane, her eyes covered by a black cloth, suggesting she is blind. She sits before the tree, straining to listen for footsteps. "Is that shower returning?" she queries, addressing Yun Qingyi and the others, but then shakes her head. "No, it's not yet spring." With that, she retreats into her own world, continuing to listen. General Wushuang leads them further into the village. Paying little heed to the elderly woman's words, there are countless souls awaiting their loved one's return in Wuling City. Curiosity piques Yun Qingyi's interest and she inquires, "Who is that elderly woman waiting for? Could it be her husband? Why does she say it is not yet spring?" The system promptly replies, "Guagua knows. She is waiting for her son. He is in the army, and when he departed in winter, he promised his mother he would return in spring, hence her anticipation." Young Master Ning finds himself puzzled, pondering why the elderly woman claims it is not yet spring despite it being Qingming. Could it be that her son is no longer with us? He wonders. Upon hearing the woman is waiting for spring, a thought dawns on Yun Qingyi. "I have an idea," she declares to Wushuang and young Master Ning. Though Ning is uncertain of her plan, he supports her endeavors. "What do you wish to do?" "I can assist. What idea do you have?" General Wushuang queries, with a hint of confusion. Yun Qingyi's lips curl into a slight smile, feigning mystery as she replies, "You'll find out soon." She then calls out into the air, "Zimu, Zishan." As her voice fades, two shadows leap from the earth beside them. General Wushuang squints at the sudden appearance of the pair. Such profound inner strength. I hadn't even sensed anyone following us. "At your service." Zimu and Zishan respond in unison. Yun Qingyi regards their camouflaged attire, her eyes twitching slightly. Such adept disguise. Had I not known they were with us, I would have assumed they weren't. "Which of you possesses superior lightness of foot? I need you to fetch something for me," she instructs them. Zimu steps forward, while Zishan internally laments, "Ah, not again. It's always my brother's tasks. I wish the oracle would assign me something too." Alas. His skills pale in comparison to Zimu's genius. Yun Qingyi beckons Zimu closer and whispers her instructions. Following her command, he vanishes in a flash. Zishan also discreetly follows suit. When Yun Qingyi turns back, Zishan has disappeared. "No need to rush, Zishan. I will require your assistance shortly," she calls out to the surroundings. "Really?" A voice emanates from above her. Glancing up, she discovers Zishan had somehow affixed a piece of bark to a tree, without his head peeking through. She would have never noticed. What a pity he didn't enlist, she muses. Zishan appears before her, discarding the bark and brushing off the dust from his hands. "Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have torn the old tree's bark." Yun Qingyi instructs him to wait for Zimu's return, as there is no need for stealth at this moment. In the span of a tea's brew, approximately 15 minutes later, Zimu returns with the sought-after item. Young Master Ning gazes at the colorful paper for making oiled umbrellas, perplexed. "What is the purpose of this, leader?" "Why, we are crafting windmills." Yun Qingyi replies with a smile, subsequently handing them paper and scissors, guiding them in creating a windmill. As she tests it, the windmill begins to spin. "Have you all grasped the concept? Then let us commence." Though young Master Ning fails to understand the multitude of windmill significance, he diligently works alongside them. After crafting numerous vibrant windmills, Yun Qingyi instructs Zimu and Zishan to adorn the gnarled tree under which the elderly woman sits with their creations. A child emerges to retrieve a ball, noticing Yun Qingyi and the group at the village entrance. "Sister, what are you doing?" he inquires, dashing toward them. Observing the vibrant windmills fluttering in the breeze, Yun Qingyi smiles, her dimples fleetingly visible, akin to a gentle spring breeze that brings warmth and joy. "We are creating spring." The child, captivated by the lush greenery surrounding them, shouts as he races back to the village, "I saw the immortals. They are creating spring." General Wushuang, young Master Ning, and Yun Qingyi exchange amused glances at the child's exuberance. Zimu fetches the carriage, and they ascend to return home. The elderly woman beneath the windmill tree hears the delightful rustling of the windmills and smiles gently. Spring has indeed arrived. Chapter 67. The matchmaking feast of the Vice Captain's daughter. On the return journey, young Master Ning succumbs to his curiosity and voices his question. "Leader, why is spring associated with the auspicious wheel?" Yun Qingyi chuckles softly. "It is due to the sound of the wind. Although she cannot see, she hears it quite clearly." General Wushuang glances at young Master Ning and casually remarks, "Foolishness." The auspicious wheel, also known as the windmill, symbolizes the harmonious balance of the seasons. Though it may appear inconspicuous during the spring festival, it is a common sight on every street. Its little wheels spin to invoke favorable winds and rains, while its gentle drumming echoes the sound of harmony. Thus, spring is indeed a beautiful season. Young Master Ning nods, though somewhat perplexed. He then beams with pride. "Leader, that's truly remarkable. How did you conceive such a notion?" "But why should she feel that spring has arrived? Humans find their greatest happiness when on the cusp of fulfillment," Yun Qingyi replies softly. After saying this, she closes her eyes. succumbing to weariness as soon as she boards the carriage. Thanks to the public service announcements I often saw as a child, these notions are deeply ingrained. It's a pity that they have since been overshadowed by commercial advertisements. I long for those bygone days. The system interjects. Yes, indeed. Many advertisements have left a lasting impression on us. The system responds, but the host is currently in the Qing kingdom, where all is well. Young Master Ning and General Wushuang are left bewildered, pondering. What is daishiji? What is public justice? What is advertisement? Is it widely known? Indeed. The leader is well-versed in many matters. Perhaps she has encountered them in dreams. They muse. That evening, news of their visit to the mass grave reaches the hands of Emperor Xingyuan. Moved by the plight of the two elderly women, he dispatches personnel to investigate the situation. It is highly likely that Song Mingling has passed away and the young Shower remains in the military. Emperor Xingyuan issues a decree granting him a 5-day leave to return home and spend quality time with his mother. Upon returning to the general's residence, General Wushuan's subordinates deliver an invitation to her. She opens it to find a summons from the daughter of the vice-captain, inviting her to a banquet the following day, intended for esteemed guests at her residence. The Qingming festival typically concludes its observances within a day or two, allowing for visits and socializing thereafter. General Wushuang inquires whether young Master Ning and Yun Qingyi wish to attend the banquet. Young Master Ning, having completed his tasks, expresses his eagerness to join. And Yun Qingyi concurs. Suddenly, the system chimes in. Guagua has sensed an opportunity. The banquet hosted by the daughter of the deputy general appears to have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyi's interest was piqued. What motives? She inquired. The young Master Ning also leaned in, eager to uncover the nature of these intentions. The system continued. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow, as our esteemed host is indeed attending the banquet then. Experiencing it firsthand will provide a more immersive understanding of the characters involved. Yun Qingyi agreed. After all, she had never even met the deputy general's daughter. Thus, witnessing the events unfold in person would undoubtedly be more delightful. Meanwhile, the young Master Ning internally lamented. Must I truly wait until tomorrow? My curiosity is utterly ignited. Yet, with the system remaining silent, he could only bide his time, leading to a restless night. On the following day, Yun Qingyi observed the dark circles under young Master Ning's eyes, reminiscent of a national treasure. What is this? Did you suffer from insomnia last night? Young Master Ning, unable to voice his grievances, could only cast a tearful glance at his companion and feebly replied, nothing of consequence. Upon arriving at the Mei residence, Yun Qingyi was taken aback by the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women. Indeed, these striking individuals are a feast for the eyes. Yet, why does this gathering feel more akin to a matchmaking event? The crowd paused momentarily, glancing towards the source of the voice. They recognized the unparalleled General Wushuang alongside a man and a woman, immediately deducing the situation. They had heard tales of a divine maiden from Daxing, appointed as an oracle, capable of conversing with celestial beings. The divine voice, imperceptible to the eye, was inescapable by all, much like General Wushuang's presence on the battlefield. Initially skeptical of supernatural tales, they now found themselves reconsidering. Soon, a woman approached, adorned in a delicate, bright yellow gown, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, her unadorned visage radiating an elegant smile. Sister Wushuang, may I address you as such? Her eyes, deep and luminous, resembled the clarity of autumn waters. General Wushuang nodded in affirmation. Certainly. She had played with Mei Qingluo during their childhood. Mei Qingluo's father was a subordinate of her own. How fortunate. I thought I would never see you again, she exclaimed, lightly patting her chest before suddenly recalling the inappropriateness of her sentiment and swiftly changing the subject. Sister Wushuang, perhaps you and your esteemed guests would like to sit in that courtyard? General Wushuang nodded, understanding that Mei Qingluo was relieved to see her alive, yet worried that memories of her brother might cause discomfort, hence her attempt to divert the conversation. Mei Qingluo, with her characteristic boldness, went on to greet other guests. General Wushuang led young Master Ning and Yun Qingyi to a slightly quieter corner of the courtyard. Mrs. Mei approached Mei Qingluo with a young man, introducing him. Although Yun Qingyi and the others were seated too far to hear, they could discern Mei Qingluo's expressions shift from friendliness to surprise, and finally to displeasure. What could they be discussing that elicits such a colorful array of emotions? The system responded. Mrs. Mei is introducing potential suitors to Miss Mei. She has selected several candidates, intending for her to meet them today, as Miss Mei is approaching the age of maturity and her coming-of-age ceremony is next week. Since she is yet to be betrothed and is disinclined to do so, Mrs. Mei is naturally displeased. After all, it is unusual for a girl of 15 to remain unbetrothed, and finding a suitable husband will only become more challenging with time. Qingyi took a bite of a jujube from the table. It seems that no era escapes the pressure of marriage. The thought of being betrothed at 15 is unimaginable. Fortunately, I relish my freedom. The system couldn't help but interject. Our esteemed host now realizes that the admonitions of her youth were not in vain. She had always insisted she would never marry, to the point where even her father had given up. Qingyi had persistently declared her disinterest in marriage, unwilling to endure the pains of childbirth, especially given the countless tales of tragic outcomes. Having lived only into her 20s in her past life, she now yearned for a joyful existence, hoping to live 100 years. Several candidates? What about this one? The system began. This gentleman is quite talented, Mrs. May has recognized his potential and believes he could achieve great success. Qingyi noticed the pair approaching. Here they come. Let me see what they discuss. Mei Qingluo led the young man toward them, but a screen obstructed their view. The two sat at a small table across from one another. The young man immediately began sipping tea. Out of politeness, Mei Qingluo asked, "Are you parched, young Master Zhang? Would you like another pot of tea?" "Yes, please, Miss May. I seldom come across such fine tea. I usually drink boiled water," young Master Zhang replied. Mei Qingluo appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating this reason. Qingyi chuckled at the scholar's self-deprecating remarks about his tea preferences. Chapter 68. Such odd characters exist in every matchmaking scenario. The scholar then shifted the topic. "I have heard that Miss May is the sole daughter of Lord May. To marry her would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Why is that?"
Mei Qingluo questioned, puzzled.
The scholar gazed around the expansive courtyard, expressing envy. To possess such vast wealth and a grand estate is something to be admired. Mei Qingluo, not entirely grasping his meaning, replied, "All that was earned by my father through his own sacrifices. It belongs to my parents." "I meant in the future," the scholar clarified. Mei Qingluo, now understanding, retorted, "Even if that is true, it still belongs to me. What does it have to do with my future husband? Is not the wife's dowry also part of the husband's?" The scholar took a sip from his teacup, gazing at the courtyard, and sighed. Mei Qingluo was rendered speechless, choosing not to engage further. Noticing her silence, the scholar, believing himself to be considerate, asked, "Why does Miss May not respond to me? Why should I?" Mei Qingluo rolled her eyes. The scholar, with a sense of entitlement, insisted, "Are we not here to meet? Do you truly think this is merely a meeting? What an audacious assumption. You expect me to entertain you." Mei Qingluo suppressed the urge to strike him. The scholar merely chuckled. "Yet, miss, you are quite beautiful. However, your appearance is rather peculiar," Mei Qingluo retorted with a cold laugh. The scholar countered, "Not at all. Many women have expressed admiration for me." Mei Qingluo could no longer contain herself and splashed water in his face, exclaiming, "Bah! What nonsense! A scholar like you claiming to be educated. Does your so-called wisdom teach you to covet others' fortunes? If so, I would like to see which sage's teachings endorse such twisted principles." Wiping the tea stains from his face, the scholar declared, "Such crude behavior is unbecoming. The matter of marriage is a significant one. To have a man in the household is essential for stability. Miss May, being young, does not yet comprehend the advantages of having a male presence." With a thud, Mei Qingluo slammed her teacup on the table, declaring, "If having a man is so beneficial, why does young Master Zhang not seek a man to marry and bring him home?" Qingyi could hardly contain her laughter. Every matchmaking scenario seems to feature such peculiar characters. This impoverished scholar is utterly hilarious, lacking both wealth and humility, yet brimming with misplaced confidence. He has already attempted to stake a claim on Miss May's fortunes. The system interjected, "Indeed. He is eyeing Mei Qingluo's wealth while expecting her to bear his children without contributing a single coin." Hearing Qingyi and the system's comments, the scholar attempted to respond, "Yes," but was rendered mute, as if grasped by an invisible hand around his throat. He tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Miss, I hear you have little interest in traditional feminine pursuits, favoring martial skills instead. Such a rough demeanor is unlikely to win a man's affection." Mei Qingluo, incensed, shot back, "You dare to criticize me? General Wushuang, whom even the emperor admires, is a woman of strength. Are you casting doubt on the emperor's judgment? If you believe that the battlefield is trivial, why not step onto it yourself? How dare you hide behind the peace won by General Wushuang while casting aspersions on those who truly deserve the title of talented?" Her neck flushed with indignation. The unparalleled general's eyes flickered slightly as she grasped her sword and proceeded to the adjacent room. "Oh, I am indeed curious to hear how a woman skilled in the art of weaponry presents herself, the general remarked with a hint of disdain. Upon seeing the general, the scholar hastily knelt, bowing his head in apology. I was unaware that the esteemed general was present and inadvertently offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. I recognize my error. The general unsheathed her sword, pressing it lightly against his neck, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Weren't you quite eloquent just a moment ago? I am but a rough individual, adept only in the handling of blades. I may not possess your extensive knowledge of the classics, yet it seems you lack even the most basic skills in martial arts. Indeed, the unparalleled general is strikingly gallant. It is I who failed to recognize such splendor. I am deserving of my fate. I acknowledge my transgressions, the scholar replied, slapping his own face in remorse. Initially at the banquet, the general had only intended to frighten him. She sheathed her sword and muttered, "Leave." The very sound of his earlier speech had already nauseated her. What does it matter how one wields a weapon? I, the heir, take great delight in such matters. Others may not dare, but I certainly will. Ning, the young heir, leaned against a pillar, addressing the scholar. After expressing his thanks, the scholar scurried away in a flurry. Sister Wushuang, I apologize for the disturbance, Mei Qingluo said, lowering her head, her demeanor somewhat dejected, having lost face before her idol. The general, noticing her despondency, gently patted her head. It is of no concern. This has nothing to do with you. There is no fault to be found. Hearing these words, Mei Qingluo suddenly lifted her head, her sparkling eyes fixed on the general. Before long, a maid approached, requesting Mei Qingluo's presence, as Madame Mei sought her. Mei Qingluo complied and, after a brief interval, returned with a gentleman. Yun Qing glanced at the man, noting his notably dark complexion. He was clearly overweight and stood shorter than Mei Qingluo, who was approximately 1.7 meters tall, while he seemed to measure around 1.65 meters. Surely, this cannot be a suitor? She mused, finding Madame Mei's judgment lacking. The system chuckled. Indeed, esteemed host. You are correct. This man is a businessman, possessing a modest fortune, thus classified as a minor wealthy individual. Observing the man's dark skin, Yun Qing quipped. Surely, he cannot be a coal miner. Even coal barons do not look this dark. His complexion was almost akin to that of a black person, which was indeed rare in this era. The businessman sat opposite Mei Qingluo, appraising her. Miss Mei, you are naturally beautiful and astute. I presume you are aware of my intentions? I shall not beat around the bush. Mei Qingluo nodded, though reluctant to engage. She felt compelled to heed her mother's wishes. The businessman continued, I have heard that you have a fondness for firearms? Influenced by her father from a young age, she indeed enjoyed weaponry, though her mother forbade her from such pursuits. Hence, she often sneaked into the city's open areas to practice in secret. Once, when a thief attempted to rob an elderly woman, she subdued him with a spear, earning a reputation throughout the city for her martial prowess. Yes, I have a refined interest in weaponry, Mei Qingluo readily admitted. The businessman clapped his hands in approval. Excellent. A robust physique is essential to endure my company. I possess a particular taste for intimate matters. Miss Mei, with your delicate form, alluring curves, and bright eyes paired with cherry-red lips, you are indeed a stunning beauty. After a pause, he added, rest assured, should you marry into my household, I will provide you with 50 taels of silver monthly to ensure your comfort. And 100 taels would be no issue at all. Yun Qing, sipping tea, suddenly spat it out, splattering Ning, the young heir. I apologize, she stammered, hastily offering a handkerchief to clean him. Ning accepted the cloth, wiping his face, aware that his companion had struggled to contain her laughter. Chapter 69. The soldiers remained behind, while the unscrupulous man, fearing rejection, hastily added, I possess several properties in various cities. Miss Mei may reside wherever she pleases. What do you think, Miss Mei? Moreover, the matters of love and desire are natural. You do not mind, do you? Mei Qingluo responded with a cold laugh. Does Master Li lack a mirror at home? The businessman, misconstruing her inquiry as regarding her appearance, replied, Of course, I have one. Oh, I had assumed you did not. If you do, then it's simple. Upon returning, look into your mirror and reflect before you depart. Farewell, Mei Qingluo mocked, her laughter tinged with derision. Yun Qing silently criticized. Do not let his jovial demeanor fool you. His standards are quite high. A voluptuous figure and charming features are merely the basics. The system concurred, exactly. One must not step outside without an awareness of their own appearance. Yun Qing chuckled. This man is hardly taller than a melon, yet his ambitions soar sky high. With a stature barely reaching 4 or 5 feet, he would be overlooked in the streets, and he believes he can offer 100 taels? One might mistake it for 100 taels of gold. The businessman's face flushed crimson, resembling a heated iron as he muttered, "Very well, Miss May. Your pride is formidable. I am unworthy to serve you. I shall decline Madame May's proposal." With that, he threw aside his sleeves in frustration and stormed off. Mei Qingluo managed a bitter smile. Ning could not resist a jab. What gives him the audacity to presume his wealth is extraordinary. Indeed. Whether he possessed true capability remained uncertain, a notion Yunqing wholeheartedly endorsed. 50 taels might be a fortune for an ordinary family, but for them, it was little more than pocket change. Shortly thereafter, another approached Mei Qingluo. This time it was the real Madame May, who beckoned her amidst the crowd, stating they would step out for a brief while. Yunqing stood among the throng, munching on seeds, pondering, isn't Madame May arranging a match for her? After 2 failed attempts, why must they go out again? The system clarified, Madame May intends to introduce her to her nephew, who is also Mei Qingluo's cousin. He currently serves as a 100-man commander in the military, overseeing 100 soldiers in management and tactical execution. She has seen him in childhood, but he has since gone to the army, and they have not met again. With him back on leave, Madame May wishes for them to reunite, ideally to solidify their bond, keeping the family wealth within. Yunqing fell silent. Madame May's judgment is questionable. The previous 2 suitors were peculiar. What of this cousin? Wait, aren't he cousins too closely related for marriage? Yunqing was taken aback. Others around them were equally puzzled. Why can't cousins marry? As voices rose in confusion, they found themselves silenced, as if under a spell, compelled to listen quietly. The system chuckled. This cousin is not a virtuous man, and of course, they are unaware of the reasons against close-kin marrying. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, the revelation tearing through the night like a whip, leaving them in astonished disbelief. Is it truly forbidden for close relatives to wed? Yunqing began to express her thoughts. Marrying within close kin increases the risk of hereditary diseases in offspring, such as congenital deafness, and may lead to physical defects, intellectual disabilities, or congenital deformities. In severe cases, it could even result in the newborn's demise. Imagining such a fate, she shook her head vigorously. This cannot happen. Mei Qingluo is a breathtaking beauty. Should she marry her cousin, the possibility of bearing a deformed or intellectually impaired child would be a tragedy for both her and the child. Direct blood relatives or those within 3 generations must be prohibited from marrying. Yunqing's words undoubtedly detonated a bomb in the hearts of the crowd, shattering their composure. While cousin marriages were not uncommon, most were based on familial connections. Unions within the same family typically stemmed from a desire to prevent the family fortune from falling into outsider hands, or to ensure that their children would not face injustice within their own lineage. The notion that such unions could harbor significant risks for offspring was a revelation to them. It was one thing to suggest that children born from cousin marriages might be problematic. After all, children from other unions often face challenges in survival, with many succumbing to early mortality or suffering from frailty. Thus, the idea had never crossed their minds until now. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, the air thick with an indescribable shock. Lady May's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils glimmering with incredulity. To think that cousin marriages could entail such grave dangers. She had meticulously chosen a match for her daughter, hoping merely to enhance her happiness, never anticipating such dire consequences. Qingyi and the system were fully engrossed in the unfolding drama. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, marriage is ill-advised. Lady May possesses admirable qualities, yet her judgment in selecting a son-in-law leaves much to be desired. This cousin is hardly a virtuous man. Marrying him would thrust Miss May into the role of a stepmother. In that moment, Qingyi felt a sense of disbelief wash over her. Why would she become a stepmother? This cousin, having lost his wife, is still being introduced to Mei Qingla? Lady May's standards seemed alarmingly low. Lady May herself doubted her own hearing. How could her nephew, who lacked a household of his own, possibly be considered as a stepfather? No, I did not. I selected with great care. How could I possibly harm my own daughter? Unfortunately, Qingyi remained unaware of Lady May's true intentions. Had she known, she would have retorted that the pretense of acting in her daughter's best interests while hastening her marriage to another was hardly benevolent. The system soon clarified. Although this cousin is not married, he does have a warm maidservant who bore him 2 children, a fact known to his parents, who have kept it a closely guarded secret. After Mei Qingla marries him, he will likely plead that it was merely a matter of leaving heirs before going off to war, and then pass those children off to her. Upon hearing this, Qingyi felt a surge of anger, wishing to strike out. Warm maidservants typically engage in relations with their masters, but lack formal recognition. However, if they bear children, especially sons, they may be elevated to the status of concubines. Isn't this just the epitome of a scoundrel? Avoid this disaster at all costs. It's utterly revolting. Is this not deceit? Deceiving young women and warm maidservants. Surely these young lords do not all keep them? The young ladies present murmured in outrage. How shameless. To hide the existence of a warm maidservant while courting is a betrayal of trust. They scrutinized the young gentlemen around them, searching for signs of hidden maidservants in their lives. The young lords protested, no. That scoundrel cannot control his own affairs. We are not like him. We are still pure. Chapter 70. One woman, two husbands, father and son together. The young lords were indignant. That man was lower than the filth of the earth. If you have a warm maidservant, at least give us a heads up. Some could accept it, but can such a deception truly last a lifetime? And to pass off children as heirs to a legitimate wife, how could a person stoop so low? Lady May's complexion turned pale, as if all vitality had drained from her. She nearly stumbled, steadied only by the support of Maid Qingyi. She had nearly led her daughter to marry a wolf in sheep's clothing, selecting a suitor who was increasingly despicable with each revelation. Thankfully, the suitors were eager to exchange marriage contracts, allowing her to suggest that her daughter choose for herself. Had her daughter been deceived into marriage, the life she would have led was unfathomable. Maid Qingyi's expression reflected shock. It truly was a lesson in not judging a book by its cover. Although she had little interaction with this cousin, she sensed a facade of perfection that seemed too orchestrated. The system continued. That is not entirely accurate. Most young lords possess commendable character. Yet the few selected by Lady May are indeed lacking. They may not boast the wealth, talent, or familial connections of her preferred suitors, but their integrity is evident. Not just in grand gestures, but in the minutiae of their behavior. The young lords chimed in. Exactly. We are not scoundrels. We are good men. Do not condemn us all for the actions of one. Qingyi offered an awkward smile. All right, perhaps I overreacted and nearly misjudged you all. But how could that scoundrel be so certain that Maid Qingyi would marry him and accept his illegitimate children? The system replied, he is drawn to Maid Qingyi's family background. While Lady May perceives him as honest and reliable, he is confident in his ability to gain the approval of the May family. Once married, he will conceal the truth as long as possible. If discovered, he would kneel before her, claiming it was merely to ensure heirs before departing for war, insisting that the warm maidservant was a gift from his mother. She would hardly dare question her aunt, willing to endure the humiliation. His mother would emphasize her desire to see grandchildren, invoking the notion of lineage, knowing Maid Qingyi would accept the child out of her inherent kindness. Qingyi scoffed in disbelief. Pa. The crowd echoed her sentiment. Pa. Young Lord Ning added, I too express my disdain. Truly, it was shameless. Qingyi could hardly find words to describe this scoundrel. Such moral coercion. He offers nothing of value, yet fears she might demand something in return. The system chuckled, because he fears she might actually take him up on it. However, that cousin is equally unaware. The warm maidservant is not solely a gift from his mother, but also involves his father. Qingyi pondered this revelation. How so? The system elaborated. The warm maidservant had a close relationship with his father, initially targeting his father's concubine, which led to her entanglement with him. His father, once a promising officer, fell from grace after an accident left him incapacitated. His mother, disillusioned by her husband's decline, lost interest. The maidservant's attentiveness charmed him, and when she proposed becoming a concubine, he, fearing his wife's family's influence, deflected her advances. Unexpectedly, the maidservant became pregnant. His father, elated at the prospect of an overdue child, realized that concealing the pregnancy would be challenging and decided to send the maidservant to serve a son instead. After a discussion with his wife, they deemed it acceptable. On the first night, he administered a drug to his son, ensuring that when the cousin awoke, he would believe he had successfully taken the maidservant's virginity upon seeing blood on the sheets. Thus, the first child was born, with his mother delighting in the arrival of her grandson, oblivious to the fact that he was her husband's illegitimate child. The true grandson was the younger child. While the cousin's father visited the maidservant frequently, one woman serving two husbands, a family affair. Upon hearing this, Qingyi exclaimed in astonishment, incredible. So the eldest son is actually his own brother. Truly, like father, like son, this revelation is utterly delightful. The audience, initially shocked, soon found the absurdity amusing, ultimately exhaling a breath of unexpected relief. Lady May, overwhelmed with anger, felt her vision darken, caught in a tumult of emotions that were both infuriating and comical. She resolved to visit her nephew's household immediately to discern the truth for herself. Qingyi smirked at the unfolding drama. Fortunately, this scoundrel is not present. Had he been here, I would certainly have unleashed a barrage of invective upon him, allowing him to witness what it truly means to deliver 800 insults devoid of vulgarity. After all, I have previously worked as a telephone customer service representative, and even the great sage would need to make 800 calls before departing. The onlookers exclaimed, "Go ahead and curse. We too wish to learn how to unleash 800 insults without resorting to foul language. However, what is this Dianhua Kufu and who is the great sage? Are they celestial beings?" The system interjected, "Impressive, esteemed host. However, you might consider passionately confronting him directly. Madame May is preparing to find her nephew. Perhaps she has been waiting too long to meet him and intends to bring Mei Qingluo along. Would you like to join? Esteemed host?" Qingyi shook her head. "Compared to those keyboard warriors online, I still fall short. They can effortlessly type a few words that can obliterate lives. Never mind, they are on a blind date. What purpose do I have there? It's sufficient for me to enjoy my melon seeds here." After saying this, she picked up a green jujube and began to munch on it. The gathered crowd questioned, "What is Wangland who is giant Pangxia? Can they truly take lives, like executioners?" Madame May indeed prepared to set out, initially intending to take her daughter for a meeting. This time, she sought to gather intelligence. Madame May led Mei Qingluo out, while the others in the courtyard formed numerous small groups to chat, but a keen observer might notice the absence of several individuals. A few young gentlemen followed her outside, eager to indulge in gossip. The others, remaining behind, felt no concern about missing out on subsequent events. Those who ventured out would surely bring back news, especially with this divine oracle guiding them to enjoy the spectacle. Though the textual accounts may lack the thrill of visual ones, their imaginations were vibrant, surely no less captivating than the actual scenes. Qingyi had just cracked open a sunflower seed when the system suddenly announced, "Esteemed host, just now, Madame May and Miss May were on their way to the Sun residence to find that cousin Sun Tianqi. On the way, they chanced upon Sun Tianqi, who was holding a young son in one arm and leading his elder son by the hand. Upon his return, he had gone directly to the courtyard of his concubine to bring gifts for his two sons, intending to stay there for half an hour before coming back." Chapter 71. The Sun residence is in chaos. Drink it in. Qingyi munched on a sunflower seed. What a true battleground for gossip. Such a riveting scene. Did Madame May not rush in and cause a commotion? The attentive crowd agreed. Were it them, they would have charged in with sticks, ready to unleash chaos. The system provided Qingyi with real-time updates. Madame May, upon witnessing that glaring scene, felt her eyes nearly blinded by the affectionate tableau of the family of four. While the concubine stood shyly, her head bowed. Without a moment's hesitation, Madame May charged at Sun Tianqi, raking her nails across his face, neck, hands, and arms, leaving his hair in disarray and his clothes torn with multiple holes. She clawed at him while vociferously denouncing him as a scoundrel, a wretch who deceived her, his aunt, and dared to keep a concubine. The concubine, acutely aware of the family's secrets, opted not to expose them. She would allow them to confess themselves. And Madame May shifted her approach to extract information. As she advanced, Sun Tianqi recognized his aunt and exclaimed, "Aunt, please remain calm. What concubine? How could I possibly keep a concubine? This is the widow of my deceased friend S. Orphan. You are mistaken. Cousin, please persuade my aunt." While Sun Tianqi defended himself, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, always conjuring countermeasures at the first sign of trouble. Madame May landed 2 resounding slaps upon him, exclaiming, "Nephew, how could you be so foolish? Your mother has failed to teach you properly. Let your aunt instruct you in how to be a decent person." Afterward, she took a step back, produced a handkerchief to wipe her hands, and commanded the 6 household servants behind her, "Bind him." Thus, Madame May, resplendent and imposing, led the servants as they escorted Sun Tianqi towards the Sun residence. The concubine, paralyzed with fear, dared not breathe. As the 2 children began to cry, the servants swiftly covered their mouths and carried them away. She was eager to see how they would squirm with both witness and evidence at hand. Upon arriving at the Sun residence, Sun Madam and her husband were already aware of the tumult that had arisen. News had reached them before they even arrived. "Sister, what is the meaning of this? To humiliate my son in such a manner, what remains of the Sun family's dignity?" Sun Madam scolded, clutching her handkerchief, embodying the persona of the matriarch. Madame May smiled and replied, "Sister, you jest. We are blood sisters. How could I possibly humiliate my nephew? It is entirely due to his outrageous behavior. So young and already keeping a concubine. Should this news leak, it would reflect poorly on you and your husband. Thus, I brought the concubine and her children before you, so you may properly educate your nephew. This is indeed a grave mistake. She paused, adding, this child, upon encountering me, refused to speak the truth, and the two children of the concubine were delightedly calling him father. I also extend my congratulations to you for gaining a golden grandson. Madame May stirred the pot, attracting an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. Sun Tianqi's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, as if a mere poke would shatter him. How could his long-held secret be exposed so suddenly? If he had gone to the May residence sooner, would this have been avoided? Concubines are illicit and detestable. Both the ones who keep them and those who seek them are subject to scorn. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, occasionally pointing at Sun Tianqi and the concubine, hurling insults. He is no decent person. This young master of the Sun family, if I recall correctly, has yet to marry, and he is already keeping a concubine? What a hypocritical, despicable, and shameless scoundrel. A heartless man, one given to debauchery. The insults grew increasingly harsh, and Sun Madame's expression darkened. She realized this matter must be suppressed, lest it tarnish her son's reputation and jeopardize any prospects for marrying another young lady. Oh, dear sister, it is merely a misunderstanding. This young lady is a servant I arranged for Qingyi's concubine, and as for these two children, they are not suitable for the Sun residence. Hence they are raised elsewhere. Sun Madame feigned a smile. Sun Father chimed in. Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding. I neglected to inform you earlier. Madame May regarded her sister and brother-in-law with icy disdain. She had regarded them as family, while they treated her as an outsider. Oh. It seems the fault lies with me. If it is a misunderstanding, then let him go. She casually instructed the nearby servants. The servants untied Sun Tianqi and released him. Fearing her sister's wrath, Sun Madame hurriedly reassured her. Not at all, sister. Your intentions are good. It is merely that I have been overwhelmed with trifles and forgot to mention it. Rest assured, once Luo'er marries into the Sun residence, all accounts will be entrusted to her. She will always be the legitimate wife. They still harbored hopes for Mei Qingluo's marriage into their family. Madame May rolled her eyes. Deciding not to engage in their circular arguments any longer, she stated bluntly, forget it. My daughter will not come to this den of iniquity. In fact, I saw my brother-in-law enter this woman's courtyard yesterday while in town, and I sent someone to keep watch. Can you guess how long he stayed inside? Madame May fixed her gaze on Sun Father. Sun Father could not meet her eyes, his gaze betraying his anxiety and guilt. Then he recalled that his visit to the concubine's courtyard was sanctioned by his wife, and he steadied himself. No one could possibly know about that. Yet, he soon felt a sense of foreboding. Sun Madame remained unfazed as Madame May dropped the bombshell. My brother-in-law did not leave until late at night. Upon exiting, he was quite affectionate with this woman, lingering before departing. At first glance, I thought this child was my brother-in-law's, for he bears such a striking resemblance. As fate would have it, I happened to pass by her courtyard today and was taken aback to witness her once again in the company of her nephew. My sister appears truly dazed. The maidservant, whom my sister refers to as the warm chambermaid, I cannot help but wonder, who does she truly serve? My brother-in-law or the nephew? Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Sun's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted on the spot, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Turning to glance at her husband, though he maintained a facade of strength and composure, beads of sweat dotted his brow. Surely, she was well aware of her husband's character. She pinched her own hand fiercely, determined not to succumb to her fury, and gritted her teeth as she inquired of the maid, Zhao Fu, who stood beside Sun Tianqi. Pray tell, is there any truth to this? Whose child is Rongrong? And what of Jishuan? The maidservant, trembling in terror, dared not respond, her gaze cast downward. Sun Tianqi's complexion was darker than a soot-covered pot, a sight that was indeed alarming.
Funyang, speak.
What my aunt has said cannot possibly be true, can it? How could you possibly have a connection to my father? He clutched the warm chambermaid's garment, his voice a heart-wrenching roar. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Mr. Sun swiftly intervened, his fury boiling over as he exclaimed, What nonsense are you all spouting? My visit to Zhao Fu was merely to deliver some clothing for the two children. Whatever she says is a blatant slander. Mrs. May observed the man before her, now cornered and desperate, and could only smirk. Truly, he was cut from the same cloth, refusing to acknowledge his own misdeeds. The Sun household was in utter disarray. And so let them stew in their own chaos. Chapter 72. The jealousy between sisters. Mrs. May chuckled softly. Oh,
Is that so?
then does my brother-in-law dare to take a blood oath to confirm his paternity? Upon finishing her jest, she chuckled to herself once more. I almost forgot. You would certainly claim your lineage to the Sun family, and thus it would blend seamlessly. After all, this is precisely the scheme you have concocted, ensuring that no suspicion would ever fall upon you. At that moment, Mr. Sun's expression darkened to a stormy hue, ominous and foreboding. A cold sweat trickled down his spine as he trembled, overwhelmed by an acute sense of dread and uncertainty. How could she possibly know? This matter was known only to him and Zhao Fu. Mrs. May delicately swept her sleeve and addressed Mrs. Sun. Sister, consider whether there have been any peculiarities with my brother-in-law in recent years. Or, if you doubt my words, perhaps you could send someone to thoroughly search this maidservant's quarters. I am certain you will uncover a wealth of evidence. Wouldn't you agree, brother-in-law? At this moment, Mr. Sun felt as though he were juggling 15 buckets of water, anxious and unsettled. To search would undoubtedly yield some clues. What other recourse did he have? Mrs. May glanced at Mrs. Sun before continuing. Were I in your position, I would ensure that such a lowly servant who ensnares her master would be flayed, have her teeth pulled, and be pricked with needles before being tossed to the tigers, to see if she would dare to utter the truth. Mrs. Sun, incensed, shot to her feet, her chest heaving violently, her lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched, her expression rigid, and her eyes flickering with furious sparks.
Someone.
Go thoroughly scour that wretched maid's courtyard. She commanded the servants to search the maid's quarters. The maid, realizing her impending doom, felt a chill run down her spine. The punishment of being tossed to the tigers was a brutal and merciless ordeal. Clothes would be stripped away, and the victim would be thrown into a sack, along with rats and snakes, as well as firecrackers that had just been ignited. The explosions would frighten the rodents and serpents, causing them to thrash about in panic, leading to a frenzy of bites and scratches upon the condemned.
Yet,
the ordeal did not cease there. The injured would then be submerged in salt water. Master, save me. The maid knelt pitifully on the ground, her large eyes glistening with tears, exuding an aura of heartbreaking vulnerability. Mr. Sun's countenance resembled that of a frostbitten eggplant, utterly ghastly. How could this matter have been uncovered? Where had it gone awry? Meanwhile, Sun Tianqi's expression was akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, aghast to discover that Fu Niang indeed had an extraordinary connection with his father. Mrs. Sun was nearly overcome with rage and struck the maid across the face multiple times. You wretched servant, daring to overstep your bounds. Do you think I put you to death for your insolence? She spat as she continued to strike her. Mr. Sun, displeased, interjected, if you kill her, how will I find joy? After all, I have finally garnered admiration from someone who often dotes on me. Enough. What sort of display is this? Where is the dignity of the mistress of the household? He scolded sharply. Mrs. Sun, only fueled by further ire, retaliated, striking him as well.
Fool.
Useless. You cannot even control yourself, and this mess is entirely your doing. The maid, witnessing her master being struck, swiftly shielded him, which only deepened Mr. Sun's emotions.
Well.
What a pair of dogs. I shall strike you both. Mrs. Sun felt her heart pierced by their apparent affection for one another. Sun Tianqi found himself caught in a dilemma. Torn between the mother of his child and his biological parents, it was a painful predicament, regardless of whom he chose to support. Mother! Mother! The two children cried out from the sidelines. In that moment, Sun Tianqi, too, wished to cry out for his mother, who would come to his rescue.
Yet,
continuing this violence was not a solution, and he rushed to pull his mother away, only to witness his father strike her once more. Mrs. Sun glared fiercely at Sun Tianqi, her eyes brimming with resentment. What? My dear son is now to stand against me and support this wretched servant? Sun Tianqi quickly released his mother, hastily clarifying, No, mother, I did not. Just as he let go, she lunged forward again, and chaos ensued once more. This time, Sun Tianqi seized the maid, pulling her aside, while Mrs. Sun attempted to charge once more, delivering several forceful slaps to the maid's face. Sun Ling, you. The maid's eyes brimmed with tears, sparkling like morning dew, her pitiable demeanor evoking sympathy. Sun Tianqi was left with no choice but to release his hold. It seemed that anyone he attempted to aid was met with resistance. Observing the tumultuous scuffle between the three, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Though he possessed some strength, he was no match for the three who were blinded by rage, and he too was caught in the fray. Mrs. May surveyed the chaos before her and summoned someone to fetch Mrs. Sun's cherished dog from the backyard, along with a few chickens, and released them into the fray. The more chaotic, the better. Wouldn't he? The sight of flying chickens and frenzied dogs only add to the spectacle? Thus, the cries of the children, the curses of the participants, and the laughter of onlookers echoed for an extended period. Ultimately, it was only when the elder Mrs. Sun intervened that this farce came to a halt, with the participants reluctantly ceasing their hostilities. After a series of violent exchanges, Mr. Sun's hair was left in disarray, his face marred by a deep gash, blood streaming down. Mrs. Sun's hair was a tangled mess, her face and clothing splattered with blood, presenting a truly terrifying sight. The maid's eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts, her nose askew, her lips torn, her entire visage resembling a crumpled piece of paper, a pitiful sight indeed. Only Sun Tianqi fared slightly better, with a bump on his forehead and his clothing and hair in disarray. Clearly, Mrs. Sun still had some fight left in her. Sinking to the ground, Mrs. Sun began to berate Mr. Sun and the others. Ha! How splendid! My husband, assisting a mere warm chamber maid in striking me.
Sun Yuchuan.
Has her conscience been devoured by dogs? That wretched servant is nothing more than a maid, a lowly servant. She then pointed accusingly at Sun Tianqi, whom I bore for 10 long months. This is how you repay me. You cannot even keep your own warm chamber maid in check, allowing that wretched servant to take advantage. Sun Tianqi, unable to articulate his point, found himself bewildered by such absurdity. Mrs. Sun turned her gaze toward the youthful and graceful Mrs. May, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. Ha ha. I, Gu Ziang, have never once bested you, Gu Zian. I believed I had chosen a fine husband, with boundless prospects, only to find myself crippled halfway through, stripped of my military rank. You, Gu Zian, have never lacked admirers. You wed a mere soldier, yet within a few years, he ascended to the rank of deputy officer, a 6th rank. Now he is close to being promoted to an official position. And here you are reveling in my misfortune, my son, my husband. Ha ha ha, how splendid. Upon hearing these words, Mrs. May instinctively took a step back, her face a mask of disbelief and shock. She could hardly believe that her own sister harbored such jealousy towards her. How could there be jealousy among blood relatives? The venerable matriarch of the Sun family struck the ground forcefully with her cane, declaring, Gu, you have always been assertive. If only you could soften your approach and act a bit coy with your husband, such a farce would never have occurred. You never reflect on your own shortcomings. Eventually, the matriarch ordered the maid and the 2 children to be sent away to her private residence. After all, they were all of the Sun lineage, and should be preserved. As for the maid's retention, she was well aware of her son's character. Chapter 73. The emperor convened an urgent meeting late into the night. If the maid were not retained, he would seek someone outside, which would further tarnish their reputation. Regarding Tianqi, he could find him a wife to see him through the rest of his life. However, it seemed unlikely that a wealthy girl would find him appealing. Perhaps a pure-hearted woman would suffice. Meanwhile, Madame May severed all ties and relationships between the 2 families. Qingyi felt quite reflective after hearing the entire saga. This family lacks any virtuous members. I wish I could interview my cousin for his thoughts, haha. The system chuckled softly. I fear that Sun Tianqi will never wish to see them again, as one of the children is his brother, and the other, his son. They will forever remain as thorns in his heart, impossible to remove or forget. As for the maid, he is indifferent, after all. His grandmother has promised to find him a suitable match. Others who heard the news were equally astonished, deeming it a remarkable tale. It seemed that the Sun family would likely become the subject of gossip, ultimately turning into a mere jest. After the banquet concluded, General Wushuang and his companions returned to the general's residence, exhausted from the afternoon's entertainment. After dinner, Qingyi found herself lost in thought, feeling quite bored. She had forgotten to bring her reading material, having left in a bit of a hurry. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Xiaoya went to answer it. Young Master Ning entered, carrying a platter of reading materials. Upon seeing Qingyi resting her head on the table, he chuckled. I knew you would be bored. Look what I've brought you. Qingyi lifted her head, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Reading materials? Speak of the devil. She had just been wishing for something to read, and here it was, like a pillow being offered just as she was feeling drowsy. She picked up a book, skimmed its summary, set it down, and reached for another, flipping through its pages. She continued this process, examining 5 or 6 volumes, all of a similar genre. Why are they all tales of wealthy young ladies eloping with impoverished scholars to find happiness, or fishermen discovering sea goddesses and leading picturesque lives? It appears dark fairy tales have existed far earlier than I thought. If the wealthy young ladies are running off with scholars, how can that be blissful? They were once carefree. Running off with a scholar means worrying about food and clothing. The scholar can barely sustain himself. How can he support another? And if she is a goddess, why not return to her celestial realm instead of living an ordinary life with a fisherman, bearing children? Is her lineage truly compatible? Only someone with a twisted mind would find that appealing. Whenever I recall that line from The Beauty, Daddy, it infuriates me. Why does everyone assume that wealthy young ladies are so easily deceived? Young Master Ning was momentarily taken aback by her tirade. He had never considered this aspect before. The system chimed in. Indeed, these tales are penned by the impoverished scholars themselves. They concoct narratives that favor them, as these stories can earn them silver to support their households while simultaneously attracting the attention of bored wealthy young ladies. If they were to encounter one in reality, those ladies would merely be curious, as the thrill of fiction becoming reality is far more potent. Qingyi was left speechless. Everyone desires to soar to greater heights, to become a phoenix. Everyone aspires to be Dongyong, marrying the seven fairies. Is the tale of Niulong and Jinu not also a myth? If one genuinely cares for her, why not strive to excel and marry a wealthy young lady? If one truly loves her, should they not endeavor to cultivate their skills and attain immortality? Immortal beings live for eternity. To pull her into the mundane for a few decades of happiness versus a myriad of years, which is preferable? It is rather selfish. One should broaden their horizons. At the very least, one should learn from the princes of the western regions, who would rather harm themselves than their first love. Those princes act, unlike these commoners who merely hide behind their tails, crafting narratives that serve their interests. The system wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, their vision is far too narrow. Much like a fruit that never produces seeds, merely a laborer in the melon fields. They do not fabricate facts. They eat what is given. Qingyi continued to sift through the reading materials, determined to find something that diverged from the expected narratives. To her surprise, she indeed stumbled upon a gem. And her interest was piqued. Young Master Ning, noticing the sudden silence, felt something was amiss. When he glanced up to see Qingyi holding a particular book, his heart skipped a beat.
No.
Older sister, let me explain. These books were brought by the servants. I have no idea how this one ended up here, he exclaimed, trying to snatch the book from her grasp. When the pile of reading materials was delivered, he had taken them without a second glance, unaware that this particular volume was mixed in. Qingyi deftly evaded his grasp and chuckled. No worries, we're all friends here. Good things should definitely be shared. I adore the reds, whites, greens, blacks, blues, purples, and yellows. This is undoubtedly a colorful comic. And a pictorial book at that. Oh, this beauty. Such grace in her movements, so enchanting and alluring. And this dashing prince, a paragon of elegance. The story unfolds from their meeting to their love affair, complete with a coherent narrative arc. How have I never encountered such a work before? This was not merely a visual delight. It was imbued with plot and passion, tantalizing the viewer. Unlike the current fare, which was painfully bland, so clear that it lacked substance, for clear waters yield no fish. A slight hint of stream of consciousness would be reined back in, rendering the experience utterly meaningless. I'm going to lose my mind. The system, devoid of any emotional nuance, remarked. Guagua does not comprehend, but host, that term paragon of elegance is merely an idiom. You cannot truly see it. These tales have been selected by Mu Jin and Qing Dai, and it is impossible for such a narrative to exist within them. Host, you appear so vibrant. It seems young Master Ning is still here. At the system's prompting, Qingyi finally looked up to see young Master Ning lingering at the entrance. Are you still here? You should return and rest. I'll finish these reading materials and return them to you. However, young Master Ning intended to object. Qingyi promptly stood, pushing him out the door. She then resumed her examination of the illustrated volumes, becoming so engrossed that she lost track of time, with the system reminding her several times to sleep. All right. I understand. I'll sleep after finishing this chapter, just a little more to read. Meanwhile, within the palace, the halls were ablaze with light as Emperor Qingyuan scrutinized the reports that had been relayed. He summoned his senior ministers and experienced physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau to deliberate on matters of state. The discussion centered on the implications of consanguinity within 3 generations, whether it could lead to deformities, diseases, or difficulties in raising children, and what of 5 generations? The assembly collectively perused the documentation, and ultimately, Zhang Lingzhou summarized, affirming the divine oracle's assertion that marriage among close relatives within 3 generations was inadvisable. Consequently, Emperor Qingyi hastily amended policies and laws, leading to the emergence of a new decree. Those who wed within close kinship would face 60 lashes and mandatory arbitration and separation. Historical records indicated that the likelihood of mentally challenged offspring from such unions was minimal, as the circumstances surrounding a child's birth were heavily scrutinized. Defective children were often deemed ill-fated, believed to bring misfortune upon the family, and thus, many were dealt with immediately upon birth. Chapter 74. The Golden Matchmaker. The following day, Qingyi awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Although she lacked a watch or phone, the system served as her timekeeper. Once she completed her morning routine, General Wushuang arrived to invite her for an outing, as he had yet to take her around the city of Wuling or let her savor its culinary delights. Thus, the three of them sauntered through the enchanting sights of Wuling City, visiting its renowned landmarks. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that they found respite in a quaint tea house tucked away in a narrow alley, utterly fatigued. Yunqing savored a sip of tea, lamenting the absence of a mobile phone. Otherwise, she would have snapped countless photos, for the unspoiled beauty of the scenery was truly magnificent. By the way, Lin Mimi has been paying respects to her family. It has already been 2 days. Tomorrow, we must prepare to return to the capital. Will she accompany us back? Young Master Ning suddenly inquired about Lin Yu. Lin Yu had been at home mourning, and for these past 2 days, she had not joined their company. General Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at the grinning young Master Ning, questioning, "Who is your Lin Mimi?" "We shall retrieve her when we return. She will naturally accompany us back to the capital. Her Lin residence, which is devoid of affection, is hardly worth longing for." Yunqing caught a whiff of something scandalous, and was about to inquire further when her attention was drawn to 2 men huddled together beneath a nearby willow tree. "Oh, is there an affair afoot?" Yunqing diverted her focus to eavesdrop on the conversation of the 2 men below. One appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a simple yet slightly wrinkled robe that exuded an air of elegance. The other looked somewhat more mature, dressed in a black embroidered robe adorned with exquisite patterns, giving him a semblance of affluence. The man in black gestured towards a woman beneath another tree, and Yunqing followed his direction. The woman wore a plain gray garment. Although slightly plump, it was evident that she bore a precious life within, likely 2 to 3 months along. Initially, Yunqing thought the 2 men were embroiled in a scandal. But with the introduction of the woman, it seemed more like a tale of a heartless rogue. Yet, what the man in black said next left her utterly astonished. "Here, I have brought you a young lady," he said, indicating the woman in gray. The man in the plain robe regarded her and pulled the black-robed man aside. "Li brother, how can this young lady still be with child?" he questioned, bewildered. "What of it? Being with child merely demonstrates that she is capable of bearing offspring." The man in black retorted immediately. The plain-robed man paused, his tone tinged with humility. But the child is not mine." The man in black pointed toward the direction of the Sun residence and urged, "Surely you have heard of the recent commotion surrounding the Sun family? The firstborn is not his either. Rest assured, my friend, this firstborn will certainly not belong to you." "But whose child is this? What of the biological father?" the plain-robed man asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The man in black replied, "She herself does not know who the father is. While the child may not be yours, the wife you take home will be yours, right, Wu brother?" Upon hearing this, Yunqing stifled a silent laugh. How utterly amusing. A true talent. Oh no, a genius. The plain-robed man looked rather pale. Despite it being spring, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He wiped his brow with his sleeve. "Li brother, this young lady is quite plump, and my family is in dire straits." Implying that he feared he could not support her, he continued, "Given Wu brother's circumstances, she would surely grow gaunt within a month of marriage." The man in black comforted him. "With your situation, do not be too choosy. Any woman would be fortunate to have you." General Wushuang listened, wanting to strike the man for his absurd reasoning. Yunqing laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. Truly a scholar. To speak of stealing in such an exquisite manner. Yet it amounts to daily thievery sporadically. This is akin to the barmaids, with their indulgent lifestyles, competing for notoriety." Young Master Ning, perplexed by the exchange, remained silent, merely following along with Yunqing as they enjoyed the spectacle. The plain-robed man hesitated, grappling with the implications of raising another's child, feeling a sense of unease. "Wu brother, I understand you." The man in black slyly handed the plain-robed man a small package of medicine. "What is this?" the plain-robed man inquired, bewildered. "This is a contraceptive." The man in black replied with a grin. "One dose will ensure that she remains as enchanting as ever, captivating hearts and minds." The plain-robed man was taken aback. After all, this was a life at stake. "Isn't that improper?" Yunqing caught the underlying meaning in their words, fearing this was not their first encounter in such dealings. Truly, a strong character never laments their circumstances. This gold-digging matchmaker is indeed skilled. Wu brother, why be troubled? Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. The man in black urged him toward the young lady. The three men awkwardly departed. The plain-robed man, fearing he could not keep the woman in check, relinquished his gaze. Yunqing found the matchmaking scene amusing, feeling little interest in what followed. General Wushuang suggested they go fetch Lin Yu, and thus the trio boarded a carriage heading toward the Lin residence. Upon arriving, the household staff prepared to announce their arrival, but General Wushuang halted them, stating, I have visited many times. I am quite familiar with the Lin residence. The Lin estate was expansive, meticulously designed with a strict axial symmetry, comprising multiple entrances and courtyards arranged in an orderly fashion. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, with sweeping eaves and azure tiles entwining in an intricate yet grand display. The garden, named Wangxiang Yuan, was encircled by mountains and water, offering a serene vista. However, the maidservants and attendants encountered in their path appeared somewhat flustered upon seeing General Wushuang, seemingly apprehensive. Noticing the unusual behavior, General Wushuang intercepted a maid. What is the matter? Where is Lin Yu? The maid's eyes were filled with fear, as if she had experienced a profound shock, trembling uncontrollably. Miss Lin, something has happened, she stammered, dropping to her knees. Chapter 75. Danger looms for Lin Mimi. In that moment, the system abruptly chimed in, Host, hurry to the courtyard. Lin Mimi is in peril. Hearing the system's alert, Yunqing immediately grasped General Wushuang's hand. Where is the courtyard? Without time for further words, General Wushuang dashed toward the courtyard. The corridor, which usually felt short, today seemed exceptionally long. After 10 minutes of running from the front yard to the courtyard, they found a throng of people gathered, young and old alike. Whispers of gossip filled the air. Has she really coughed up blood? Isn't that a bit excessive? Surely she's just pretending. That deceitful wretch is an expert at playing the victim. Lying on the ground, does she expect us to believe we are bullying her? Perhaps she's having another hysterical episode. If she's ill, shouldn't she stay in bed? General Wushuang surveyed the tightly packed crowd and shouted, What are you all doing? The onlookers turned, some younger members parting to create a path upon recognizing General Wushuang. She spotted Lin Yu, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, surrounded by fallen white petals, reminiscent of withered flowers scattered upon the earth. Yeah. Wushuang hastily rushed over, cradling Lin Yu's head upon her lap. Lin Yu, feeble and weak, mustered all her strength to grasp Wushuang's hand. Shuang, you have come, she murmured. Tears streamed down General Wushuang's face, her voice trembling, her hands quivering incessantly. On the battlefield, she feared no enemy, yet now her heart raced with dread. Yaya, do not speak. I shall take you to find a doctor. Everything will be all right. It will all be fine. Qingyi experienced for the first time the impending loss of a dear friend, and she wept silently. Lin Yu grasped General Wushuang's arm, speaking in a fractured tone, No, do not cry, Shuang. You are the most beautiful, you cannot accompany you below. There is Qingyi, they are well. Do not say that. You promised, whether I am Qi Han or Qi Shuang, you would be by my side for eternity. How can you abandon me? General Wushuang shook her head vehemently, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lin Yu opened her mouth, preparing to utter something, but a torrent of blood surged from her throat. She knew her time was fleeting. Gazing into General Wushuang's eyes, she managed to squeeze out a few words, Help me retrieve the house contract. Before she could finish, her hand fell limply, resting upon General Wushuang's garment. Yeah. Wushuang cried out in agony, her voice piercing and tremulous. Qingyi and the young Lord Ning stood frozen, afraid to breathe, while a few bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves. Is she truly acting this convincingly? Hey, Lin Yu, cease your charade. Lying on the ground does not make one right. She is even pretending to be dead. What a talent. Forcing General Wushuang to partake in this farce is sheer folly. Qi Shuang, you must persuade her. This cannot continue. General Wushuang's eyes turned crimson, filled with ire as she surveyed the circle of onlookers. The murderous intent emanating from her caused them to tremble, a chill running down their spines. How absurd. A life has been driven to its end by your hands, yet you presume it to be mere pretense. With a signal flare drawn from her breast, General Wushuang launched it into the sky, where it erupted into crimson smoke. Within minutes, a battalion encircled the courtyard. Qi Shuang, what is the meaning of this? A middle-aged man clad in purple stepped forward. Wushuang smirked mockingly. Today, you shall confess what you have done to Yaya, or none shall leave. If Yaya perishes within your Lin residence, the culprit shall not escape unscathed. I recall you are Yaya's uncle. Let us begin with you. Speak of what you have done to her. Another man in black stepped forward. Do not think that calling yourself General Wushuang makes you invincible. To privately mobilize troops is a grave offense. Withdraw your soldiers at once. Wushuang wiped the blood from Lin Yu's lips with her sleeve, turning to Yun Qingyi. Qingyi, please take care of Yaya. Understanding her intent, Yun Qingyi rushed over to support Lin Yu's body upon her lap. What murder? I am merely seeking the culprit. There is no question of private troop mobilization. General Wushuang replied calmly as she stood. A young man in white interjected. What murder? Do not speak nonsense. We have not even touched her. She collapsed of her own accord. In the courtyard filled with men, women, and children, not a single soul displayed a sense of guilt, remaining utterly unmoved. A middle-aged woman in red covered her nose with a handkerchief, glancing at Lin Yu lying on the ground. Qi Shuang, your aunt knows you and Yaya are friends. It is unwise for Yaya to perish here. Why not take her to the charitable graveyard for a proper burial? It would be ill-fated to leave her until nightfall. General Wushuang laughed, a self-deprecating chuckle, akin to sobbing or deep contemplation. What? The Lin residence is hers. She cannot remain here?
Who has taken the house contract?
Return it now, and I may yet spare you. She coldly mocked the assembly. In moments of silence, one truly feels the urge to laugh. Yet, the crowd exchanged glances, no one daring to speak. Unable to bear it any longer, Yun Qingyi exclaimed, what wretched relatives. They possess no heart. Lin Mei is surely distraught at home. I sensed she was grappling with depression. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, Lin Mei was driven to her end by anger. Her depression had been severe for many years. Those surrounding them were taken aback, perplexed. The voice emanated from the woman cradling Lin Yu. Yet she had not uttered a word. They collectively turned their gaze towards Yun Qingyi, seeking confirmation of the dialogue. At that moment, Yun Qingyi was inquiring with the system. What transpired today? Under normal circumstances, wasn't Lin Mei supposed to pack and depart with us tomorrow? Never could she have anticipated that after witnessing Lin Mei's improvement, her return home would result in her disappearance. The system elucidated, Lin Mei had just completed her mourning for her grandmother and was preparing to join you. However, her relatives surrounded her, refusing to allow her to leave without surrendering the house contract. These uncles and aunts shamelessly took residence in the Lin estate under the pretense of caring for her. Lin Mei lost her father in battle at 6, and her mother succumbed shortly thereafter. By the time she was 8, she was orphaned. The sprawling Lin estate was all that remained for her, and her relatives moved in, claiming to accompany her mother. The woman in red, who suggested sending Lin Mei to the charitable graveyard, is her second aunt, who moved in after her father's passing. They feigned concern while secretly plotting to seize her wealth. Whenever her mother went out shopping, it was Lin Mei's mother who paid. And her second aunt reaped the benefits of jewelry and fine fabrics without recompense. In Chapter 76, Lin Mei's predatory second aunt, upon hearing an unknown voice expose her deeds, prepared to retort, "What nonsense!" but found herself utterly voiceless. Others attempted to speak, yet their voices failed them, leaving them in a state of panic. A nearby young woman whispered, "That is the Oracle's envoy, capable of communicating with the divine. It is futile. No one can escape the gaze of the heavens." The middle-aged man in purple scoffed, "What? The divine? Nonsense." Yet the words he wished to utter remained lodged in his throat, causing him to sweat profusely. The young woman continued, "We have tried. Disrespect towards the divine renders one speechless, and coercion leads to suffocation. Uncle, relinquish your thoughts of cursing the divine." Finally conceding, the man in purple let go of his ire, finding his breath restored. Yun Qingyi inwardly cursed, "What freeloaders!" The system added, "Her second aunt is not merely guilty of this. She borrowed considerable sums from Lin Mei's mother, never repaying a single coin. Before Lin Mei's mother passed, her second aunt feigned sorrow, vowing to treat Lin Mei as her own daughter. Yet she pocketed Lin Mei's mother's silver, and when Lin Mei, who detested celery, was forced to eat celery cakes and dumplings, her second aunt declared she would starve if she refused. Lin Mei received no new clothing, still wearing garments meant for a child of 7 or 8 at the age of 10, with sleeves far too short. When Lin Mei sought her for money to buy clothes, her second aunt spread rumors that the girl was now demanding money. Ultimately, it was Lin Mei's grandmother who provided her with the funds. Just days prior, Lin Mei had returned to the Lin estate wearing a beautiful hairpin, an exquisite birthday gift from General Wushuang. Her second aunt, in a fit of rage, confronted her, claiming the price had increased, demanding 50 taels as a difference. That hairpin was an outdated design, no longer produced by the shop, yet her second aunt insisted on it, ultimately paying 30 taels more than before. Qingyi was incensed. With such behavior, sever all ties. What wretched trash. The system continued to speak. The man in the purple clothing is her uncle. Host, can you guess how he managed to move in? Qingyi speculated. Did he trick Lin Mimi? The system shook its head. The host would never guess. It was he who claimed that the entire second branch had moved in, insisting that his family must also reside here, or else he would not provide for old Madame Lin, who is already quite advanced in age. He even threatened Lin Mimi, asserting that she surely would not wish for her grandmother to grow old without support. Now that Lin Mimi has returned, he is even more determined to keep her in Wuling City, as they have long since arranged a match for her with a young master. The bridal gift list has already been reviewed. 200 taels of silver, 100 bolts of silk, 10 pieces of jade, 2 jade roi, a complete set of dragon and phoenix enamel plates, and various renowned calligraphy and paintings. He further mentioned that previously, because General Wushuang was Qi Han, they assumed Lin Mimi would marry General Qi Han. However, now that it is Qi Shuang, she would not be able to marry him in the capital either. So it would be better for her to stay and marry the young master they selected for her. But how could Lin Mimi agree? After the death of old Madame Lin, Lin Mimi was heartbroken and was taken to the capital by General Wushuang. They had a fierce argument. Yet how could Lin Mimi stand against a crowd? Qingyi glared furiously at the middle-aged man in purple. What uncle? Don't even think about me cursing you to your face. If you can't hear it clearly, I'll carve it on your tombstone. It's cold. Cover yourself with some dirt. What are you even worth? Using your niece as a bargaining chip for a bridal gift, what kind of life must Lin Mimi endure in this household? How could she not be depressed? The middle-aged man in purple was verbally assaulted to the point of silence, unable to utter a word in defense. General Wushuang's gaze scrutinized them incessantly. The system continued. The man in black is Lin Mimi's second uncle, and he is no better. Ever since Lin Mimi's father passed away, he has been inappropriate with Madame Lin. When Madame Lin confided in her second aunt, the second aunt blamed Madame Lin for being too beautiful and advised her not to adorn herself. She even claimed that Madame Lin was overthinking things, insisting he could never act in such a manner. After Madame Lin's death, the second uncle began to act inappropriately towards Lin Mimi. Naively, Lin Mimi reported this to her second aunt, only to receive 2 slaps across the face, being accused of trying to seduce her own uncle at such a young age. Now that Lin Mimi has returned, her second uncle has once again made advances, but she managed to evade him and even struck him on the head with a vase, which is why he is wearing a hat today. He does not dare to truly harm her, as the eldest has stated that a match has been arranged and there is a bridal gift. Thus he can only sneak in a touch or two, and if Lin Mimi retaliates, he does not dare to make a fuss. Even more outrageous is that he has spied on Lin Mimi while she bathes and has lurked by her window at night to watch her change and sleep. Thankfully, Lin Mimi has taken precautions by barricading the door with a table and blocking the window with her dressing table, as she only wishes to stay for a couple of days before leaving. Qingyi shuddered at the thought of a pair of glistening black eyes watching her in the dark, sending chills down her spine. Vocal. What a pervert. How utterly disgusting. He seems well matched with that second aunt. It's as if the matchmaker did an excellent job with the refuse classification. Why doesn't Lin Mimi report this to the authorities? The system replied, she has reported it before. But the second uncle denies everything, and there is no evidence. The authorities claimed it is a family matter and merely inquired about the situation. The second uncle stated that Lin Mimi had become mentally unstable after losing her parents and was suffering from hysteria, and thus the news of Lin Mimi's supposed hysteria spread throughout the city. The uncle who arranged the match for her is a sadist with a penchant for cruelty. Upon seeing Lin Mimi's portrait, his interest escalated tremendously. If Lin Mimi is truly sent to him, she would not survive the night. Qingyi gazed at Lin Mimi's delicate frame, contemplating the multitude of grievances she must endure. Poor Lin Mimi. Tears welled in the corners of Qingyi's eyes. General Wushuang's hands balled into fists, causing them to bleed from the pressure. How dare they? The system continued. The woman in orange attire is her fourth aunt, who is also far from virtuous. The young woman beside her is her daughter. General Wushuang, feeling sympathy for Lin Mimi's frail condition, risked his life to win a hard-fought victory, and the emperor rewarded him with a millennium-old ginseng. General Wushuang shared half of it with Lin Mimi. But upon learning of this, her fourth aunt insisted that Lin Mimi, as the elder cousin, should give the millennium-old ginseng to her daughter, claiming she needed nourishment. Moreover, she urged Lin Mimi to ask General Wushuang for more. Qingyi was left speechless. What audacity! Does she truly believe that millennium-old ginseng grows on trees? It is a royal gift. The system glanced at the fourth aunt's husband, then spoke. The man in dark clothing beside the fourth aunt is Lin Mimi's fourth uncle. When he learned that Lin Mimi was to go to the capital with General Hanren, he urged her to find a way to connect with the royal family, suggesting they become royal merchants to supply the palace with flowers and plants, as he is in the plant trade and facing poor business. Chapter 77. The Lin family is a den of wolves and tigers. No one wishes for her survival. Qingyi chuckled. Haha, how naive. Royal merchants undergo rigorous selection. And the capital is far from Wuling City. How could they possibly transport flowers and trees from here? It's akin to rural relatives from a remote mountain area thinking they can easily access the capital, as if they suddenly entered the center of it all. How preposterous. Why doesn't he suggest Lin Mimi lead an army to attack the Forbidden City? Everyone present felt their hair stand on end, cold sweat slithering down their spines. What kind of divine insight is this? How could she be so aware of their actions? The fourth uncle turned pale. Drenched in cold sweat, his tongue frozen in fear. He dared not act against such authority. That would be treason. The system concurred. This fourth uncle has ambition, but his intentions are misguided. His daughter, who just gave birth, lacks milk, and the entire family has pressured Lin Mimi to assist in breastfeeding, repeatedly insisting that Lin Mimi's good fortune would pass on to the child. How could Lin Mimi, a refined young lady, have ever encountered such a scene? She was so distressed that she cried, while her cousin chastised her for being too proud, claiming she wouldn't even lend a hand in such a minor task. In the end, Lin Mimi stated that attending the grave to burn paper would be inauspicious, and only then did they relent, saying they would wait a couple of days. Qingyi felt as though she might shatter. Forget about Lin Mimi. I'm about to crack myself. Ning Xiaoshizi felt as if struck by lightning. Previously believing that the palace had its share of wickedness, he now realized that the inner courtyard of this grand estate was no better. The system continued. This fourth uncle has a son, the young man in white who just spoke, Lin Mimi's cousin. He has always struggled academically, lacking the interest to excel. Thus he never made it to the top ranks and remains unknown. Following in his father's footsteps as a merchant, he has been scammed and robbed. His fourth uncle instructed Lin Mimi to appeal to General Wushuang to help capture the thieves and recover the money. However, since they are thieves, they have long fled, and her cousin cannot recall their appearances, merely insisting that Lin Mimi should compensate him for his losses. Qingyi cast a glance at the young man in white. Those who are ugly tend to cause trouble. This entire family seems to be the real thieves. The face of the white-clad youth flushed crimson, akin to liver being scorched by fire. How dare he call him ugly? The system chimed in. Indeed, this cousin, upon seeing General Wushuang become a great general, felt quite envious and requested Lin Mimi to intercede on his behalf, hoping to secure a vice-general position for himself in the army. Lin Mimi found it amusing and agreed, only to bring him before General Wushuang and simply state that someone was looking for him before leaving. This left her cousin utterly bewildered, thinking he had secured an introduction and assumed that General Wushuang would immediately arrange for him to take up the position of vice-general. General Wushuang regarded him coldly, stating that with the enemy approaching, he would be the first to charge. Generals must lead the charge. Upon hearing this, her cousin was terrified for his life and hurriedly cried out that he would not go. He would not go. Qingyi felt an overwhelming urge to applaud in her heart. Now that's more like it. Lin Mei, that child, has been exceptionally intelligent since her youth. When it comes to dealing with troublesome relatives, one must be ruthless and sever ties. The system nodded in agreement. When surrounded by wolves and tigers, can one afford not to protect oneself? Indeed, her cousin has incurred a mountain of debt outside, having lost his entire fortune at the gambling tables. Now, as he prepares to betroth himself, he comes to Lin Mei seeking a loan of 500 taels of silver, naively asserting that after all these years alongside General Wushuang, she must surely have such trifling funds. As an elder cousin, she ought to assist her younger cousin. Otherwise, the blame for his inability to find a wife would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. He even demanded that Lin Mei hand over the property deed of the Lin residence, claiming that his future bride's family would require it for their examination. When Lin Mei refused, he audaciously seized it from her, shoving her to the ground in the process. Qingyi discerned that they were beyond reasoning. Truly, they are both foolish and wicked, utterly repugnant. Once we return, I shall document the tale of Lin Mei's family. A tale so voracious it could devour the very bones of its victims and sell it to the storyteller. Thus, the entire capital shall become aware. Perhaps it might even achieve eternal renown. The young Master Ning, upon hearing this, could not help but gasp in shock. How ruthless. I admire it. They leave Lin Meimei with no escape. Let them themselves experience the torment of being trapped with no way out. The system gave a thumbs up. Well done, esteemed host. The expressions of the others darkened, as if overshadowed by an ominous cloud, revealing their utmost distress. If this were to spread, where would they hide their shame? General Wushuang swiftly drew her sword, pointing it at Lin Meimei's cousin, her eyes dark as coal, her voice cold as iron. Hand over the property deed, or none shall leave here today. The cousin stubbornly refused to acknowledge the truth, defiantly stating that he understood, not the general's accusations. How could a general recklessly brandish her sword and slander him without evidence? He would not concede. Furthermore, he was gambling on the notion that General Wushuang would not dare to apprehend them. Young Master Ning immediately recognized that this cousin was merely acting shamelessly. And when it comes to shamelessness, none could surpass him. Oh, you refuse to comply? Do not compel me to take matters into my own hands. Young Master Ning advanced towards him, yet the cousin remained unmoved. Ning grasped his hand, causing the cousin to freeze in surprise. Ning then rubbed his hand against his own face, covering it thereafter. How audacious. You dare to strike a royal? Guards, seize this man. 2 soldiers promptly stepped forward. Responding affirmatively, the cousin struggled against their grasp, exclaiming, No, I did not. It was you. Ning smirked, speaking with deliberate calmness. Assaulting royalty is a grave offense. Everyone present witnessed it, with ample evidence to support this claim. Guards, search him. Soon, other soldiers conducted a search of the cousin, retrieving 2 taels of silver and the property deed from him. Return what is rightfully owned. Young Master Ning handed the property deed to General Wushuang, then turned back to the cousin, his tone laced with amusement. I offered you a chance, but alas, you chose to ignore it. In this matter, his status proved more advantageous than that of General Wushuang. Yun Qingyi observed in astonishment. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Young Master Ning's maneuver was truly exceptional. Does this mean I too could engage in similar actions, at least since I am of equal rank with the princess? Young Master Ning felt a pang of embarrassment. Dear Lord, your methods would only expedite matters. If those opposite harbor malicious intent, they would not hesitate to eliminate you. The system concurred. The world is vast and filled with peculiarities. There exists every manner of fool. Who fails to consider that those who accompany General Wushuang must undoubtedly be of noble lineage? Suddenly, the 4th uncle panicked, hastily kneeling. Young master, please temper your anger. My son is but a fool. Having offended your highness, I implore your forgiveness. Young Master Ning merely clicked his tongue, too disinterested to offer even a perfunctory response. Apologies are insufficient. I shall see this offense punished. The 4th uncle was taken aback, having presumed that moral coercion would sway the young master. Yet it became evident that he was not one to adhere to conventional rules. Should he pursue this offense against reverence, the lightest punishment would be 80 strikes of the rod, imprisonment, at worst, exile or even execution, with the potential for his entire family to suffer the consequences. Their assets seized, and their lives rendered unbearable. Lin Meimei's uncle attempted to mediate. Your Highness, this is solely the folly of my nephew. It bears no relation to anyone else. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon him alone. Observe how readily they cast aside their kin. Upon hearing this, the 4th uncle grew furious, cursing vehemently. How swiftly you pass the buck. You are complicit in these schemes too. He then scrambled towards General Wushuang, grasping at her pant leg in desperate supplication. Frost, you have always shared a closer bond with you, though my nephew has erred. After all, Hua is Yu's blood relative. Please, assist in persuading the young master to pardon him. Seeing that his plea to young Master Ning bore no fruit, he shamelessly turned to General Wushuang, as if it had not been them who had so recently turned their backs. General Wushuang stepped back, freeing her pant leg, and replied coolly, Oh, we are not acquainted. What concern is your son to me? Lin Meimei's uncle continued earnestly. Frost, I know you and you share a good relationship. Yet it is we who bear the blood ties. Inheritance must follow the order of seniority. As an outsider, you cannot claim a share of the property deed. Why not pass it to your uncles in exchange for silver? In due time, we shall allocate you a portion. Such lofty words concealed the reality of their coveting Lin Meimei's residence. Suddenly, the system interjected. Lin Meimei's bundle contains a letter, and the bundle is located in the flower bed behind the esteemed host. When her cousin seized the property deed, Lin Meimei cleverly discarded it.
Young Qingyi, holding Lin Meimei's body,
Feigned a search of the surroundings and finally spotted a corner of the bundle peeking from behind the flower bed. Young Master Ning, do you see that there might be something? Qingyi remarked to him. Upon hearing her words, young Master Ning glanced towards the flower bed and, upon noticing the bundle, approached to retrieve it. The system added, esteemed host, your pretense is somewhat lacking. Finding the answer is never a pretense, Qingyi retorted casually. I am not a performer. The process is insignificant. The outcome remains the same. The system continued. Why does Guagua sense you are alluding to marriage? Qingyi chose not to respond.
This is Lin Meimei's bundle.
Let us see if it contains anything of import, she said to young Master Ning. He handed the bundle to General Wushuang, saying you may open it. It would be inappropriate for him to do so. General Wushuang accepted the bundle, opening it to reveal not much else but 3 letters. Why are there 3 letters? Young Master Ning inquired as he leaned in closer. One was a farewell note, another addressed to Wushuang, and the last to Pei Xian. Pei Xian? Young Master Ning's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of Pei Xian, lost in contemplation, unable to fathom how their paths could have intertwined. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, yet it was indeed addressed to Pei Xian. How could a Xian and Lin Meimei know each other? He has never mentioned her to me. How intriguing. A Xian has kept this from me. Young Master Ning fixated on the letter addressed to Pei Xian, then turned to General Wushuang to inquire, has Lin Meimei ever spoken of this to you? General Wushuang shook her head, her expression impassive. No. She opened the farewell note, quickly scanning its contents. It primarily stated that the property deed of the Lin residence was to be entrusted to Wushuang, should the Lin family engage in conflict. It was to be surrendered to the national treasury. General Wushuang then paraded the farewell note before all present, saying slowly, elders and juniors, take heed. Lin Yu has made it abundantly clear that this Lin residence now belongs to me. Should anyone wish to contest this claim, it shall be surrendered to the national treasury. Is there anyone who dares to challenge this? The various uncles and aunts of Miss Lin are undoubtedly shrewd individuals. If the dispute were to continue, the Lin residence would face confiscation, which would be detrimental to the entire Lin family. Given the sheer number of people in the Lin household, Lin Yu would rather see it confiscated than allow any of them to benefit from it.
What does that imply?
It would be more prudent to directly bequeath it to General Wushuang, thereby preserving a commendable reputation. General Wushuang had taken Lin Yu to reside in the capital for several years. Since she has entrusted it to you, then you should accept it. However, Shuang, you see, your uncles and aunts have grown accustomed to living here, so let us continue to reside in this place, remarked Miss Lin, as elder uncle to General Wushuang. Lin's second uncle also chimed in, indeed. Shuang, you have grown up before our eyes. We have long regarded you as family. Upon hearing this, General Wushuang raised an eyebrow and coldly scoffed, to be my family, you are not worthy. My kin are those who charge into battle, defending the nation and protecting their loved ones. Can you achieve such valor? The moment General Wushuang's words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. We cannot, came the reply, filled with shame. What face do you have to call yourselves her family, a bunch of cowards, unworthy of being human? With the Lin residence now in my possession, I must ask you to vacate, General Wushuang commanded them. No one from the Lin family stirred. The glint in General Wushuang's eyes was akin to a blade drawn from a sheath, fierce and imbued with a deadly aura that instilled fear. Bring forth these individuals and cast them out. Should they dare to return to this residence, they shall be dealt with as trespassers, General Wushuang instructed the soldiers beside her. Soon, 10 soldiers stepped forward. Yes, General. Wait, that individual has been imprisoned for 7 days, young Master Ning spoke to the soldiers. An example must be made. The soldiers forcefully expelled the Lin family members and confined Miss Lin's cousin to the dungeon. General Wushuang arranged for a fine coffin and, after tidying Miss Lin's appearance, laid her gently inside. It is my fault, all my fault for not accompanying you to pay my respects, General Wushuang lamented, caressing Miss Lin's face with a choked voice. Qingyi, unable to bear the sight, approached and patted General Wushuang's shoulder, embracing her. In truth, Miss Lin has long harbored a burden. Her biological relatives have caused her immense suffering. She feigned a sunny disposition to spare you from worry, so you could focus on the battlefield. Young Master Ning also drew near, reflecting on how Miss Lin had never anticipated such events. Once departed, one cannot return to life. Where shall Miss Lin be buried? In Wuling City. General Wushuang shook her head and replied coolly, Yue expressed that Wuling City feels too cold. She wished to be interred beneath the peach tree in the courtyard of Changhang in the capital. That evening, Qingyi and young Master Ning insisted on staying with General Wushuang to keep vigil, but she allowed them to remain only for the first half of the night, insisting they rest for the journey ahead. As for Miss Lin's coffin, it would be transported to the capital the following day. The three would return at a measured pace, ensuring they had time to rest on the last day. Unable to argue against her, young Master Ning and Yun Qingyi reluctantly turned back, casting glances at General Wushuang as they departed. She waved them off, reassuring them to sleep soundly. Were the Lin family truly let off so easily? Young Master Ning quietly turned back. General Wushuang shook her head. Of course not. The deeds they have committed must be made known to the entire world, ensuring they live their lives in infamy, unable to hold their heads high ever again. Subsequently, the plight of the Lin family became widely known, with storytellers recounting the tale with palpable indignation. The Lin family became pariahs, spat upon by those at the market who refused to sell them goods. The aunts faced rejection upon returning to their maternal homes, their relationships severed in disgrace. As for the cousins, no one dared to marry or be married. Their lives spiraled into chaos, utterly miserable. In search of refuge, they eventually vanished into the mountains. One fateful night, a cousin accidentally knocked over an oil lamp, igniting the house in flames. That night, as if under a spell, everyone slept soundly, perishing in the blaze. No one survived. Of course, this was merely the aftermath. Chapter 79. The Abandoned Infant Tower. Yun Qingyi awoke at 9 the next morning, the last day of their holiday approaching all too swiftly. Once General Wushuang confirmed both of them were awake, she allowed them to have breakfast before tidying their belongings in preparation for departure. They would spend the night at a town along the way before continuing their journey. Yun Qingyi and young Master Ning nodded in agreement. Has Miss Lin departed? Young Master Ning suddenly inquired as he boarded the carriage. General Wushuang affirmed, yes, she left before dawn, taking the less traveled route to avoid alarming anyone. Inside the carriage, young Master Ning entertained them with amusing anecdotes from his daily life, striving to lift the spirits of Yun Qingyi and General Wushuang. General Wushuang understood that young Master Ning wished to prevent her from dwelling in sorrow, prompting her to feign a smile. She had lost 2 of her dearest loved ones, yet gained 2 who cherished her. Do not worry, brother. Thus, as the carriage swayed along, laughter filled the air. As dusk approached, General Wushuang glanced outside. Shall we rest for the night in the next village? She suggested, lifting the curtain to assess the sky. Yun Qingyi agreed, all right. After traveling a bit further, Xiaoyao noticed the snowflakes dancing in the sky, murmuring in confusion, it's snowing? Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyi hurriedly lifted the curtain to gaze upward, exclaiming, how could it possibly snow in April? Yet, there indeed floated something resembling snowflakes in the air. As Yun Qingyi reached out to catch them, she found the dark gray substance in her hand and exclaimed, no, this is not snow. Young Master Ning leaned out to observe, nearly extending his entire body out of the window. He discerned that the source of the drifting material was the tower ahead, as if something was burning. General Wushuang silently extended her hand to catch the black-gray snowflakes descending from the sky, rubbing them between her fingers and bringing them to her nose for a sniff, her brow furrowing in concern. As the carriage approached the tower, the quantity of the black-gray flakes increased. Upon reaching the base of the tower, faint sounds of a woman's cries could be heard.
No.
Please no, came the desperate wails. General Wushuang lifted the door curtain and fixed her steely gaze upon the tower, commanding, let us go take a look. Qingfeng tugged at the reins, urging the horses to quicken their pace. Upon arriving at the tower, General Wushuang was the first to disembark. Come, let us investigate, she urged. Young Master Ning and Yun Qingyi followed suit. A man clad in a deep blue robe, cinched with a black sash and adorned with a black pouch, stood in the open space at the foot of the tower, his posture upright and dignified. He regarded the sudden appearance of the strangers with a wary gaze, questioning.
Who are you?
Young Master Ning stepped forward, his tone languid. We are just passing through for an overnight stay, General Wushuang interjected, interrupting young Master Ning mid-sentence. Although young Master Ning was puzzled, he chose not to speak further. The man glanced at the 2 attendants struggling to restrain a woman attempting to rush forward, offering a smile as he explained, this is my wife. We just burned her impurities, and she is upset about it, throwing a fit. The woman appeared somewhat deranged, her eyes fixed on the tower as she murmured, she is not an impurity. No, you are the filthy ones. Upon hearing her words, the man's expression darkened, and he turned to address them. Please disregard her. My wife suffers from a madness that occasionally flares up. Yet, Yun Qingyi observed that the woman did not resemble a madwoman. Although she seemed somewhat disoriented, her attire was neat and clean. The system informed her, she is not insane. What was burned was not an impurity. This is the abandoned infant tower, where female infants are cremated. The man's complexion was ashen. Who was it that spoke? None of the individuals before him uttered a word. Could it possibly be a spirit? No, there was no such thing as spirits in this world. Upon hearing Tianin's words, the young Master Ning and General Wushuang exchanged a knowing glance and hurried towards the tower. Qingyi was just about to follow when the system intervened, warning her. Do not proceed, my esteemed host. You cannot endure it. The man once again heard the voice and gazed curiously at its source, pondering whether it was a deity or a ghost, and resolved to take it back for the town magistrate to decide. Soon, the young Master Ning emerged from the tower, pale and shaken. The corpses emitted a nauseating stench, their skin devoid of elasticity, rendered as stiff as leather. Some were charred halfway, while others had turned to ash. Faintly, one could discern a deep black rune imprinted on their foreheads, as if marked by a curse. The young Master Ning felt his stomach churn, waves of nausea washing over him. Unable to suppress the urge to vomit, he bent over, expelling the contents of his stomach from the tower and down to the ground below, utterly unwell. General Wushuang, however, steeled herself against the discomfort, descending with calm composure. She had long grown accustomed to such odors on the battlefield. The man had already discerned the two intruders and had dispatched someone to summon the town magistrate. Addressing the passing guests, he remarked, "You ought to provide an explanation for trespassing in our town's forbidden area." His unfriendly gaze was fixed intently upon General Wushuang and her companions. Before long, a squad of officials burst forth from the city gates, surrounding Qingyi and her companions. It appeared they were trapped. What is the meaning of this, young master? General Wushuang inquired coolly. Just as the young Master Ning took a step forward to reveal his identity, General Wushuang restrained him with a shake of her head. Qingyi remained silent, observing the unfolding events. Understanding General Wushuang's intentions, the young Master Ning moderated his demeanor. The man smiled and stated, "You have trespassed into our town's forbidden area. You must provide an account for your actions." He then instructed the officials, "Take them away and deliver them to the town magistrate for disposition." Qingfeng glanced at Qingyi, who subtly shook her head, prompting Qingfeng to remain still. The woman struggled and shouted, "Zhang Wubing, you are not human. Return my child." The man directed the two attendants restraining the woman, "Take the lady back. If she dares to escape again, let her face the family law." It remained unclear whether family law referred to the attendants or the woman herself. The woman and General Wushuang's group were separately taken away. The woman casting one last sorrowful glance at Qingyi, her eyes filled with an unnameable sadness and hope. In the shadows, Zishan observed as the oracle was surrounded, preparing to intervene when a hand pressed down on his head, restraining him. "Brother, the oracle, young Master Ning, and General Wushuang have all been captured," Zishan exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 80. The Ashen Snowflakes. Zima shook his head, pondering, "We must not act recklessly." Zishan, looking perplexed, questioned, "Why not?" Qingfeng, General Wushuang, and young Master Ning had yet to take action. Zima glanced at the group being taken away, adding, "They wish to investigate." The city gate bore the inscription Wangshe Town in large characters. This town, constructed from stone, features buildings predominantly made of stone, presenting a magnificent sight. Surrounded by trees, the village's environment exuded tranquility, resembling a secluded paradise. Not only did the town consist of stone houses, but it also showcased various uniquely shaped stones, such as kirin-shaped sculptures, stone bridges, and stone bows, creating a visually striking locale. The young Master Ning and his companions were led along, passing a stone tablet that was not purely made of stone but bore a dark red hue. Behind the tablet stood a grand mansion, seemingly a hall for deliberation. The officials brought them into the hall, forcefully pushing them forward while admonishing, "Behave yourselves." Qingyi was nearly thrown off balance by the forceful shove, but General Wushuang swiftly caught her. "Are you all right, Qingyi?" she asked gently. The young Master Ning, growing anxious, queried, "Elder sister, are you fine?" He was about to roll up his sleeves when a middle-aged man clad in a dark red official robe adorned with a phoenix sat in the hall, sternly questioning, "From whence do you hail, and why have you unlawfully entered our town's forbidden area?" Qingyi searched her memories, recalling that the style of official robe she had encountered did not resemble the phoenix embroidery, indicating a rank lower than the 9th tier. General Wushuang reiterated her prepared response to the man, stating, "We merely passed through and stopped upon hearing a woman's cries. As for this so-called forbidden area, we were unaware. A young master mentioned he was burning something unclean, and our curiosity led us to the tower, where we were met with a gruesome sight of countless bones, still warm. Since you have inadvertently stumbled into our town's forbidden area, you shall remain here." "Blame your insatiable curiosity," the middle-aged man replied with a cold gaze, imbued with an undeniable menace that rendered the surrounding air thick with tension. He gestured to the officials, seize them. As the officials drew their weapons, General Wu Shuang's sword was swifter, poised at the magistrate's throat. Stand back, she commanded, her voice cutting sharply through the air. The magistrate, panicking, waved his hands, urging the officials to retreat. I am an appointed official of the court. Do you dare to detain a magistrate and disregard the laws of the dynasty?
Oh?
What if I do? General Weshuan raised an eyebrow, her tone as cold as steel. The young Master Ning brandished his command medallion, declaring, I wish to see who dares to lay hands on us. Upon seeing the golden medallion, everyone promptly knelt, exclaiming, We pay our respects to His Highness, the young master. The young Master Ning tucked away the medallion, stating, Stand up. Arrest this magistrate. Quickly, 2 officials bound the magistrate and pressed him to the ground. The young Master Ning wiped the chair beside the dais with his sleeve, smiling at Yun Qingyi. Elder sister, please take a seat for a moment. We shall interrogate him first. Yun Qingyi unceremoniously sat down, weary from standing and walking. The young Master Ning took the seat previously occupied by the magistrate, addressing him. As the magistrate, you are so oblivious to right and wrong. This so-called forbidden area is evidently the burning tower. Then, are the remains being burned exclusively those of infants? Speak the truth. The magistrate, kneeling, explained, Your Highness, it is true that the burning tower incinerates infants. However, they are deceased infants. No, that is incorrect. A female voice resonated alongside the system's crisp tone. Outside the door, the woman they had encountered beneath the burning tower leaned against the doorframe, breathless. She appeared more disheveled than an hour prior, her hands scraped and bleeding, her clothes wrinkled, and dirt smudged on her body. Zhang, do not speak recklessly, the magistrate commanded, turning to glare at the voice. The young Master Ning furrowed his brow, rising to kick the magistrate, exclaiming, Do you have the right to speak? Silence. He ordered that the magistrate's mouth be gagged, allowing the woman at the door to enter and elaborate. The magistrate could only whimper, unable to utter a sound. The woman, uncertain of the identities of those before her, recognized their wealthy attire and the magistrate's subservience, indicating they must hold significant positions. It was time to avenge her child, along with the many lost infants. Greetings, esteemed lords and ladies, I am Bainan. The woman bowed to those in the hall. The young Master Ning raised his hand slightly, maintaining a composed expression. There is no need for formalities. You may share the truth of what you know. The woman gazed towards the direction of the abandoned infant tower and began to recount her tale. Her name was Bainan. The sole daughter her mother had fought tooth and nail to protect. From a tender age, she was betrothed and confined within her husband's household, rarely allowed to venture outside, stripped of her surname to adopt his. Since she could remember, every 7 days, dark gray snowflakes would drift from the tower of abandoned infants. In her youthful ignorance, she did not comprehend their significance. She merely understood that something was burning outside the city. When she inquired of her husband, he informed her that it was merely the incineration of refuse. Thus, after she married and reached the age of maturity, she soon found herself with child. Elation filled her heart, and her family rejoiced at the news. Yet, as time passed, an unsettling feeling crept in. Her mother-in-law, often caressing her belly, would chant blessings for a son, while her sisters-in-law cast glances filled with hope, anticipation, sorrow, and fear. This made her deeply uneasy, as she sensed a collective desire within the family for a male heir. When she and her pregnant sister-in-law each bore daughters in quick succession, both infants were swiftly taken away by the men of her husband's family. Despite her desperate pleas to keep her child, her husband merely smiled and reassured her that they would have more sons, for daughters could not carry on the family line. As a frail woman who had just given birth, she was powerless against the strength of grown men, and thus her baby was taken. She believed the child was given away, and once again, the tower emitted its dark gray snow after 7 days. Yunqing found the notion absurd. This is no snow. It is clearly the ashes of vengeful souls consumed by flames. Girls cannot inherit the family line in their youth, yet must do so in adulthood. They were all born beneath the skirts of women, yet they harbor disdain for the birth of daughters. How utterly ludicrous. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, without girls, how could there be boys? Thus, both genders share the weight of the world equally, each indispensable. The fault lies not in gender, but in the wickedness of men and their malign thoughts. Chapter 81. Smash this broken monument. Dismantle this wretched tower. Yunqing echoed fervently. Precisely. They descend from the skirts of women, yet deny them the freedom to flutter. They truly dictate everything, do they not? regardless of gender. It is the kind-hearted who represent the finest essence of this world, and they must be celebrated. The system wholeheartedly concurred. I admire individuals with such righteous principles. Like you, dear host. Bainan, taken aback by the sudden voice that resembled the one she had heard by the abandoned infant tower, noticed that this additional voice emanated from the woman before her. Yet, none of the others present had spoken. They merely listened to her recounting. Could it be a spirit? Even if it were, she feared it not, for beneath the tower lay countless lost souls, innocent girls who had not lived long enough. The town magistrate was utterly terrified, attempting to utter words, but he was stifled completely. As Bainan continued her narration, she soon found herself pregnant once more, even before her body had fully recovered. Her husband insisted insistently that this time it would surely be a son. She too recited scriptures and prayed day and night for a male child. Alas, fate was unkind, and she bore another daughter. She was forced to consume sheep's testicles, drink the urine of young boys, and even resorted to the gruesome practice of drowning a puppy in sheep's urine, believing that such acts would ensure her next child would be a son. As daughters would no longer dare to reincarnate, they would mark the drowned child as forehead with the ashes from the tower, believing this would guarantee that all the townsfolk would bear sons. Bainan pleaded desperately for mercy, begging them to spare her and her children. Yet, tragically, the outcome remained unchanged. Unlike before, this time, she witnessed the one beside her cast their child down into the tower with their own hands. She yearned to retrieve her baby, but was held back forcefully. She saw others come and discard their newborns, unaware of how many corpses already lay within the tower. On that day, she felt as though she had perished. Subsequently, she was forcibly taken back, and they claimed she had gone mad. Often, she would gaze at the tower, laughing maniacally, or secretly venture out to vandalize the town statues. Yunqing recalled the statues, prevalent throughout the town, in forms resembling qilin, stone bridges, and bowstrings, among others. Good heavens! The qilin is a symbol of fertility. I had thought it merely served as a blessing. And what of the bowstrings? The system responded. Bowstrings are also used in the quest for sons. As a weapon, they symbolize the desire to bear male offspring. In ancient times, it was believed that the gender of a fetus was uncertain until 3 months of pregnancy had passed. By dropping the pregnant woman's blood onto the bowstring, if the fetus was a girl, the bowstring would act to transform her into a boy, thus achieving the goal of producing male heirs. Such beliefs stem from ignorance and superstition. Likewise, the practice of sacrificing a dog for children involved killing a pure-colored mother dog and using its ashes during intercourse to achieve conception. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the ashes mixed with hot water would be consumed by women trying to conceive, to increase their chances of successful pregnancy. Yunqing was furious. It is utterly outrageous. How can they justify such cruelty? Do infant girls or mother dogs deserve this fate? It is they who should face punishment. Yunqing's anger boiled over as she contemplated the execution of these individuals, recognizing that this was a deeply entrenched tradition passed down through generations. While they were indeed culpable, their stubbornness was the root of their sins. Even now, such beliefs persisted, albeit to a lesser degree. The system interjected. Dear host, do you intend to intervene or remain passive? Without hesitation, Yunqing declared. Intervene. Of course, we must. The system cautioned. However, this would undoubtedly place you at odds with the entire town. Do you believe you can escape unscathed? Yunqing smiled confidently. Let's do it. Besides, I have you as my backup, right? I trust you will help us break free from this predicament. One to you? Ning Xiaoxizi and General Wushuang felt invigorated by Yunqing's words, ever ready for action. The system was momentarily speechless, contemplating the potential consequences of uncontrollable situations. While it was still calculating, Yunqing, noticing the system's silence, assumed it had crashed. She stood up and smiled at General Wushuang and Ning Xiaoxizi, stating that she had an idea. Before she could finish, a synchronized sound of marching footsteps and a line of torches swiftly approached their courtyard. Upon hearing the army, Ning Xiaoxizi expressed confusion, then turned to General Wushuang and inquired, When did you call for troops? Yunqing finally realized that General Wushuang had summoned them. I had Qingfeng fetch my orders to mobilize the troops, General Wushuang replied nonchalantly. Yunqing was taken aback, staring at Qingfeng. But you've never left before. Qingfeng, aware of his mistress's penchant for gossip, quickly explained, When I was captured, I was at the back. I handed my orders to Zishan, instructing them to call for reinforcements. As he finished speaking, 2 tall, handsome men entered in unison. Zimu arrives late to rescue. Zishan arrives late to rescue. Zimu saluted with his sword, while Zishan bowed with a fan. Yunqing thought to herself, she calls him, he calls him. How delightful their manners are. General Wushuang instructed Qingfeng to go. Qingfeng asked Zishan to go, and Zishan beckoned Zimu to follow. The system chimed in. Dear host, don't lose focus. They are bowing to you. Yun Qingyi hastily exclaimed, not late at all. It is just perfect. Everything aligns impeccably. Zimu presented the military order medallion with both hands to General Wushuang, returning it to her. General Wushuang received the medallion and tucked it away, then turned to Yun Qingyi, inquiring, Qingyi, you mentioned having some thoughts. Young Master Ning also chimed in, yes. Big brother, what do you wish to convey? Have someone fetch some gongs and drums and procure a few iron hammers. Yun Qingyi instructed young Master Ning. He quickly summoned individuals to gather items such as bronze gongs, waist drums, and iron hammers. And then, he tilted his head, pondering. Yun Qingyi smirked, then we shall beat the drums and make a ruckus to demolish this structure. As they exited the courtyard, the system's voice resonated. Dear host, do not overlook this stone tablet. It is crafted from the blood and earth shed by pregnant women during childbirth, molded into the shape of a small boy, and buried in the ground, praying for a male offspring. This is rooted in the belief that the land can yield anything, as the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Eventually, a stone tablet was erected to obscure its true nature. Each expectant mother was compelled to offer blood to nourish it, seeking offspring through such a sinister means. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyi unhesitatingly grasped the iron hammer and struck the stone tablet with great force. Then, let us shatter this wretched monument. Chapter 82. The end of the abandoned infant tower. Witnessing this, young Master Ning and General Wushuang immediately joined in, wielding their iron hammers. Smash it, young Master Ning declared, his gaze fierce. The surrounding officials and soldiers took up their hammers, striking down one after another, and before long, the stone tablet was reduced to rubble. The system applauded. Excellent smashing.
Marvelous destruction.
What a delightful cacophony. Yun Qingyi raised her gaze to the ubiquitous qilin and stone bowstrings, addressing General Wushuang in a composed tone. Send people to demolish all the stone carvings in the town. Spare neither the qilin nor the stone bowstrings. Moreover, we must dismantle this cursed tower. The noise must be deafening. Let the gongs and drums resound, making sure the entire town knows. General Wushuang comprehended her intentions and promptly dispatched troops to destroy the stone sculptures. They marched with great fervor towards the abandoned infant tower. Upon arrival, many townsfolk had already rushed out, their voices filled with desperation, crying out, do not smash it. Please do not destroy it. This has been passed down through generations. Officials, spare our Wangshu town. You cannot demolish it. This is our foundation.
Do not destroy it.
Standing atop the abandoned infant tower, young Master Ning smirked, his tone lighthearted. There is not a wall in this world that this young master dares not to smash. With that, he swung his hammer forcefully at the tower's pinnacle. In his youthful folly, he had once struck the palace, believing it to be made of gold to sell, only to discover it was not. Emperor Qingyuan pondered as he gazed at the corner of the wall, now resembling a dog hole, wondering if dogs ever dig walls. A hole was formed at the tower's apex, and the townsfolk below were filled with anguish, their curses growing louder. Had the soldiers not been there to restrain them, they might have charged up to confront them. Yun Qingyi requested a silk scarf from Xiaoyao to tie around her nose. Feeling somewhat better when she could no longer detect the foul odor, she lifted her skirts and ascended the tower step by step. General Wushuang and young Master Ning had already arrived first, bearing the brunt of the conflict. She could not allow their efforts to be in vain. Upon reaching the top, she discovered a corridor resembling the city wall. The back of the tower had several windows designed for the disposal of deceased infants. Yun Qingyi dared not look inside. She could not bear such sights, fearing the tears would come. This was not merely an abandoned infant tower, it was an abandoned girl tower. For beneath it lay no male infants. Clearing her throat, she addressed the townsfolk below. Please lend me your ears, everyone. I understand that altering your long-held desire for male offspring is a daunting task. To be truthful, she did not comprehend why there was such a fixation on bearing sons. After a brief pause, she continued, because this method is exceedingly cruel, we are dismantling this abandoned infant tower solely to grant newborns a chance at survival. The esteemed individual beside me, whom you may have heard of as General Hanren, now bears a new title, General Wushuang, the only female general of our Daxing kingdom. She has fought valiantly on the battlefield, proving that women can match men in bravery. Her loyalty and courage are unparalleled. Yun Qingyi gazed at General Wushuang, whose red scarf fluttered in the wind, her spirit soaring with pride. As for me, I currently serve in the court as an official. Therefore, let us cease this obsession with bearing male heirs. Women can also hold esteemed positions, provided they possess virtue, talent, and wisdom. Her words resonated through the air. The townsfolk began to murmur among themselves. Is that true? It seems plausible. I just saw that influential young master refer to her as his leader. I know General Hanren. She has achieved great feats at the border. A remarkable general. And she is a woman? Could this be a fabricated tale meant to deceive us? The Daxing Kingdom has never had female officials or generals before. I have a relative in the capital. He said that not only are there female officials now, but women can also learn to read and write, starting from the capital. Then, is this truly the case?
It does not seem like a lie.
General Wushuang observed the changes in the expressions of the townsfolk and felt a chill within her heart. She stated resolutely, "The words of the oracle are true. Now that I have discovered this abandoned infant tower, it must not remain any longer. Our soldiers safeguard peace with their blood and bodies. They do not serve to slaughter the innocent. I believe you do not wish for the soldiers' hearts to grow cold." The townsfolk were rendered speechless, having made their choice. General Wushuang spoke with an air of calm confidence, a smile gracing her lips, as if everything unfolded according to her design. "Very well, let us commence the demolition. Smash it." Young Master Ning's voice was slow and deliberate, yet it carried an invisible weight of authority. Qingyi rolled up her sleeves and swung her hammer at the abandoned infant tower. "Let us dismantle this wretched tower." Yet it remained unyielding. Not even a speck of dust falling.
Uffed.
Young Master Ning could not contain his laughter. After finishing his chuckle, he quickly corrected himself. "I was not laughing at you. Big sister, strike here instead." Qingyi knew he was jesting, yet she could hardly open a bottle cap. What could she do? Following young Master Ning's lead, she struck where he had, creating a substantial hole. Indeed, smashing this tower feels immensely satisfying. The system chimed in with a laugh. "Dear host, you must have longed to demolish this abandoned infant tower since the very first moment you heard of it." Qingyi chuckled in response. "Indeed. This blight should never have existed in this world." "Guabao, do you think they ever considered that the multitude of girls they abandoned might come back as vengeful spirits? I wonder how they managed to sleep at night, given the weight of so many lost lives." The system replied, "Perhaps it is because they lack a conscience altogether." Zishan pounded with particular fervor, having held back his frustration for too long. Qingfeng, observing his earnest efforts, instinctively quickened his pace in dismantling the tower. Within a short while, the abandoned infant tower was reduced to ruins. Henceforth, there would be no more abandoned infant towers. Situated outside the city, this tower had been a place where infants were cast aside at birth. General Wushuang instructed Qingyi and young Master Ning to board the carriage and set off that very night to the next city for rest. The people of this town harbored treacherous and unfathomable hearts, making it unwise to linger. Though the tower had been forcibly dismantled this night, who could say whether their deeply ingrained beliefs had truly changed? Upon returning to the capital, this matter would be reported to the court. Upon hearing of this incident, Emperor Xingyuan condemned the heinous act of drowning female infants, imposing severe penalties through the law. Additionally, fines were levied on every household and soldiers were stationed, while a nameless monument was erected beneath the demolished abandoned infant tower as a permanent reminder. Qingyi and the young noble of Ning boarded the carriage, while General Wushuang instructed his subordinates below to manage the affairs before withdrawing the troops. Subsequently, their party set off towards the next city. They arrived at Pingyang City just in time to enter through the city gates at the last moment. By the time they found a place to stay at an inn, it was already past midnight. "Tonight, let us rest well. We are very close to the capital now, so there is no need to rush," General Wushuang said to Qingyi and the young noble of Ning. Qingyi nodded and tentatively suggested, "Then might I sleep until the hour of the snake?" Chapter 83. Witnessing the capture of a fugitive at the steamed bun shop. General Wushuang chuckled. "Of course you may." Qingyi awoke naturally, and in the morning, General Wushuang inquired about her preferred breakfast. Looking out the window at a nearby steamed bun shop, Qingyi remarked, "How about we simply grab something from that bun shop downstairs?" General Wushuang nodded in agreement. Very well. Once the three had gathered their belongings, they made their way to the bun shop. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man, whose long years of toil had left him slightly stooped and with significantly grayed hair. Likely in his 50s. "What would you gentlemen like to eat?" he asked with a smile. The young noble of Ning pulled out a chair and casually replied, 2 baskets of buns and 5 bowls of porridge. The shopkeeper nodded and went to prepare their order. Qingyi, the young noble of Ning, and General Wushuang sat at one table, while Xiao Yao and Qingfeng occupied a nearby one. Before long, the shopkeeper returned with their food. As they were enjoying their meal, a man clad in a black cloak suddenly removed his hat and drew a dagger, preparing to rob the shopkeeper. Qingfeng's hand instinctively moved towards his sword, ready for action. Just then, patrolling soldiers apprehended the man in black. The captured fugitive pointed an accusing finger at the shopkeeper, exclaiming, "Ah, you delayed the time to report me." The leading soldier handed the shopkeeper 300 taels of silver before taking the criminal away, who left with a relieved smile directed at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gazed contemplatively at the silver in his hand. Had he reported him? Qingyi took a bite of her bun while watching the scene unfold. Wow, a fugitive? She mused. Who would have thought that breakfast could witness the capture of a wanted criminal? The system responded, "Indeed, it seems so." Observing the shopkeeper's bewildered expression, Qingyi wondered, why does it feel like the shopkeeper is unaware? Wasn't he the one who reported it? The system shook its head. The shopkeeper is aware. But he did not report it. Qingyi sipped her porridge. How so?
Guabao, do elaborate.
The system promptly provided a detailed account. This fugitive had been on the run, filthy and without food, until he arrived at Pingyang City a few days prior. On the first morning before dawn, he saw the bun shop open and, taking advantage of the shopkeeper's distraction, stole one bun. Noticing a box containing coins and loose silver nearby, he refrained from taking anything. When the shopkeeper discovered that one bun was missing, he merely looked around, saw no one, and thought little of it. The following day, the fugitive returned to the bun shop. Just as he was about to steal again, the shopkeeper, mistaking him for a beggar, generously offered him 2 buns and even asked if he needed a bowl of porridge. The man, fearing he had been recognized as a wanted criminal, prepared to draw his dagger, only to find the shopkeeper simply retrieving a boiled egg, stating that eating only buns lacked nutrition. The fugitive silently sheathed his dagger, accepted the egg, and thanked the shopkeeper before leaving. On the third day, the fugitive hid in a corner, observing the shopkeeper and his bun shop. He noticed that the shopkeeper rose before dawn each day to steam buns, consistently the earliest on that street. Yet his business was lacking, and he often gave away unsold buns to beggars. The next day, fresh buns emerged from the steamer, and the fugitive thought the shopkeeper foolish for running a losing business. However, after watching for 2 days, he realized the shopkeeper seemed to have no family, dedicating his days solely to the bun shop. With only a haphazard meal to sustain himself, the shopkeeper had been listening to the conversation, staring in their direction, perplexed as no one was speaking aloud. All engrossed in their meals. Was he experiencing auditory hallucinations? Qingyi gulped down another spoonful of porridge. But why continue operating if it's unprofitable? Yet, it's commendable that the shopkeeper does not sell tainted buns. What happened next? The system continued, Guagua. Please continue with the story. Later, the fugitive tore off a wanted poster and placed it near the shopkeeper's steamer. He hid in the shadows, watching as the shopkeeper picked it up, examined it for a moment, and then tossed it onto the stove to burn. For several consecutive days, the fugitive returned to the bun shop, and the shopkeeper continued to offer him 2 buns and occasionally 2 eggs. The fugitive wanted to ask but ultimately held back, sensing no malice in the shopkeeper's gaze. Recently, the shopkeeper had fallen ill but refused to see a doctor, continuing to rise early and labor over his buns. Unable to bear it any longer, the fugitive devised today's scheme, having previously discerned the patrol schedule of the soldiers, which he typically avoided. Today, he deliberately crossed paths with them to secure the bounty from the government. Qingyi mused internally. This fugitive is rather kind-hearted, ensuring to bring warmth to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper could say, "Thank you for bringing warmth to the 4 seasons." The system, overhearing Qingyi's whimsical tune, couldn't help but chuckle, and the fugitive, in truth, is not malevolent. Intrigued, Qingyi inquired, "Oh? How so?" He asked on the wanted list, after all. Most would assume that a wanted criminal was irredeemably wicked. The system clarified, originally, the fugitive was an ordinary laborer employed by farmers or landlords. He was diligent and down-to-earth, and most notably, he had an exceedingly beautiful wife who bore him a son, leading a seemingly blissful life. On his son's 3rd birthday, he changed employers, coinciding with his son's birthday. He went to the market to buy fish while his wife was sewing him a new outfit, intending to make one for her husband as well. However, the farmer came looking for the laborer, only to find him absent, and took advantage of his beautiful wife. In a tragic turn of events, the wife was pushed to the ground, and a scissor blade from a basket fatally struck her neck. Upon returning home, he found his wife lying in a pool of blood, her clothing disheveled. Enraged, he seized a plowshare and struck the farmer, resulting in the farmer's death. Yet, with a 3-year-old child, the fugitive could not bear the thought of his child being orphaned, so he entrusted the child to his mother and fled. What a family torn apart by fate. Yun Qingyi was filled with profound emotion. He acted to protect his wife and child. This constitutes manslaughter, not his fault. The true villain here is that farmer. The young noble of Ning clenched his fists in indignation, realizing that the fugitive was also a victim. The system nodded. Indeed. The shopkeeper surmised that the wanted poster was sent by the fugitive, burned it, and did not report him because he sensed the fugitive's inherent goodness. The shop sees countless passers-by, and it would be astonishing for anyone to leave a wanted poster behind. Merely avoiding the bill would be a feat. The fugitive waited for several days, and seeing that the shopkeeper did not report him, he calculated the timing and pinned the blame on the shopkeeper. Chapter 84. The Unfilial Adopted Daughter. Yun Qingyi sighed. Both individuals are selfless benefactors, seeking nothing in return. May kindness in this world no longer be regarded as a luxury. Above all, virtuous individuals must receive their due rewards. The world is rife with injustice, where the good often meet untimely ends, while the wicked thrive in abundance. The system sighed in agreement. Alas, it is a pity that the shopkeeper's adopted daughter is also ungrateful. Yun Qingyi immediately followed up. How so? Is the shopkeeper not alone in this? The fugitive had observed that the shopkeeper was the only one toiling from dawn to dusk, crafting buns. The system elaborated. The shopkeeper has an adopted daughter whom he took in when he was in his 30s. The family, desiring a son but already having several daughters, sent this little girl away. The shopkeeper, unable to find a bride due to his modest circumstances, brought her home. He never ventured far, working diligently in the fields to cultivate and sell grain to support his family. As the child grew, so did the shopkeeper's age, until he eventually opened a bun shop. The adopted daughter, having grown into a fair young woman, began receiving suitors. Ultimately, she became involved with a young master from a family that ran a tavern. The betrothal gifts offered to her were of a mid-range value, but the shopkeeper insisted he required none of it, declaring it all to be her dowry. He even offered all his savings as a gift to her. Yet, the daughter, taking the silver, left without a backward glance, unaware that the shopkeeper watched her depart. Yun Qingyi felt a pang in her heart. This shopkeeper is overly kind. His adopted daughter is a typical ingrate, akin to a farmer nurturing a snake. The system concurred. Indeed, the two families negotiated pleasantly, setting a date for the wedding. However, on the day after the marriage, the daughter's mother-in-law demanded she present her betrothal gifts, claiming they were to establish a branch shop for the young couple to manage, asserting that they were now one family. The adopted daughter, finding no issue with this, complied and even sought additional funds from her adoptive father. However, the 60-year-old shopkeeper had only 50 taels of silver. Upon hearing her request, he handed it over without hesitation. Yet, the daughter doubted him, exclaiming how a bun shop could yield such little wealth, fearing it would bring her shame in her new family. Enraged, she stormed out, never to return to visit her father again. In a nearby room, the shopkeeper stood shrouded in darkness, quietly wiping away his tears. He could not fathom why the daughter he had nurtured for over a decade would turn her back on him after her marriage. If he could not provide her with silver, he was deemed her enemy. Alas, he was now over 60, and his bun shop's business was poor. He could barely make ends meet. Yun Qingyi could not refrain from voicing her disdain. Even a sheep knows gratitude, and a crow understands the need to repay its benefactor. If a person cannot even match the gratitude of a beast, can they still call themselves human? She paused before continuing her lament. In her eagerness to ingratiate herself with her new family, she completely disregards the father who raised her, showcasing the most grotesque form of human selfishness. Young Master Ning and General Wushuang nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, an ingrate. This woman will not fare well in her new household, always pandering to her in-laws. How can her life be satisfactory? She will surely come to regret it. After finishing their breakfast, they prepared to embark on their journey. Seated in the carriage, Yun Qingyi noticed only General Wushuang joining her and inquired, "Where is young Master Ning?" "He has gone to relieve himself," General Wushuang replied nonchalantly. They waited in the carriage for young Master Ning, who returned after more than 10 minutes. He had visited the local magistrate to report the fugitive's incident, suggesting they investigate, as it was merely a case of self-defense resulting in accidental manslaughter that warranted a fine. They spent another 3 hours in the carriage, nearing noon when they stopped at a small wonton shop for lunch. "Let us grab a quick bite. We are on the brink of entering the capital, and there are no shops along the official road except for this wonton stall." General Wushuang retrieved a pair of chopsticks from a bamboo holder and handed them to Yun Qingyi. Unfussy, she accepted the chopsticks with a polite thank you, and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the wonton broth. Delightful. Just as she was about to indulge, the system interrupted her. "Milady, wait." Yun Qingyi paused, bewildered. "What is it?" Is it poisoned? Young Master Ning, caught mid-bite with half a wonton lodged in his throat, found himself in a dilemma, unable to swallow or spit it out. Is it poisoned? Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already eaten half of it. The system shook its head. No, the wonton is not poisoned, however. It contains a copper coin. Guagua aims to caution you against accidentally swallowing it. Hearing that it was not poisoned, young Master Ning finally relaxed, swallowing hard, only to turn pale as the wonton remained lodged. In a flurry, he reached for the teacup on the table, knocking it over in his panic. Qingyi, about to take her first bite, heard the commotion and asked in confusion, what happened to him? General Wushuang calmly poured a cup of tea for young Master Ning, stating, he choked. Young Master Ning quickly took the cup and downed it in one go. Alas, the wonton still obstructed his throat, turning his face beet red. General Wushuang stood and delivered a firm slap to his back, dislodging the half wonton. At last, young Master Ning gasped for air, gulping down several more mouthfuls of water. Ah! What a relief it is to breathe. The world feels renewed. Qingyi observed young Master Ning's discomfort. Thank goodness for your timely warning, Guabao. Had I choked like young Master Ning, it would have been unbearable. Young Master Ning retorted, how did I choke? Is it not because of you and that Tianqing? Darn it, I couldn't breathe. Qingyi rummaged through her wonton bowl and finally unearthed the wonton concealing the copper coin. Wow. I've struck it rich. How did Guabao know there was a coin in this wonton? The system replied with glee. Naturally, Guagua knows all and sees all. Qingyi examined the copper coin. Is this a delightful surprise from the owner? A coin hidden in the wonton? It was her first meal yielding a coin, perhaps a local custom, as they typically did not include coins in wontons back home. The system shook its head. No, this was secretly stashed by the shopkeeper's son, who was helping his father in the kitchen. He feared his father would discover his pocket money, so he concealed the coin within the wonton, making it unnoticeable. Qingyi praised, what a clever child. The system paused. Milady, why do I sense sarcasm in your words? He hid the coin in the wonton and then went out to play, forgetting about it, and the shopkeeper ended up boiling it. Imagining the shopkeeper's son in the kitchen, distraught and crying, where's my coin? Made her burst into laughter. Chapter 85. Pei Xian has passed. Qingyi wiped the coin clean and placed it in her pouch. Then I shall graciously accept this clever gift. It felt like hitting the jackpot. The system also chuckled. Haha, milady, you are quite mischievous. I like it. Young Master Ning inquired, how much is a copper coin worth? After their lunch, the carriage resumed its journey for another hour, reaching the city gate of the capital. Today marked the last day of the holiday, with many returning, creating a bottleneck at the gate for inspections. After a day in the carriage, Qingyi felt sore and decided to stretch her legs after disembarking. When it was their turn, General Wushuang called for her to return to the carriage. Upon arriving at the Yun residence, Qingyi prepared to bid farewell to them as she headed home. A young man rode swiftly towards the Yun residence, dismounting to kneel before the young Master Ning. Your Highness, he proclaimed, the legitimate son of the Duke of the founding state, Pei Xian, passed away the day before yesterday. The news was released only yesterday, and he has already been interred today. Upon receiving the news, I sent word to your Highness, but it seems you had already departed. What did you say? The young Master Ning rushed forward, gripping the man's garments, his voice laced with incredulity. Pei Xian is gone? This revelation struck Ning like a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of disbelief. No, it cannot be, he cried, shaking his head frantically. How could a living person simply cease to exist? The young man, feeling the pressure on his throat, managed to utter, Your Highness, please accept my condolences. No, I refuse to believe it. Ning released his grip and took a step back, his mind racing. Just before his departure, Pei Xian had shown signs of recovery. How could he return to such devastating news? It was inconceivable. Furthermore, Pei Xian was the legitimate heir of the Duke of the founding state. With a 5-day mourning period followed by burial in May, how could such a hasty interment occur? As Qingyi prepared to return home, she paused, unable to quell her unease. She instructed Sheyao to rest at home while she was met by Qingdai and Muxin. Qingdai nodded solemnly and stated, Miss, it is indeed true that Pei Xian has passed. The Duke of the founding state claims he succumbed to a sudden illness, and to prevent the spread of this malady, the funeral was conducted hastily. Qingyi motioned for Qingdai to accompany her and turned towards a carriage. The young Master Ning, lost in despair, turned to General Wushuang and said, I shall not escort you back home. He recognized that Qi Yan would not jest about such matters, leading him to suspect the grim news was indeed true. He intended to investigate at the Duke's residence. General Wushuang, concerned for him, replied, I will accompany you. Having just lost her dear friend, she could empathize with Ning's turmoil. And I shall join as well. Yun Qingyi returned, standing beside the young Master Ning. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not rush. Let us visit the Duke's residence together. Given Ning's current state, Yun Qingyi feared he might storm into the estate unrestrained. Their carriage made its way towards the Duke's residence while there was still light. Soon, they arrived at the Duke's estate, where servants were removing white silk and extinguishing incense. Remnants of the recent mourning evident in the yellow paper and white coins scattered along the road. As the carriage halted, Ning rushed into the Duke's residence, prompting Yun Qingyi and General Wushuang to exchange pained glances before following him inside. The servants dared not obstruct the young Master Ning, allowing him to charge forward unimpeded. Duke Pei Jingxian was directing the removal of all items related to the mourning rites. Make sure everything is cleared away. Burn what can be burned and dispose of the rest far from here, he instructed in a low, gravelly voice. The servants responded in unison, Yes, my lord. Pei Jingxian gestured towards the courtyard, and do not forget to incense the entire estate thoroughly. As he spoke, he turned to see Ning rushing in. Ah! Is this not Ning, the dear friend of Xianu? I heard you went on a trip out of the capital. Alas, it is unfortunate. Xianu has succumbed to a sudden illness, Pei Jingxian said with a feigned, sorrowful expression. Tears welled in Ning's eyes, yet he clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, Uncle Pei. How could Xianu have fallen ill so abruptly? He was merely a bit frail. Did he not see a doctor? What did the physician say? His tone grew anxious. Pei Jingxian sighed, placing a hand on Ning's shoulder. Young master, none anticipated Xianu's sudden demise. The incident unfolded too quickly. There was no time to summon a physician. It was the household servants who discovered him collapsed on the path back to the courtyard. Ning staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. How could this happen so suddenly? He murmured. Pei Jingxian maintained a sorrowful demeanor. Xianu has departed. The uncles are equally heartbroken. His friendship with you has been his great fortune. Overwhelmed by grief, Ning remained lost in his thoughts until he finally lifted his head, asking, Where is Xianu's grave? I wish to pay my respects. A tide of sorrow surged within him, and tears blurred his vision as he seemed to catch a glimpse of Xian's figure, delicately calling out to him, Qingyi. Pei Jingxian fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Xianu passed away from a sudden illness, thus his burial site is somewhat secluded. Yun Qingyi, having listened intently, sensed a discrepancy. Remaining calm, she discerned the flaw in Pei Jingxian's narrative. Uncle, how can you be so certain that Pei Xian died from an illness? Was a doctor not summoned? She inquired pointedly. Pei Jingxian, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar lady, hesitated. And you are? Yun Qingyi replied. We are all friends of Pei Xian. Pei Jingxian recognized General Wushuang beside her and greeted. Ah, General Hanren is also here? You are a friend of Xianu? Indeed. Uncle, your information is somewhat outdated. I am now General Wushuang, not General Hanren, she clarified with a subtle nod. Pei Jingxian was momentarily stunned, perplexed by the implications of such a title change. Just returning from the border, he was oblivious to the recent developments in court affairs. Oh. I just returned from the border, and was unaware of this. As for the cause of death being an illness, it was determined by the coffin maker during the preparation for burial, Pei Jingxian's deep, resonant voice explained. He then procured paper and a pen from a servant, inscribing the burial site's address before handing it to Ning. This is the location of Xianu's grave. I, too, am weary and shan't linger further, Pei Jingxian said, effectively dismissing them. Ning assumed the Duke was simply fatigued. He performed a farewell gesture and departed with Yun Qingyi and the others. They stopped at a tavern to procure fine wine and delicacies to offer at Pei Xian's grave, setting out for his final resting place, as dusk descended. Upon arriving at Lingyun Mountain, it was already evening. Following the trail marked by the burial coins and Pei Jingxian's rough directions, Ning encountered several incorrect graves before finally discovering Pei Xian's tomb beneath a grove of bamboo. Seated before the gravestone, Ning poured a cup of wine. Addressing the spirit of his departed friend, you left me so abruptly, yet promised to assist me in securing the throne in the future. Words once spoken cannot be retracted. What is this now? General Wushuang and Yun Qingyi stood quietly beside him, allowing the brothers a moment to reminisce. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ning's mind. This is not right. There is no one in this grave. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, every heartbeat audible in the stillness. Ning's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. What did that mean? Yun Qingyi took a moment to comprehend before exclaiming, What? This grave is empty? Pei Xian is not dead? Ning strained to hear, desperately hoping that Pei Xian still lived. The voice continued. No. Pei Xian is indeed dead, the kind of dead that is irreversible. What I mean is that this grave is empty, there is no one inside. Ning was left speechless, akin to a statue, his facial muscles tense, his expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. His hand, poised to raise the wine cup, froze midair, and the cup slipped from his fingers, forgotten. Empty? What did that imply? Qingyi echoed his confusion. Empty? Is this not Pei Xian's gravestone? She widened her eyes to scrutinize the inscription on the gravestone. Indeed, is this not the tomb of Pei Xian? The system responded, this is Pei Xian's gravestone. A facade erected by Pei Jing to deceive outsiders. The true resting place of Pei Xian lies elsewhere. General Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Yunqing sighed. So, we have been paying respects to a counterfeit? Where is the genuine burial site? The system promptly replied. Beneath the well, at the base of Wuqing Mountain to the west. One lies to the east, the other to the west. The disparity is quite significant, is it not? If one were to claim it was unintentional, she would hardly believe it. Yunqing glanced at the despondent young Master Ning, who remained before Pei Xian's gravestone. But how can I inform him that the grave we are honoring is a sham? Would it not be somewhat alarming to tell him directly? The system affirmed, indeed. Anyone would find such news terrifying, especially under the shroud of night. Just as Yunqing pondered how to offer a subtle hint, the young Master Ning, who had been seated on the ground, stood up and declared to Yunqing and General Wushuang, I wish to excavate the grave. Upon hearing this, Yunqing's expression grew complex. Excavate the grave. Is that truly appropriate? Who in their right mind would dig up a grave at such an hour? Yet, what prompted him to suddenly wish to do so? When the young Master Ning heard about the empty grave, his mind became fervent, disregarding everything else. And he boldly proposed to excavate. Noticing Yunqing's skepticism, he quickly regained his composure, resolving to dispel her doubts. Think quickly. Since my return, I have not even seen him for the last time. I wish to see him, even if it is merely a corpse. The young Master Ning's tongue was swifter than his thoughts. Hearing him find an excuse, General Wushuang finally felt relieved. Just as she was about to help him navigate through it, Yunqing regarded the young Master Ning with a look of pity. Poor child. You did not see him for the last time, and you still shan't see him now. However, you may discover that this is a false grave. General Wushuang approached the young Master Ning and said, Very well, let's dig. I will assist you. The young Master Ning and General Wushuang turned to Yunqing. Yunqing feebly replied, Am I to dig too? No, it would be remiss to trouble you, the esteemed one. The young Master Ning shook his head. Afterward, he placed his fingers to his lips and whistled. Soon, a figure clad in black descended before him. The young Master Ning instructed him to gather a few people to excavate the grave. After receiving the command, the figure departed to summon aid. General Wushuang and the young Master Ning found suitable tools in the woods and began their excavation. Meanwhile, Yunqing idly played with her fingers, attempting to mimic the young Master Ning as he placed his fingers to his lips. Why can't I produce a sound? The system chuckled. Dear host, you lack the talent for it. Ha ha ha. Abandon all hope. After several futile attempts, Yunqing conceded. In this world, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome, provided one is willing to relinquish their efforts. The system remarked, as expected of you. Truly the laid-back host. Before long, the grave had been unearthed, revealing the entire coffin within. The system alerted her. Dear host, they have unearthed it, and are preparing to open the coffin. Would you like to go and take a look? If there were a corpse, Yunqing would undoubtedly feel trepidation. Given it was empty,
She decided to take a peek.
let us go. Witnessing the coffin brings fortune. May it be auspicious. Yunqing headed towards the young Master Ning and the others. The young Master Ning surveyed the coffin before him and waved his hand, commanding, Open the coffin. One of his subordinates, Sui Foam, stepped forward and said, Your Highness, this may not be wise. I understand you are in great sorrow, but Master Pei has departed. Let him rest in peace. Who is the leader here, you or I? The young Master Ning shot him a glance, insisting, Open it as commanded. Spare me your chatter. Sui Foam dared not speak further and silently approached to open the coffin. Upon discovering it was empty, he was left dumbfounded. How can it be empty? He muttered. The young Master Ning smirked coldly. How should I know? Go investigate. And if you cannot find out, do not return. To bury an empty coffin right under everyone's noses is rather amusing. What is Pei Bo's intention? The young Master Ning descended the mountain alongside Yunqing and the others. Although they were now aware of the location, He refrained from taking action to avoid raising Yunqing's suspicions. While seated in the carriage, the young Master Ning proposed to escort them home first. Just as Yunqing was about to agree, the system suddenly interjected. Dear host, it has been detected that Pei Xian is suppressed beneath the well. Ordinary individuals cannot unravel the curse. A question mark slowly formed in Yunqing's mind. A curse? What animosity could warrant the use of a curse? The system nodded. Indeed, his coffin is covered in talismans and suppressive objects. However, Guagua can break the curse, but one must see it to know for certain. Yunqing was taken aback. But, Guagua, aren't you a master? The system clarified. Guagua is not a master. Guagua merely possesses vast knowledge and understanding. Yunqing inquired once more. Then who knows when they will locate the burial site? I must attend court tomorrow. If it gets too late, it would not be kind to her struggles with early rising. The system reassured her. The young Master Ning's subordinates are exceptionally talented. It will not take long for them to find it. As soon as the system's words fell, a report came from outside the carriage that the subordinates of the young Master Ning had found it. Yunqing quickly altered her statement. Then let us not return just yet. I can only sleep soundly tonight after locating Pei Xian's tomb. The young Master Ning also heard the mention of the curse, and a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Subsequently, the carriage headed towards the direction of Wuqing Mountain, reaching Pei Xian's burial site after an hour. Chapter 87. Commencing court attendance. The young Master Ning's subordinates reported that they had investigated and discovered that on the day of the funeral, precisely at midnight, a coffin was stealthily delivered through the back gate of the founding duke's residence to this very location. Yunqing observed her surroundings. The area was surrounded by mountains, with a hole precisely at the center of the valley, concealing a dry well beneath which the coffin lay. Guagua, what do you have to say? I sense no aura of a curse. The system replied. Dear host, do you not perceive the oppressive atmosphere here? Look up, and you cannot see the sky. Look down, and you see nothing but sand. There is not a drop of water. A massive stone blocks the well's mouth, the waters having long since dried up, leaving only a profound black abyss, as if it leads to another realm. The locust trees planted on either side form a formation designed to trap the spirits beneath the well, namely the soul of Pei Xian. This represents an exceedingly malicious curse, and to break it, one must. Upon hearing this, Yunqing felt a chill run down her spine. What must be done? Speak swiftly. Young Master Ning interjected. Hurry up. I have been waiting for ages. The system slowly responded, only by chopping down the locust trees, uprooting their roots, dismantling the well, and dousing the malevolent talismans affixed to the coffin with strong liquor before igniting them, can this wicked formation be dismantled. As night fell, Yunqing began to yawn. The young Master Ning suggested that she and General Wushuang return first. Yunqing nodded, casually mentioning that the surrounding locust trees appeared rather eerie, suggesting they should remove them, along with the dry well. It would be best to consult a feng shui master, for disturbing one's peaceful dreams is never prudent. Her words hinted at her thoughts. How about that? Is my hint sufficiently clear? The system averted its gaze. Dear host, you might be being a tad too obvious. You nearly declared yourself a feng shui master. Fortunately, the young Master Ning did not notice and agreed. Very well. The young Master Ning remained behind to handle the aftermath, while Yunqing and General Wushuang departed. On the second day, Yunqing once again found herself seated within her carriage, which swayed gently as it made its way toward the imperial palace. Amidst this gentle rocking, she continued to enjoy her slumber. After all, a 7 a.m. start was rather early for her. After a considerable time of rest, the carriage came to a halt. Qingyi, as was her custom, conducted a brief inspection of her appearance before gently rousing Yunqing. Miss, we have arrived at the palace. With her assistance, Yunqing drowsily descended from the carriage, trailing behind her father. Yun Shangshu observed his daughter, half awake and bleary-eyed beside him, and sighed. Is it nearly the hour of Qin? And you are still asleep? The other ministers, who had not seen Yunqing for several days, chuckled at her familiar state. Although the recent absence from court had afforded them a respite, it felt oddly devoid of the excitement brought by the Oracle envoy's antics, rendering it rather dull. They had heard that the Oracle envoy had traveled to distant lands, yet the news relayed back was nothing short of sensational. Now that court was reconvening, they could once again indulge in the gossip they so relished. However, this group did not include the founding Duke Pei Jingxian, who had been stationed at the borders. His distance meant that news reached him slowly. Unless it pertained to matters of great importance to the kingdom, he paid little heed. Upon noticing the young lady who had accompanied the young Master Ning yesterday, he was surprised to find her at the palace at this hour, exchanging greetings with several colleagues. Yun Shangshu, good morning. Pei Jingxian, perplexed, realized that this lady was from Yun Shangshu's household, yet wondered why everyone referred to her as the Oracle Envoy. He casually pulled aside a fellow official, Lord Chen. Who is this lady? Why do they all call her the Oracle Envoy? Lord Chen. Having remembered that Pei had been away at the borders for a month and was unaware of the recent court developments, proceeded to inform him about the latest happenings, including the Emperor's appointment of Yun Qingyi as a second-rank Oracle Envoy, the revelation that General Hanren was a woman and had been granted the title of Unmatched General, and the execution of Lord Taibao for employing secretive arts to manipulate hearts and seize wealth. After thanking Lord Chen, Pei Jingxian reflected on the multitude of events that had transpired in his absence. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he felt. Was the great Qing truly on the verge of collapse, allowing a woman to enter the court? He shot an exasperated glance at Yun Qingyi, muttering a curse under his breath, and expressed his disdain for the emperor's incompetence. Meanwhile, Lord Chen, having moved away, suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to warn Pei Jingxian to avoid provoking the Oracle Envoy, for she was capable of conversing with the celestial beings. But he shrugged it off, thinking Pei would soon learn the truth, and that such a short distance posed little risk of complications. Pei Jingxian silently approached Yun Qingyi, eventually catching up with them. With an air of mockery, he gestured in congratulations. Yun Shangshu, congratulations. The honor of being the first woman to step into the court has fallen upon your legitimate daughter. This truly sets a new precedent. She surpasses even those who have yet to inherit titles. He mused on the emperor's motives for allowing a woman in the court, deeming it a folly, and noted the empress's advanced age, which permitted the emperor's capriciousness. While ostensibly congratulatory, his words dripped with sarcasm, questioning how a woman could possibly belong in the court. Yun Shangshu smiled faintly, his gaze profound, exuding an air of tranquil composure as he responded, "Thank you, Lord Pei. What the emperor thinks is known solely to him. How could others presume to know? Perhaps my daughter possesses extraordinary qualities." He then noted, "I hear you recently lost your son, yet today you appear unaffected. If you dare attack my child, then I must retaliate. This is my child, and I have the right to speak of her. You do not. Furthermore, I cherish her too much to allow you to malign her." Yun Qingyi, having opened her eyes at his words, flashed a cold glint. As for Pei Xian, he was unworthy to be called a father. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. "Why does Lord Pei reside by the sea?" she inquired in a measured tone. "In the Duke's household, I respect you as Pei Xian's father and address you as uncle. However, in the court, we are all colleagues. Why should you concern yourself with me? We are all laborers. Why distinguish between high and low?" Pei Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. How did she know? No, it was impossible. Then he realized it was likely a rhetorical question. "Not at all," he replied. Yun Qingyi calmly nodded. "Oh, if you do not live by the sea, why do you meddle so?" Pei Jingxian's face flushed with visible anger. "How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner, showing no decorum whatsoever?" After saying this, he turned to Yun Shangshu. "Is this how you educate your daughter at home?" Yun Qingyi's temper flared. She was permitted to speak her mind, yet he claimed her family could not. Life was dreary, akin to a frog critiquing humanity. Some individuals are inherently dark and ugly, both inside and out. If you are an elder, you ought to set a proper example for the younger generation. Do you embody the essence of virtue and prestige, Lord Pei? Upon finishing, she feigned surprise. "As a young woman, I speak plainly. Since you are an elder, surely you would not hold it against a younger person?" Pei Jingxian found himself at a loss for words, neither knowing how to respond nor how to remain silent. Yun Qingyi smacked her forehead, sighing, "Look at my memory. I mistakenly regarded you as a person. How troublesome it must be for you to resemble one. We, as humans, do not wish to associate with beasts." Chapter 88. Exposing Pei Jingxian's misdeeds. The number of officials observing the spectacle grew, though they were uncertain why the Oracle Envoy berated the founding duke. Yet, she had never wronged an innocent, indicating that there must be some truth to her claims. They decided to remain as spectators and watch the unfolding drama. Pei Jingxian had not anticipated being lambasted so thoroughly by a woman. Even Yun Shangshu would not dare to confront him so openly. How could she? More perplexingly, why did everyone else appear to look on without intervention? Had they all lost their senses? Unable to counter Yun Qingyi's words, he turned to Yun Shangshu. "Are you merely going to stand by and watch your daughter berate me? Will you not intervene?" Yun Shangshu remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Yun Shangshu." Pei Jingxian raised his voice. Startled, Yun Shangshu returned to the moment, looking at Pei Jingxian. "What did you say, Lord Pei?" The elderly often drift into reverie. Yun Shangshu feigned ignorance, acting as though he saw nothing. He believed his daughter would not speak without cause. Surely, she had discovered something significant. You. Pei Jingxian stammered, pointing at Yun Qingyi, his rage rendering him speechless. The attending officials, both civil and military, were left dumbfounded. Even when they found themselves at odds, they typically observed decorum, exchanging disparaging remarks in private rather than tearing each other apart publicly. Yet here stood Yun Qingyi, unabashedly lambasting him in such a refined and refreshing manner. Seeing Pei Jingxian trembling with fury, struggling to find a response, Yun Qingyi concluded, "It seems that Lord Pei has no words left. Let us part ways here." Turning to her father, she added, "Father, let us proceed, otherwise we may be late for court." Yun Shangshu nodded in agreement, leading Yun Qingyi toward the court. The assembled officials exchanged knowing glances, then instinctively pinched their thighs, stifling laughter. If they were to laugh, they risked incurring the Duke's wrath, which would be a costly affair. The oracle envoy's manner of speaking was truly incisive. Pei Jingxian was not merely left speechless, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Nearly fainting from the indignity, he recalled the purpose of attending court that day, gritting his teeth to regain his composure. As the officials passed by Pei Jingxian, they regarded him with expressions that conveyed a complex mixture of sympathy and concern. They wished him luck. Why provoke her? She was a formidable presence, capable of uncovering even the most concealed secrets of one's ancestry. Intuition whispered to them that today would unveil an extraordinary spectacle. Upon arriving at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Pei Jingxian discovered it entirely deserted. He hastily retreated, casting a glance at the plaque. Indeed, this was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Wasn't there a court session today? Where was everyone? If he were not a dignified duke of the founding dynasty, he would have bellowed at the Grand Hall, demanding to know where everyone had vanished to. However, decorum restrained him, and he promptly seized a passing young eunuch, inquiring why the court session, typically held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, seemed devoid of attendees. The eunuch informed him that the court time had been altered, and at this hour, the emperor had yet to rise. Although Pei Jingxian was perplexed by the change in schedule, he decided to return to his carriage for a brief respite, as lingering too long would only waste precious time on the road. The young eunuch had merely mentioned a change in time, neglecting to inform him of a change in venue. Meanwhile, in the Anhao Hall, the dignitaries were enjoying their morning repast. The young eunuch responded respectfully, "Your Grace, all the officials are currently partaking in breakfast at Anhao Hall." Pei Jingxian was taken aback. Not only had the court time been altered, but when had the Hall of Supreme Harmony started serving breakfast? Court sessions usually commenced at the break of dawn, between 5 and 7 o'clock, necessitating officials to rise well in advance for their grooming and attire, often without the luxury of a meal, especially those who traveled great distances. Noticing that there was no change of venue, some officials began to trickle out of Anhao Hall towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony, prompting Pei Jingxian to take his position. Before long, the court meeting officially commenced. Pei Jingxian was utterly taken aback upon observing Yun Qingyi seated prominently at the court, positioned to the emperor's left. It was preposterous for a woman to attend court, let alone occupy such a place of honor. He began to voice his objections. Upon hearing his words, Yun Qingyi shook off her drowsiness, instantly alert. "This scoundrel dares to accuse me? I've not sought trouble with him, yet he fixates on me now." The system chimed in. "Precisely. Host, give him what for. Let the world be your stage." The civil and military officials perked up at her inner thoughts, discreetly straining to listen, for the show was about to unfold. They were captivated by her audacious remarks, which left them utterly enthralled. Just as Pei Jingxian parted his lips to speak, he was unexpectedly silenced by the swift hand of the second and third princes, who had stealthily approached. They had grown adept at this maneuver. The system added, "Last night, didn't he the host just unearth his son's grave?" The ministers and princes collectively gasped, shocked by the revelation of such brutality. Had he truly disturbed a grave? Minister Yun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, unwilling to open his eyes, wishing it were merely a figment of his imagination, a dream. Yet this dream felt all too real. Only Emperor Qingyuan, who had received the reports last night, remained silent, knowing he was among the first to savor the unfolding drama. Speaking of this, Yun Qingyi clenched her teeth. "I genuinely wish to understand the enmity between him and Pei Xian. How could he so treacherously replace his son's grave with a false one while burying his own offspring beneath a well? Is Pei Xian truly his flesh and blood?" The officials could not help but widen their eyes, gasping in disbelief. How ruthless. To imprison his own son beneath a well. Was he even human? Were they kin or foes? The system responded. Pei Xian is indeed his biological son, but he was born with toxic blood. Qingyi tilted her head, pondering. What do you mean? Surely it cannot be as I suspect? The officials grew anxious, demanding clarity. The system nodded. Indeed, host, Pei Jingxian resided in Luozhou since childhood, near the coast. During a catastrophic flood, his home was submerged. He then journeyed south, fainting at the gates of the Su residence, Pei Xian's maternal grandfather.
Susuru.
The daughter of the Grand General saved Pei Jingxian and raised him in the Su household. Over time, affection blossomed between them, leading to their union. The Su general, upon learning of this, was furious. Yet, by then, Miss Su had already succumbed to his sweet words and had become enamored, resulting in Pei Jingxian being adopted into the Su family. Qingyi could not help but exclaim, what a high marriage. Their statuses were vastly mismatched. Chapter 89, Treason and Betrayal. Scoundrel. Pei Jingxian's face darkened. What sorcery was this? How could this ancient tale be known to them? Qingyi shook her head. Do not pick wild flowers by the roadside, and certainly do not collect wild men. Better to let them perish by the roadside. Those who picked up men by the roadside seldom met a favorable end. The system was nearly in stitches. Haha, host, your summation is astute. After marrying into the Su family, Pei Jingxian fought alongside the old general, eventually ascending to the title of duke. Regrettably, Miss Su would never learn that her father was betrayed by Pei Jingxian, who revealed military strategies to the enemy nation, leading to the general's demise.
Miss Su,
relying solely on Pei Jingxian, gradually deteriorated until she perished after giving birth to Pei Xian. Pei Jingxian had been poisoning her since the general's death. The ministers and officials silently cursed, beasts. He spared neither his wife, nor his father-in-law, nor even his own child. Pei Jingxian struggled to break free. The second and third princes held him tighter. If they could, they would have preferred to smother him outright. Qingyi exclaimed, vocal. No wonder Pei Xian was born with poison. It must be hereditary. Truly, Pei Jingxian is a venomous serpent. How unfortunate for Miss Su's family and for Pei Xian, who did nothing wrong yet suffered at the hands of his own father. The system wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Pei Xian, from a young age, was neglected by his father, believing he fell short and constantly pushing himself to excel. Because of his frail constitution, he could not train in martial arts. He thought he had brought shame upon his father. After the general's death, Pei Jingxian brought home a distant relative, claiming he was seeking refuge in the capital, only to take a concubine shortly thereafter. Just months after Pei Xian's birth, the concubine also bore a son. Pei Xian could not fathom why his father favored his younger brother, regardless of his own achievements. It was only when he noticed that when his father was in good spirits, he would serve him the first portion of food that he mistakenly believed his efforts had been recognized. Unbeknownst to him, that first portion was laced with poison, a slow-acting toxin. Administering it slowly ensured no suspicion arose, and all the physicians in the household were in Pei Jingxian's employ, making the plan foolproof. The crown prince and several princes were on the verge of losing composure. Having witnessed Pei Xian's remarkable talents and charm, they all desired to recruit him. The other civil and military officials cast disdainful glances at Duke Pei Jingxian, their expressions filled with loathing. His actions were utterly reprehensible. Even Emperor Qingyuan, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a countenance darker than a thundercloud, incredulous at such audacity. Qingyi, astounded, felt her heart ache for Pei Xian. The wicked grow old, while Pei Xian bears the misfortune of being the offspring of a villain. Such is the fate of a child born to a nefarious parent. After all, one cannot choose the lineage from which they emerge. A malevolent father, a mother who dies young, and a poisoned child. He has lost his family. Buffs upon buffs, alas. A prolonged silence ensued before the court erupted once more. My father is simply marvelous, beyond compare. I adore my dear father. Upon hearing these words, Yun Xiangshu could not help but think to himself, how could a young woman speak so candidly about love and affection, parading such sentiments in the court? How utterly unbecoming. Yet, beneath his stoic facade, he felt his ears subtly redden. The system chimed in. Not merely marvelous, but practically showered with adoration. If only a fraction of that affection were bestowed upon Pei Xian, he would not be so starved for familial warmth. Oh, by the way, esteemed host, do you have any inkling as to why Pei Jingxian has come today? I wager you cannot guess. Qingyi shook her head. How could I possibly know? The system, no longer playing coy, divulged. He seeks to petition the emperor to transfer the title belonging to Pei Xian to his other son. Ordinarily, Titles are inherited by the legitimate eldest son. Only in cases of incompetence or premature death does the title pass to the legitimate second son or the illegitimate eldest son. Now that the legitimate eldest son has perished, he wishes to bequeath the title to his other offspring. This very title has condemned Pei Xian to a fate of demise from the moment of his birth. Pei Jingxian could never allow Pei Xian to inherit it. It could be any son, but it certainly cannot be Pei Xian. The second and third princes exchanged glances, and the second prince abruptly snatched the memorial from Pei Jingxian's hands, presenting it to the crown prince beside him. The crown prince perused the contents of the memorial, confirming it aligned precisely with what Tianyin had mentioned. He was petitioning the emperor to pass the title to his other son. Emperor Qingyi turned his gaze toward the crown prince, who nodded in affirmation. Qingyi was incensed. What a cunning scheme! That scoundrel has plotted against Pei Xian's mother and family. Guabao, I wish to see him ruined. Do you have any means to accomplish this? Given his numerous malevolences, can I not report him? Lacking military prowess, she could only rely on her system, her greatest weapon. She wielded the power to eradicate all wickedness. The system promptly provided an answer. Of course. Esteemed host, Guabao supports you. Pei Jingxian is not only unworthy of being a father, but he is also unworthy of being human. He is a spy leaking military secrets, exercising extreme caution, rarely contacting enemy nations. Emperor Xingyuan's countenance darkened ominously. It was no wonder investigations led nowhere. Qingyi was perplexed. If he refrains from contact, how does he relay messages? The system continued. Naturally, he does not transmit trivial messages, only critical intelligence. Moreover, he only communicates with Beishao Kingdom, dispatching names of military commanders and strategies only during confrontations with them. He is exceedingly cautious, ensuring that the information he sends is half true, half false. Even if suspicion arises, it cannot be directed at him. Both nations suffer losses during warfare, and neither emerges unscathed. Although Beishao Kingdom harbors discontent, they dare not expose him, having previously doubted the strategies he provided. Yet the dispatch generals match the intelligence precisely. Most strategies are accurate, compelling them to sift through and implement as they proceed. As for Daxing Kingdom, the soldiers embroiled in battle are unaware of the source of the leaks, even if they occasionally uncover a few low-ranking culprits. They cannot trace it back to the Duke of the Founding. The officials, both civil and military, listening intently, felt a chill run down their spines. The Duke of the Founding was audacious indeed. Such behavior could cost him his head. It was clear that there was no hope for redemption. There never had been. The crimes of killing one's wife and child were grave indeed. Qingyi's fury reached its zenith. Treason and betrayal. You wretched cur. How detestable. She paused momentarily. But I lack evidence. Would it be unwise to directly report him? What if the emperor thinks I am merely causing a ruckus? The officials murmured. No need to report. Your emperor has arrived. Your emperor is already aware. Chapter 90. Severing the father-son relationship upon cutting the umbilical cord. Emperor Xingyun. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I could only feel gratified. How could this be mere folly? This is all a bounty of silver. We can seize their assets. A windfall? Ha ha. The system suggested. Esteemed host. You could have young Master Ning investigate. It would also serve to hone his abilities. Qingyi nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I shall speak to him after court. No sooner had she spoken than the crown prince addressed Emperor Xingyun. I report to father the young Master Ning has a memorial to present. The emperor responded in a composed tone. Soon, the sharp voice of eunuch Su announced the entrance of young Master Ning. Young Master Ning had long been present, but was held outside by the crown prince, who, aware of young Master Ning's close association with the divine emissary, intentionally prevented him from entering until the divine emissary had finished conversing with Tianyin. After all, he was the crown prince. Young Master Ning, clad in an azure ceremonial robe adorned with 5-clawed dragons, donned a golden crown, shedding his usual nonchalance to enter respectfully with the memorial in hand. This was Qingyi's first sight of young Master Ning in official garb. It was true that clothing could elevate one's stature. Dressed in court attire, young Master Ning resembled a most respectable individual. Upon entering, he glanced at Qingyi and smiled. He then knelt on the ground, bowing to the emperor, and stated, I have a memorial to present, your majesty. Oh! Whom does young Master Ning wish to address? What matter do you bring forth? Emperor Xingyuan's voice was solemn and authoritative. Young Master Ning, his expression impassive and tone grave, replied, I wish to present a memorial on behalf of my dear friend, Pei Xian, the legitimate son of the Duke of the Founding, against his biological father. The Duke of the Founding. The Duke has leaked military secrets, consorted with enemy nations, and committed the heinous acts of killing his wife and child. His crimes are unforgivable. I beseech your majesty to impose severe punishment. This evidence was procured at great peril by Pei Xian. I implore your majesty to examine it. With that, he presented the memorial along with letters and evidence left by Pei Xian. Eunuch Su stepped forward to take the memorial and letters, delivering them to Emperor Qingyuan. After perusing the documents, Emperor Qingyuan turned his gaze toward Pei Jingxian, his eyes burning with fury, and declared, "You possess immense audacity. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Duke of the Founding?" The second and third princes hastily released him from their grasp. Pei Jingxian gasped for breath, his legs weakening, and he fell to his knees, trembling as he spoke. "I am wronged, your majesty. This old minister has been unwaveringly loyal to Daxing. Do not heed the slanderous words of these petty men, nor hastily condemn me. Even if I have not achieved great merit, I have endured hardship." His declarations of loyalty were so fervent, one would almost think he was prepared to die for his cause. Almost. Yun Qingyi regarded the shameless man before her with cold disdain. He will not shed tears until he sees the coffin, a stubborn old fool. He believes he can escape unscathed? The system concurred. Indeed, he cannot escape. Pei Xian's letters contain incriminating evidence against him. Emperor Qingyuan held up another letter from Pei Xian, partially burned, a hint of derision gracing his features. "What is this? The Duke of the Founding denies his own written correspondence? I recognize your handwriting. This is undoubtedly your work." Pei Jingxian's face drained of color, resembling a specter. As he realized he distinctly remembered burning both the discarded and sent letters. How could remnants still exist?
No, impossible.
Perhaps it was forged. "My son has long been able to mimic my handwriting to amuse me. I beseech your majesty to discern the truth." Pei Jingxian's palms were slick with sweat, his forehead glistening. Emperor Qingyuan's gaze was as profound as the night sky, shimmering with the light of cold stars. Truly a case of not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. Oh, but during the investigation into the secret case, the death of General Su was found to be linked to you. I instructed them to further investigate, and you feigned anguish, convincing me of your innocence. Yet, what of your deeds? Leaking military secrets led to General Su's death in battle. Killing your wife and child, an affront to heaven. Consorting with the enemy. Even if you had 10 heads, it would not suffice. How dare you? Previously, doubts had indeed crossed the mind regarding the demise of General Su and its potential connection to him. Yet one hesitated to believe that he could have caused such harm to General Su. Pei Jingxian's expression suddenly turned icy. It seemed there was no escape. Resigned, he shut his eyes. However, what transpired next shattered his composure. Taking advantage of the moment, the young Master Ning spoke. "Your Majesty, I have one more request."
Speak.
Emperor Qingyuan replied slowly. Young Master Ning blurted out, "I beseech your majesty to permit Pei Xian to change his surname to that of his mother, adopting a given name. He has long since severed ties with the Duke of the Founding." Pei Jingxian, disregarding all notions of dignity, lunged toward young Master Ning. Yet, Ning deftly sidestepped and retreated a step. With a thud, Pei Jingxian fell to the ground, not even grazing the hem of young Master Ning's garment. What nonsense is this? When did he sever ties with me? Until his last breath, he called me father. He could die, but how could he allow his son to change his surname? What face would he have left if this were to spread? What would history say? Young Master Ning tilted his head, pondering. Indeed, the moment he was born, the father-son relationship was severed. After the umbilical cord was cut, the bond was broken. Now Xian is utterly disconnected from you. Yun Qingyi stifled a laugh, nearly toppling from her chair.
Ha ha ha.
This young Master Ning is truly a talent. Severing ties right after cutting the umbilical cord. How amusing. The other officials trembled, lips tightly pursed. Some bit down hard on their lower lips, while others pinched their thighs, desperately suppressing laughter. The second and third princes stifled their mirth while assisting Duke Pei Jingxian to his feet, resembling two pincers tightly gripping him. What nonsense! Stop your clamor, your wild assertions. Pei Jingxian flailed his legs in young Master Ning's direction, yet he could not touch him. Young Master Ning remained unfazed, merely sighing. You are but Xian's biological father. Yet he has long since abandoned you in spirit. Have you not noticed that he has not referred to you as father in these past 2 years? Upon hearing this, Pei Jingxian paused verbally, though his feet still kicked out in anger. It was true, over the past 2 years, Pei Xian had not called him father, he merely nodded in greeting. He had thought it was merely a sign of his son's taciturn nature, given his reclusive demeanor and lack of speech. He had been preoccupied with ensuring Pei Xian's death would go unnoticed, thus had not paid much heed to it. Young Master Ning sneered, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You must know how deeply poisoned he is, to the point of being irreparable. Yet, he still consumes the food you offer him, all the while gathering evidence against you. Not wishing to raise your suspicions, he knowingly ingests what is poison, but do you comprehend the pain in his heart? His own father has poisoned him, and worse still, he fears that his mother's death is also linked to you. Pei Jingxian was struck with shock, his flailing legs gradually lowering. So he is aware? I should have ensured his demise sooner. Prolonging this has allowed him to sense something amiss. This son truly possesses a talent for pretense. Yun Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy. Poor Pei Xian, consuming the poison his father has personally delivered, all the while searching for proof of his father's crimes. Each day, he must have wished for his father's death, but how deeply must his heart ache. He prepared to present the evidence himself, but alas, his father acted first, departing this world before him. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, not all fathers deserve the title. Only with his father's death can he begin anew.
Oh.
But no, his father's treason is a capital offense that will lead to the annihilation of his entire lineage. Yun Qingyi sighed. I hope that in his next life, Pei Xian finds a good family, and even if he does not reincarnate, may he live happily. The officials present gazed at Pei Xian with eyes filled with compassion, wishing for him to be vigilant in his next life, to ensure he finds joy, even if as a spirit. Emperor Qingyuan maintained a composed tone. Since young Master Ning has spoken thus, so let it be. As for Duke Pei Jingxian, his title shall be revoked, and he is to be imprisoned in the Dali Temple until all evidence of his treason is thoroughly investigated, at which point the sentence of annihilation shall be executed upon his entire clan. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Qingyuan ordered for Pei Jingxian to be taken away. Time passed, and as the remaining moments dwindled, Yun Qingyi found herself lost in thought, still feeling a profound pity for Pei Xian. Just as the meeting was drawing to a close, Emperor Qingyuan commanded that official garments be brought forth. He turned to Yun Qingyi, saying previously, there was no time to create your official attire. Now that you have been in attendance for some time, I have instructed the Department of Attire to prepare the women's court robes. Currently, you and General Wu Shuang are the only female officials. Let us see how they suit you. Yun Qingyi glanced at the robes that had been delivered. Her civil officer's attire was a verdant green adorned with golden plum blossoms, and her headdress was a golden D hairstyle. General Wu Shuang's military attire was a maple red embellished with golden magnolia flowers, complemented by a golden crown. Yun Qingyi was overjoyed.
Wow.
How beautiful. I have court robes now. Previously, as there were no female officials, Emperor Qingyuan had allowed her to dress as she pleased. Now that female officials had begun to appear in the court, it was only fitting that arrangements be made for them. I love it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Qingyi knelt in gratitude. General Wu Shuang also knelt to express her thanks. Emperor Qingyuan waved his hand. Rise. That will do for today. You may disperse. As Eunuch Su called for the court to adjourn, everyone performed their bowing ceremonies and gradually departed. Yun Qingyi encountered Minister Yun at the door, preparing to return home with him. Young Master Ning and General Wu Shuang hurried after her, saying, Elder sister, allow me to take you to a place. Yun Qingyi glanced at her father. Minister Yun replied quietly, go ahead. The child has grown. It is time to let her soar on her own. As long as she does not act recklessly, it will be well. After bidding her father farewell, Yun Qingyi followed them. On the path, the three of them ran with abandon. Observing them, the officials could not help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. Yun Qingyi instructed for her court robes to be sent back to the Yun residence, then eagerly hopped onto young Master Ning's carriage to join in their merriment. Young Master Ning led them to a courtyard along the lower reaches of Changhang, pushing open the heavy vermilion doors. What greeted them was not a house built of bricks and tiles, but a flowing landscape painting. The courtyard was expansive, with koi stirring the pond's water, disrupting the serene reflections, imbuing the space with a zen-like tranquility. General Wu Shuang squinted, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the courtyard, though she was certain she had never been there before. Young Master Ning guided Yun Qingyi and the others to sit in a pavilion, gazing at the courtyard. I have brought you here today to discuss what to do with this place. What do you mean? Yun Qingyi asked, puzzled. Young Master Ning hurriedly clarified, pulling out a letter from his pocket, which bore the inscription to Lin Yu. Xian left specific instructions for me to gift this courtyard to Sister Lin. Yet now that Sister Lin is no longer here, what shall we do? Upon hearing this, General Wu Shuang recalled that Lin Yu had also left a letter for Pei Xian. She took it from her pocket and sighed, realizing that it could not be delivered. Young Master Ning, do you have any wine? Would you join me for a drink? Noting that it was close to lunchtime, young Master Ning proposed that they dine there instead. He ordered some fine wine and dishes to be brought over, and they began to eat and converse. Both General Wushuang and Yun Qingyi readily agreed. During the meal, after toasting 3 cups with them, Yun Qingyi focused on her food, leaving General Wushuang and young Master Ning to drink together. Having eaten their fill, Yun Qingyi gazed around the courtyard. Guabao, tell me the story of Pei Xian and Sister Lin. They had both left letters for each other, which surely indicated something significant. The system nodded slightly and remarked, understood. Esteemed host, Lin Mimi has known Pei Xian for a year. Pei Xian, upon discovering that he had but 2 years left to live, succumbed to despair and confined himself within his chamber, rarely venturing outside. Lin Mimi has resided in the capital for several years. Although she appears to have improved on the surface, General Wushuang is often dispatched to the borders, leaving her with little companionship. Before his departure, General Wushuang specifically urged her to find joy, and Lin Mimi, in turn, vowed to embody happiness. Gradually, she endeavored to transform her introverted and melancholic self into a more radiant and extroverted persona, seeking to live freely and become the person she aspired to be. Thus, she began practicing activities such as kicking a shuttlecock, flying kites, reading, playing throwing games, and chess. In a serendipitous moment, she decided to inscribe her heartfelt wish on a kite and release it into the sky. She wrote, "May you live 100 years and let the kite soar." However, it failed to rise and became entangled in a nearby tree. Alone and unable to retrieve it, she was on the verge of giving up when Pei Xian happened to see her and came to her aid, retrieving the kite and calling out to her as she prepared to leave. The two gradually grew familiar with one another across the pathway. They seemed to understand that each found solace in solitude, leading them to engage in chess matches, riddle guessing, and exchanging notes in conversation. Thus, 3 months passed, and one fine day, Lin Mimi invited Pei Xian for an outing. Pei Xian, lacking enthusiasm, declined her invitation. Undeterred, Lin Mimi persisted, inviting him daily for a week until he was finally moved by her determination, and they ventured out together. After a day of merriment, Lin Mimi, fatigued yet reluctant to return home, was guided by Pei Xian to a quaint courtyard where they conversed joyfully. Another 3 months elapsed, and both had grown accustomed to each other's daily presence. Pei Xian, wishing to avoid future regrets, presented Lin Mimi with a hairpin from a jewelry shop, testing whether she harbored any affection for him. Aware of her own frailties and the burdens of her past, Lin Mimi diverted the conversation, choosing not to reveal her feelings for him. During that time, her depression worsened, leading her to believe she had caused Pei Xian pain. Pei Xian, too, fell into despair for several days, marking their first week of silence. Later, upon discovering a pair of rare jade pendants, Pei Xian took possession of one, determined to keep the other half for Lin Mimi. Chapter 92. Taking the tree as a bride. The system paused and continued. Young Master Ning asked for the other half of the jade pendant, which Pei Xian steadfastly refused to part with, choosing instead to gift it to Lin Mimi, rekindling their bond. During the Qingming festival, Pei Xian invited her out once more, but Lin Mimi mentioned her need to return to her ancestral home, promising to arrange a meeting upon her return. Both longed to see one another again, yet upon her return, Lin Mimi coughed up blood multiple times. Fearing she could not endure much longer, she preemptively penned letters and a will. Meanwhile, Pei Xian uncovered critical evidence regarding his father's actions, only to find himself increasingly weakened. Realizing that Pei Jing had intensified the poison, he had hoped his father had ceased the toxic acts, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Resolving to be brave, he yearned to confess to Lin Mimi, "You are the finest person I have ever encountered. My heart has long been drawn to you," unwilling to depart with unfulfilled sentiments. Alas! Yun Qing wiped her brow. Alas, that confession remained unspoken. Young Master Ning downed another generous gulp of wine, exclaiming, "So that's why he wouldn't part with the pendant. It's for his beloved. By heavens! He has found his heart's desire before I could even devise a strategy to pursue Lin Mimi for him. Yet, dear Xian, you have left me without counsel. Now, Lin Mimi is gone. I wonder, Xian, have you reunited with her in the heavens? May you both find joy together." General Wushuang took a hearty swig, recalling what was written in the letter. "Frost, he is well. He is the second person in this world to treat me kindly, aside from you. If possible, I wish to marry him. Yet, dear Frost, I have not even witnessed your wedding before you departed from me." The system nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Pei Xian learned that it was his own father who had poisoned him at that moment, realizing that the chances of finding an antidote were exceedingly slim. Gradually, he lost interest in this world, resigned to his fate, retreating further into isolation within his courtyard. Their first encounter left him bashful, for it was the first time a young lady had invited him out for leisure. Others presented formal invitations, acknowledging his status as the legitimate heir of a founding duke. But Lin Mimi's letter simply asked, "Would you accompany me for a stroll? The weather outside is delightful." It seemed she seldom ventured out, her curiosity piqued by the world around her. While Pei Xian, weary of the mundane, observed her with a sense of newfound anticipation for life, specifically for the days they could share together. Lin Mimi, noticing his low spirits, often implored him to embrace happiness, reminding him that while heartaches are easily formed, they are difficult to dissolve. Yun Qing felt a tear escape her eye. "I care not. Even in death, they should be united." Pei Xian and Lin Mimi endured much suffering. The system offered comfort. Esteemed host, though they could not be together in life. They embody the sentiment of wishing for the same date of birth and death, though they may not share the same years in life. Their love shall remain steadfast until death. Pei Xian passed at noon, while Lin Mimi succumbed in the afternoon. Yun Qing's heart ached at the thought, and she selected a jar of fruit wine from among many. To our friend Pei Xian, she raised her glass, clinking it with young Master Ning and General Wushuang.
To Xian.
Young Master Ning echoed, while General Wushuang silently joined the toast, consuming his drink in one gulp. Yun Qing filled her glass again. To our Lin Mimi, young Master Ning clinked his glass. To Lin Mimi, General Wushuang raised his glass. To Yuan Yuan. The group continued to drink and converse, losing track of time until nightfall enveloped them. The system observed Yun Qing, who was visibly intoxicated, and remarked, "Esteemed host, are you well? Perhaps you should refrain from further drinking. Will you attend tomorrow's court session?" Yun Qing, clutching a glass of wine, murmured, "No court for me, no court. Whoever wishes to attend may do so." After finishing one glass, she filled another and urged, "Come.
Drink."
Qing Feng, witnessing Yun Qing's inebriation, contemplated intervening to take the cup from her hand. However, with propriety in mind, he refrained from crossing that boundary. He looked up at the ceiling, finding it empty, until two heads emerged after a while. Qing Feng pointed at Yun Qing. "What should we do? The young lady is drunk." Zishan shrugged. "I dare not interfere." Zima's dark eyes fixed intently on Qing Feng. "You go and fetch someone." Zishan waved his hand dismissively in front of Zimu. "Brother, wake up. Don't be so entranced." Sighing, Qing Feng traced a circle around young Master Ning, General Wushuang, and Yun Qing with his finger.
"Keep an eye on them." Zishan nodded.
Resembling a chick pecking at grain, understood. Qing Feng then departed to summon help from the residences of General Wushuang and young Master Ning. By the time help arrived, the trio had become quite disheveled. Young Master Ning lay sprawled on the corridor of a pavilion. General Wushuang leaned against the railing, and Yun Qing rested her head on the table. Mujin gently tapped Yun Qing's shoulder, softly calling, "Miss Mississippi." Yun Qing stirred slightly, mistaking her hand for a wine cup. Mumbling, "I can still drink." Qingdai sighed. "We should return the young lady home." Upon hearing the suggestion, Yun Qing quickly pushed their hands away. "No. I will not go home. Miss, why have you consumed so much today? In all these years, I have never seen you drink this much." Mujin observed, with concern in her eyes. Qingdai wore an expression of heartfelt concern, for it was no small feat for Miss to have made a few friends. And now two of them had departed, undoubtedly leaving her feeling desolate. Both family and friends hold equal importance. As Yun Qingyi was assisted out by Qingdai and Mujin, she struggled relentlessly, exclaiming, "I am not drunk. I can walk." She pushed their wrists away, swaying and clattering as she advanced forward. Descending from the bridge was a gentleman clad in a flowing moon-white brocade robe, billowing gently in the breeze, untouched by dust. The robe was adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns of clouds and water, gently swaying with his light steps. His stature was tall and dignified, and every gesture exuded an innate nobility and authority. Upon stepping out, Yun Qingyi found herself captivated by his breathtaking visage, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful!" A peerless beauty. Behind her, Mujin and Qingdai, upon seeing the gentleman, were startled and hurriedly apologized. "My apologies, King Jing. Our young lady has had too much to drink. Please forgive us." They attempted to pull Yun Qingyi away, but found it futile. The King Jing's remarkable features were striking, his sword-like brows arched elegantly, and beneath his noble nose, his thin lips were slightly pursed. Noticing the beauty's lack of response, Yun Qingyi muttered, I seem to have dreamt of a beauty." Her gaze then shifted to a sword-bearing guard behind the gentleman. "Esteemed sir, you are truly handsome. Surely you are favored by Lady Nuwa?" The system having become a tangled mess, noted that the drunkenness of the host had laid bare her true colors. The one intoxicated was the host, yet the embarrassment fell upon Guagua. Mujin quickly took a step back, glancing at her master beside her. No, he is not. Qingyi and Mujin hastily apologized and helped Qingyi away. As they approached a nearby carriage, Qingyi suddenly halted at the sight of a blooming begonia tree. Mujin, supporting Qingyi, raised her head in confusion and inquired, "Miss, what is it?" Chapter 93. The betrothed must at least be human. Qingyi once again pushed away the hands of Mujin and Qingyi, swaying unsteadily towards the begonia tree, as if drawn in by its allure. Staring intently at it, Mujin and Qingyi exchanged glances. It is so dark, what can one see? Flower viewing should be done in daylight. Qingyi beamed a self-satisfied smile at the begonia tree and then stretched out her arms to embrace it tightly. "Beauty, you have descended to marry me. From this day forth, you shall be my wife. I have a wife now." Cough, cough. Mujin and Qingyi nearly choked on their own saliva, for this declaration left them utterly astonished. Even the usually aloof Qingfeng could not help but chuckle. Pfft. King Jing, observing this farce, wore an expression of impervious indifference, pondering how much they had consumed. Qingyi and Mujin found themselves at a loss for words to describe their current feelings, and upon witnessing Qingyi's next actions, they frantically attempted to pull her back. At that moment, Qingyi was busy bowing to the heavens and the earth beneath the begonia tree. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the high hall, as husband and wife. Qingyi had yet to finish when Qingyi swiftly covered her mouth, urgently pulling her back. "Miss, regain your senses.
You cannot bow.
This is not your wife. If Lord Yun finds out, who knows how furious he will be." Hearing this, Qingyi, in her dazed state, addressed the begonia flowers beside her. "What? If you do not wish to be my wife, we can be brothers instead. On this auspicious day, let us, under the moonlight, forge a brotherhood." The system, now utterly mortified, interjected, "Dear host, perhaps you should reconsider. You are not of the same kind." Mujin also coaxed Qingyi, attempting to lift her up. "Miss, let us return home. This is merely a begonia tree. There are plenty at the estate." Qingyi pushed their hands away with determination, swaying as she stood upright, refusing to release the begonia tree, chattering incessantly. "Beauty, will you bow to heaven and earth with me, or become sworn brothers? Or wait until I cultivate into form, and then I shall return with you to the celestial realm?" The begonia tree seemed to respond, "Thank you. I have yet to cultivate into form." Qingyi and Mujin were on the verge of laughing uncontrollably, pondering just how much wine had been consumed that they mistook a tree for a person and aspired to ascend to the heavens. They gazed at Qingyi, who was thoroughly intoxicated and oblivious to her surroundings, scrutinizing Qingfeng. Qingfeng, bewildered, thought back to when he had only consumed 2 jars. How had she become so inebriated? He raised his head to observe the house, scanning the area. Across from him, beneath a ginkgo tree, he pointed with one finger. Oh, it was an entire jar. Qingyi, Mujin, and Qingfeng exchanged glances, pondering how to return Qingyi now that night was falling. Dealing with a drunken young lady posed quite the challenge. If they forcibly dragged her away, what if she cried out in dismay? They would be unable to console her. Not far off, King Jing rested his fingers against his forehead, quietly observing her alluring silhouette cast in shadow. The darkness could not conceal her beauty. Her actions were still so astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, he strode over to Qingyi, plucking a begonia flower and presenting it to her, softly saying, "It says it wishes to accompany you home." Qingyi's delicate face was etched with confusion. "Is that so?" She gazed at the begonia flower in her hand, her bright, lustrous eyes blinking. "You wish to accompany me home?" The begonia flower remained silent. A gust of wind swept through, and King Jing remarked, "Let us return your lady to her home." His features were striking, his eyes dark, and his expression calm as he spoke. Thus, Qingyi, Mujin, and Qingfeng watched as Qingyi brought the begonia flower into the carriage. Upon entering, the flower fluttered in the breeze. Throughout the journey, Qingyi continued conversing with her beauty, asking whether it preferred to bow to heaven and earth or to become sworn brothers. The system chimed in, "Awaken, dear host. It is but a begonia flower. When we return, Lord Yun may scold you for your behavior." The begonia flower swayed slightly. Qingyi pondered vacantly. That makes sense. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the Yun estate. Qingyi and Mujin stealthily urged the servant to open the door. "Quickly, open the door." Once the door was ajar, they cautiously assisted Yun Qingyi towards her courtyard, where she cradled a begonia branch adorned with blossoms. Just a few steps in, a voice called out, "Halt!" It was the voice of Lord Yun, causing them to immediately stop in their tracks.
What is happening here?
Was she not out enjoying herself with young Master Ning and General Wuxuang? How did she end up in such a drunken stupor? Lord Yun swiftly approached them, detecting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from Yun Qingyi, prompting him to take a significant step back. Who is this? Qing Feng, preparing to bathe, quickly returned. My lord. The young lady dined with young Master Ning and others. They spoke of the tragic demise of the legitimate son of Duke Kaigua, Pei Xian, and a maiden named Lin. The news deeply affected the young lady, leading her to drink excessively. Lord Yun was about to respond when Yun Qingyi, happily cradling the begonia flower, declared, "Beauty. No one can separate us. I shall marry you." Lord Yun was taken aback. Although his daughter had claimed since childhood that she would never marry, now she entertained the notion of marriage, yet at least it should be to a person, right? Not to a flower spirit, at least. Examining the begonia flower in Yun Qingyi's embrace, he scrutinized it from all angles, finding no apparent difference. Surely, it could not have attained sentience. Casting aside his unrealistic thoughts, he nearly succumbed to his daughter's whims. He remained silent for a while, gazing at the begonia branch in Yun Qingyi's arms, his head buzzing. What on earth was this flower? Mu Jin recounted how Yun Qingyi had embraced the begonia tree, insisting on bowing to heaven and earth or becoming sworn brothers. A tale that made Lord Yun's temples throb. Rebellious daughter. You wish to wed it? You must be out of your mind. Release it at once. Lord Yun was infuriated, nearly at the point of striking out in frustration. Just as Yun He returned from her busy errands, she spotted her father and hurriedly grasped his arm. Father, please. Don't be angry. My little sister is quite inebriated and hardly knows what she is doing. Kindly overlook her indiscretions just this once. Upon hearing her name, Yun Qingyi abruptly lifted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Who dares to call upon this fairy's name? I am but a peach blossom. A fluvium dirun, la 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 la." She sang merrily while dashing about, dragging Mu Jin and Qing Dai along with her. Yun Xiangshu prepared to pursue her in reprimand, but Yun He swiftly intervened. Enough, enough, father. My sister is in such a state that she doesn't even recognize her own humanity. You can say no more. She won't remember it. Let her rest for now. With a resigned flick of his sleeve, Yun Xiangshu conceded. Very well, we shall address her tomorrow. Have the kitchen prepare a bowl of sobering soup to send to her. Chapter 94. Dear brother, your condition is no better. With that parting remark, Yun Xiangshu left. Still simmering with displeasure, Mu Jin and Qing Dai tended to Yun Qingyi, administering the sobering soup before finally laying her down in bed. The system observed as Yun Qingyi nestled with flowers even in slumber, sighing to itself. Never before has a host offered such homage to flowers in the realm of celestial beings. It seems we are indeed breaking new ground. I hope the host awakens tomorrow without recollection of last night's events, for I truly fear the embarrassment she would face. In the shadows, Zimu and Zishan exchanged amused glances. After years of serving as dark guards, they had never encountered anything quite so comical. Indeed, the oracle always managed to deliver unexpected delights. When Zishan returned the scroll to the palace, Emperor Xingyuan, weary from a taxing day, found himself grinning uncontrollably after reading it. This oracle envoy is truly a treasure. Surprises abound.
Ha ha ha.
His crescent-shaped eyes glistened with tears of mirth, banishing the day's troubles and promising him a restful night. Eunuch Su, witnessing the emperor's jovial demeanor, felt a surge of relief. Finally, someone had alleviated the emperor's burdens. It was no small feat to keep the sovereign amused. Just as Emperor Xingyuan savored the humor of Yun Qingyi's escapades, he pondered whether he ought to do something in return. Su Zongyu, tomorrow. Have a pot of blackbone tea and a flowering crabapple tree delivered to the oracle envoy's courtyard. Blackbone tea, a rare species with ebony-hued wood and deep green leaves, was highly prized as a talisman against evil and a symbol of prestige, thus favored by the emperor. Since the oracle envoy cherished flowers and trees, it was only fitting to bestow these gifts. Meanwhile, having dispatched the sobering soup, Yun Xiangshu submitted a leave request for Yun Qingyi for the day. The court officials murmured, "What? The oracle envoy is absent from court today? Alas! No entertainment for us, how dull." Upon awakening, Yun Qingyi felt a throbbing headache. All she recalled was drinking with the young Master Ning and General Wuxuang the previous evening. What transpired thereafter? The system chimed in, "My esteemed host, do you recall last night's events? Qingyi shook her head.
What?
I only remember chatting and drinking with the young Master Ning and General Wushuang. How did I return? Did the gentle breeze carry me back? The system sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had no memory of the night's escapades. It was Mu Jin and Qing Dai who brought you back, it clarified. As she glanced toward the light filtering into her room, realization struck. Oh no! What time is it? Have I overslept? Why didn't Qing Dai and Mu Jin wake me for court? The system quickly reassured her. No need to fret. Your father has granted you a day off. Qingyi sighed, grateful for her father's kindness. Not dwelling on the matter further, she rose, washed up, and proceeded to breakfast. In the dining hall, only her elder brother Yun Jingchu and her second brother Yun He were present. Upon hearing her footsteps, Yun Jingchu looked up. Ah, you're awake? How's the headache? Yun Qingyi nodded, still a bit present. Yun Jingchu ordered a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup and arranged food for her, saying, Eat something first. Father has excused you for the day.
So you can rest.
As she began her meal, Yun Hiyu inquired playfully, Do you remember what you did last night? Yun Qingyi shook her head. She had no recollection. You wouldn't believe it. You were hugging a crabapple tree, insisting on performing a ritual of homage with its branches. And you pulled off a good number of its blossoms. Ha ha ha, it was utterly hilarious. You even brought a branch of crabapple back, declaring it your wife. Can you imagine? Yun He recounted her antics, laughing so hard he nearly choked on his food. He glanced at their elder brother. Brother, why aren't you laughing? Is it not amusing?
Laugh.
You used to find my mischief entertaining in the ancestral hall. Yun Jingchu cleared his throat, responding coolly. Sister was merely overwhelmed by sorrow and drank a bit too much last night. Yun He shot him a disbelieving look. Just a bit? Is that what you call it? Yun Qingyi, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, Yun Hiyu, the true horror the drunken revelry. But the memories that resurface upon sobering. What are you doing? Can I speak the truth? Yun He retorted stoutly. Yun Qingyi stirred her porridge with a spoon. Guabao, have you heard any amusing tales from our second brother recently? Share them to lighten my spirits. Yun He's lips twitched. Are you serious? Yun Jingchu lowered his head, sipping his porridge, musing, Guess why I'm not laughing? My sister has a vendetta to settle. The system quickly interjected. Oh, indeed. Just the other day, your second brother returned home for Qingming Festival. Initially intending to stay in the capital as your father suggested. He mulled it over and felt something was amiss. He mentioned that the tavern would soon be opening. So he decided to seek blessings from the ancestors. Consequently, the day after your father's departure, he followed suit. Arriving at the ancestral grounds at night, he thought to keep his presence discreet and avoid alarming anyone. He and his attendants stealthily approached the ancestral graves, only to realize he had forgotten the paper money. He instructed his attendant to retrieve it while he remained behind. While he aimlessly wandered, an elderly man suddenly appeared, asking to borrow a fire starter. Stunned, he shook his head, indicating he had none. The elderly man, bemused, questioned why one would come to pay respects without a fire starter. Your second brother, without hesitation, replied that he was waiting for someone to deliver the paper money. At that, the old man froze, sensing an eerie chill in the air. Gradually, he stepped back, distancing himself by a yard before sprinting away, moving swiftly with his cane. Your second brother remarked on the old man's surprising agility. Realizing how the old man perceived him, he called after him, I truly am just waiting for the paper money. But the old man only quickened his pace, his cane nearly sparking with the speed of his retreat. Your second brother, with a kind heart, even ran a few steps after him, urging him not to flee. Yun Qingyi listened, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a windfall of hilarity. That old man must have thought, I'm done for. I've encountered a ghost.
Run.
The system chimed in. The old man didn't utter a word, merely hightailing it with his cane. Yun Jingchu, who had been quietly eating, nearly choked on his porridge, quickly sipping tea to clear his throat. Junin Jimmy mi queda light, eriton, la, scaring oneself. The system continued. Host, the most critical issue is that your second brother mistakenly visited the wrong grave. Upon discovering that his mother's grave had been burned with offerings, he was utterly bewildered. He thought there might be other children involved, and he spent quite some time investigating. Moreover, this situation has further developments. Chapter 95, Immediate Demise, wondering if resurrection is possible. Yun Qingyi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, he went to the wrong grave. This is hilarious.
Oh.
There's more to this story?
Quick.
Share it with us. The system elaborated. Due to the darkness, your second brother spent the night in the carriage. The next morning, while journeying back to the capital, He spotted a steamed bun shop at the entrance of a neighboring village and dismounted to buy some buns. Little did he know, the old man happened to be there purchasing buns as well. Your brother had yet to recognize him, but the old man immediately recognized your brother. He instantly dropped his buns and shouted, running away while exclaiming, "Ah, he still won't let me go. I'm not the one you're waiting for." The system mimicked the old man's tone, and Qingyi could vividly envision the scene. She was nearly in stitches with laughter. Ha ha ha. The old man must think my second brother is a spirit, waiting for someone to deliver paper money to him, right? Ha, this is too funny. At that moment, Qingyi silently closed his eyes. Who could understand? He was indeed waiting for someone to send paper money. That person was merely a subordinate. Jingchu, maintaining his composure, accidentally dropped his chopsticks on the floor and bent down to retrieve them. He could no longer suppress his mirth, silently laughing uncontrollably beneath the table, his body trembling with laughter. He could already imagine the old man's expression upon seeing his younger brother. Qingyi glanced at his elder brother's bent figure, thinking, "Don't assume that because you're crouching, I'm unaware of your actions. Laugh all you want, you all mock me." Qingyi sensed the table quivering slightly. Why is the table shaking? Could it be an earthquake? The system assessed the situation. No. Dear host, Guagua has not detected any earthquakes. Fearing that Qingyi might grow suspicious, Jingchu hastily picked up the fallen chopsticks and calmly placed them back on the table, elegantly wiping the corner of his mouth. Qingyi carefully observed once more. The table was indeed still. Oh, perhaps it was just my imagination. By the way, if there's nothing else today, would you like to visit the Dali Temple? Jingchu inquired as he prepared to attend his duties. Qingyi, thinking she had no other plans for the day, realized she had yet to visit the departments of the Dali Temple. Sure. Before she could finish her sentence, a maid arrived to announce that young Master Ning and General Wushuang were waiting outside. Qingyi paused for a moment, then turned to her elder brother, Jingchu. He smiled and reassured her, "It's nothing. You can visit the Dali Temple another day. Go and enjoy their company." Qingyi nodded. "All right, thank you, big brother." She set down her bowl and chopsticks, preparing to head out.
Wait.
Jingchu called out. Qingyi halted and turned back. "Yes, is there something else, big brother?" "Do refrain from drinking again. Overindulgence is harmful to your health," Jingchu cautioned, concerned. Qingyi nodded. "I understand. I won't drink again. Yesterday was just the atmosphere. I had a couple of cups, but I'm not a wine enthusiast." Upon exiting the residence, she spotted young Master Ning and General Wushuang standing at the entrance. "Have you all taken the day off?" Young Master Ning approached Qingyi. "I knew everyone drank too much yesterday, so today would surely be a day off. Perfect timing. The three of us are here." After a brief pause, he added, "Oh, by the way, I can join you both in attending court from now on. Being alone is rather dull. Since you both go to court, I've been pestering my father to share the happenings, but it's much more exciting to witness it firsthand. I just hope the Emperor allows me to attend court to learn something. Everyone knows what he is really after." Yet, despite his persistent pleas, the Emperor eventually permitted him to join court, cautioning him against mischief within the court. Qingyi gently inquired, "So, what brings you here today?" Young Master Ning then explained their intention to visit the government office to cancel Pei Xian's household registration and suggested they all go together before wandering around. Qingyi agreed, and they proceeded to the government office together. With young Master Ning's status, matters were expedited. Just as they were about to finalize everything, a youth of around 17 or 18 arrived. Clad in a gray robe, his hair neatly secured with a bamboo hairpin, he exuded a fragrance distinct from orchid and musk, reminiscent of wood. The gray-clad youth had a face akin to peach and apricot blossoms, his demeanor elegant, yet slightly frail, reminiscent of a solitary willow swaying in the cold spring air, evoking sympathy. He retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to the official, saying, "Sir, I am here to cancel my grandfather's registration. This is his death notice." The youth's sorrow was palpable, his head bowed, as if narrating an endless tale of grief. The death notice served as a death certificate and a permit for burial outside the city. Without it, a coffin could not leave the city gates. Qingyi had always admired handsome individuals, and she found the gray-clad youth quite appealing, albeit slightly emaciated, suggesting malnutrition, prompting her to steal a few more glances. The official was engaged in conversation with another official when he glanced at the death notice, stamped it on another document, and handed it back to the gray-clad youth. Just as the youth took a few steps out, his expression changed drastically upon inspecting the document, and he hurried back. "Sir, you seem to have stamped my document. Does this mean I'm dead?" The official was taken aback. "You're dead?" he exclaimed, quickly adding, "Did you give me your document?" Qingyi could hardly contain her laughter. Haha, stamping a living person as dead. This is too amusing. The gray-clad youth froze momentarily, instinctively glancing towards the source of the voice. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Though she did not speak, her presence resonated with an audible charm. The system chuckled as well. Haha, Guagua mentioned that the capital has its fair share of amusing tales. However, the gray-clad youth's attention remained fixed on the official. Sir, can you help me rectify this? I'm not dead yet. The stamping official pondered. Let me think of a solution. Qingyi was on the verge of laughter. Ha ha ha. To die on the spot and ask if one can be resurrected immediately. Perhaps I could kindly assist him in reviving him with a little advertisement? The system concurred. This youth has potential. He could briefly die and then obtain a birth certificate, returning to this world with memories intact. Qingyi felt a twinge of unease. My sense of morality is at odds with my sense of humor, although it's inappropriate to discuss someone like this. It truly is too hilarious. The official handling the matter is remarkably foolish, not even verifying the birth date before carelessly stamping it. The stamping official was at a loss for words, his mind racing. I only touched the surface. How was I to know that a perfectly healthy person would suddenly be declared dead? And now I've inadvertently caused it. I want to cry too. The nearby official's mouth was nearly splitting from suppressing laughter. The gray-clad youth, unable to grasp the concept of an advertisement, sensed that the voice belonged to a woman's thoughts, a silent expression of her inner voice. The system responded, no worries. As long as it's whispered in his heart, he cannot hear it. He can simply declare, I have returned from the dead, having defeated the king of hell.